Chapter 1. In a humble little village on the outskirts of the Qingyun mountain range in the realm of Shinnon continent, a few sparse lights flickered, occasionally accompanied by the distant barks of dogs. Lin Xiaofan abruptly sat up in bed, beads of fine sweat forming on his forehead. The moonlight poured in like water, casting elongated shadows within the modest thatched cottage. Ding! Detection indicates that the host meets the binding conditions. The farming and cultivation system is being activated. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind, and Lin Xiaofan froze for a moment before a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. As a transmigrator, he had awaited this day for a full 3 years. The original owner of this body was an unremarkable farm boy, orphaned at a young age, struggling to make ends meet with a few acres of meager farmland. 3 years prior, he had crossed over, initially believing he could flourish in this world of cultivation, only to discover that no matter how hard he tried, he could not perceive the spiritual energy around him. Ding! System activation successful. Newbie gift pack has been distributed. Would you like to claim it now? Claim. Lin Xiaofan responded without hesitation. Ding! Acquired newbie gift pack. Spiritual field space X1. Spiritual rice seeds X10. Basic planting technique X1. Cultivation enhancement pill X1. As the system's notification faded, Lin Xiaofan felt a flash before his eyes, and his consciousness entered a peculiar space. This area spanned roughly an acre, with soil displaying a faint azure hue and the air infused with a subtle spiritual energy. Is this the spiritual field space? Lin Xiaofan crouched down, scooping up a handful of earth. It felt warm and seemed to pulse with life in his palm. Following the system's guidance, he evenly scattered the 10 spiritual rice seeds across the spiritual field. These seeds gleamed with a crystalline luster, emanating a gentle glow, starkly different from ordinary rice seeds. Ding! Newbie task triggered. Successfully plant and harvest a season of spiritual rice. Task reward. Cultivation level raised to Qi refining stage 1. Upgrade of spiritual field space. Lin Xiaofan's spirit soared, and he immediately set to work. He meticulously turned the soil, sowed the seeds, and watered them according to the basic planting techniques instructions. Each seed felt like a child to him, deserving of careful nurturing. Time flew by as he busied himself. By the time Lin Xiaofan completed the final step, the eastern horizon was already beginning to brighten. He exited the spiritual field space, realizing that only an hour had passed in the real world. Ding! Spiritual rice seeds have successfully germinated. Growth progress 1. Estimated maturation time, 30 days. Lin Xiaofan let out a long breath, finally feeling the aches in his body. Yet he could not afford a rest. He promptly retrieved the cultivation enhancement pill and swallowed it. The pill dissolved instantly, flowing into him like a warm current that coursed through his limbs. Boom! It felt as though something within him had erupted, and Lin Xiaofan experienced a jolt as an unprecedented power surged through his meridians. He could clearly sense the spiritual energy roaming in the air, a sign that he had crossed the threshold into cultivation. Ding! Cultivation level raised to Qi refining stage 1. Acquired skill, spiritual energy perception. Lin Xiaofan trembled with excitement. After 3 years, he had finally embarked on the path of cultivation. Though merely at the foundational Qi refining stage, it signified that he was no longer the bullied farm boy he once was. He pushed open the door, and in the soft morning light, the distant green mountains appeared to shimmer. Taking a deep breath, he savored the flowing spiritual energy within him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ding! Side quest triggered. Establish a real spiritual field. Task reward. Spiritual Spring X1. Lin Xiaofan's eyes brightened as he began to devise a plan. Although his family's 3 acres of barren land were impoverished with the transformation from the spiritual field space, it was not impossible to cultivate spiritual rice. Just then, a commotion arose in the distance. Lin Xiaofan looked up to see several villagers rushing towards him in a panic. Xiaofan, run! The bandits are coming! Lin Xiaofan's heart tightened, but he quickly regained his composure. He was no longer the defenseless farm boy of yore. Uncle Wang, what's going on? Lin Xiaofan asked, stopping a middle-aged man. It's the bandits from Black Wind Stronghold. Uncle Wong gasped. They say they want this year's protection fee, or they'll burn the village. Lin Xiaofan narrowed his eyes at this. Black Wind Stronghold was notorious for its banditry, and the leader was rumored to be a Qi refining stage 3 cultivator, terrorizing the countryside with impunity. Xiaofan, quickly hide with us in the mountains, Uncle Wong urged, pulling Lin Xiaofan to flee. Yet, Lin Xiaofan stood his ground, feeling the spiritual energy coursing within him. A cold smile crept onto his face. Uncle Wong, you all go ahead. I will deal with these bandits. Are you out of your mind? Uncle Wong exclaimed in shock. Those are the bandits from Black Wind Stronghold. Without offering an explanation, Lin Xiaofan turned and strode towards the village entrance. He could sense that while his spiritual power was still weak, it would be more than sufficient to handle a few ordinary bandits. At the village entrance, a dozen bandits stood there, swaggering confidently. The leader, a one-eyed brute, brandished a large knife, barking orders at the village chief. Old man, where's this year's protection fee? Are you looking to die? The village chief trembled as he replied, Sir, this year's harvest has been poor, and we truly. Enough of your nonsense. The one-eyed brute kicked the village chief. If you don't bring out the money today, they'll burn your village down. Stop. Lin Xiaofan's voice was not loud. It resonated clearly in everyone's ears. The one-eyed brute paused, then burst into laughter. Oh, isn't this the useless boy from the Lin family? What, trying to be a hero? Lin Xiaofan ignored his taunts and coldly stated, You have 3 breaths to leave the village. Ha ha! The bandits erupted in laughter. The one-eyed brute doubled over in mirth. Kid, have you lost your mind? Just you. Before he could finish, Lin Xiaofan had already moved. In a flash, he appeared before the one-eyed brute and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! The one-eyed brute had no time to react before he was sent flying several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. The other bandits gaped in shock, and before they could comprehend the situation, Lin Xiaofan charged into their midst like a tiger among sheep. Bang! 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 A series of dull thuds echoed, and the dozen bandits fell to the ground, wailing. Lin Xiaofan stood amidst them, feeling the surging spiritual energy within him, his heart swelling with pride. Is this the power of a cultivator? Ding! Hidden task completed. Repel the bandits. Reward. Spiritual field space doubled. Acquired basic spellbook. Lin Xiaofan's heart leaped with joy, and just as he was about to check his rewards, a furious shout rang out from afar. You dare to harm my men from Black Wind Stronghold. A burly man descended from the sky, wielding a glimmering long knife. Lin Xiaofan's pupils constricted. This man's aura was several times stronger than the one-eyed brute's. Kid, state your name. The man demanded coldly. Black Wind Stronghold never kills nameless characters. Lin Xiaofan's heart trembled. Was this the leader of Black Wind Stronghold? A Qi refining stage 3 cultivator? But he quickly steadied himself, calmly replying, Lin Xiaofan from Lin Family Village. Good. The leader sneered. Remember my name, Li Batian, the leader of Black Wind Stronghold. Before he finished speaking, Li Batian swung his knife at Lin Xiaofan. The blade flashed like lightning, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, clearly not an ordinary weapon. Lin Xiaofan dared not take it heed and swiftly dodged. However, Li Batian's blade technique was exceptionally cunning, the blade light shadowing him closely, forcing Lin Xiaofan to retreat continuously. Kid, with such meager skills, you dare to play the hero? Li Batian laughed heartily. Watch me cleave you in two. Lin Xiaofan gritted his teeth. He understood that the gap between him and Li Batian was far too vast, and confronting him head-on was not an option. At that moment, a spark of inspiration struck in his mind. Ding! Detection indicates that the host is in crisis. Would you like to expend 10 points of spiritual energy to cast Earth Escape Technique? Yes. Lin Xiaofan chose affirmatively without hesitation. In the next instant, his figure abruptly vanished from the spot. Li Batian's knife cleaved through the air, and he was instantly taken aback. Where did he go? At that moment, Lin Xiaofan's figure suddenly emerged from the ground, delivering a punch aimed at Li Batian's back. Li Batian was caught off guard, staggering a few steps from the blow. Good lad. Li Batian laughed in fury. Didn't expect you to know the earth escape technique. But with such meager skills, you can't harm me. As he spoke, his long knife emitted a dazzling light, and a wave of blade energy surged forth. Lin Xiaofan's face paled. He hurriedly activated the earth escape technique once more. Boom! The blade energy struck the ground, creating a massive crater. Although Lin Xiaofan evaded the attack, he expended a significant amount of spiritual energy, leaving his face ashen. Kid, let's see how long you can keep dodging. Li Batian sneered, swinging his knife again. Lin Xiaofan gritted his teeth, acutely aware that if the situation persisted, his demise was inevitable. At that moment, a sudden alert resonated in his mind. Ding! Host detected to be facing a life-or-death crisis. Would you like to expend all spiritual energy to execute the spirit explosion technique? A glimmer of resolve flashed in Lin Xiaofan's eyes. Yes. In the next instant, the spiritual energy within him surged violently, converging in the palm of his hand. Li Batian seemed to sense something amiss, his expression shifting dramatically. This is bad. But it was already too late. Lin Xiaofan thrust his palm forward, and a dazzling white light erupted instantaneously. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, Li Batian was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Xiaofan, having exhausted his spiritual energy, collapsed onto the earth. As the dust settled, Li Batian struggled to rise, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He fixed a wary gaze on Lin Xiaofan, his eyes filled with trepidation. Kid, you're quite formidable. We're leaving. With that, he retreated, dragging his subordinates away in disarray. Lin Xiaofan exhaled deeply, only then realizing he was drenched in cold sweat. Ding! Hidden task completed. Repel the leader of the Black Wind Gang. Reward: advancement to the second layer of Qi refinement and acquisition of basic spiritual plant cultivation technique. A wave of joy surged within Lin Xiaofan as he prepared to examine his rewards, only to be suddenly met with a chorus of cheers from behind him. Turning around, he found the villagers gazing at him with awe-filled eyes. Xiaofan, have you become an immortal? The village chief asked, trembling. Lin Xiaofan smiled softly. Village chief, I merely had a stroke of luck and gained some opportunities. That's wonderful. The villagers erupted in jubilant cheers. Our village finally has an immortal. As he beheld the exultant villagers, a warm current surged within Lin Xiaofan. He understood that from this day forth, his life would be irrevocably transformed. The following morning, Lin Xiaofan stood on the ridge at the village entrance, gazing at the 3 acres of meager farmland before him, a spark of brilliance flickering in his eyes. Ding! Host detected preparing to cultivate a real spiritual field. Would you like to expend 100 points of spiritual energy for land transformation? Yes. As the system's prompt faded, Lin Xiaofan felt an immense flow of spiritual energy surge forth from within him, manifesting as radiant green beams that penetrated the earth. The once barren fields transformed at a visible pace, the soil becoming soft and fertile, even emanating a faint aura of spiritual energy. Ding! Real spiritual field successfully established. Current level, Grade 1 spiritual field. Can cultivate Grade 1 spiritual rice, Grade 1 spiritual herbs. Lin Xiaofan sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Although he had expended a significant amount of spiritual energy, gazing at the rejuvenated spiritual field, he felt it was all worth it. Xiaofan, what is this? The village chief approached, trembling as he surveyed the astonishing transformation, speechless with shock. Lin Xiaofan chuckled. Village chief, I have gained some opportunities. Now we can cultivate spiritual rice, and the villagers of Linjia village will no longer need to worry about hunger. Upon hearing this, the village chief was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. That's splendid. We can sell the spiritual rice to the taverns in the city, trading it for food and salt. Our village will have provisions to survive the winter. Without further ado, Lin Xiaofan began to sow the seeds. He retrieved spiritual rice seeds from his storage space, carefully scattering them across the spiritual field. These seeds glimmered with a crystalline sheen, emitting a soft glow, vastly different from ordinary rice seeds. Ding! Spiritual rice seeds successfully sown. Growth progress. 1. Estimated maturation time. 30 days. In the days that followed, Lin Xiaofan diligently watered the spiritual field with the spiritual spring and practiced in his thatched cottage. In the early morning, a veil of mist enveloped the spiritual field, dew glistening on the leaves of the spiritual rice, refracting radiant light. Standing on the ridge, Lin Xiaofan inhaled deeply, the air thick with rich spiritual energy. After a month of meticulous care, the spiritual field had finally reached the harvest season. System, check the maturity of the spiritual rice. Lin Xiaofan silently commanded. Ding, checking spiritual rice maturity. 100. Spiritual energy content, moderate. Recommendation, harvest immediately. Lin Xiaofan nodded and retrieved a specially crafted sickle from his storage pouch. This sickle, purchased with the spiritual stones obtained from his previous encounter with bandits, bore a simple spirit gathering formation etched upon its blade, designed to preserve the spiritual energy of the rice to the utmost extent. He crouched down, his fingers gently brushing against a stalk of spiritual rice. The golden ears of rice hung heavily, each grain plump and round, emanating a delicate glow. This was the result of a special cultivation method provided by the system, which not only have the growth cycle, but also doubled the spiritual energy content compared to ordinary spiritual rice. Let's begin. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Xiaofan swung the sickle in a graceful arc. Under the enhancement of his spiritual energy, the sickle sliced through the stalks of the spiritual rice with ease, as if cutting through tofu. Remarkably, not a trace of spiritual energy escaped from the cut. All of it was perfectly contained within the grains. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the sickle slicing through the air resonated through the morning spiritual field. Lin Xiaofan's movements were fluid and effortless, each cut executed with precision. As the spirit rice bowed down, a rich aura permeated the fields, even forming a thin layer of ethereal mist. Ding! Harvest progress. 50 that a special mutated spirit rice has been detected. It is advised to harvest it separately. Lin Mo's eyes brightened, and he hastily ceased his actions. In the center of the spirit field, several stalks of rice, conspicuously taller than the others, stood out remarkably. These rice ears displayed a pale purple hue, their grains adorned with intricate patterns resembling naturally formed runes. This the purple patterned spirit rice. Lin Mo inhaled sharply. This type of rice is exceedingly rare on the market, not only boasting a spiritual energy content 10 times that of ordinary spirit rice, but also serving as a crucial material for crafting high-grade elixirs. He carefully harvested the few stalks of purple-patterned spirit rice and stored them in a specially designed jade box. Just these few stalks alone equated to the value of the entire spirit field. As the sun gradually ascended, the spirit rice in the field was finally harvested. Lin Mo wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at the mound of spirit rice with a profound sense of accomplishment. Ding! Harvest complete. Obtained ordinary spirit rice. 500 gene. Purple patterned spirit rice. 3 gene. Experience gained. 50. Current level. Chi refinement level 3. 80,200. Lin Xiaofan's lips curled into a smile. This harvest not only significantly advanced his cultivation, but also validated the effectiveness of the planting methods provided by the system. With this method, he could continuously cultivate high-quality spirit rice in exchange for cultivation resources. Next, he would venture into town to secure a good price. Lin Xiaofan stored the spirit rice in a storage bag and cast his gaze towards the distant direction of Qingyan town. He was aware that the purple-patterned spirit rice he brought would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. The marketplace in Qingyan town was as lively as ever, with various stalls lining the streets and the sounds of vendors calling out in unison. Lin Xiaofan, with a bag full of spirit rice on his back, navigated his way to his usual corner with ease. Just as he set up his stall, he retrieved a small jade box from his storage bag and cautiously opened it. Instantly, a dense aura of spiritual energy wafted forth, drawing the attention of passers-by. This the purple-patterned spirit rice, an elegantly dressed middle-aged cultivator exclaimed, hastening towards him. Lin Xiaofan smiled slightly and nodded, saying, Indeed, esteemed elder. You have a discerning eye. The middle-aged cultivator scrutinized the spirit rice within the jade box, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Little brother, how much for this purple-patterned spirit rice? 100 spirit stones per gene. Lin Xiaofan declared, quoting an exorbitant price. Gasps of astonishment erupted around him. Ordinary spirit rice fetched merely a couple of spirit stones per gene, making this purple-patterned spirit rice's price a staggering 100-fold increase. The middle-aged cultivator's expression shifted. Little brother, this price is rather. I'll take them all. A clear, melodious voice suddenly interjected. Lin Mo looked up to see a maiden clad in a pale blue gown gracefully approaching. Her beauty was striking, and her demeanor ethereal. A jade pendant engraved with the characters Qin Yun hung at her waist, indicating her exceptional status. "It's Su Wanner from the Qin Yun sect," someone in the crowd gasped. Lin Xiaofan felt a stir in his heart. The Qin Yun sect was the largest cultivation sect within 1,000 miles, and Su Wanner was a prominent figure among the younger generation of the sect. It was said she had already reached the foundation establishment stage at the tender age of 16. Su Wanner reached the stall and paused to gaze at the purple-patterned spirit rice. A flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. The quality of this purple-patterned spirit rice surpasses even that produced in our Qin Yun sect's medicinal garden. Little brother, from where did you acquire this spirit rice? Lin Xiaofan replied with composure. In response to the esteemed lady, I cultivated this myself. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Su Wanner's beautiful eyes. What is your name? I am Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan. Su Wanner softly repeated, before suddenly asking, would you care to join our Qin Yun sect? With your talent in cultivation, you would undoubtedly achieve great things within the sect. To your words, the surroundings erupted in a clamor. The Qin Yun sect was notoriously stringent in accepting disciples, and to receive a personal invitation from Su Wanner was an extraordinary opportunity. However, Lin Xiaofan did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he inquired, may I ask what the conditions are for joining the Qin Yun sect? Su Wanner smiled gently. Given your talent, you could directly become a disciple of the Qin Yun sect. However, you must first pass an entrance examination to prove your capabilities. Lin Xiaofan pondered for a moment. Although he had the system to aid him, cultivating alone was ultimately not as advantageous as having a solid backing. Moreover, the Qin Yun sect's abundant resources would greatly benefit his development. Very well. I accept. Lin Xiaofan nodded earnestly. Su Wanner smiled with satisfaction. 3 days hence, report to the Qin Yun sect's entrance. This is your token. She produced a blue jade slip and handed it to Lin Xiaofan. As he received the jade slip, it felt warm to the touch, clearly not an ordinary item. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Su Wanner had already turned to leave, leaving behind a faint, refreshing fragrance. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Xiaofan tightened his grip on the jade slip. He understood that a significant turning point in his life was about to unfold. The Qin Yun sect will be the first step on his path to becoming a formidable cultivator. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Xiaofan quickened his pace. He needed to return to the village before nightfall. Otherwise, the dangers lurking in the deep mountains and forests could be unpredictable. With that thought, he instinctively touched the woodcutter's knife at his waist, his only means of self-defense. Suddenly, Lin Xiaofan halted. A rustling sound emanated from the woods ahead, causing his back to tense up instantly. Having traversed this mountainous terrain for years, his instinct for danger was exceptionally acute. Kid, hand over the spirit stones you have, and I might spare your life. 3 burly bandits emerged from behind the trees. The leader sporting a menacing scar across his face, wielding a gleaming, ghostly knife. Lin Xiaofan's heart sank. From the aura emanating from these 3 bandits, they were at least at Qi refinement level 3. Gentlemen, I possess only a few fragments of silver, Lin Xiaofan stammered while subtly retreating. Enough of the nonsense, the scarred leader sneered. We've had our eyes on you for quite some time in town. That girl, Su Wanner, must have given you quite a bit of spirit stones, huh? At this revelation, Lin Xiaofan's pupils constricted. He realized he had been targeted long ago. He turned and bolted, but 2 more bandits sprang out from behind him, encircling him completely. Ding! Life-threatening danger detected for the host. Would you like to activate combat mode? At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated in Lin Mo's mind that he was initially taken aback, then elated. Activate. combat mode activated, consuming 100 points of spiritual energy. Current spiritual energy, 600-700. A warm current surged through his body, heightening his senses and causing his internal spiritual energy to surge wildly. Instinctively, he sidestepped, narrowly evading the scarred leader's ghostly knife as it slashed through the air. The scarred leader was evidently taken aback that this seemingly ordinary boy could dodge his attack. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiaofan swiftly drew his woodcutter's knife, channeling his spiritual energy into it. The once mundane knife shimmered with a faint green light, exuding a fierce blade aura as it swept through the air. Pucci, blood splattered as one bandit clutched his throat and collapsed. The other two were dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how this seemingly harmless youth possessed such formidable strength. "Damn it!" the scarred leader bellowed, dark energy swirling around his ghostly knife, indicating he was employing some sort of sinister technique. However, bolstered by the system, Lin Xiaofan's movements were as swift as lightning that he lunged forward. The woodcutter's knife, carving a graceful arc, the scarred leader barely registered the motion before a searing pain erupted in his chest. Glancing down, he saw a gaping wound oozing blood. The scarred leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he slowly crumpled to the ground. The last bandit, seeing the dire situation, turned to flee. Lin Xiaofan scoffed, releasing the woodcutter's knife, which struck the man squarely in the back. With the battle concluded, Lin Xiaofan exhaled deeply, feeling the spiritual energy within him rapidly dissipate. Only then did he realize that his clothes had become thoroughly soaked with cold sweat. Ding! Battle concluded. Gained 70 experience points. Current level. Qi refinement level 3, 150-200. Lin Xiaofan's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated that combat could enhance his cultivation. He crouched down and rummaged through the three bandits, discovering a handful of spirit stones and some elixirs. It seems this system is even more formidable than I had envisioned. As Lin Xiaofan gazed at the last remnants of twilight on the horizon, a smile graced his lips. With this system, he might indeed carve out a name for himself in this ruthless realm of cultivation. After collecting his spoils, Lin Mo hurriedly made his way towards the village. The night deepened, yet within his heart burned a fervent flame, a thirst for strength and boundless anticipation for the future. At dawn, Lin Xiaofan stood at the village entrance, gazing at the small mountain village he had inhabited for over a decade. A whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. The village elder, Old Li, leaned heavily on his cane, approaching him with trembling steps. "Xiaofan, are you truly leaving?" The elder's murky eyes brimmed with reluctance. Lin Xiaofan nodded, retrieving a storage pouch from his bosom. "Elder, within this pouch are the spirit stones I have accumulated during my time here, along with the deed to 3 acres of spiritual farmland. The spiritual rice in that field is ready for harvest. You may arrange for its collection. These resources should suffice to help the village endure through this winter." Oldly accepted the storage pouch, tears streaming down his weathered face. "This child, the villagers will always remember your kindness." Lin Xiaofan smiled gently and produced a small jade vial. Inside are 3 Peiyuan pills. If you take one every 3 months, it will extend your life. Having entrusted everything, Lin Xiaofan took one last glance at the village that had nurtured him before turning to embark on the path to Qingyun sect. The morning sunlight cast a golden halo around his silhouette. 3 days later, Lin Xiaofan stood before the grand gates of Qingyun sect. The towering gates loomed majestically into the clouds, flanked by steep cliffs, with a winding stone staircase leading to the summit. Above the gates, the characters Qingyun sect soared in a flourish, exuding an overwhelming presence. "Who goes there?" A gatekeeper disciple barred Lin Xiaofan's path. Lin Xiaofan produced the jade slip given to him by Su Wanner. "I am Lin Xiaofan, here at the invitation of Fairy Su to participate in the entrance examination." Upon inspecting the jade slip, the disciple's demeanor shifted to one of respect. A distinguished guest invited by Senior Sister Su. "Please follow me." Lin Xiaofan followed the disciple through the gates. He was awestruck by the sights before him. Amidst swirling clouds and mists, palatial structures emerged, spiritual birds and extraordinary beasts soared through the mountains, and the air was thick with rich spiritual energy. The examination venue was set in a vast square, where hundreds of young aspirants had gathered. And no sooner had Lin Xiaofan settled than he heard a disdainful scoff. A country bumpkin dares to participate in the Qingyun's sex examination. Turning to investigate, he saw a youth clad in resplendent garments regarding him with scorn. Accompanying the youth were several sycophants, all exuding an air of arrogance. Lin Xiaofan chose to ignore them, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. The youth, incensed by the indifference, was about to unleash his ire when a fragrant breeze swept in. Lin Xiaofan, you've arrived, Su Wanner floated towards him, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Today, she donned a light purple gown, highlighting her ethereal elegance. Senior Sister Su. The provocative youth quickly bowed, his eyes brimming with admiration. However, Su Wanner did not glance his way, striding directly to Lin Xiaofan. The examination is about to commence. How prepared are you? Lin Xiaofan clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your concern, Fairy Su. I am fully prepared, Su Wanner nodded. Given your strength, passing the examination should pose little challenge. However, she lowered her voice, cautioning him about the youth in fine attire. His name is Wang Tong, affiliated with the Wang family. He may target you during the examination. That a chill ran through Lin Xiaofan. The Wang family was a formidable force within Qingyun's sect, explaining the youth's arrogance. The examination begins. With the tolling of a bell, an elderly man with white hair appeared at the center of the square. His piercing gaze swept over the crowd. First round, test of spiritual roots. As he spoke, a massive stone tablet rose in the center of the square. The tablet gleamed with a crystalline sheen, its surface etched with enigmatic runes that emitted a faint glow. Approach in order and place your hand on the spiritual root stone, the elder commanded. The aspirants formed a long queue, each stepping forward to undergo the test. Most exhibited 3 or 4 spiritual roots, and the occasional appearance of a dual-rooted individual elicited gasps of astonishment. Wang Tong stepped forward. The youth in fine attire strode confidently to the front, placing his hand on the stone tablet. Instantly, it erupted in dazzling golden light, revealing the characters gold and fire, dual spiritual roots of gold and fire. The elder's eyes glimmered with admiration. Not bad, not bad. Wang Tong surveyed the crowd with pride, intentionally lingering his gaze on Lin Xiaofan, filled with provocation. Next, Lin Xiaofan. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaofan stepped forward. He felt the malicious stares of Wang Tong and his cohorts, overhearing the murmurs around him. What could a country lad possibly have in terms of spiritual roots? Probably just 4 at best. As Lin Xiaofan placed his hand on the spiritual root stone, a warm current surged into his body. The stone remained silent for a moment before bursting forth with unprecedented brilliance. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief that on the tablet, the character would slowly emerge, followed by water, fire, earth, and finally, gold. 5 spiritual roots. Gasps echoed through the crowd. Yet, the most astonishing revelation was yet to come. The 5 characters began to merge, ultimately forming the ancient character Tao. Innate Tao body, the elder exclaimed, astounded. It was the legendary innate Tao body. The crowd erupted in uproar. The innate Tao body was a once-in-a-millennium extraordinary physique, with a cultivation speed 10-fold that of ordinary individuals. Wang Tong's face drained of color, his glare fixed on Lin Xiaofan, brimming with envy and resentment. Su Wanner's eyes sparkled with astonishment. She had not anticipated Lin Xiaofan's talent to be so extraordinary. The second round, test of comprehension. The elder, regaining his composure, announced the next phase of the examination. He produced an ancient tome, instructing the aspirants to comprehend a foundational spell inscribed within. Lin Xiaofan opened the tome and discovered it contained a spell known as Qing Feng technique. After just a few glances, the system's prompt resonated in his mind. Ding! Foundation spell Qing Feng technique detected. Would you like to expend 10 energy points to master it directly? Lin Xiaofan's heart stirred. He chose yes. Instantly, all the profundities of the Qing Feng technique flooded his mind, as if he had practiced it countless times. Time's up. After half an hour, the elder declared, demonstrate the Qing Feng technique. Most could barely summon a wisp of breeze, while Wang Tong managed to conjure a small whirlwind, drawing the crowd's attention. When it was Lin Xiaofan's turn, he merely waved his hand. Instantly, a tempest erupted, engulfing the entire square in howling winds. This is mastery of the Qing Feng technique. The elder was left speechless. The third round, practical combat examination. The final round involved dueling in pairs. Why coincidence? Lin Xiaofan's opponent was none other than Wang Teng. Country bumpkin, don't think you're impressive just because you have a bit of talent. Wang Teng sneered. I'll show you what true strength is. Lin Xiaofan smiled faintly. I welcome your guidance. The battle commenced. Wang Teng was the first to strike. He formed hand seals, unleashing a searing fire serpent. This was the Wang family's exclusive technique, the fire serpent technique, known for its formidable power. Yet, Lin Xiaofan simply waved his hand, conjuring a water dragon that swiftly consumed the fire serpent. Wang Teng's expression shifted to alarm as he hastily cast a defensive spell. But it was too late. Boom! The water dragon struck Wang Teng, sending him hurtling off the stage. Silence enveloped the arena. The examination concludes, the elder proclaimed loudly. Lin Xiaofan, you have passed the examination and are directly promoted to an outer disciple. Lin Xiaofan exhaled in relief, realizing that he had finally taken a solid step on his path of cultivation. And all of this is merely the beginning. Within the Qingyun sect, mists swirl and celestial cranes soar gracefully through the air. Lin Xiaofan stands before the Grand Hall of Qingyun, clutching a green jade token inscribed with the words Qingyun Disciple. Lin Xiaofan, have you decided which peak you wish to join? The elderly man with white hair inquired kindly. He is the elder responsible for the allocation of new disciples in the Qingyun sect, and he pays particular attention to this disciple who possesses an innate Tao body if the disciple can flourish. He will undoubtedly break through to the golden core stage in the future. Lin Xiaofan surveyed his surroundings. There are 7 peaks in the Qingyun sect: Sword Peak, Dan Peak, Qi Peak, Fu Peak, Formation Peak, Spirit Beast Peak, and Spirit Herb Peak. Each peak represents a distinct path of cultivation. That I wish to join the Spirit Herb Peak, Lin Xiaofan replied respectfully. Upon hearing this, whispers erupted around him. Spirit Herb Peak. That's the weakest of the 7. Indeed, I've heard that the disciples of Spirit Herb Peak spend their days merely tending to the fields. What prospects could they possibly have? To forsake Sword Peak and Dan Peak for Spirit Herb Peak is truly a waste of talent. The elder in charge of the allocations expressed some surprise. Lin Xiaofan, given your talents, you would do well to join Sword Peak or Dan Peak. Why choose Spirit Herb Peak? Lin Xiaofan smiled slightly. I have a profound interest in the path of spirit herbs. And he paused for a moment. I believe that the path of spirit herbs may not be inferior to the others. The elder nodded thoughtfully. Very well. Since you have made your choice, go report to Spirit Herb Peak. Lin Xiaofan cupped his hands in salute and turned to walk towards Spirit Herb Peak. He could sense a multitude of complex gazes directed at him from behind, some filled with confusion, others with pity, and some with schadenfreude. Yet, he remained undeterred, for he knew that his choice was the right one. Spirit Herb Peak is situated on the far western side of the Qingyun sect, appearing particularly tranquil compared to the other peaks. The peak is adorned with spirit fields, cultivating various rare spirit herbs. You must be the new disciple. A gentle voice reached his ears. Lin Xiaofan turned to see a middle-aged man dressed in a green robe, smiling at him. The man appeared gaunt and held a hoe in his hand, resembling an ordinary farmer. I am Lin Xiaofan, paying my respects to the peak master, Lin Xiaofan said hurriedly. He had heard that Li Changqing, the peak master of Spirit Herb Peak, was an extraordinary individual. Though highly skilled, he never put on airs. Li Changqing waved his hand. No need for excessive formalities. Come, I will show you to your residence. As Lin Xiaofan followed Li Changqing along the path of Spirit Herb Peak, he felt as though he had returned to a mountain village. Here, there was none of the hustle and bustle found at the other peaks, only tranquility and harmony. Lin Xiaofan, Li Changqing suddenly remarked, do you know why Spirit Herb Peak is the weakest among the 7? Lin Xiaofan pondered. Is it because the path of spirit herbs is not valued? Li Changqing shook his head. No, it is because the path of spirit herbs is exceedingly difficult. Cultivating spirit herbs requires not only profound spiritual energy, but also a deep understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. Many believe that farming is simple, yet they fail to grasp the profound truths contained within. Lin Xiaofan nodded thoughtfully. I have reviewed your examination records. Li Chongqing continued. Your innate Tao body is actually most suited for cultivating the path of spirit herbs. This path emphasizes resonance with heaven and earth and symbiosis with all living things. As he spoke, Li Chongqing halted, pointing to a nearby spirit field. This spirit field is entrusted to you. It cultivates 9-leaf lingji, a highly precious spirit herb. Take good care of it, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Lin Xiaofan gazed at the spirit field, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. He could sense the rich spiritual energy within this field and the boundless possibilities it contained. Thank you, Peak Master. I will not let you down, Lin Xiaofan said, filled with determination. Chongqing nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. Lin Xiaofan took a deep breath and stepped into the spirit field. He could feel each 9-leaf lingji conveying some form of information to him, as if revealing the mysteries of life. Ding! Detection of the rare spirit herb, 9-leaf lingji. Would you like to consume energy points for optimization and cultivation? The system's prompt sounded at the opportune moment. Lin Xiaofan's lips curled into a smile. He knew that his journey in the path of spirit herbs was just beginning. With the system's assistance, he might truly carve out an unprecedented path on this road that had been scorned by the world. At the main peak of Qingyun's sect within the Grand Hall, the peak masters gathered, the atmosphere heavy with tension. In the center of the hall, the sect leader, Qin Jianzi, held an ancient jade slip and began to speak slowly. Esteemed colleagues, the triennial Qingyun secret realm is about to open. As per tradition, each peak may send one disciple into the secret realm to seek opportunities. It is said that traces of the 9-turn resurrection grass have been discovered within this time. Upon hearing this, the peak masters were all visibly stirred. The 9-turn resurrection grass is the primary ingredient for crafting the 9-turn resurrection pill, capable of reviving the dead and worth a fortune. Leader, the master of Sword Peak, spoke first. Our Sword Peak's disciples are the strongest. We should send more? Humph. The master of Dan Peak scoffed. The secret realm is filled with spiritual herbs. Naturally, our Dan Peak disciples excel in this. The Peak masters argued passionately, their faces flushed with excitement, while Li Chongqing, the master of Spirit Herb Peak, remained silent. Noticing this, Qin Jianzi cleared his throat. Li Shidi, does your Spirit Herb Peak have a suitable candidate? Only then did Li Chongqing rise, speaking calmly. Our Spirit Herb Peak has recently accepted a disciple named Lin Xiaofan. Although he has only just begun his journey, he possesses considerable talent in the path of spirit herbs. The master of Qi Peak could not help but laugh. Li Shidi, are you joking? Sending someone who tends to fields into the secret realm is tantamount to sending him to his doom. The other Peak masters nodded in agreement. Them. Disciples from Spirit Herb Peak were the weakest, and sending one there would be pointless. Chongqing remained unfazed, continuing. Though Lin Xiaofan's cultivation level is modest, he is well versed in the properties of spiritual herbs. Furthermore, he paused. He possesses a unique ability that allows him to communicate with spirit herbs. The hall fell into stunned silence. Communicate with spirit herbs? How is that even possible? The master of Fu Peak exclaimed. Qin Jianzi's eyes gleamed with interest. Li Shidi, is this true? Li Chongqing nodded. Absolutely. Lin Xiaofan can sense the emotions of spirit herbs and even understand their language. This ability will greatly assist in locating the 9-turn resurrection grass. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Jianzi declared, Very well. Let Lin Xiaofan represent Spirit Herb Peak in the secret realm. However, he turned to Li Chongqing. The secret realm is fraught with danger. You must ensure his safety. Chongqing smiled slightly. Rest assured, leader, I have my arrangements. 3 days later, at the entrance to the Qingyun secret realm, Lin Xiaofan stood among a throng of disciples. Feeling somewhat out of place, the disciples from the other peaks were fully armed and exuded an intimidating presence. In stark contrast, he wore a simple green robe, with a small herb hoe hanging at his waist. Humph, a mere farmer dares to enter the secret realm? Wang Tung sneered. He might end up as a meal for some beast, leaving not even a bone behind. Lin Xiaofan merely smiled faintly, unperturbed by the taunts. He touched the jade talisman in his possession, a protective charm given to him by Li Chongqing. Commence the opening of the secret realm. With a command, everyone surged into the secret realm. Lin Xiaofan, however, remained calm and unhurried, strolling inside leisurely. Upon entering the secret realm, Lin Xiaofan was enveloped by a rich aura of spiritual energy. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the essence of the spirit herbs surrounding him. Ding! Detection of abundant spirit herb information. Would you like to consume energy points for perception? Lin Xiaofan chose yes. Instantly, a three-dimensional map appeared in his mind, indicating the locations and characteristics of various spirit herbs. Suddenly, he sensed a peculiar fluctuation emanating from deep within the secret realm. This the aura of the nine-turn resurrection grass. Lin Xiaofan's heart stirred, and he hastened toward that direction. Deep within the Qingyun's secret realm, ancient trees towered, entwined with vines. Lin Xiaofan carefully navigated through the thicket, clutching a jade slip that emitted a faint glow, which recorded the potential locations of the nine-turn resurrection grass. Suddenly, he paused, his ears twitching slightly. He detected subtle footsteps behind him. Although the individual tried to conceal their presence, they were utterly exposed to Lin Xiaofan's keen perception. Come out. Lin Xiaofan spoke softly, truly deserving of the title of genius from Lingji Peak. Your perception is indeed sharp. Wang Tong emerged from behind a tree, flanked by two lackeys, a sinister smile etched across his face. What do you intend to do? Lin Xiaofan inquired warily, his gaze fixed upon them. What do you think? Wang Tong sneered, of course, it's to send you on your way. Do you really believe that a mere farmer like you is worthy of competing with us for opportunities? Before he could finish his taunt, Wang Tong had already struck. A blazing fire serpent shot forth, aimed directly at Lin Xiaofan's face. Anticipating the attack, Lin Xiaofan swiftly dodged while forming a hand seal. Instantly, the surrounding vines seemed to come alive, growing wildly and ensnaring Wang Tong and his companions tightly. What sort of sorcery is this? Wang Tong exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Xiaofan smirked coldly. The path of Lingji is far more than mere agriculture. With a series of hand gestures, more vines erupted from the ground, binding Wang Tong and his associates securely. Wang Tong struggled desperately, only to realize that his spiritual energy was being siphoned away by the vines. What kind of dark art is this? He cried in terror. Lin Xiaofan, uninterested in explanations, turned to leave. These vines were especially cultivated spirit-eating vines, designed specifically to counteract the spiritual power of cultivators. Wang Tong and his companions would be trapped for at least a day, providing Lin Xiaofan ample time to distance himself from them. Delving deeper into the secret realm, Lin Xiaofan suddenly sensed a powerful demonic aura. He quickly concealed himself behind a large tree and beheld a massive golden-eyed beast emerge before him. This beast possessed strength comparable to a foundation establishment cultivator and was particularly sensitive to the scent of spiritual herbs. Lin Xiaofan noticed that within the cave, guarded by the golden-eyed beast, faint spiritual light flickered. There must be rare spiritual herbs inside. Lin Xiaofan's heart raced. He quietly retrieved a few seeds, the soul-confusing flower seeds given to him by Li Chongqing. Lin Xiaofan flicked the seeds around the golden-eyed beast while channeling his spiritual energy. Soon, the soul-confusing flowers bloomed, releasing a delicate fragrance. The golden-eyed beast sniffed the air, its eyes gradually glazing over, before collapsing to the ground in a deep slumber. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiaofan slipped into the cave, utterly astonished by the sight before him. The cave was filled with vast patches of rare spiritual herbs, including the primary ingredients necessary for refining foundation establishment pills, such as purple ginseng and jade spirit mushroom. Ding! A notification sounded, detected a large quantity of rare spiritual herbs. Would you like to expend energy points to optimize the harvesting process? Without hesitation, Lin Xiaofan selected yes. With the system's assistance, he swiftly harvested the spiritual herbs, perfectly preserving their medicinal properties. Just as he prepared to leave, he noticed a peculiar spiritual grass deep within the cave. This grass was translucent, adorned with profound patterns on its leaves, emanating a faint golden glow. This is the 9-transformation resurrection grass. Lin Xiaofan exclaimed in delight. He carefully harvested the 9-transformation resurrection grass and stored it in a specially crafted jade box. With this spiritual grass, he could concoct the 9-transformation resurrection pill, a priceless treasure for preserving life. After exiting the cave, Lin Xiaofan encountered several waves of demonic beasts. However, with the aid of his Lingji techniques and the system, he navigated through each peril unscathed. By the time the secret realm closed, his storage bag was brimming with various rare spiritual herbs. When Lin Xiaofan stepped out of the secret realm, everyone was left in shock. Most of the other disciples appeared battered and some even severely injured, while Lin Xiaofan remained calm and collected, his harvest abundant. Lin Xiaofan? Wang Tung's face turned pale. He could scarcely believe that this farmer he had scorned possessed such formidable strength. Lin Xiaofan cast him a fleeting glance before turning to walk towards Lingji Peak. Within the Qingyun sect, tensions simmered beneath the surface. Ever since Lin Xiaofan returned from the Qingyun secret realm laden with treasures, his standing within the sect had risen dramatically. Not only had he amassed a considerable number of contribution points, but he had also garnered the favor of the sect leader. However, this success incited the displeasure of the Wang family. The Wang family was a significant power within Qingyun sect, with numerous elders holding prominent positions within the sect. The direct descendant of the Wang family, Wang Tung was expected to be the center of attention. Yet, since Lin Xiaofan's arrival, he had been completely overshadowed. One day, while Lin Xiaofan was tending to the spiritual herbs in the garden of Lingji Peak, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Lin Xiaofan, get out here. Upon hearing the call, Lin Xiaofan furrowed his brow and exited the herb garden to find Wang Tung and a group of Wang family disciples glaring at him menacingly. Brother Wang, what brings you here? Lin Xiaofan inquired calmly. Wang Tung sneered. Lin Xiaofan, you stole my Wang family's purple ginseng. Hand it over. Lin Xiaofan's heart sank. The purple ginseng was indeed something he had obtained from the secret realm, but he had acquired it through his own merit. How could it be claimed by the Wang family? Brother Wang, I acquired this purple ginseng during my time in the secret realm. It has nothing to do with your family. Lin Xiaofan replied, neither humble nor arrogant that you're talking nonsense. Wang Tung shouted angrily. Who doesn't know that the purple ginseng is a unique spiritual herb of my Wang family? How could a country bumpkin like you possess such a herb? Clearly you stole it. The surrounding disciples began to murmur, with some even starting to doubt Lin Xiaofan. Just then, a commanding voice rang out. What is happening here? Everyone turned to see an elder clad in a purple robe approaching. It was Wang Tianba, an elder of the Wang family and Wang Tung's uncle. Uncle! Wang Tung hurriedly stepped forward. This Lin Xiaofan stole the purple ginseng from our family and refuses to admit it. Wang Tianba's piercing gaze fell upon Lin Xiaofan. Young man, is this true? Lin Xiaofan clasped his hands together and replied, Elder, I assure you, I obtained this purple ginseng in the secret realm and did not steal it. Wang Tianba scoffed. Words alone are not enough. Someone, search him. Several Wang family disciples stepped forward, and Lin Xiaofan's expression changed at that moment. A cool voice interjected. Wait. Su Wanner gracefully approached, positioning herself in front of Lin Xiaofan. Elder Wang, Lin Xiaofan is a disciple of Lingji Peak. If you wish to search him, shouldn't you consult us first? Wang Tianba frowned slightly. Su niece, this matter concerns my Wang family's reputation. Elder Wang, Su Wanner insisted. Lin Xiaofan's performance in the secret realm is well documented. He obtained the purple ginseng entirely by his own merit. It would be unjust to search him without any evidence. Wang Tianba's face darkened as he prepared to retort when another voice chimed in. Brother Wang, why make things difficult for a junior? Everyone turned to see Li Chongqing approaching leisurely, holding a jade slip in his hand. This contains Lin Xiaofan's recorded footage from the secret realm, which can verify that he indeed acquired the purple ginseng there. If Brother Wang doubts this, he may take a look. Wang Tianba accepted the jade slip, and after a quick examination, his expression shifted to one of displeasure. He shot a fierce glare at Wang Tung and coldly declared, We are leaving. Watching the Wang family depart, Lin Xiaofan let out a sigh of relief. He knew he owed a debt of gratitude to Su Wanner and Li Chongqing for their assistance. However, he was aware that the Wang family would not let this matter rest easily. The days ahead would likely be fraught with challenges. Indeed, in the days that followed, Lin Xiaofan faced relentless targeting from the Wang family. In the task hall, he was assigned the most perilous missions. Within the library, the books he wished to consult were invariably checked out by others. Even in the dining hall, his meals were sabotaged with laxatives. Yet, Lin Xiaofan remained undeterred, that he understood that the only way to escape the Wang family's scrutiny was to grow stronger. Thus, he dedicated himself to rigorous training while utilizing the system to cultivate various rare spiritual herbs in exchange for cultivation resources. On Lingji Peak, as dawn broke, Lin Xiaofan stood at the center of the herb garden, taking a deep breath. After months of effort, he had finally upgraded the system to the point where it could optimize spiritual plants on a large scale. System, commence the process, Lin Xiaofan silently commanded. Ding! Detected spiritual plants in the herb garden of Lingji Peak. Would you like to expend 100 energy points for comprehensive optimization? Yes. Suddenly, an invisible wave radiated outward from Lin Xiaofan as its epicenter. The spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden seemed to respond to some ethereal summons, beginning to grow wildly. The purple danshin, which typically requires a decade to mature, reached its optimal harvesting period in just a few hours. The cap of the jade spirit mushroom became crystalline and translucent, enhancing its medicinal efficacy several-fold. Even the most ordinary gathering spirit grass exuded a rich aura of spiritual energy. More astonishingly, some spiritual herbs began to undergo mutations. An ordinary fire spirit mushroom transformed entirely into a golden hue, emanating a searing heat. A cluster of cold star grass displayed star-like patterns on its leaves, radiating a faint starlight that a glimmer of joy flashed in Lin Xiaofan's eyes. He understood that the value of these mutated spiritual herbs far exceeded that of ordinary ones by at least tenfold. Just then, Li Changqing rushed over. Upon witnessing the scene in the medicinal garden, he was left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? Li Changqing gazed incredulously at the unfolding spectacle. Lin Xiaofan smiled slightly. Peak Master, this is a new cultivation method I have developed, capable of accelerating the growth of spiritual herbs and even promoting mutations. Li Changqing trembled with excitement. Excellent, excellent. Lin Xiaofan, you have made a tremendous contribution this time. Soon, news of the bountiful harvest of spiritual herbs at the Spirit Plant Peak spread throughout the entire Qingyan sect. The masters of various peaks came to witness the phenomenon, all expressing their astonishment. Junior Brother Li, your Spirit Plant Peak is about to thrive. The master of the Dan Peak exclaimed enviously. Changqing beamed with delight. Not at all. This is all thanks to Lin Xiaofan. However, the reaction from the Wang family was starkly different. What? A bountiful harvest of spiritual herbs at the Spirit Plant Peak, and mutated ones as well? Wang Tianba abruptly stood up, his expression darkening. Yes, Elder, a disciple from the Wang family, reported that all the peaks are scrambling to purchase spiritual herbs from the Spirit Plant Peak, especially those mutated herbs, which are priced exorbitantly. A fierce glint flashed in Wang Tianba's eyes. This Lin Xiaofan must not be allowed to live. Beneath Qingyun Mountain, in the bustling marketplace of the cultivation world, Lin Xiaofan, cloaked to conceal his identity, strolled through the thronged streets that on either side of the street, stalls displayed a plethora of wares, with cries of vendors ringing out top-grade magical instruments. Only 500 spirit stones, foundation establishment elixirs, purple danshin, highest bitter winds, millennium spirit mushrooms, cures all ailments. Lin Xiaofan paid no heed to the vendors' calls and made his way directly to the innermost shop of the market. The sign above the shop read Wanbao Pavilion, the largest chain store in the cultivation realm. Esteemed customer, what do you require? A middle-aged man resembling a shopkeeper approached. Lin Xiaofan lowered his voice. I wish to sell some spiritual herbs. That a trace of disdain flickered in the shopkeeper's eyes. Many cultivators come daily to sell spiritual herbs, most of which are merely ordinary items. However, when Lin Xiaofan produced a golden fire spirit mushroom from his storage bag, the shopkeeper's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this a mutated fire spirit mushroom? The shopkeeper's voice trembled slightly. Lin Xiaofan nodded and then produced a cold star grass with star-like patterns on its leaves and a purple danshin radiating seven-colored light. The shopkeeper's breath quickened. Esteemed customer, these spiritual herbs. I wish to sell them all. Lin Xiaofan replied nonchalantly, but I require trade. The shopkeeper quickly nodded. Please, esteemed customer, tell me what you need. 10 units of Foundation Establishment Elixir main herbs, Tianqing grass and dragon bloodvine. 1 top-grade magical instrument, the Qing Feng sword. And Lin Xiaofan listed a series of rare materials. The shopkeeper was left speechless. The total value of these materials exceeded at least 10,000 spirit stones. Please wait a moment. I will prepare everything. The shopkeeper hurried away. Before long, the items Lin Xiaofan requested were ready. The shopkeeper even generously offered a storage ring filled with various cultivation resources. Esteemed customer, here are the items you requested. The shopkeeper respectfully handed over a storage bag, inquiring if the customer had any further needs. Lin Xiaofan shook his head, stowing the storage bag and preparing to leave. Just then, a chilling voice suddenly called out, "Fellow cultivator, please wait." Lin Xiaofan turned to see a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious attire staring coldly at him. Behind the man were several powerful guards. "Who is this?" The shopkeeper's expression changed. The middle-aged man stated coolly, "I am Wang Tianlong, an elder of the Qingyun sect. I wonder if this fellow cultivator could spare a moment to speak." Lin Xiaofan's heart sank. This Wang Tianlong was indeed an elder of the Wang family. "I apologize, but I have matters to attend to," Lin Xiaofan replied, turning to leave. At a fierce glint flashed in Wang Tianlong's eyes. "Stop him!" Several guards immediately stepped forward, surrounding Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan scoffed. "Elder Wang, what is the meaning of this?" Wang Tianlong smiled coldly. "Please do not take offense, but my Wang family has recently lost a batch of rare spiritual herbs that closely resemble those sold by you. I kindly request your cooperation in returning with me for an investigation." Lin Xiaofan inwardly cursed. This Wang Tianlong was clearly eyeing his spiritual herbs, intending to seize them. "Elder Wang," Lin Xiaofan said coldly, "this is Wanbao Pavilion, not your Wang family. Are you certain you wish to act here?" Wang Tianlong's expression shifted. Wanbao Pavilion had a formidable background. Even the Wang family would not dare to offend it lightly. Just then, a clear voice rang out. "Elder Wang, what an imposing presence you have." Everyone turned to see Su Wanner approaching gracefully, followed by several disciples from the Spirit Plant Peak. "As you Shiji," Wang Tianlong's expression darkened. "What are you doing?" Su Wanner replied nonchalantly. "This fellow cultivator is my disciple from the Spirit Plant Peak. If Elder Wang has any questions, feel free to ask my master." Wang Tianlong's expression shifted, ultimately snorting coldly. "We shall take our leave." Watching the Wang family members depart, Lin Xiaofan sighed in relief. "Thank you, Senior Sister Su, for your timely intervention." Su Wanner smiled slightly. "No need for thanks. Junior Brother Lin. However, you should remain vigilant. The Wang family will not relent easily." Lin Xiaofan nodded, a flicker of determination in his eyes. He understood that only by growing stronger could he truly escape the Wang family's threat. Deep within the Spirit Plant Peak, in a concealed cave, Lin Xiaofan sat cross-legged, surrounded by various rare cultivation resources. Crystalline spirit stones, fragrant elixirs, and spirit herbs brimming with energy. "It is time." Lin Xiaofan took a deep breath. A glint of resolve in his eyes, he first took out a gathering spirit pill, crafted from mutated purple danshin, with an efficacy 10 times that of an ordinary gathering spirit pill. Lin Xiaofan swallowed the elixir, immediately feeling a surge of immense spiritual energy erupt within him. System, begin assisting with cultivation. Ding! Detecting a large amount of spiritual energy, would you like to consume 100 energy points for optimized absorption? Yes! Instantly, the speed of spiritual energy circulation within Lin Xiaofan increased severalfold. He felt his meridians expanding continuously, and the spiritual energy in his dantian rapidly coalescing. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Lin Xiaofan continuously consumed elixirs and absorbed the spiritual energy from the spirit stones. His cultivation rapidly ascended, soon reaching the pinnacle of the 6th layer of qi refining. Not enough. Lin Xiaofan retrieved a Tianqing grass, one of the main herbs for the Foundation Establishment pill, containing immense stellar power. He swallowed the Tianqing grass and felt a vast cosmic energy surge into his body. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed within Lin Xiaofan, and his cultivation immediately broke through to the 7th layer of qi refining. But it did not end there. Lin Xiaofan then took a segment of dragon bloodvine, Another main herb for the Foundation Establishment pill, rich in powerful dragon blood essence. As he chewed and swallowed the dragon blood vine, he felt as if a mighty dragon roared within him. Crack! Lin Xiaofan's bones emitted a crisp sound, and his physical strength surged. Simultaneously, his cultivation rapidly increased, swiftly reaching the 8th layer of qi refining. The final step was at hand. Lin Xiaofan took out a crystal-clear spirit stone, a precious high-grade spirit stone he had exchanged at the Wanbao Pavilion. Infused with immense spiritual energy, he clasped the spirit stone in his hand and began to absorb its energy fervently. Rumble! Thunderous roars reverberated within Lin Xiaofan's body as his cultivation relentlessly struck against the bottleneck of the 9th level of qi refinement. Last. With a resounding crash, he successfully broke through to the 9th level of qi refinement. Phew! Lin Xiaofan exhaled deeply. Slowly opening his eyes, he felt his strength had multiplied several times over, with spiritual energy surging within him like an unending river. This the power of the late stage of qi refinement. Lin Xiaofan clenched his fist, relishing the overwhelming force coursing through him. But he knew that with his current abilities, he could stand his ground even against cultivators in the early stage of Foundation establishment. All of this was thanks to the system's assistance and those rare cultivation resources. However, it was still insufficient that a glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Xiaofan's eyes. To truly rid himself of the Wang family's threat, he must at least reach the Foundation establishment stage. With this thought, Lin Xiaofan retrieved the 9-turn resurrection herb. This was the most precious medicinal herb he had obtained from the secret realm. Invaluable for concocting the 9-turn resurrection pill, crucial for breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage. Next, it was time to prepare for the Foundation establishment, the main peak of the Qingyun sect. The martial arts arena was abuzz. The sect's grand competition, held every 3 years, was imminent, and the entire Qingyun sect was in an uproar. Disciples from the 7 peaks gathered, eager to showcase their skills. Lin Xiaofan stood among the ranks of Lingji Peak, his gaze serene. After a period of arduous cultivation, his realm had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, with only a Foundation establishment pill standing between him and a breakthrough. Lin Shidi, Su Wanner approached him, speaking softly. The Wang family will undoubtedly target you in this competition, to be cautious. Lin Xiaofan nodded. Thank you for the reminder, Shiji. I will be careful. Indeed, when the draw results emerged, Lin Xiaofan's first opponent was none other than Wang Meng, a direct descendant of the Wang family and cousin to Wang Tung. Lin Xiaofan, this country bumpkin, today you shall learn the consequences of offending our Wang family. Wang Meng sneered as he ascended the stage. Lin Xiaofan remained unfazed, merely regarding him with indifference. As the match commenced, Wang Meng immediately summoned a high-grade magic weapon, a gleaming longsword. He wielded the sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy aimed directly at Lin Xiaofan's vital points. However, Lin Xiaofan merely waved his hand lightly, causing countless vines to surge from the ground, intercepting Wang Meng's sword energy entirely. What kind of sorcery is this? Wang Meng was taken aback. Lin Xiaofan smirked. The path of spiritual plants is far more than mere agriculture. He formed hand seals, and more vines erupted from the earth, encircling Wang Meng completely. Wang Meng struggled desperately, only to realize that his spiritual energy was being siphoned away by the vines. What kind of dark magic is this? Wang Meng cried in terror. Lin Xiaofan could not be bothered to explain, tossing him off the stage instead. I end the first round. Lin Xiaofan emerged victorious with ease. As the subsequent rounds progressed, he faced increasingly formidable opponents. Yet, with the aid of his spiritual plant arts and the system, he navigated through each challenge unscathed. Finally, Lin Xiaofan reached the finals, where his opponent awaited, Wang Tung. Lin Xiaofan, I never imagined you would make it this far, Wang Tung scoffed, but this is where it ends. As the match began, Wang Tung immediately summoned a top-tier magic weapon, a dazzling golden spear. He swung the spear, creating numerous afterimages, aiming for Lin Xiaofan's vital points. Lin Xiaofan dared not underestimate him. He promptly summoned the Qingfeng sword he had exchanged at Wanbao Pavilion. The two magic weapons clashed fiercely in midair. Sparks flying, Lin Xiaofan, Do you think you can defeat me with just a high-grade magic weapon? Wang Tong sneered. Allow me to show you the supreme techniques of the Wang family. He formed hand seals, unleashing a searing fire serpent that lunged toward Lin Xiaofan's face. That a glimmer of insight flashed in Lin Xiaofan's eyes. He had been waiting for this moment. System, activate counterattack mode. Ding! Counterattack mode activated, consuming 100 energy points. Instantly, a torrent of spiritual energy surged within Lin Xiaofan. But he formed hand seals once more, and countless vines erupted from the ground, enveloping the fire serpent entirely. What? Wang Tong was taken aback. Lin Xiaofan smirked. Wang Tong, do you think I'm still that simple country boy you used to bully? With a swift motion of his hands, the vines instantly bound Wang Tong tightly. Wang Tong struggled desperately, only to discover that his spiritual energy was being absorbed by the vines. What kind of dark magic is this? Wang Tong exclaimed in horror. Lin Xiaofan, disinterested in explanations, simply hurled him off the stage. Silence enveloped the arena. Moments later, a thunderous cheer erupted. Lin Xiaofan! Lin Xiaofan! Lin Xiaofan stood on the stage. His gaze calmed. He understood that from this moment forth, he was no longer that bullied country boy. The champion of this Qingyun sect outer sect grand competition was Lingji Peak's Lin Xiaofan. As the referee announced the results, Lin Xiaofan not only became an inner disciple of Qingyun sect, but also received the coveted reward of a foundation establishment pill. In the Lingji Peak cultivation chamber, Lin Xiaofan was seated in quiet meditation when suddenly, the communication jade slip at his waist trembled violently. He opened his eyes, and, as his fingertip brushed the slip, a blinding red light shot skyward. This was an urgent distress signal from a mine. Lin Xiaofan's heart sank. As an inner disciple of Qingyun sect, he recognized this red signal as indicative of the highest level of danger. Before he could ponder further, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the cultivation chamber. Several figures burst through the door, led by Wang Tianlong from the law enforcement hall. Clad in a dark robe, his expression grim. He was followed by several solemn-faced enforcement disciples. Lin Xiaofan proceeded immediately to investigate the anomalies at the Spirit Stone mine, Wang Tianlong commanded coldly. This is a sect mission, and refusal is not an option. Lin Xiaofan furrowed his brow, clearly noticing a flicker of triumph in Wang Tianlong's eyes, causing alarm bells to ring in his mind. Ever since he had defeated Wang Tong in the sect competition 3 years prior, the Wang family had been seeking opportunities to suppress him. Elder Wang, Lin Xiaofan replied, neither servile nor overbearing. My cultivation is still quite shallow. I fear I may not bear such a heavy responsibility. Perhaps it would be better to— Enough, Wang Tianlong interrupted sharply. This is a sect mission, and you shall not evade it. The mine's stability is vital to the foundation of the sect. Can you shoulder the consequences of any mishap? Lin Xiaofan clenched his teeth in silence, but he distinctly noticed that among the enforcement disciples behind Wang Tianlong was Wang Tong, who bore a mocking smile and a glint of malicious glee in his eyes. Disciple obeys. Lin Xiaofan bowed respectfully, but in his heart he understood that this was a trap set by the Wang family. The disturbance at the mine likely harbored deeper secrets, and the journey ahead was fraught with peril. Wang Tianlong snorted coldly and left in a huff. Wang Tong deliberately lagged behind, whispering as he passed Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xixiang, the deeper you go into the mine, the more beautiful the scenery becomes. Be sure to take a good look. Lin Xiaofan's fists tightened, his knuckles turning white. He was acutely aware that this endeavor could very well lead to his demise. Yet the mission assigned by the sect was not to be defied. Moreover, he had a nagging suspicion that the recent disturbances in the mines concealed a far greater secret. Having prepared his belongings, Lin Xiaofan stood before the mountain gate, gazing at the distant, undulating mountain ranges. The setting sun bathed the sky in hues of crimson, as if to herald some ominous portent. Deep within the Qingyun mountain range, outside the Spirit Stone mine, what was once a bustling sight now lay shrouded in eerie silence. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, and the ground was littered with the bodies of disciples from the Qingyun sect. Lin Xiaofan stood at the entrance of the mine. His expression grim. He had rushed to the scene upon receiving an urgent message, but it was evident that he had arrived too late. Lin Xixiang, a bloodied disciple, struggled to crawl towards him. Gasping, it was the Blood Fiend sect. They attacked us. Before he could finish, the disciple succumbed to his injuries. Lin Xiaofan knelt down, meticulously inspecting the wounds. A chilling aura lingered around the injuries, unmistakably the result of the Blood Fiend sect's unique techniques. The mere mention of the Blood Fiend sect ignited a glimmer of cold fury in Lin Xiaofan's eyes. They were the sworn enemies of Qingyun's sect, long coveting the rich resources of the Qingyun mountain range. Suddenly, he heard faint moans emanating from deep within the mine. Without hesitation, he rushed inside, where he found several surviving disciples huddled in a corner, trembling in fear. Lin Xiaofan. Upon seeing Lin Xiaofan, the disciples erupted into tears. He quickly approached to assess their injuries. Fortunately, they had only sustained superficial wounds and were not in mortal danger. What on earth happened? Lin Xiaofan inquired in a low voice. One disciple, choking back sobs, recounted, "This morning, while we were mining, a group from the Blood Fiend sect stormed in. They killed indiscriminately and took all the spirit stones we had mined." Lin Xiaofan's brow furrowed deeply. It was evident that the Blood Fiend sect had meticulously planned this operation, not only seizing a vast quantity of spirit stones, but also slaughtering dozens of Qingyun disciples. "You all must return to report this," Lin Xiaofan commanded. "That I will delve deeper into the mine." Ignoring the disciples' protests, he ventured further into the darkness, that he understood that the Blood Fiend sect members were likely still lurking within. Indeed, deep in the mine, he spotted several disciples from the Blood Fiend sect busily transporting spirit stones. "Who goes there?" Upon noticing Lin Xiaofan, the Blood Fiend sect members immediately summoned their artifacts. Lin Xiaofan smirked coldly, forming hand seals as countless vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the Blood Fiend disciples securely. "Speak! How many of you have come this time?" he demanded fiercely. The Blood Fiend disciples retorted with malevolent laughter. "Fool! You think capturing us will end this? The main force of the Blood Fiend sect is on its way. Soon, the entire Qingyun sect will be annihilated." A chill ran down Lin Xiaofan's spine. It was clear that the Blood Fiend sect was resolutely intent on exterminating the Qingyun sect. Just then, he heard a commotion outside the mine. Rushing out to investigate, he saw Su Wanner leading a group of disciples from the Spirit Plant Peak. "Lin Shitty, what's the situation?" Su Wanner asked anxiously. Lin Xiaofan briefly recounted the events, and her face paled instantly. "We must return to inform the sect at once," she declared. Lin Xiaofan nodded. "You all should return. I will remain here to monitor the Blood Fiend sect's movement." Su Wanner hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. "Lin Shitty, you must be cautious." As he watched Su Wanner and the others depart, a resolute light flickered in Lin Xiaofan's eyes that he knew that a fierce battle awaited him. Yet, for the sake of Qingyun's sect and the fallen brethren, he had to stay. System. Activate battle mode. Ding. Battle mode activated, consuming 100 energy points. Lin Xiaofan held his breath, pressing against the cold stone wall, tightly gripping a luminescent spirit plant vine. The tendrils quivered gently in his palm, as if responding to his intent. Not far away, the footsteps of the Blood Fiend sect disciples grew louder, accompanied by low, ominous conversations. "That brat can't have gone far. He must still be in this mine," a raspy voice remarked, laced with impatience. Lin Xiaofan's forehead beaded with sweat, his heart pounding like a drum. He understood that if discovered, death would be inevitable. The Blood Fiend sect was notoriously ruthless, leaving no Qingyun disciple unscathed. "I cannot wait any longer," he silently urged himself, flicking his fingers lightly. The spirit plant vine slithered forth like a living creature, gliding along the ground. Its tendrils extended silently in the darkness, resembling a lurking viper. "What is this?" One of the Blood Fiend disciples suddenly halted, looking down in confusion. However, before he could react, the vine sprang up, coiling around his ankle and swiftly enveloping his entire body. "Not good. It's an ambush." Another disciple shouted, drawing a crimson dagger from his waist and striking at the vine. Yet, the vine was astonishingly resilient, leaving only a shallow mark upon the blade's edge. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiaofan dashed out from the shadows, forming hand seals as the spirit plant vine, under his control, grew rapidly, ensnaring the two Blood Fiend disciples securely. The tendrils pierced their skin, siphoning their spiritual energy. "Damn you!" one of the blood fiend disciples roared, struggling futilely as the vine constricted tighter, his movements slowing and his complexion paling from the loss of energy. Lin Xiaofan did not allow himself a moment's respite. He knew that relying solely on this spirit plant vine would not suffice to subdue the two blood fiend disciples completely. He needed to buy time until Su Wanner arrived with the elders of the Qingyun sect. You blood fiend sect members truly are nothing but bullies of the weak, Lin Xiaofan coldly remarked. Attempting to incite their ire and divert their attention that you're courting death. Another blood fiend disciple glared at him, a glint of malice in his eyes that he suddenly bit his tongue, spewing a mouthful of vital blood. The blood splattered onto the vine, instantly corroding it and leaving a charred mark. Lin Xiaofan's heart sank as he hurriedly channeled his spiritual energy, trying to mend the damage to the vine. However, the blood fiend disciples' counterattack came swiftly. The vine's grip weakened, and their movements began to regain speed. At that critical moment, hurried footsteps echoed from deeper within the mine, accompanied by a clear female voice. Lin Xiaofan. Hold on. Lin Xiaofan's heart lifted. He looked up to see Su Wanner racing towards him, flanked by several elders of the Qingyun sect, led by Li Changqing. She wielded a shimmering azure sword, and as the blade pointed towards the blood fiend disciples, their faces drained of color. Elders of the Qingyun sect. One of the blood fiend disciples gasped, terror etched in his eyes. Retreat. Another disciple growled through clenched teeth, managing to break free from the vine's grasp and turning to flee. However, the elders were swifter. A fierce sword aura swept through, and the blood fiend disciples froze in place before slowly collapsing. Lin Xiaofan exhaled deeply, collapsing to the ground as the spirit plant vine retracted into his palm. Su Wanner hurried to his side, concern etched on her face. Are you all right? Lin Xiaofan shook his head, forcing a faint smile that I'm fine. Thankfully you arrived in time. Su Wanner gently patted his shoulder, her eyes glimmering with admiration. You did well. You successfully held them off. In the grand hall of the Qingyun sect's main peak. Lin Xiaofan stood at the center, tall and composed, his gaze steady. The elders of the Qingyun sect sat on either side, their eyes either filled with approval or scrutiny. The high seat. Su Wudi, clad in a blue robe, bore an imposing yet gentle countenance. Lin Xiaofan, you single-handedly detained the disciples of the blood fiend sect, securing precious time for our sect. Your contributions are invaluable. Su Wudi's voice resonated powerfully throughout the hall. Lin Xiaofan bowed slightly, respectfully responding, I merely fulfilled my duty. I dare not claim credit. Su Wudi nodded, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Humility is commendable, yet merits must be acknowledged. Today, as the sect leader, I bestow upon you cultivation resources to aid in your swift advancement. Having spoken, he raised his hand and waved, releasing several streams of light that flew from his sleeves, hovering before Lin Xiaofan. Among them, the most striking was a pill radiating a faint golden glow, its surface subtly swirling with spiritual energy, as if it contained boundless power. This is the Foundation Establishment Pill. Someone in the grand hall gasped in awe, their tone laced with envy. Lin Xiaofan's heart trembled as he gazed at the pill. The Foundation Establishment Pill is the crucial item for breaking through the Foundation Establishment stage, immensely precious. Even within the Qingyun sect, only core disciples have the opportunity to acquire IT.I in addition to the Foundation Establishment Pill. There were also these spiritual stones, spiritual herbs, and cultivation methods, all treasured by the sect. Su Wudi continued, his tone imbued with expectation, hoping that you would diligently cultivate and soon contribute new achievements for the sect. Lin Xiaofan took a deep breath, solemnly accepting the resources floating before him, and bowed deeply. I shall not disappoint the sect master as high hopes. I will spare no effort in serving the sect. Su Wudi smiled faintly and waved his hand. Go forth and cultivate diligently. Should there be anything you do not understand, feel free to consult the elders at any time. Lin Xiaofan bowed once more before turning to exit the grand hall. The moment he stepped outside, he felt countless gazes upon him, some filled with envy, others with jealousy, and yet more with anticipation. Clutching the Foundation Establishment Pill tightly in his hand, he silently vowed, with these resources, I will surely break through the foundation establishment stage swiftly and grow stronger. The threat of the Blood Fiend sect has yet to be resolved. I must elevate my strength quickly to protect the sect and safeguard Warner. With this thought in mind, he raised his gaze to the distance. S.U. Warner stood beneath an ancient tree, looking at him with a radiant smile. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a golden veil over her. Xiaofan, congratulations. Su Warner approached, her eyes filled with joy. She gently nudged him. Hurry, go, and cultivate well. Once you break through the foundation establishment stage, we shall undertake missions together in the cultivation chamber of Lingji Peak. Spiritual energy swirled around, a gentle glow circulating through the air, enveloping the entire space like a thin veil. Lin Xiaofan sat cross-legged on the mat, his eyes slightly closed, breathing long and steady. Before him, 2 foundation establishment pills hovered in midair, emanating a soft golden light, their surface spiritual energy flowing as if a live point. 2 foundation establishment pills are sufficient for me to break through the foundation establishment stage. Lin Xiaofan silently contemplated, gently flicking his finger as one of the pills slowly flew into his mouth. The pill melted upon entry, transforming into a warm stream of spiritual power that flowed down his throat into his dantian. In an instant, Lin Xiaofan felt as if a flame ignited within his dantian, the scorching spiritual power coursing wildly through his body, impacting his limbs and bones. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his brow furrowed slightly. The spiritual power within him surged like a stampede, thrashing about uncontrollably. The breakthrough of the foundation establishment stage is inherently perilous. A moment of carelessness could lead to a loss of control over the spiritual power, damaging the meridians, or even resulting in the total loss of cultivation. Steady your mind, guide the spiritual power. Lin Xiaofan silently urged himself, forming hand seals as he activated the foundation establishment techniques of Qingyan sect. His consciousness sank into his dantian, cautiously guiding the raging spiritual power, attempting to bring it under control. However, the spiritual power from the foundation establishment pill was overwhelmingly vast. Even with all his effort in executing the techniques, he still felt inadequate. The spiritual power within him crashed against his meridians like a flood, bringing waves of excruciating pain. Not enough. Lin Xiaofan gritted his teeth. Suddenly opening his eyes, he flicked his finger, and the second foundation establishment pill flew into his mouth. Boom! The spiritual power of the 2 foundation establishment pills erupted simultaneously within him, causing a deafening roar in his mind, as though the entire world spun around him. His body trembled slightly, and a faint golden light appeared on his skin, while the spiritual power within him surged forth like a volcanic eruption. Consolidate, Lin Xiaofan shouted, bringing his hands together in prayer, guiding the spiritual power within him to converge frantically towards his dantian. The spiritual power within the dantian gradually solidified, forming a golden ball of light, faint runes swirling on its surface, exuding a powerful aura. As time passed, Lin Xiaofan's expression calmed, and the spiritual power within him stabilized. The golden ball of light in his dantian rotated slowly, each rotation releasing a pure stream of spiritual power, nourishing his meridians and flesh. Foundation establishment has been achieved. Lin Xiaofan suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of gold flashing within. He felt the immense power within him, as if he could shake mountains and rivers with mere gestures. Just as Lin Xiaofan broke through the foundation establishment stage, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detection of host successfully breaking through the foundation establishment stage. System upgrade conditions met. Spiritual field space and quality will soon be enhanced. System. Lin Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback. Then his heart soared with joy. This mysterious farming and cultivation system was an unexpected gift upon his arrival in this world. IT had consistently provided him with abundant spiritual herbs and resources, aiding his steady progress along the path of cultivation. Now, the system was about to upgrade. Before he could ponder further, the system's prompt sounded again in his mind. Spiritual field space upgrading. Current spatial range expanded tenfold. Spiritual energy concentration increased threefold. Spiritual field quality upgrading. Current spiritual field can cultivate high-tier spiritual herbs. Growth rate increased fivefold. As the system's voice faded, Lin Xiaofan felt a blur before his eyes, his consciousness instantly drawn into a peculiar space. This was his spiritual field space, which had originally spanned only a few acres, now transformed into an expansive plain. Rich spiritual energy permeating the air, as if he could reach out and grasp the essence of the spiritual energy. The soil in the spiritual field also changed. The once ordinary black soil now shimmered with a faint golden glow, runes subtly flowing within, indicating a significant enhancement in quality. This is simply astounding. Lin Xiaofan could not help but exclaim in awe as he crouched down, scooping up a handful of soil, feeling the rich spiritual energy contained within, his heart racing with excitement. Ding! Spiritual field upgrade complete. The host can cultivate high-tier spiritual herbs at any time, and the system will automatically optimize the growth environment, ensuring the herbs reach peak quality. The system's voice echoed once more, and a detailed list of spiritual herbs appeared in Lin Xiaofan's mind. The list enumerated dozens of high-tier spiritual herbs, including some rare varieties, even a few not recorded in the Qingyun sect's scripture repository. With these high-tier spiritual herbs, my cultivation speed will greatly accelerate. Lin Xiaofan thought joyfully, his gaze landing on a herb named 9 turns Xianling grass on the list. This herb is said to significantly enhance the purity of spiritual power for foundation establishment stage cultivators and even aids in breaking through to the golden core stage. Without hesitation, he retrieved several seeds of 9 turns Xianling grass from the system space and carefully planted them in the spiritual field. Yes, soon as the seeds entered the soil, the runes within the soil glimmered with a soft light, and spiritual energy quickly converged around the seeds, as if providing nourishment for them. According to the system, the growth rate of the spiritual herbs had increased fivefold. Combined with the optimization effects of the spiritual field, these 9 turns Xianling grass should mature swiftly. Lin Xiaofan calculated in his mind, his eyes brimming with anticipation to see that moment. A slight disturbance suddenly emanated from the edge of the spiritual field space. Lin Xiaofan looked up to see the mist at the space's edge slowly dissipating, revealing a new area. In that area, there was a small spiritual spring, its water crystal clear, exuding rich spiritual energy. Ding! Spiritual spring unlocked. The host can use the spiritual spring to irrigate the spiritual herbs, further enhancing their quality. Spiritual spring. Lin Xiaofan hurried to the side of the spring, cupping his hands to scoop up a handful of water. Feeling the pure spiritual energy within, his joy surging. With this spiritual spring, the quality of my spiritual herbs will ascend to a new level. System, this upgrade has truly given me a delightful surprise. Lin Xiaofan could not help but exclaim. Ding! The stronger the host's strength, the more functions the system will unlock. Please continue to strive for cultivation and unlock higher-level functions as soon as possible. Lin Xiaofan nodded, his gaze resolute. Rest assured, I will become even stronger. After exiting the spiritual field space, Lin Xiaofan's heart remained turbulent. He knew that with the upgraded spiritual field system and spiritual spring, his path of cultivation would be much smoother. He slowly stood up, clenched his fists, feeling the surging spiritual power within him, his lips curling slightly. Is this the power of the foundation establishment stage? Indeed, it is several times stronger than the Qi refinement stage. As the door to the training chamber was gently pushed open, Su Wanner peered inside, her eyes brimming with concern. Xiaofan, have you succeeded? Lin Xiaofan turned to her, nodding with a smile. Yes, I thought a glimmer of delight flickered in Su Wanner's eyes as she swiftly approached him, scrutinizing him closely. That's wonderful. Your aura is significantly stronger than before. It appears your breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage was remarkably smooth. Lin Xiaofan chuckled softly, gently patting her shoulder. It is thanks to your encouragement that I was able to achieve this breakthrough so swiftly. Su Wanner felt a slight blush creep on her cheeks as she replied softly. That is solely your own effort. I have not contributed much. Lin Xiaofan shook his head, his gaze resolute. No, Wanner, you have always been by my side, and that is the greatest support I could ask for. From now on, I will continue to strive to become stronger, strong enough to protect you and the Qingyun sect. Su Waner looked up at him, a hint of tenderness shining in her eyes. That I believe in you. You will certainly accomplish it. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Qingyun sect on the main peak, Sect Master Su Wudi sat upon a high seat, his brow slightly furrowed as he held a jade slip emanating a faint glow. Within the hall, several elders stood on either side, their expressions grave. Esteemed colleagues, I have just received news that an ancient cultivator's cave abode has been discovered 300 miles northwest of Qingyun sect. Su Wudi began, his voice deep and powerful. An ancient cultivator's cave abode? One elder exclaimed in shock, his eyes widening. Has the realm of the cultivator been confirmed? Su Wudi nodded, scanning the faces of those present. According to the records in the jade slip, the owner of this cave abode is at least a nascent soul stage cultivator. Possibly even at the transformation stage. Yes, soon as these words were uttered, a wave of astonishment swept through the hall that a nascent soul stage cultivator is a rare entity, even in the entire Qingfeng Immortal Kingdom's cultivation world. Let alone a transformation stage cultivator. The treasures and opportunities contained within such a cave abode would drive any sect to madness. Sect Master, this matter is of utmost importance. We must act swiftly. An elder urged eagerly. Su Wudi nodded solemnly. Indeed, I have already dispatched disciples to investigate, but there are powerful restrictions surrounding the cave abode, making it impossible for ordinary disciples to approach. Moreover, it seems that the Bloodslaughter sect has also received word and is gathering in secret. Bloodslaughter sect? Another elder scoffed, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. They would not miss any opportunity. Indeed, Su Wudi rose, his gaze sharp as lightning. The opening of this cave abode concerns not only the future of Qingyun sect, but the entire landscape of the cultivation world. We must exert every effort and ensure that the Bloodslaughter sect does not succeed. Yes, the elders responded in unison, their eyes filled with determination. Meanwhile, at the back mountain of Qingyun sect, Lin Xiaofan sat cross-legged on a large stone, eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, the jade slip at his waist vibrated slightly, carrying Su Waner's voice. Xiaofan, come quickly to the main hall. There's an urgent matter to discuss. Lin Xiaofan opened his eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing his face, but he promptly rose and flew towards the main peak. Upon entering the hall, he found the atmosphere tense, with Su Wudi and the elders focused on him. Xiaofan, you have arrived. Su Wudi nodded slightly, gesturing for him to approach. Sect Master, what are your instructions? Lin Xiaofan asked respectfully. Su Wudi handed him the jade slip, speaking in a grave tone. 300 miles northwest. We have discovered an ancient cave abode belonging to a nascent soul cultivator. I have decided to send you along with Waner to seize the opportunities within before the Bloodslaughter sect can claim them. Lin Xiaofan took the jade slip, his mind racing as he scanned its contents. The opportunities within a nascent soul cultivator's cave abode could elevate his strength to new heights. I will not let the sect master down. Lin Xiaofan replied earnestly. Su Wudi nodded, his eyes filled with a hint of expectation. This mission is fraught with danger. The Bloodslaughter sect will not stand idly by. Exercise caution, and if danger arises, retreat immediately. Do not act recklessly. Understood. Lin Xiaofan and Su Waner replied in unison. After departing the hall, Lin Xiaofan and Su Waner flew side by side toward the northwest. During their flight, Lin Xiaofan could not help but ask Waner, how much do you know about this cave abode? Su Waner shook her head, her expression serious. I am not entirely sure, but according to the sect master, the restrictions around this cave abode are incredibly powerful, making it impossible for ordinary cultivators to approach. Additionally, there may be ancient cultivator inheritances left within that, if we can obtain them, it would greatly aid our cultivation. Lin Xiaofan nodded, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Regardless, we must do our utmost to give it a try. After about half an hour of flight, they finally arrived at the valley where the cave abode was located. The valley was shrouded in mist, and a massive stone door loomed against the mountainside, covered in ancient runes that radiated a powerful aura of spiritual energy. Is this the entrance to the cave abode? Lin Xiaofan asked softly. Su Waner nodded, her gaze scanning the surroundings warily. Be cautious. The Bloodslaughter sect members may already be lurking nearby. Lin Xiaofan tightened his grip on his sword, his eyes sharp. Let us proceed and take a look. The two approached the stone door cautiously. However, just as they were about to step into the cave abode, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from behind them. "Ah, the juniors of Qingyun's sect have arrived rather swiftly." Lin Xiaofan whipped around to see several figures clad in blood-red robes standing not far away, the leader wielding a blood-red saber. A mocking glint in his eyes. "Blood slaughter sect," Su Wanner gasped, her expression tightening. Lin Xiaofan gripped his sword tightly, his voice cold. "It seems a battle is unavoidable." The blood slaughter sect cultivators sneered. Waving their hands, "Attack! Leave none alive!" In an instant, a clash of bloodlight and sword energy erupted, igniting a fierce battle in the valley. Lin Xiaofan and Su Wanner stood back to back, their swords and spells unleashed as they engaged fiercely with the blood slaughter sect members. The valley reverberated with the sounds of clashing metal and brilliant light. "Wanner, watch your left," Lin Xiaofan shouted, swinging his sword fiercely, a sharp blade of energy forcing back a blood slaughter sect cultivator attempting a sneak attack. Su Wanner nodded, changing her spell, conjuring a green light barrier that deflected another blood slaughter sect member's assault. Her complexion paled slightly, clearly drained from the exertion. "Xiaofan, this is unsustainable. Their reinforcements are increasing," Su Wanner urged, a hint of urgency in her tone. Lin Xiaofan scanned the area, his expression grave. The blood slaughter sect cultivators surged like a tide, evidently well prepared. Although their strength was not on par with his and Su Wanner's, their numbers were overwhelming, and prolonged engagement would only work against them. They needed a way to break through, Lin Xiaofan thought to himself, swinging his sword to repel two blood slaughter sect cultivators, then whispered, "Wanner, follow me." The two quickly retreated towards the stone door of the cave abode. However, just as they were about to reach the door, a chilling voice suddenly rang out from above. "Trying to escape? Not so easily." Lin Xiaofan looked up abruptly, seeing an elder in a blood-red robe hovering in the air, wielding a blood-red banner that emanated the wails of tormented souls. Radiating a chilling aura, a blood slaughter sect elder. Su Wanner's complexion changed, a flicker of fear in her eyes. The elder sneered, waving the banner, causing a blood-red light beam to descend from the sky, aimed directly at Lin Xiaofan and Su Wanner. "This is bad." Lin Xiaofan's heart sank as he hurriedly summoned all his spiritual energy, attempting to withstand the impending strike. However, the power of the blood-red beam exceeded his expectations. The moment it made contact, he felt an overwhelming force strike him, sending him hurtling backward. "Xiaofan," Su Wanner cried out, rushing forward to support him. However, the residual force from the blood-red beam still knocked her back, causing her to spit blood. "You insignificant juniors dare to oppose the blood slaughter sect," the elder mocked coldly, swinging the banner again as the blood-red beam, like a giant serpent, surged toward the two. Lin Xiaofan gritted his teeth, a flicker of determination igniting within his eyes, that he was acutely aware that, with his and Su Wanner's current abilities, they stood no chance against the elder of the blood slaughter sect. However, just at that critical juncture, he suddenly felt a faint tremor beneath his feet. "What is this?" Lin Xiaofan muttered, looking down to see ancient runes emerging on the ground, shimmering with a soft glow, as if responding to his spiritual energy. "An ancient formation," Su Wanner exclaimed, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. Lin Xiaofan felt a surge of joy in his heart and hastily urged his spiritual power into the runes beneath him. In an instant, the runes blazed with radiance, and a dazzling beam of light shot into the sky, enveloping both him and Su Wanner. "This is bad. We must escape." The elder of the blood slaughter sect's expression shifted drastically, and he swiftly brandished his long banner in an attempt to thwart their escape. Yet, the power of that light beam exceeded his expectations. As soon as it made contact, it was violently repelled. "Damn it," the elder roared in fury. However, before he could act again, Lin Xiaofan and Su Wanner had already vanished within the light beam. Deep within the cave, a flash of light flickered, and the figures of Lin Xiaofan and Su Wanner appeared out of thin air. They stumbled a few steps before managing to steady themselves. "Is this the interior of the cave?" Su Wanner looked around in astonishment. Lin Xiaofan nodded, Casting his gaze over the surroundings, they found themselves standing in an ancient stone corridor, with the walls inscribed with archaic runes that emitted a faint spiritual light. The air was thick with an ancient and mysterious aura, as if narrating the history of this cave. That it seems we have inadvertently triggered the cave's teleportation array and were transported directly here. Lin Xiaofan said softly, his tone laced with relief. Su Wanner nodded, a flicker of trepidation crossing her face. Fortunately, we had this formation. Otherwise, we might have. Lin Xiaofan grasped her hand tightly, reassuringly murmuring, "It's all right. We are safe now." Our next task is to explore this cave and uncover the legacy of the ancient cultivators. Su Wanner nodded, her gaze resolute. "Yes, we shall do this together." They exchanged a smile before proceeding slowly down the stone corridor. At the end of the corridor, a massive stone door came into view, intricately carved with complex runes that radiated powerful waves of spiritual energy. That must be the core of the cave. Lin Xiaofan whispered, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Su Wanner nodded, tightening her grip on the talisman in her hand. "Be careful. There may still be other traps within the cave." Lin Xiaofan smiled slightly, his gaze steadfast. "Let us proceed. Whatever lies ahead, we shall face it together." Side by side, they walked towards the stone door. Outside the cave, the elder of the blood-slaughter sect stood before the stone door, his expression dark and filled with murderous intent. "Humph, do they think they can escape their fate by hiding in the cave? Such naivety." He sneered, waving his hand, commanding his followers to exert all their efforts in dismantling the cave's defenses, ensuring that they would be slain before acquiring the legacy. The disciples of the blood-slaughter sect responded in unison and began to attack the cave's barriers with fervor. However, the cave's defenses were far more formidable than they had anticipated, proving impossible to breach in a short time. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaofan and Su Wanner stood before the stone door within the cave. Lin Xiaofan reached out to gently touch the runes on the door, instantly feeling a surge of powerful spiritual energy flow into his body. These runes seemed to present a trial. He murmured, a flicker of insight crossing his mind. Su Wanner nodded, suggesting softly, "Let's try together." Both of them simultaneously channeled their spiritual energy into the runes on the stone door. In an instant, the runes blazed brilliantly, and the stone door slowly creaked open, revealing the depths of the cave. A vast stone chamber appeared before them, at the center of which floated a jade tablet radiating a gentle golden light, surrounded by countless spiritual glimmers, as if protecting it. That is the legacy of the ancient cultivators. Lin Xiaofan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Wanner nodded, her gaze unwavering. "We have finally found it." Inside the stone chamber, the golden light dazzled, and the spiritual energy was so rich it nearly coalesced into substance. Lin Xiaofan and Su Wanner stood before the floating jade tablet, their eyes filled with awe and expectation. "This is the legacy of the ancient cultivators," Lin Xiaofan murmured, reaching out to gently touch the jade tablet. In that instant, a torrent of vast information surged forth from the tablet, flooding directly into his mind. Countless ancient techniques, secret arts, alchemical insights, and formation principles inundated his consciousness, as if threatening to overwhelm him. Lin Xiaofan felt a piercing headache, yet he gritted his teeth, striving to assimilate the information. Su Wanner similarly closed her eyes, concentrating on absorbing the legacy within the tablet. Her complexion paled slightly, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly indicating the immense benefit this legacy provided her. As time passed, the spiritual energy in the stone chamber gradually calmed, and the glow of the jade tablet began to dim. Lin Xiaofan and Su Wanner simultaneously opened their eyes, meeting each other's gaze, their expressions brimming with joy. "This legacy is extraordinarily powerful." Lin Xiaofan inhaled deeply, feeling the surging spiritual energy within him, excitement coursing through his heart. Not only had he acquired the techniques of the ancient cultivators, but he had also mastered several potent secret arts, gaining a deeper understanding of alchemy and formations. Su Wanner nodded, her eyes equally filled with exhilaration. "With this legacy, our strength will soar, and we may even have the potential to break through to the golden core stage within a century." Lin Xiaofan smiled, about to speak, when suddenly The ground of the stone chamber trembled slightly. Ancient runes emerged on the surrounding walls, flickering with a faint glow, as if responding to their spiritual energy. Is this a teleportation array? Su Wan'er exclaimed in surprise, glancing at the runes. Lin Xiaofan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the runes, swiftly recalling the information regarding formations from the legacy. Indeed, this is the cave's teleportation array, likely set up to ensure our safe exit. Then let us activate the array and leave this place, Su Wan'er urged, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes, for the blood slaughter sect might still be waiting for them outside. Lin Xiaofan nodded, placing his hand upon the runes on the ground, channeling his spiritual energy into them. In an instant, the runes glowed brilliantly, and a brilliant beam of light enveloped the two of them. Are you ready? Lin Xiaofan turned to Su Wan'er, softly inquiring. She nodded, gripping his hand tightly. Yes, let us go. The beam of light suddenly flashed, and their figures disappeared from the stone chamber, 100 miles away. In a tranquil valley, a flash of light appeared, and Lin Xiaofan and Su Wan'er emerged from thin air. They stumbled a few steps, barely managing to steady themselves. Where is this? Su Wan'er looked around in astonishment. The valley was lush with verdant trees, filled with the melodies of birds, and the air was suffused with a refreshing spiritual energy, resembling a paradise that in the distance. A crystal-clear stream flowed gently, beside which grew several spiritual herbs emitting a faint glow. It seems we have been transported to a valley 100 miles away, Lin Xiaofan observed softly, scanning the surroundings and confirming there was no danger before letting out a sigh of relief. Su Wan'er nodded, a flicker of gratitude in her eyes. Fortunately, we had this teleportation array. Otherwise, it would have been incredibly difficult to escape the encirclement of the blood slaughter sect. Lin Xiaofan smiled, tightening his grip on her hand. Now, we are safe. The next step is to thoroughly assimilate this legacy and enhance our strength. Su Wan'er nodded, her gaze resolute. Yes, we shall do this together. They exchanged smiles before following the stream slowly. The valley was rich in spiritual energy, making it an ideal place for cultivation. They decided to linger here for a while, digesting the information from the legacy and enhancing their strength. Xiaofan, look over there. Su Wan'er suddenly pointed towards a distant cave, her eyes sparkling with delight. Lin Xiaofan followed her gaze and saw shimmering spiritual light flickering at the entrance of the cave. Clearly a place where spiritual energy converged. That area is rich in spiritual energy, perfect for our cultivation. Lin Xiaofan remarked with a smile that Su Wan'er nodded, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Let us go and have a look. The two individuals hastened towards a cavern, and the moment they stepped inside, they were enveloped by a dense aura of spiritual energy that rushed towards them. The space within the cave was modest in size, yet it brimmed with abundant spiritual essence, clearly an exceptional location for cultivation. This place is quite suitable. Let us meditate here, Lin Xiaofan murmured softly. Su Wan'er nodded in agreement, settling into a cross-legged position, closing her eyes in concentration as she began to assimilate the knowledge from the ancient legacy. Lin Xiaofan also took a seat beside her, shutting his eyes to cultivate. Inside the cave, the spiritual energy flowed gently, their breaths gradually stabilizing. Outside the valley, an elder from the blood slaughter sect stood at the cave entrance with a dark expression, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Humph, you may have escaped for now, but you cannot evade forever. When you emerge, I shall ensure you pay the price. He sneered coldly, gesturing with his hand as he commanded, seal off the surrounding area for 100 miles. We must locate them. The disciples of the blood slaughter sect responded in unison before scattering to search for the whereabouts of Lin Xiaofan and Su Wan'er. However, unbeknownst to them, the two had already used a teleportation array to distance themselves from his perilous place. Within the valley, Lin Xiaofan and Su Wan'er were engrossed in their cultivation, oblivious to the turmoil outside. Their prowess was rapidly advancing at an astonishing pace, having just concluded a session of cultivation. Lin Xiaofan and Su Wan'er were deliberating on how to safely return the ancient legacy to the Qingyun sect. Xiaofan, we have been cultivating here for several days, and we have a preliminary grasp of the techniques contained in the legacy. It is time to return to the sect. Su Wan'er spoke softly, a hint of concern in her eyes. The blood slaughter sect may still be searching for us, and we must promptly deliver the legacy to the sect leader to avoid any unforeseen complications. Lin Xiaofan nodded, his gaze resolute. You are right. The legacy is of paramount importance and must not be compromised. Let us send a message to the sect to request assistance. With that, he retrieved a communication jade slip from a storage ring, infused it with spiritual energy, and succinctly described their location and circumstances. The jade slip transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the direction of the Qingyun sect, that I hope the sect can send someone to assist us promptly. Su Wanner murmured, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. However, instead of the elders from the Qingyun sect, a flurry of rapid sounds pierced the air from outside the valley shortly thereafter. Someone is coming. Lin Xiaofan furrowed his brow, his gaze alert as he turned towards the valley entrance. Moments later, two figures descended from the sky and landed within the valley. The newcomers, one tall and the other short, were none other than elders Wang Tianba and Wang Tianlong. Wang Tianba, Wang Tianlong. Su Wanner was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of confusion flashing in her eyes. What brings you here? Wang Tianba let out a cold chuckle, his gaze sweeping over Lin Xiaofan and Su Wanner, his tone laced with disdain. Surprised to see us, are you? Wang Tianlong wore a chilling expression, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Xiaofan. I have heard that you acquired the legacy of an ancient cultivator. What incredible fortune you possess. Lin Xiaofan's heart sank. Sensing the foreboding atmosphere, he stepped forward to position himself protectively in front of Su Wanner, speaking coldly. Regarding the legacy, we have already informed the sect. The sect leader will handle it. What is your purpose in coming here? Wang Tianba laughed heartily, his tone dripping with mockery. The sect? By the time the sect's people arrive, the legacy may no longer be in your hands. Lin Xiaofan, if you are wise, hand over the legacy, and we brothers will let you go. Are you attempting to seize it by force? Su Wanner's expression shifted, her eyes blazing with anger. Elders of the Qingyun sect, how dare you act so audaciously? Wang Tianlong snorted coldly, his gaze menacing. Audacious? Humph. The sect's rules do not forbid exchanges between elders and disciples. Lin Xiaofan, if you do not comply, do not blame us for being impolite. Lin Xiaofan clenched his fists, a glint of coldness in his eyes. It seems you are determined to resort to violence. Wang Tianba grinned maliciously, stepping forward with his aura of late-stage foundation establishment fully unleashed. What of it? You, a mere novice who has just broken through the foundation establishment stage, are unworthy of possessing the ancient legacy. Wang Tianlong followed suit, exuding the pressure of mid-stage foundation establishment, positioning themselves on either side of Lin Xiaofan and Su Wanner. Encircling them, Xiaofan, be careful. Su Wanner warned softly, her hands forming a spell gesture, ready to strike at any moment. Lin Xiaofan nodded, his expression steely. Wanner, step back. I will handle them. Arrogant, Wang Tianba shouted, suddenly launching a punch. The wind of his fist howling as it bore down on Lin Xiaofan's face with fierce spiritual energy. Lin Xiaofan stood his ground, unleashing a surge of spiritual power from within as he met the attack with his own punch. The two fists collided, producing a deep, resounding boom that sent shockwaves through the valley, causing the trees to tremble. What? Wang Tianba's expression changed as he felt the immense force in the collision, shock coursing through him. He had not anticipated that Lin Xiaofan could withstand his blow without faltering. This brat is peculiar. Let us attack together, Wang Tianlong commanded, thrusting his sword forward with lightning speed, the blade's light aimed directly at Lin Xiaofan's chest. Lin Xiaofan dodged the sword's trajectory, then countered with a palm strike, his spiritual energy coalescing into a powerful imprint that slammed towards Wang Tianlong. Wang Tianlong hurriedly raised his sword to defend. But the force of the palm imprint exceeded his expectations. The moment the sword made contact, it was shattered, sending him staggering back several steps. How is this possible? Wang Tianlong's face paled, disbelief etched in his eyes. Wang Tianba, witnessing this, felt a surge of ruthlessness. Brat, it seems you possess some skill, but this is where it ends. He bit his tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of essence blood, which transformed into a crimson rune that fused with his fist. In an instant, his aura surged dramatically, the blood-colored energy roaring towards Lin Xiaofan. Blood slaughter fist. Wang Tianba bellowed, the force of his punch tearing through the air. Lin Xiaofan's gaze sharpened as he sensed the potency of this attack. Refusing to underestimate it, he formed hand seals, channeling his spiritual energy wildly as he invoked a secret technique from the legacy. Qingyun bodyguard technique, Lin Xiaofan shouted, a blue light enveloping him, symbols swirling upon the barrier. Emanating formidable defensive power, boom! The blood-colored fist collided fiercely with the barrier, unleashing a thunderous roar. The barrier trembled slightly, but did not shatter. Instead, it rebounded the force of the punch back towards Wang Tianba. What? Wang Tianba's expression shifted dramatically as he was pushed back several steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Elder brother, Wang Tianlong cried out in alarm, rushing to support him. Lin Xiaofan regarded the two coldly, a hint of derision in his voice. With such meager abilities, you dare to attempt to seize the legacy? Wang Tianba's expression darkened, filled with malice. Brat, do not be so pleased with yourself. My brother and I together are more than capable of dealing with you. Is that so? Lin Xiaofan scoffed, preparing to strike again, when suddenly, a series of hurried sounds sliced through the air from outside the valley. Halt! A commanding voice rang out, and moments later, several figures descended from the sky, landing in the valley. The foremost among them was the Grand Elder of the Qingyun sect. Grand Elder, Su Wanner's eyes brightened with joy as she hurried forward to pay her respects. Lin Xiaofan also withdrew his spiritual energy, standing respectfully to the side. Wang Tianba and Wang Tianlong's expression shifted, a hint of panic flashing in their eyes as they quickly bowed their heads. Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's gaze was stern as he surveyed the crowd, finally settling on Wang Tianba and Wang Tianlong, his voice laced with anger. You two dare to privately seize the legacy of your fellow sect members? How audacious! Wang Tianba turned pale, hastily defending. Grand Elder, we only wish to spar a little. Silence! The Grand Elder's voice boomed, cutting him off. Upon your return, you shall face punishment in the punishment hall. Wang Tianba and Wang Tianlong dared not utter another word, bowing their heads in acquiescence. Yes, the Grand Elder snorted coldly, then turned to Lin Xiaofan and Su Wanner, his tone softening considerably. You both have done well. The sect leader is already aware of the legacy. Now, let us return to the sect. Lin Xiaofan and Su Wanner exchanged smiles, responding in unison. Yes, Grand Elder. After a brief moment, the crowd transformed into streaks of flowing light, soaring towards the direction of Qingyun Gate. Meanwhile, Wang Tianba and Wang Tianlong followed closely behind, their faces cast in shadows of resentment and bitterness. Lin Xiaofan, you shall pay for this, Wang Tianba murmured under his breath. His fists clenched tightly to the main hall of the Qingyun Gate. Su Wudi sat solemnly upon the high seat, his expression grave, holding a jade slip that emitted a faint glow. Within the hall, several elders were positioned on either side, their expressions solemn. Esteemed elders, Lin Xiaofan and Su Wanner have successfully brought back the ancient cultivator's legacy. This matter is of immense significance, and I have decided to seal the mountain immediately, devoting all our efforts to assimilate the techniques and secrets contained within the legacy in order to enhance the strength of our sect. Su Wudi's voice resonated with authority throughout the hall. Seal the mountain? An elder furrowed his brow, inquiring softly. Sect Master, the matter of sealing the mountain is not to be taken lightly. Should we not reconsider? Su Wudi shook his head, his gaze resolute. There is no need for further discussion. The Bloodslaughter sect is eyeing us with malice. If they learn that we have obtained the ancient legacy, they will stop at nothing to seize it. Sealing the mountain is our best option at present. The elders nodded in agreement, signifying their consent. Then let it be decreed at once. Seal the mountain gates. No disciple shall leave, and no outsider shall enter, Su Wudi declared in a deep tone. Understood. The elders responded in unison, swiftly departing the hall to implement the sealing order. However, at the very moment the sealing decree was issued, within an ancient courtyard of the Sword Peak at Qingyun Gate, Wang Tianba and Wang Tianlong were frantically packing their belongings. Elder brother, the sect master has ordered the mountain to be sealed. What shall we do? Wang Tianlong asked anxiously, his eyes filled with worry. Wang Tianba scoffed derisively, his tone laced with disdain. Seal the mountain? Humph. The sect master wishes to monopolize the legacy, but if we remain within the sect, we will only be suppressed. It is better to seize this opportunity and leave with our family. Seeking a new path, but if the sect is sealed, how can we escape? Wang Tianlong frowned. Wang Tianba produced an ancient token from his bosom, a glint of triumph in his eyes. This is the boundary-breaking token left by Father. It can briefly open a gap in the sect's great formation. We shall leave under the cover of night. Unnoticed, Wang Tianlong's eyes lit up, and he nodded eagerly. Excellent. Let us gather the Wang family and depart under the cover of darkness. A short while later, Wang Tianba and Wang Tianlong, accompanied by dozens of Wang family members, quietly approached the edge of the sect's great formation. Wang Tianba activated the boundary-breaking token, a faint light flickering as a small gap appeared in the formation. Hurry, Wang Tianba urged, stepping through the gap first, with the Wang family swiftly following, vanishing into the night. The following morning, within Qingyun Gate, Lin Xiaofan and Su Wan'er stood outside the main hall, gazing at the gradually rising sun. Their hearts filled with emotion. Xiaofan, with the mountain sealed, we can finally focus on our cultivation in peace, Su Wan'er said softly, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Lin Xiaofan nodded, his gaze resolute. Indeed, with the ancient legacy, our strength will soar. When our sect emerges once more, Qingyun Gate will surely command respect far and wide. Just then, a disciple rushed in, his face panic-stricken. Senior brother Lin, senior sister Su. It's terrible. Wang Tianba and Wang Tianlong, along with the Wang family, escaped from the sect last night. What? Lin Xiaofan and Su Wan'er exclaimed in disbelief, their eyes wide. How could this happen? Su Wan'er frowned, her voice tinged with anger. Lin Xiaofan's expression darkened as he murmured, it seems they came for the legacy. Wang Tianba and Wang Tianlong have always been arrogant. They would never accept being suppressed by us, Su Wan nodded, concern flickering in her eyes. Their escape from the sect could mean they will ally with the blood slaughter sect, or worse, leak news of the legacy. Lin Xiaofan clenched his fists, his tone icy. Regardless, we must hasten our cultivation to confront the impending crisis. Su Wan'er took a deep breath, her gaze firm. Yes, let us strive together. I could see that moment. Su Wudi's voice resonated from within the hall. Xiaofan. Wan'er, come in. Exchanging glances, the two swiftly entered the hall. Su Wudi stood within, his gaze profound, as if he'd already foreseen everything. Sect Master, you are aware of Wang Tianba and Wang Tianlong's escape from the sect. Lin Xiaofan inquired respectfully. Su Wudi nodded, his tone calm. I am aware of this matter. Their escape, though unexpected, was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Sect Master, could they ally with the blood slaughter sect and divulge the details of the legacy? Su Wan'er asked, her voice laced with concern. Su Wudi smiled slightly, a hint of depth in his gaze. That is of no consequence. After sealing the mountain, the sect's great formation is fully activated, preventing outsiders from peering into our affairs. Even if Wang Tianba and Wang Tianlong were to ally with the blood slaughter sect, they would not be able to shake the foundation of Qingyun Gate. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan and Su Wan'er felt a measure of relief. You two are the future of our sect, Su Wudi said gently, looking at them. From now on, focus on your cultivation and swiftly assimilate the techniques and secrets of the legacy. When our sect reemerges, it will be your time to shine. Understood, Sect Master. Lin Xiaofan and Su Wan'er responded in unison, their eyes filled with determination. Su Wudi nodded, gesturing for them to leave. Go and cultivate diligently. The two exited the hall respectfully, making their way toward the training chambers. Sunlight bathed them, as if cloaking them in a golden radiance. Xiaofan, we must grow stronger, strong enough to protect our sect and everything we hold dear. Su Wan'er said softly, her tone resolute. Lin Xiaofan nodded, his eyes ablaze with determination. Yes, let us strive together. Their figures gradually receded, fading into the morning light of Qingyun Gate. Outside the sect, Wang Tianba and Wang Tianlong were hastily making their way towards the blood slaughter sect, their hearts brimming with ambition. Lin Xiaofan, Su Waner, wait for me. The day I, Wang Tianba, return will be the day you pay the price. Wang Tianba cast a glance back at the direction of Qingyun Gate. His eyes filled with resentment and ambition. A month later, at the main hall of Qingyun Gate, Su Wudi sat solemnly upon the high seat, his expression grave as he held the jade slip that emitted a faint glow. Within the hall, several elders were arrayed on either side, their expressions stern. Esteemed elders, I have just received news that the Blood Slaughter sect has allied with the remaining 5 major Golden Core forces of the Qingfeng Immortal Kingdom. And they're advancing towards our Qingyun Gate. Su Wudi's voice rang out, deep and resonant within the hall. What? One elder exclaimed in shock. Disbelief etched on his face. The Blood Slaughter sect dares to be so audacious as to unite with other forces to besiege Qingyun Gate. Su Wudi nodded, his gaze steely. After Wang Tianba and Wang Tianlong defected to the Blood Slaughter sect, they leaked information regarding the ancient legacy. The Blood Slaughter sect is using this as a pretext to incite other forces with the intent of dividing our resources. Sect Master, how shall we respond? Another elder asked urgently as Su Wudi rose, his eyes sharp as lightning. The mountain ceiling formation is fully operational. They cannot breach it in a short time. However, we must prepare for the worst and ready ourselves for battle. Understood, the elders replied in unison, their eyes brimming with resolve. Meanwhile, outside Qingyun Gate, Blood Slaughter sect's leader, Xue Wuhan, hovered in the air, flanked by a dense army of cultivators. The leaders of the 5 major Golden Core forces stood on either side, their expressions grim as they gazed at the mountain gates of Qingyun Gate. Sect leader, the mountain ceiling formation of Qingyun Gate has been activated. How shall we breach it? One of the Golden Core leaders asked in a hushed tone. Xue Wuhan chuckled coldly, his voice dripping with disdain. Though the mountain ceiling formation is formidable, it is not without flaws. The 6 of us joining forces will surely break through. Indeed, Qingyun Gate monopolizing the ancient legacy is rather greedy. We 5 forces should also partake in a share. Another Golden Core leader chimed in. Xue Wuhan nodded, surveying the gathered assembly. In that case, let us exert all our efforts to breach the formation and seize the resources of Qingyun Gate. Understood. The crowd responded in unison, then began to summon their magic treasures, launching a barrage towards the mountain ceiling formation of Qingyun Gate. Boom! Boom! The onslaught from the 6 forces descended like a tempest, causing the ceiling formation to tremble slightly. Yet it remained as steadfast as a mountain. Sect leader, this ceiling formation is even sturdier than we anticipated. If we continue attacking, we may exhaust ourselves, one elder cautioned. A leader of the Golden Core faction whispered, his tone tinged with anxiety. Xue Wuhan furrowed his brow, a flicker of impatience flashing in his eyes, that he had believed that the alliance of the 6 major factions would be sufficient to breach the protective array of the Qingyun sect in a short span of time. However, reality instilled a sense of defeat within him. Must they truly return empty-handed? Xue Wuhan pondered, his eyes filled with resentment. Just then, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from afar. Sect Master Xue, why the urgency? I possess a strategy that can aid you in dismantling the array. Xue Wuhan abruptly looked up and saw 2 figures hastening towards him. It was Wang Tianba and Wang Tianlong. Wang Tianba, Wang Tianlong. A glimmer of surprise crossed Xue Wuhan's eyes, quickly replaced by a cold smirk. You 2 are not traitors of the Qingyun sect. How is it that you possess a means to breach the protective array before us? Wang Tianba laughed heartily, his tone laced with mockery. Sect Master Xue, since we dare to come, we are certainly prepared. Although the protective array of the Qingyun sect is formidable, it is not without its flaws. My brother and I happen to know of a hidden weakness within it. Oh, a spark of interest ignited in Xue Wuhan's eyes. Pray, enlighten me. Wang Tianba stepped forward, speaking in a low voice. The protective array of the Qingyun sect was established by generations of ancestors. Its might is immense. However, during a great battle a century ago, it sustained significant damage. Though it was later repaired, a secret flaw remains unrectified, that if we can identify this flaw, we can easily dismantle the array. Xue Wuhan's eyes glimmered with delight upon hearing this. Is this true? Wang Tianba nodded, his tone resolute. Absolutely. My brother and I have held important positions within the Qingyun sect and are thoroughly familiar with this protective array. If Sect Master Shui is willing to trust us, we can assuredly assist you in breaching it." After a moment of contemplation, Shui Wuhan coldly replied, "Very well. If that is the case, lead the way. Should you succeed in breaching the array, my blood slaughter sect shall bestow upon you ample rewards." Wang Tianba and Wang Tianlong exchanged triumphant glances, their eyes gleaming with pride, with the blood slaughter sect at the forefront. The elites of the 6 major sects surged forth, launching an all-out assault on the protective array under the guidance of Wang Tianba and Wang Tianlong, exploiting that concealed vulnerability in an instant. The protective array flickered with radiant light, violently trembling, as cracks spread like a spider's web. With a thunderous roar, the array collapsed, and the forces of the 5 major sects surged into the Qingyun sect like a tidal wave. Within the Qingyun sect, chaos ensued, and cries of anguish filled the air. The disciples, who had been diligently training, were caught unawares and ruthlessly slaughtered by the formidable warriors of the 6 major sections. Blood stained the stone steps of the Qingyun sect, and the tranquility of yesteryears was rendered non-existent. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan was diligently tending to the spiritual plants on Lingji Peak. Upon hearing the news of the Qingyun sect's attack and the slaughter of numerous disciples, a fierce rage ignited within him. Before long, Wang Tianba and Wang Tianlong, leading the forces of the 6 major sects, surrounded Lingji Peak, observing the 2 men rampantly slaughtering the disciples of the Qingyun sect beneath the peak. Lin Xiaofan glared fiercely. "Wang Tianba, Wang Tianlong, today marks your demise, traitors!" Wang Tianba erupted into a maniacal laughter. "Lin Xiaofan, you are but a mere inner disciple. How dare you speak so boldly? Today shall be your grave." Ignoring his taunts, Lin Xiaofan silently commanded, "System, activate combat mode." In an instant, a mysterious power surged into the spiritual plants on Lingji Peak. The once quiet vines, as if imbued with life, began to writhe and dance. Thick vines erupted from the ground like serpents, sweeping toward the enemies. Where the vines passed, disciples of the 6 major sects were sent flying, their screams echoing. Wang Tianba and Wang Tianlong's expressions shifted drastically. Hastily casting spells to defend themselves, Wang Tianlong swung his long sword, sending waves of sword energy slicing towards the vines. Yet those vines proved to be remarkably resilient, with the sword energy merely leaving shallow marks upon them. Wang Tianba summoned his treasured blood flag, from which billowing blood mist surged forth in an attempt to corrode the spiritual vines. However, Lin Xiaofan's system abilities were not so easily thwarted. He deftly maneuvered the vines, evading the blood mist, launching assaults from all directions toward Wang Tianba and Wang Tianlong. The spines on the vines glimmered ominously, resembling sharp blades as they pierced toward the foes. Amidst the fierce battle, Lin Xiaofan continuously adjusted his tactics. He realized that the enemy's spells had a certain restraining effect on the spiritual vines. Yet by leveraging the flexibility and numerical superiority of the vines, he could exploit the enemy's vulnerabilities. Thus, he directed the vines to scatter and converge, leaving the enemies unable to respond effectively. After a strenuous battle, the experts of the 6 major sects could no longer withstand the onslaught of the spiritual vines and began to retreat in defeat. Wang Tianba and Wang Tianlong, sensing the dire situation, attempted to flee. But Lin Xiaofan would not allow them to escape. He commanded a vine to shoot toward Wang Tianba like lightning, ensnaring him tightly. Subsequently, several more vines ensnared Wang Tianlong as well. "You 2 traitors, today is the moment you repay your sins," Lin Xiaofan declared coldly. With that, he directed the spiritual vines to slam Wang Tianba and Wang Tianlong forcefully against the ground. With 2 resounding thuds, these traitors met their end. Reduced to mere puddles of flesh out on Qingyun Peak, mists swirled and gale winds howled as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged into a vortex. As if even the heavens trembled at this grand conflict, the sect master of Qingyun, Su Wudi, wielded a jade green long sword, its blade shimmering with a faint azure light, as if the very void was being torn asunder by its edge. He stood atop the peak, his gaze sharp as lightning, coldly observing the figure of Xue Wuhan, the sect master of blood slaughter, enveloped in a shroud of sanguine malevolence. Xue Wuhan, do you truly believe that the blood slaughter sect can invade the Qingyun sect today? Thinking we are without defenders? Su Wudi's voice resounded like thunder, shaking the surrounding mountains and stones. Xue Wuhan let out a derisive laugh, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Su Wudi, today my blood slaughter sect, in alliance with the 5 major sects, aims to eradicate your Qingyun sect entirely. Do you think that with your solitary strength, you can withstand the combined might of 6 Golden Core sect masters? Before his words had fully escaped his lips, 5 figures stepped forward behind Xue Wuhan, the Golden Core sect masters of the 5 major sects, each exuding an overwhelming aura akin to a mountain. The elders of the Qingyun sect wore solemn expressions, hastily summoning their treasures to protect Su Wudi. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Xue Wuhan struck first, the blood-red malevolence coalescing into a fearsome blood dragon that roared as it charged towards Su Wudi. Su Wudi snorted coldly, swinging his jade sword, unleashing a stream of azure sword light that cascaded down like a celestial river, cleaving the blood dragon in twain. The clash of these two forces dimmed the very heavens, shattering the boulders atop Qingyun Peak into fragments that flew in all directions. Simultaneously, the sect masters of the 5 major sects also unleashed their might, employing various treasures and divine abilities. Despite the valiant resistance of the Qingyun sect elders, they were outnumbered and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Li Changqing, the peak master of Lingji Peak, wielded a verdant staff entwined with countless vines. As he swung the staff, the vines danced like ethereal serpents, attempting to ensnare the enemies. However, Xue Wuhan laughed coldly and struck out a palm, the blood-red malevolence instantly eroding the vines. Li Changqing was struck in the chest, blood spewing from his mouth as he was sent crashing to the ground, his cultivation obliterated. Master Li, the disciples of the Qingyun sect cried out in alarm, but there was no time for rescue as the battle grew increasingly dire. At that moment, a slender figure dashed from the mountainside. It was Lin Xiaofan, a disciple of Lingji Peak. Though he possessed merely the cultivation of the initial foundation establishment stage, his eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. Upon witnessing the gravely injured Li Changqing, fury ignited within him. He swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, "Spiritual plants, heed my command, manifest the forest array." As his voice echoed, the spiritual plants surrounding Qingyun Peak seemingly responded to his call, countless vines and colossal trees growing wildly, instantly enveloping the peak. The vines coiled around Xue Wuhan and his companions like dragons, while the giant trees formed barriers, blocking the onslaught of the 5 major sect masters. A mere foundation establishment cultivator dares to intervene in a golden core battle? Xue Wuhan scoffed disdainfully, unleashing the blood-red malevolence once more, attempting to rend the vines apart. Yet, those vines appeared to possess sentience, not only resisting the corrosive malevolence, but growing even more resilient, absorbing the malevolence and fortifying Lin Xiaofan. This was the pinnacle of the path of spiritual plants. 10,000 trees returned to one. Su Wudi's eyes flashed with astonishment, then erupted into hearty laughter. Excellent, truly excellent. Lin Xiaofan's complexion was pallid, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, clearly indicating the immense strain he endured while wielding such formidable power of spiritual plants. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, his hands ceaselessly shifting through incantations. The vines and colossal trees grew increasingly ferocious under his command, driving Xue Wuhan and his companions into a retreat. Impossible! How could a mere foundation establishment cultivator possess such strength? Xue Wuhan bellowed, disbelief etched across his face. Lin Xiaofan replied with a cold smile, his voice, though soft, brimming with unwavering resolve. The Qingyun sect is not a place you can trample upon at will. As he unleashed his final incantation, the spiritual power of Qingyun Peak erupted in its entirety. Countless vines ensnaring Xue Wuhan and his companions like a colossal net, while the giant trees transformed into blades, piercing at the enemy's vital points. Despite their desperate resistance, Shui Wuhan and his cohorts gradually found themselves overwhelmed by the oppressive force of the spiritual plants. Ultimately, Shui Wuhan gritted his teeth and shouted, "Retreat!" The 6 sect masters retreated in disarray, leaving Qingyun Peak in a serene silence. Lin Xiaofan let out a long sigh of relief, his figure swaying as he nearly collapsed. Su Wudi hurried forward to support him, admiration gleaming in his eyes. "Xiaofan, we owe you a great debt today. Otherwise, the Qingyun sect would be in peril." Lin Xiaofan forced a smile, yet his gaze turned towards the gravely injured Li Chongqing. Whispering, "Sect Master, Li Peak Master," Su Wudi sighed, patting his shoulder. "Do not worry. We will find a way to address Peak Master Li's injuries on the peak of the spiritual plants." The mist began to dissipate, and the afterglow of the setting sun bathed the summit in a golden radiance. Despite having repelled a formidable foe, the Qingyun sect was weighed down by the severity of Li Chongqing's injuries. His dantian had been corroded by Shui Wuhan's bloodthirsty aura, resulting in a total loss of cultivation. If not remedied promptly, it was feared he would never recover in this lifetime. Standing before Li Chongqing's bed, Lin Xiaofan gazed at his master's pale visage, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. Though Li Chongqing was his mentor, he treated Lin Xiaofan as his own child, imparting the path of spiritual plants and providing boundless care and support throughout his cultivation journey. Now, with his master gravely injured, Lin Xiaofan was consumed by guilt, lamenting his own lowly cultivation that rendered him unable to protect his master in this critical moment. "Xiaofan." Li Chongqing opened his eyes slightly, his voice weak yet still gentle. "There is no need for you to feel guilty. Were it not for your heroic efforts today, the Qingyun sect would have perished long ago. I am already quite gratified." Lin Xiaofan clenched his fists, a flicker of determination in his eyes. "Master, I will certainly find a way to mend your dantian and restore your cultivation." Li Chongqing shook his head, offering a bitter smile. "A damaged dantian cannot be healed by ordinary elixirs. Unless we can find the legendary Tiantian grass, a sacred herb for repairing the dantian. It grows deep within the chaotic star sea and is notoriously perilous. Even golden core cultivators dare not tread lightly there. You, being but at the foundation establishment stage, would only be courting death." Chaotic star sea. Lin Xiaofan's brow furrowed, yet his resolve solidified. He looked up at Li Chongqing, his gaze resolute. "Master, no matter how dangerous the chaotic star sea may be, I am determined to go. Wait for me to return." Li Chongqing wished to dissuade him, but seeing the determination in Lin Xiaofan's eyes, he ultimately refrained, merely sighing softly. "Xiaofan, should you insist on going, remember to exercise utmost caution. The chaotic star sea is not only teeming with ferocious beasts, but also rife with countless cultivators who will stop at nothing to seize resources. You must return alive." Lin Xiaofan nodded solemnly and exited Li Chongqing's chamber. He proceeded directly to the Qingyun sect's library, poring over extensive tomes regarding the chaotic star sea. The chaotic star sea lay beyond the Qingfeng Immortal nation, a boundless ocean dotted with innumerable islands, some rich in spiritual energy and serving as sacred cultivation grounds, yet fraught with peril. The Tiantian grass was said to grow on the Yuming Island deep within the sea. Fiercely guarded by powerful beasts, and countless cultivators fought for the precious herb. Aware of the dangers ahead, Lin Xiaofan felt he had no other choice. He packed his belongings, taking with him the spiritual plant seeds and several protective treasures gifted by his master, and quietly departed from the Qingyun sect. Days later, Lin Xiaofan arrived at Qingfeng City, the imperial capital of the Qingfeng Immortal nation. Here, an ancient teleportation array could transport him directly to the outskirts of the chaotic star sea. Qingfeng City, an opulent hub teeming with cultivators, boasted wide streets bustling with people. Various cultivators traversed the thoroughfares, some riding flying swords, others mounted on spiritual beasts, while a few donned exquisite garments, wielding treasures that exuded an extraordinary air. The streets were lined with shops, showcasing an array of spiritual herbs, treasures, and cultivation manuals, with the sounds of haggling filling the air. Standing at the city gate, Lin Xiaofan gazed up at the towering walls, a surge of emotions swelling within him. This was his first visit to the capital, and although a twinge of anxiety lingered in his heart, anticipation outweighed it. His purpose for this journey was to utilize the teleportation array in Qingfeng City to reach the chaotic Star Sea. At the largest inn in Qingfeng City, a youth resembling a young servant approached him, saying, "Esteemed guest, are you here to attend the annual 10,000 treasures auction in Qingfeng City? If you require assistance, I have acquaintances at the auction house who can help you out. That it is said that many rare spiritual herbs, treasures, and even some elusive spiritual beasts will appear at the auction." The young servant took the spirit stones and enthusiastically continued. The auction venue is located at the heart of Qingfeng City, an immense circular structure of grandiose stature. Just follow this main street in front of our inn, and you will soon see it. The next day, Lin Xiaofan paid the entrance fee at the auction's entrance and entered the venue. Inside, the atmosphere was lively, with cultivators engaged in animated conversations. Lin Xiaofan found a corner to sit quietly, awaiting the start of the auction. Before long, the auction officially commenced. The auctioneer ascended the platform, showcasing rare treasures one by one, introducing and auctioning them off. Lin Xiaofan listened intently, mentally assessing the value of each item. However, despite the treasure's worth, their prices were exorbitantly high, far beyond his current financial means to participate in the bidding. Just as disappointment began to creep in, the auctioneer suddenly produced a small cage containing a seemingly ordinary, furry little mouse. This was a spirit-seeking mouse. Although its rank was low, it possessed acute senses, capable of assisting cultivators in locating spiritual herbs and mines. The auctioneer announced the starting bid: 100 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, a hush fell over the venue, clearly indicating disinterest in the spirit-seeking mouse. While useful, its low rank rendered it largely insignificant to high-level cultivators. Yet Lin Xiaofan's heart stirred. His system suddenly chimed. Ding! Detected a mutated spirit-seeking mouse with immense potential. It is advised that the host bids on it. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Lin Xiaofan's eyes. He had not expected this seemingly ordinary spirit-seeking mouse to be a variation. Without hesitation, he raised his bidding paddle. 100 spirit stones. The auction hall remained silent, and upon witnessing this, the auctioneer struck the gavel. 100 low-grade spirit stones sold. Overjoyed, Lin Xiaofan hurriedly completed the transaction. Securing the spirit-seeking mouse, he examined the little creature closely. Noticing its fur faintly glimmering with a golden hue, and its eyes sparkled with unusual intelligence, clearly distinguishing it from an ordinary spirit-seeking mouse. "Little fellow, you will accompany me from now on," Lin Xiaofan softly declared. And the little creature seemed to understand, affectionately nuzzling his finger. After the auction concluded, Lin Xiaofan left the venue with the spirit-seeking mouse. He checked into a nearby inn, planning to stay in Qingfeng City for a few days to see if he could make any further gains. Late at night, he took out the spirit-seeking mouse and began to study it meticulously. Ding! The mutated spirit-seeking mouse has been bound to the host. The host may view its attributes through the system. Lin Xiaofan's heart raced as he opened the system interface, revealing the detailed information on the spirit-seeking mouse. Mutated spirit-seeking mouse rank. Unknown abilities. Acute sense of smell, can detect spiritual herbs, mines, and other resources within a radius of 100 miles potential. Extremely high. Capable of evolving alongside the host cultivation. A spark of excitement ignited in Lin Xiaofan's eyes. He had not anticipated the spirit-seeking mouse to possess such exceptional potential. Gently stroking its fur, he resolutely vowed, "Little one, from now on, we are partners that I will nurture you well and ensure you become my most capable assistant." The spirit-seeking mouse seemed to sense his intentions. Affectionately nuzzling his palm, its eyes sparkling with a lively brilliance, that I in the realm of Qingfeng, within the imperial city of Qingfeng. Deep within the palace, in a resplendent hall adorned with gold and jade, the emperor of Qingfeng, Qingmu, sat upright upon the dragon throne, a confidential report clutched in his hand, his brow slightly furrowed. The report detailed Lin Xiaofan's performance in the battle at Xinyun Gate, as well as the recent news of him acquiring a mutated spirit-seeking mouse at an auction in Qingfeng City. Though merely at the early stage of Foundation establishment, This young man was able to wield the power of spiritual plants single-handedly, turning the tide. Moreover, to have stumbled upon such fortune and talent at the auction was indeed beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. The emperor murmured to himself, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Standing beside him, the national master slightly bowed and whispered, "Your Majesty, this young man likely harbors a great secret. According to our scouts, he may have obtained the legacy of an ancient spiritual planter. It would be impossible to manipulate such a vast force of spiritual plants at his current level otherwise." The emperor nodded thoughtfully and, after a moment's contemplation, slowly declared, "If that is the case, let Qingyue approach him. Qingyue, being exceptionally intelligent and my most beloved daughter, is indeed the most suitable choice for this task." The national master smiled faintly and clasped his hands in salute, saying, "Your Majesty is indeed wise. The princess possesses remarkable talent and beauty. Surely Lin Xiaofan will be captivated by her. Once he falls under our control, the ancient legacy will be within our grasp." The emperor waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Proceed, make the necessary arrangements, and exercise utmost caution. We must not alert the snake by stirring the grass." Days later, on the outskirts of Qingfeng City, Lin Xiaofan was searching for spiritual herbs in a forest with a mutated spirit-seeking mouse. The mouse's keen sense of smell had already assisted him in locating numerous rare herbs and even some hidden spiritual mines in just a few days. Lin Xiaofan felt a surge of joy, growing increasingly fond of the little creature. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the woods, he suddenly heard the sounds of a scuffle nearby. Furrowing his brow, he turned towards the noise and beheld several black-clad cultivators assaulting a woman in white. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her figure graceful, wielding a white jade longsword that glimmered like a rainbow, clearly possessing formidable skills. However, facing the onslaught of several black-clad cultivators, she gradually appeared overwhelmed, with multiple wounds adorning her body. Though Lin Xiaofan had no intention of meddling, the urgency of her plight stirred his compassion, prompting him to intervene. He swiftly formed hand seals and called out, "Spiritual plants, heed my command. Let the myriad trees form a formation." As his voice resonated, the surrounding trees instantaneously grew wildly, countless vines coiling towards the black-clad cultivators like ethereal serpents. Caught off guard, the cultivators found themselves ensnared by the vines. Unable to move, the white-clad woman, witnessing this, displayed a flicker of surprise. Seizing the opportunity, she unleashed a strike with her sword, repelling the black-clad assailants. She sheathed her longsword, turned to Lin Xiaofan, and with a slight bow, softly expressed, "Thank you, fellow cultivator, for your assistance. Had it not been for your intervention, Qingyue would surely have met with disaster today." Lin Xiaofan waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It was but a trivial effort. There is no need for gratitude. May I inquire why these individuals sought to assail you?" The woman sighed softly, a shadow passing through her eyes. "I'm a princess of the Qingfeng Empire, named Qingyue. Recently, my father has fallen gravely ill, and there are those in the palace harboring treasonous intentions that I was left with no choice but to flee, only to find myself pursued to this very spot." Lin Xiaofan was taken aback upon realizing that the woman before him was none other than the princess of Qingfeng, and that there were such upheavals within the royal family. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Your Highness, this place is not safe for lingering. Allow me to escort you to safety." Qingyue's eyes glimmered with gratitude as she softly replied, "Thank you, fellow cultivator. However, I have nowhere to go now. May I temporarily accompany you?" Lin Xiaofan nodded. "If the princess does not mind, then let us travel together." For the next few days, Qingyue remained by Lin Xiaofan's side. She was exceptionally intelligent and spoke eloquently, displaying great interest in Lin Xiaofan's knowledge of spiritual plants. As they journeyed together, Qingyue would often inquire about the mysteries of the spiritual plant path, and Lin Xiaofan gradually lowered his guard around her. Yet, unbeknownst to Lin Xiaofan, all of this was part of a scheme orchestrated by the royal family of Qingfeng. Qingyue's approach was solely to obtain the ancient legacy that resided within him. One night, Qingyue stood alone at the edge of a cliff, gazing at the distant starry sky, a complex expression crossing her face. She murmured softly to herself, Lin Xiaofan, your sincerity towards me compels me to deceive you under my father's orders. I cannot defy them, that I hope that in the future you will understand the burdens I bear. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaofan sat by the campfire, stroking the fur of the spirit-seeking mouse, yet a sense of unease lingered in his heart. He felt that Qingyue's appearance was somewhat suspicious, though he could not pinpoint exactly what felt amiss. Perhaps I am overthinking it, he thought, shaking his head to suppress his doubts. The night was dark as ink, the starlight dim, and the imperial palace of Qingfeng appeared particularly solemn beneath the night sky. Lin Xiaofan stood outside the palace, gazing up at the towering palace walls, a sense of apprehension subtly gnawing at him. Qingyue stood beside him, her expression anxious, her eyes filled with a hint of pleading. Lin, my friend, my father is gravely ill, and the court physicians are at a loss. Only you, who is well-versed in the path of spiritual plants, might discover a remedy. I truly have no other options left but to implore your assistance. Qingyue's voice trembled, tears glistening in her eyes. Seeing Qingyue's haggard visage filled him with compassion. Over the past few days, he had developed a measure of trust in her, especially due to her genuine inquiries into his knowledge of spiritual plants, leading him to believe she harbored no ulterior motives. Witnessing her current urgency, the last shred of doubt within him dissipated. There is no need for such distress, Your Highness. Since the Emperor is unwell, I shall do my utmost to assist. Lin Xiaofan stated solemnly, but a flicker of joy flashed in Qingyue's eyes as she quickly responded. Thank you, Lin. Please, follow me. The two entered the palace quietly, the guards within seemingly arranged by Qingyue, allowing them to pass without obstruction. However, Lin Xiaofan failed to notice the cold and vigilant gazes of the guards, as if they were awaiting something. Navigating through numerous palace gates, Qingyue led Lin Xiaofan to a secluded palace. The grand doors were tightly shut, and the surroundings were eerily silent, save for the night breeze bringing a chill. My father is within, Lin. Please, Qingyue urged as she pushed open the palace doors, gesturing for Lin Xiaofan to enter. Lin Xiaofan nodded and stepped into the palace. Yet, as soon as he crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut behind him, and countless runes illuminated the area, forming a massive formation that ensnared him. Is this a trap? Lin Xiaofan's heart sank as he turned back, only to see Qingyue standing outside. Her expression complex as she regarded him. Princess Qingyue, what is the meaning of this? Lin Xiaofan asked coldly, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Qingyue lowered her head, her voice trembling. Lin, I am truly sorry. I had no choice. My father needs the ancient legacy that resides within you. Only by obtaining it can he be healed and stabilize the foundations of the Qingfeng Empire. Lin Xiaofan scoffed. So it is true. Your approach was merely to seize my legacy. Qingyue raised her head, tears shimmering in her eyes. Lin, I truly do not wish to harm you. If you surrender the legacy, my father will assuredly allow you to leave. I promise. Lin Xiaofan shook his head, his gaze icy. Do you think a mere formation can contain me? Before he finished speaking, he swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, Spiritual plants, heed my command, let the myriad trees form a formation. Yet, the surrounding formation remained utterly unmoved, as if it had completely cut off the spiritual energy from the outside world. Lin Xiaofan's heart tightened as he realized this formation was extraordinary, likely specifically designed to counter his spiritual plant path. It is futile, Lin. Qingyue's voice came from outside. This formation is known as the Spirit Sealing Array. It can isolate all spiritual energy, rendering your spiritual plant abilities ineffective. A system prompt echoed in Lin Xiaofan's mind. Beep. Detected host trapped in array, unable to utilize spiritual power. Would you like to consume 1,000 energy points to exchange for the boundary-breaking seed to dispel the array? Lin Xiaofan decisively confirmed. Yes, Princess Qingyue, do you think this will truly contain me? Lin Xiaofan said calmly, then retrieved a verdant seed from his pocket, gently cradling it in his hand. Boundary-breaking seed. Activate. Lin Xiaofan shouted, and the seed erupted with brilliant light, transforming into a green beam that shot into the sky. The spirit-sealing array shattered under this force in an instant. Seeing this, Qingyue's expression changed dramatically as she exclaimed, Impossible! This formation was personally arranged by my father, the Emperor. How could you possibly break through it? Lin Xiaofan cast a cold glance at her and replied in a detached manner. Princess Qingyue, the bond between us ends here. I shall remember today's events. With that, he flickered and made to dash out of the palace. However, at that moment, a voice of authority resonated from outside the hall. Young friend, since you have arrived, why the haste to depart? Lin Xiaofan looked up to see a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe striding towards him. It was none other than Emperor Qingmu of the Qingfeng Immortal Nation. His gaze was electrifying, and his aura was overwhelming, clearly indicating a profound level of cultivation. Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? Lin Xiaofan asked coldly. Qingmu smiled slightly and replied, Young friend, possessing an ancient legacy, I merely wish to have a glimpse. Why be so tense? If you surrender the legacy, I can appoint you as the national master, granting you wealth and honor. Lin Xiaofan let out a cold laugh. Does your Majesty believe I would trust your words? A glimmer of coldness flashed in Qingmu's eyes, and his tone grew frigid. If that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite. And no sooner had he spoken than he waved his hand, and countless black-clad cultivators surged forth, surrounding Lin Xiaofan. Each of these cultivators exuded a powerful aura, clearly masters in the later stages of foundation building. Lin Xiaofan's heart sank. He realized that escaping unscathed today would be a formidable challenge. Yet, he did not waver. Instead, he straightened his posture, a flicker of resolve shining in his eyes. Your Majesty, since you insist on this, allow me to experience the might of the Qingfeng Immortal Nation, Lin Xiaofan declared coldly, swiftly forming seals with his hands as his internal spiritual energy surged wildly. Qingmu snorted coldly and commanded, Seize him! The black-clad cultivators sprang into action, unleashing various magical treasures and techniques, bearing down upon Lin Xiaofan. Though he found himself in dire straits, Lin Xiaofan remained calm, relying on his profound understanding of the path of spiritual plants to contend with them. However, just as he was about to exhaust his strength, he suddenly felt an extraordinary power surge within him. This was a force he had never sensed before, seemingly emanating from the depths of his bloodline, imbued with boundless vitality and majesty. This the ancient spiritual plant bloodline. Lin Xiaofan's heart quaked, and a glimmer of clarity crossed his eyes. He clasped his hands together and shouted, Spiritual plant bloodline, awaken! As his voice fell, the surrounding spiritual energy erupted in a frenzy, with countless vines and colossal trees sprouting from thin air, enveloping the entire palace. Lin Xiaofan's aura soared as he instantly broke through the limitations of the foundation building stage, pushing towards the golden core. Qingmu's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, This is impossible. You have awakened the ancient spiritual plant bloodline. Lin Xiaofan chuckled coldly, his gaze sharp as lightning. Your Majesty, do you still wish to seize my legacy? Fear flickered in Qingmu's eyes, followed by a grimace as he barked. Everyone, unleash your full power. He must not leave alive. Yet Lin Xiaofan had become a force they could no longer contend with. With a mere wave of his hand, countless vines danced like dragons, repelling the black-clad cultivators. Realizing the tide had turned, Qingmu attempted to flee. Lin Xiaofan coldly snorted, raised his hand, and a beam of green light shot towards Qingmu. With a scream, Qingmu was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood spilling from his mouth. Father! Qingyue cried out, rushing forward to support Qingmu, her eyes brimming with tears. Lin Xiaofan cast her a cold glance and said, Princess Qingyue, today I shall spare your lives, but from this moment forth, our ties are severed. Should you dare to covet my legacy again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, he vanished into the night. Qingyue, cradling the injured Qingmu, gazed in the direction Lin Xiaofan had departed. Her expression filled with complexity. She understood that the bond between her and Lin Xiaofan had been irreparably shattered. The night deepened. Chaos reigned within the palace of the Qingfeng Immortal Nation. Lin Xiaofan's figure darted swiftly through the palace, pursued by countless assailants, blades flashing and spells striking relentlessly. Drawing upon the awakened ancient spiritual plant bloodline, he manipulated the surrounding spiritual flora, with vines soaring like dragons and colossal trees forming barriers. granting him a fleeting chance to breathe. However, the number of pursuers from the Qingfeng Immortal Nation was overwhelming, with Golden Core experts emerging one after another. Although Lin Xiaofan had already reached the pinnacle of foundation building, he still felt overwhelmed in the face of such formidable foes. His spiritual energy was rapidly depleting, and his injuries were multiplying. I can no longer afford to delay, Lin Xiaofan thought anxiously when suddenly a prompt from his system resonated in his mind. Ding! Host in critical danger. It is advised to use spiritual plant escape technique to flee the palace. The glimmer of determination crossed Lin Xiaofan's eyes as he swiftly formed seals with his hands. Shouting, "Spiritual plant escape technique, activate!" With his command, the surrounding spiritual plants erupted in brilliant light, intertwining to form a massive green energy web that temporarily ensnared the pursuers. Lin Xiaofan's figure transformed into a stream of green light, vanishing from the spot. Moments later, he reappeared in the forest outside Qingfeng City. His complexion was pale, his breath ragged, clearly having expended a significant amount of energy using the escape technique. He dared not linger and quickly retrieved a medicinal pill to restore some of his spiritual energy. The Qingfeng Immortal Nation was no longer a safe haven. Qingmu would not let him go. Lin Xiaofan thought grimly, then opened the system map to search for the nearest escape route. Ding! A teleportation array has been detected at the border of the Qingfeng Immortal Nation. Leading to the chaotic star SE-IT is advised that the host proceed immediately. But a flicker of joy crossed Lin Xiaofan's eyes. Although the chaotic star C was fraught with peril, it was currently his only avenue of escape. Without further hesitation, he sped towards the border. Within the palace of the Qingfeng Immortal Nation, Qingmu sat upon the dragon throne, his expression a tempest of fury. Though he had sustained severe injuries, he still forced himself to maintain control of the situation. Qingyue knelt beside him, her eyes filled with guilt and anguish. "Father, it is all my fault. If only I had not been so gullible as to trust Lin Xiaofan, he would not have escaped," Qingyue said softly, her voice choked with emotion. Qingmu snorted coldly, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "It is too late to say such things now. Issue an order for a nationwide manhunt for Lin Xiaofan. He must be captured alive or dead. He must not be allowed to escape the Qingfeng Immortal Nation." "Yes," the palace guards echoed in unison before swiftly exiting to carry out the command. At the border of the Qingfeng Immortal Nation, before an ancient teleportation array, Lin Xiaofan stood at the center, clutching a spirit stone, preparing to activate the array. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by the shouts of numerous cultivators. "He is over there! Quickly, stop him!" Lin Xiaofan turned to see the pursuing soldiers of the Qingfeng Immortal Nation closing in, led by several masters in the later stages of foundation building. His heart sank. He knew he could not afford to delay any longer. He quickly embedded the spirit stone into the core of the array and shouted, "Teleportation array, activate!" As his voice echoed, the array erupted in brilliant light, the space beginning to warp. However, just as the teleportation was about to complete, a full foundation-building cultivator suddenly hurled a flying sword, aimed directly at Lin Xiaofan's back. Lin Xiaofan sensed the impending danger, but could not evade. Just as the sword was about to strike him, the spiritual plant bloodline within him erupted, enveloping him in a green shield. The sword collided with the shield, producing a crisp sound before being deflected. "Lin Xiaofan, you cannot escape," roared the full foundation-building cultivator. Lin Xiaofan responded with a cold smile, his gaze fierce as lightning. "The Qingfeng Immortal Nation, I shall remember today's grudge. I will return one day and make you pay the price." As the words left his lips, the brilliance of the teleportation array erupted in full force, and Lin Xiaofan's figure vanished from the spot in an instant in the chaotic sea of stars. Upon a desolate island, a flash of green light darted by, and Lin Xiaofan reappeared at the center of the isle. He staggered a few steps, quickly regained his balance, and gazed around. This was an unfamiliar maritime expanse. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, waves crashed against the rocky shore, and a faint scent of brine permeated the Is this truly the chaotic sea? Lin Xiaofan murmured to himself, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. Subsequently, He turned and unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, obliterating the teleportation array. He understood that he had irrevocably departed from the Qingfeng Immortal Kingdom and had entered a far more perilous realm. In the chaotic sea, fierce beasts roamed freely, and cultivators perpetually clashed over resources. A moment's carelessness could lead to one's demise. Yet instead of fear, a surge of ambition welled up within Lin Xiaofan, clenching his fists. A resolute glimmer shone in his eyes. Though the chaotic sea is fraught with danger, it is also an excellent place for me to hone my skills and elevate my cultivation. Qingmu, Qingyue, await the day of my return, for it shall be the day of the Qingfeng Immortal Kingdom's downfall. With those words, he stepped deeper into the island, his figure gradually fading into the vast sea mist. Meanwhile, within the palace of the Qingfeng Immortal Kingdom, Qingmu listened to the report from his guards. His expression darkening to an extreme, he slammed his hand onto the dragon throne and thundered, "Incompetent fools! A bunch of worthless wretches! How could you let him escape to the chaotic sea?" Qingyue stood beside him, her eyes filled with a tumult of emotions. She understood that Lin Xiaofan's escape signified the emergence of a formidable adversary for the Qingfeng Immortal Kingdom. Moreover, the bond she once shared with Lin Xiaofan had morphed into an abyss of regret and sorrow. "Father, what shall we do?" Qingyue whispered. Qingmu smirked coldly, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Though the chaotic sea is perilous, Lin Xiaofan is merely at the foundational stage of cultivation. He may not survive. Dispatch orders to closely monitor the movements of the chaotic sea and report immediately upon discovering his whereabouts. Yes, the guards responded in unison. Qingmu gazed at the night sky outside the palace, silently vowing, "Lin Xiaofan, no matter where you flee, I shall never let you escape." At that moment, as Lin Xiaofan pondered how to leave the desolate island, a surge of spiritual energy fluctuations echoed from beyond. Be careful. "That's gone berserk." Li Ming, the captain of the Sea Lion squad, exclaimed, his face ashen, wielding his long blade to fend off the massive surrounded by ethereal blue waters. The opened its gaping maw, its sharp fangs glinting ominously, as waves surged like hills, threatening to capsize the Sea Lion squad's spiritual vessel. The team members, their faces stricken with terror, channeled their spiritual energy to the utmost, yet could scarcely contend with this ferocious sea beast. Just as their lives hung in the balance, a green light shot forth from the direction of the nameless island in the blink of an eye. The light enveloped the Sea Lion squad, and this iron-like body was halted by an invisible force, unable to advance. "What is this?" Team member Wang Hu gaped, filled with disbelief at a young man clad in simple robes, exuding a gentle aura, stepped through the air. It was Lin Xiaofan. His gaze was calm as he addressed the group. "Do not panic. I am here to assist you." With that, he swiftly formed seals with his hands and murmured incantations. In an instant, the spiritual plants on the nameless island seemed to respond to his call, bursting forth from the earth. Enormous vines coiled like dragons emerging from the sea, ensnaring the peculiar flowers blossomed, releasing radiant colors that slowed the beast's movements. "This is the power of spiritual plants," Li Ming exclaimed in awe, having heard of individuals who could command such plants, but never witnessed it firsthand. Lin Xiaofan's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat. Maintaining control over the spiritual plants was no simple feat yet. His expression remained resolute, as he continuously amplified his spiritual energy, under the relentless assault of the spiritual plants. The gradually faltered, its body marred with wounds until it let out a final, defiant roar and sank into the depths of the sea. With the crisis averted, the mercenaries, having narrowly escaped death, expressed their gratitude to Lin Xiaofan. Li Ming stepped forward and clasped his fists, saying, "Thank you, benefactor, for your rescue. We are willing to repay you with a generous reward." Lin Xiaofan waved his hand, smiling. "No need for such formalities. Our meeting is fate." And it was but a small effort that I Ming scrutinized Lin Xiaofan and inquired, "May I ask from what force you hail? What brings you to this remote arrowfish island?" Lin Xiaofan replied, "I am a disciple of the Qingfeng Immortal Kingdom's Qingyan sect, visiting the chaotic sea for the first time. I would be grateful if you could guide me to the nearest city." Upon hearing Lin Xiaofan's affiliation with the Qingfeng Immortal Kingdom, a flicker of excitement brightened Li Ming's eyes as he quickly clasped his fists again, earnestly stating, "Benefactor, since you hail from the Qingfeng Immortal Kingdom, you must be unfamiliar with the chaotic sea. Not far ahead lies a cultivation city known as Linglan City. It is home to many cultivators. And due to the scarcity of spiritual plants in the chaotic sea, the trade of such plants thrives there. Your ability to control spiritual plants is remarkable. In Linglan City, you are sure to encounter like-minded individuals. Would you be willing to accompany us there?" Lin Xiaofan pondered for a moment. His curiosity about the chaotic sea was piqued, and Linglan City might provide him with insights into the cultivation secrets of this region. He nodded in agreement. After a brief rest, the group set off towards Linglan City. Along the way, Li Ming walked alongside Lin Xiaofan, elaborating on the distribution of powers within the chaotic sea. "Benefactor, while the chaotic sea appears vast and boundless, it is actually divided among several major factions. The foremost of these is the Xinglan sect, a deeply rooted and powerful sect, boasting numerous formidable cultivators and controlling the most prosperous spiritual mines and plant mountains in the chaotic sea. Their disciples are highly esteemed in various cities." I Ming's expression turned serious, his eyes filled with reverence. "Then there is the Sea Shark Gang, a band of ruthless marauders that inhabit the deep-sea regions. They survive by pillaging passing merchant ships, employing brutal tactics. However, out of fear of the Xinglan sect's might, they dare not act too recklessly." A flicker of disdain crossed Li Ming's eyes as he spoke of the Sea Shark Gang. Additionally, there are several loose cultivator alliances. These cultivators hail from all corners, and due to their limited strength, they band together for mutual support. Each city has its own stronghold, along with their own trading channels. Linglan City houses a sizable branch of a loose cultivator alliance, which will provide you with opportunities to meet fellow cultivators. Lin Xiaofan listened intently, occasionally posing questions, and Li Ming answered patiently, as Li Ming elaborated. The intricate web of power dynamics within the chaotic sea gradually clarified in Lin Xiaofan's mind, and his anticipation for the imminent arrival at Linglan City grew. The Sea Lion Squad's vessel gently docked at the port of Linglan City, and Lin Xiaofan stood on the deck, gazing at the bustling maritime city before him. The salty sea breeze swept over him, carrying a hint of fishy odor. "Taoist Lin, we have arrived at Linglan City." Li Ming's deep voice resonated from behind. "Thank you, Captain Li, for your guidance along the way." Lin Xiaofan expressed his gratitude with a cupped fist, though his gaze inadvertently fell upon a stall beside the port. A few wilted spiritual herbs were displayed there, with a vendor haggling with a cultivator 0.50 spiritual stones for a 3-leaf grass. "That's exorbitant," the cultivator exclaimed in shock. The vendor shrugged helplessly. "You see, dear friend, the chaotic sea is fraught with chaotic spiritual energy, making it difficult for spiritual plants to thrive. This price is already quite fair." Lin Xiaofan's eyes lit up as he hurried down the spiritual vessel, weaving through the stalls and scrutinizing the price and quality of each spiritual plant. The more he observed, the more astonished he became. The prices of spiritual plants here were more than tenfold compared to the inland, with overall quality being subpar. "Taoist Lin, are you interested in these spiritual plants?" Li Ming followed closely behind. Lin Xiaofan nodded, pointing to a yellowing Qingxin grass. "This Qingxin grass is worth at most 20 spiritual stones inland. Yet here it demands 200. Moreover, look, it has already lost more than half of its spiritual energy. Its medicinal efficacy is likely less than 30%. Li Ming sighed. "Such is the nature of the chaotic sea. Spiritual plants are scarce, driving prices ever higher. Our Sea Lion Squad must carry sufficient spiritual pills whenever we venture out to sea, or else we simply cannot afford to buy any here." Lin Xiaofan appeared contemplative. He touched the storage pouch at his waist, which contained a bag of spiritual seeds given to him by his master before departing. "Captain Li, I wish to open a spiritual plant shop in Linglan City." Lin Xiaofan suddenly declared. Li Ming was taken aback. "Open a spiritual plant shop? But the spiritual plant business here is monopolized by the 3 major merchant associations. They would not permit new competitors to emerge. Precisely for that reason, there lies a greater opportunity. Lin Xiaofan replied, that a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lin Xiaofan's eyes. I possess a unique method for cultivating spiritual plants, capable of yielding high-quality specimens right here. Moreover, he lowered his voice, I can also cultivate certain special spiritual plants, such as the clear miasma grass, which can resist the noxious miasma of the chaotic star. I Ming's pupils constricted, as the captain of the Sea Lion Squad, who had spent years at sea. He was acutely aware of the value of clear miasma grass. Each year, numerous cultivators perish from miasma poisoning in the chaotic star. See that if there truly exists a spiritual plant that can fend off the miasma, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. Lin Daoyu, this matter is of great significance, Li Ming said solemnly. The three major merchant associations will not stand idly by. They are likely to. That is precisely why I require Captain Li's assistance. Lin Xiaofan interjected. The Sea Lion Squad has been operating in Linglong City for many years and possesses intimate knowledge of the local situation. If Captain Li is willing to join, I can offer the Sea Lion Squad a 30% stake. Li Ming pondered for a moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. Lin Daoyu is indeed no ordinary person. Very well. I, Li Ming, am willing to join. However, he shifted his tone, it will not suffice with just us. We also need to find a few reliable allies. Captain Li, do you have any candidates in mind? Yes, I know a few row cultivators who are trustworthy. Point one of them, a female cultivator named Lu Yin, is adept in formations and can assist us in arranging protective arrays. There's also a blacksmith named Zhang Tai. Although his cultivation is not high, his forging skills are exceptional, and he can help us create special tools for cultivating spiritual plants. Lin Xiaofan nodded. Then I will trouble Captain Li to make the introductions that we should first find a suitable location in the city to open the shop, and then, before he could finish, a sudden commotion erupted in the distance. A group of cultivators clad in black garments strode forward, led by a middle-aged man with a sinister countenance, a long sword embedded with red spirit stones hanging from his waist. Those are members of the Qishao Merchant Association. Li Ming whispered. The one at the forefront is Zhao Wuji, an enforcer responsible for suppressing newly opened spiritual plant shops. Lin Xiaofan narrowed his eyes, watching as the group headed straight for the stall that had been selling three-leaf grass. Zhao Wuji seized a spiritual herb from the stall and sneered. Who allowed you to sell spiritual herbs here? Have you paid your protection fee? The stall owner turned pale, repeatedly waving his hands. Zhao Ji, sure, I will pay right away. Lin Xiaofan clenched his fist. It seemed that opening a spiritual plant shop in Linglong City would not only mean contending with a harsh environment, but also dealing with the harassment of local bullies. However, this only strengthened his resolve to establish a shop here. 3 days later, in a secluded street within Linglong City, Lin Xiaofan stood in the back courtyard of the shop, gazing at the barren land before him. This place had originally been an abandoned old residence, situated in a remote area. Yet its vast expanse was an advantage, with the backyard encompassing 3 acres of open space. Ding! Suitable location detected. The sudden mechanical voice startled Lin Xiaofan, followed by an overwhelming surge of joy that a semi-transparent light screen appeared before him, displaying various data. With a thought, a palm-sized spiritual field materialized in his hand. Though it appeared ordinary, it emanated a rich aura of spiritual energy, purer than any place in the chaotic star sea. Lin Daoyu, the formation has been set up, came Lu Yan's voice from behind. The female cultivator, dressed in green, with features as delicate as a painting, held a formation flag in her hand. Lin Xiaofan turned to see the entire shop enveloped in a faint light screen. This was the protective formation arranged by Lu Yan, capable of blocking divine sense, probing, and safeguarding the shop's security. Thank you, Lu Daoyu, Lin Xiaofan smiled. With this formation, our secret for cultivating spiritual plants will remain undisclosed. Lu Yan nodded, her gaze falling on the spiritual field in Lin Xiaofan's hand, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. What is this? Just a little trick? Lin Xiaofan replied with a mysterious smile. By the way, how is Zhang Tai doing? He has completed the first batch of cultivation tools, Lu Yan said. According to your specifications, the tools have been inscribed with special runes to adjust the concentration of spiritual energy. Lin Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction. With the system, the formation, and special tools, along with the assistance of Li Ming and others, His spiritual plant pavilion was fully prepared. 3 days later, the spiritual plant pavilion officially opened. Early in the morning, the shop's entrance was already crowded with people. Most of them had come to see the spectacle. As it remained uncertain how long a newly opened spiritual plant shop could endure under the pressure of the three major merchant associations, esteemed friends, today marks the grand opening of the spiritual plant pavilion. With all spiritual plants offered at a 20% discount, Lin Xiaofan announced loudly at the entrance. Laughter erupted from the crowd. "Kid, do you know what happens to those who open a spiritual plant shop in Linglong City?" A burly man sneered. "The last one who dared to do so is still feeding fish in the sea." Unperturbed, Lin Xiaofan turned and retrieved a clear heart grass from the counter. This clear heart grass boasted vibrant green leaves and rich spiritual energy. Clearly of superior quality, this clear heart grass is priced at 100 spirit stones. His words sent the crowd into an uproar. It was well known that the three major merchant associations sold clear heart grass for at least 200 spirit stones, and of far inferior quality. "Impossible!" someone in the crowd exclaimed. "This must be a scam." Lin Xiaofan smiled faintly, extending the clear heart grass to the skeptic. "You may inspect it yourself, my friend." The cultivator took the clear heart grass, examining it closely, and his expression shifted drastically. This is indeed top-grade, clear heart grass, and the spiritual energy is pure, without a hint of impurity. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Everyone surged toward the counter, clamoring to purchase spiritual plants. Just then, a group of black-clad individuals appeared, led by none other than Zhao Wuji of the Qishao Merchant Association. "Everyone, halt!" Zhao Wuji bellowed. "The origin of this shop's spiritual plants is dubious. Anyone who buys from here is complicit." The crowd fell silent, with many beginning to retreat. In Linglong City, no one dared to offend the three major merchant associations. Yet Lin Xiaofan remained unflustered. He retrieved a completely emerald spiritual herb from beneath the counter. "Zhao Ji, sure. Do you recognize what this is?" As Zhao Wuji focused intently, his expression changed dramatically. "Clear miasma grass?" "Impossible! That kind of spiritual herb has long been extinct." "Indeed, this is clear miasma grass," Lin Xiaofan smiled. "Moreover, I have plenty more." As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and Li Ming and the others promptly brought out several large crates filled with various rare spiritual plants. Zhao Wuji's face darkened with fury. He could hardly believe that this young man had managed to cultivate such an abundance of rare spiritual plants. What alarmed him even more was the exceptionally high quality of these plants, far surpassing those of the three major merchant associations. "That you'll pay for this." Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth. "Let us go." Watching Zhao Wuji retreat in disgrace, Lin Xiaofan's lips curled into a smirk. The headquarters of the Qishao Merchant Association. In a secret chamber, the heads of the three major merchant associations gathered. Zhao Tianxiong, president of the Qishao Merchant Association, occupied the main seat, with Mu Qingyun, president of the Qingmu Merchant Association, and Bai Wuyo, president of the Baisha Merchant Association, flanking him. "Esteemed colleagues, I trust you have all heard about the situation at the Spiritual Plant Pavilion." Zhao Tianxiong spoke gravely. "That young man named Lin Xiaofan has taken away 30% of our business in just a month." Mu Qingyun snorted coldly. "He is merely an arrogant brat, daring to stir up trouble in our territory. I have already dispatched someone to investigate," Bai Wuyo said, playing with a jade ring in his hand. "This lad hails from a small sect in the inland Qingfeng Immortal Kingdom, where the strongest cultivator is merely at the golden core stage, and he possesses no significant background." A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Zhao Tianxiong's eyes. "In that case, let us proceed according to our usual methods." Zhao Wuji, present. Zhao Wuji stepped out from the shadows. "Take a group to the Spiritual Plant Pavilion and give that Lin Xiaofan a proper education on our rules." Meanwhile, in the backyard of the Spiritual Plant Pavilion, Lin Xiaofan was reviewing his system panel. Since his cultivation had broken through to the foundation establishment stage, his spiritual plant cultivation level had risen to level 2. He had also unlocked a new feature. Spiritual plant mutation doubled, and the space of his spiritual field had expanded to 100 acres. Suddenly, a system alert rang in his ears. Ding. Host detected to be facing a crisis. Issuing emergency mission. Repel the attack of the three major merchant associations. Mission reward: 1 golden fruit tree seedling. Lin Xiaofan furrowed his brow. It seemed the three major merchant associations were about to take action. "Li Ming," he called. "Here." Li Ming rushed over, his curved blade already drawn. "Notify everyone to prepare for battle." As soon as the words fell, a commotion erupted outside the shop. "Lin Xiaofan, get out here." Zhao Wuji's voice boomed. Lin Xiaofan stepped out of the shop to find Zhao Wuji surrounded by more than 20 cultivators, encircling the spirit plant pavilion. These cultivators were all at least at the foundation establishment stage. Among them were 3 experts at the golden core stage. "Zhao Steward, what is the meaning of this?" Lin Xiaofan feigned surprise. "Zhao Wuji, sneer boy, if you're wise, hand over the secret to cultivating spirit plants. Or else," with a flick of his sword, a wave of sword energy sliced a nearby stone pillar in half. Lin Xiaofan remained unfazed. "And what if I refuse?" "Then don't blame us for being rude." Zhao Wuji commanded. "Charge!" The 20-odd cultivators launched their attacks simultaneously, unleashing various spells and magical artifacts toward the spirit plant pavilion. However, just as the attacks were about to hit, a layer of light blue barrier suddenly appeared, deflecting all the assaults. "What is this?" Zhao Wuji's pupils constricted. Lu Yin emerged from shop, waving a formation banner. "Everyone, it would be wise to behave within the confines of the Beehive tidal formation I've set up." Zhao Wuji's expression darkened. "A mere formation dares to..." Before he could finish, Lin Xiaofan suddenly tossed a handful of seeds. The seeds took root upon hitting the ground, instantly growing into peculiar spirit plants. Before Zhao Wuji could react, the spirit plants erupted, releasing clouds of purple mist. "Not good. It's bewitching grass," a golden core cultivator exclaimed, but it was too late. The purple mist rapidly spread, enveloping Zhao Wuji and his companions. Moments later, as the mist dissipated, Zhao Wuji and the others were left disoriented and unsteady. Lin Xiaofan approached Zhao Wuji, leaning down to say, "Go back and tell your president, if he wants my secret, he must show some sincerity. Otherwise," he produced a pitch-black spirit plant. "Next time, it won't be as simple as bewitching grass." Zhao Wuji looked at the plant in terror, nodding repeatedly. Once Zhao Wuji and his group left in disarray, Li Ming asked worriedly, "Lin Daoyu, will this?" Lin Xiaofan waved his hand dismissively. "No worries, I have my plans." He turned his gaze toward the backyard, a glint of brilliance flickering in his eyes. The reward from the system. The seedling of the golden fruit tree had already arrived. This was the primary ingredient for refining golden core pills. Meanwhile, within the Qishao Chamber of Commerce, the sound of shattering porcelain echoed. Zhao Tianxiong sat in the main seat, his expression dark, his rising and falling chest indicating his inner turmoil. Beside him, Zhao Wuji was so frightened he didn't dare to breathe, fully aware that his master was currently in a fit of rage. After several breaths, Zhao Tianxiong produced a token embossed with a shark design, handing it to Zhao Wuji with stern instructions. "Hurry and take the spirit boat to Shark Island, and say I have something they would be interested in." 7 days later, at the headquarters of the Qishao Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Tianxiong stood respectfully before a young man. The youth, clad in a purple robe, had a handsome yet somewhat sinister appearance, with faint scale patterns between his brows. He was none other than A.O. Lai, the young master of the Shark Gang. "Young Master A.O., that Lin Xiaofan is exceedingly arrogant, disregarding even our 3 major chambers." Zhao Tianxiong exaggerated. He even claimed that even the Shark Gang could do nothing to him. A.O. Lai toyed with a jade fan in his hand, sneering, "Oh, a mere spirit plant shop dares to be so presumptuous." Indeed, Lin Xiaofan has learned some dark art from somewhere, able to cultivate all sorts of bizarre spirit plants. Zhao Tianxiong continued. Even our golden core experts fell into his trap. A flicker of interest crossed A.O. Lai's eyes. "Interesting, I shall see what is so special about this spirit plant pavilion." The next day, at the spirit plant pavilion, Lin Xiaofan was inspecting the newly cultivated spirit plants in the backyard. Following the system upgrade, the planting area had expanded to 10 acres, allowing for the cultivation of hundreds of spirit plants simultaneously. Ding! A powerful aura is approaching. It is advised that the host prepare. Lin Xiaofan furrowed his brows and swiftly made his way to the front hall. He saw a young man in a purple robe swaggering into the shop, flanked by 2 powerful cultivators. "You are Lin Xiaofan?" A.O. Lai scrutinized Lin Xiaofan. "I've heard you are quite arrogant." Lin Xiaofan replied with calm composure. May I ask who this friend is? Impudent, one of the attendants barked. This is young Master A.O. Lai of the Shark Gang. Do not delay in paying your respects. Lin Xiaofan was taken aback, not expecting the Shark Gang to arrive so soon. However, he maintained his composure. Ah, it is young Master A.O. What brings you here? A.O. Lai boldly seated himself. I've heard your spirit plant pavilion is quite impressive. Name your price, I want it. Lin Xiaofan smiled faintly. I'm sorry. But the spirit plant pavilion is not for sale. Not for sale? A.O. Lai narrowed his eyes. Do you understand that in this chaotic star sea, there's nothing my Shark Gang cannot obtain? As soon as he finished speaking, his attendants simultaneously unleashed powerful auras, revealing themselves as late-stage golden core experts. Lin Xiaofan felt immense pressure, yet he was prepared. He clapped his hands gently, and Li Ming and the others emerged from the back hall, also exuding powerful auras. Oh? A.O. Lai was somewhat surprised, not expecting Lin Xiaofan to have several capable subordinates. Just then, Lu Yin stepped forward, holding a formation banner. Young Master A.O., it would be wise to restrain yourselves within the Beehive title formation I have laid. A.O. Lai's expression shifted slightly. He sensed that the entire shop was enveloped by the power of a formidable formation, even restraining the late-stage golden core experts he had brought. Lin Xiaofan seized the opportunity to say, Young Master A.O., although the spirit plant pavilion is not large, it is not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. How about we make a deal? What kind of deal? The Shark Gang can have the first option to purchase the special spirit plants from the spirit plant pavilion. At a favorable price, Lin Xiaofan said, presenting a holy golden spirit plant. For instance, this dragon blood grass is highly beneficial for the cultivation of sea tribes. If the spirit plant pavilion remains unharmed for a year, I shall sell it to you. Then A.O. Lai's pupils constricted. Being of mixed blood from the dragon and shark tribes, he was acutely aware of the dragon blood grass's value. Such spirit plants had long since gone extinct, and he never expected Lin Xiaofan to cultivate one. Good, very good. A.O. Lai stood up excitedly. Lin Xiaofan, you have successfully piqued my interest. However, he shifted his tone. If I find you playing any tricks, you know the consequences. Saying this, he left with his subordinates. Once A.O. Lai was far away, Li Ming and the others finally sighed in relief. Lin Daoyu, A.O. Lai is not an easy opponent to deal with, Lu Yin said with concern. Although he has retreated this time, he certainly will not let this matter rest. Lin Xiaofan nodded. I understand. However, with this dragon blood grass, we can at least buy ourselves some time. That A.S. night fell, outside the spirit plant pavilion. 3 cloaked figures lurked in the shadows, their eyes fixed on the shop's entrance. They were elite spies dispatched by Zhao Tianxiong, all at the late Foundation establishment stage, skilled in concealment and tracking. Boss, it's been 3 days, and that kid hasn't made a peep, a thin spy murmured. The leading spy snorted coldly. What's the rush? Young Master A.O. said to keep a close watch on him. If he gets away, we'll all be in trouble. Just then, an unusual fragrance wafted from the backyard of the spirit plant pavilion. What is that smell? The thin spy sniffed the air. Not good. The leading spy's expression changed drastically. Hold your breath? Yet it was too late. The 3 spies felt the world spinning around them, darkness engulfing their vision, and they lost consciousness. Inside the spirit plant pavilion, Lin Xiaofan observed the situation outside through the system screen. A smirk playing on his lips. Ding! Successfully used bewitching fragrance, gaining 100 experience points. This bewitching fragrance was a newly cultivated spirit plant of his, colorless and odorless, capable of causing unconsciousness without the target realizing it. Moreover, this scent only affected those with ulterior motives. Li Ming, go deal with those spies, Lin Xiaofan instructed. Li Ming nodded and went out with several subordinates. Shortly after, they returned carrying the 3 unconscious spies. Lin Daoyu, how shall we dispose of them? Li Ming inquired. Lin Xiaofan pondered for a moment. Let us strip them of their garments, don them in women's attire, and then cast them at the entrance of the 3 major merchant guilds. Li Ming was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ingenious. The 3 major guilds will surely be humiliated. The next morning, the streets of Linglong City were abuzz with the tale of the spies from the 3 major merchant guilds who had collapsed in women's clothing. Zhao Tianxiong was furious, yet utterly helpless. Meanwhile, in the backyard of Lingji Pavilion, Lin Xiaofan was inspecting the newly cultivated spirit plants. After some time of diligent effort, his system had unlocked a new function: spirit plant mimicry. Ding! The system detected a new observer and suggested the use of mimicry grass. With a mere thought, a completely transparent spirit plant materialized in his hand. This mimicry grass could imitate the appearance and aura of any object, making an exceptional tool for disguise. Lu Yin, come here for a moment, called Lin Xiaofan. Lu Ruoyan approached quickly. Lin Daoyu, what is the matter? Lin Xiaofan handed her the mimicry grass. Plant this around the shop. And remember to space each one a zhang apart. Lu Yin received the mimicry grass, her eyes flashing with surprise. This is mimicry grass? I never expected you could cultivate such a long-lost spirit plant. Lin Xiaofan smiled silently. With the cover of the mimicry grass, even a Yuan Ing stage master would have no hope of uncovering the secrets of Lingji Pavilion. At tea that moment, Zhang Tai rushed in. Lin Daoyu. There is someone outside claiming to be from the Tianji Pavilion seeking an audience. Lin Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. The Tianji Pavilion is the largest intelligence organization in the Chaos Star Sea. Their visit likely heralded trouble. Allow him to enter, Lin Xiaofan replied, curious to discern the intentions of the Tianji Pavilion. In the reception hall of Lingji Pavilion, an elderly man clad in a gray robe sat upright. Cradling a cup of tea, his gaunt visage and piercing gaze exuded an ethereal aura with every gesture. Lin Pavilion Master, it is an honor to finally meet you. The elder set down his cup with a faint smile. I'm the steward of Tianji Pavilion, known as Xian Gizi. Lin Xiaofan returned the greeting with a bow. It is a privilege to host you, esteemed Xuanzi. May I inquire what guidance you have for me? Xian Gizi stroked his long beard. Have you ever heard of the Wanyao Valley, Lin Pavilion Master? Lin Xiaofan's heart stirred. The Wanyao Valley was an ancient sect renowned for its spirit plants. It was said to house countless rare spirit plants, as well as the legacy of ancient spirit plant masters. Yet, this sect had long since faded into the annals of history, leaving only whispers of its existence. I have heard a little, Lin Xiaofan responded nonchalantly. Recently, our Tianji Pavilion has discovered a relic deep within the Chaos Star Sea, which is highly likely to be the remnants of the Wanyao Valley. Xian Gizi continued, producing a jade slip. These are samples of spirit plants we found at the relic's periphery. Lin Xiaofan accepted the jade slip, and upon scanning it with his consciousness, he was immediately astounded. The spirit plants documented within were all ancient treasures thought to be extinct. What does Lin Pavilion Master think? Xian Gizi inquired with a smile. Our Tianji Pavilion is preparing an expedition and would like to invite you to participate. With your mastery of spirit plants, I believe you will reap great rewards. Lin Xiaofan pondered for a moment. May I ask who else will be joining this expedition? Xinglan's sect, Shark Gang, the 3 major merchant guilds, as well as several adept rogue cultivators skilled in spirit plants. Xian Gizi replied, however, you need not worry, for our Tianji Pavilion will ensure fairness during the exploration. Just then, the system suddenly chimed. Ding. Ancient spirit plant legacy aura detected. It is recommended that the host accept the invitation. There may exist key items for system upgrades within the relic. Lin Xiaofan's heart raced, though his expression remained undisturbed. In that case, I shall graciously accept. Xian Gizi nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. We shall convene on Tianji Island 3 days hence. Here is your passage token. Please keep it safe. After bidding farewell to Xian Gizi, Lin Xiaofan promptly summoned his companions. This expedition will likely be fraught with peril. Lin Xiaofan stated solemnly that Li Ming select several capable individuals at the late Foundation establishment stage to accompany us. Lu Yin, prepare some protective formations. Zhang Tai, craft a few suitable magical tools. The group dispersed to fulfill their tasks. Lin Xiaofan retreated to the backyard, gazing contemplatively at the flourishing spirit plants. The system had just alerted him to the potential presence of key items for system upgrades within the relic. If he could indeed acquire the ancient spirit plant legacy, his strength would undoubtedly rise significantly. Yet he was also keenly aware that this exploration would be fraught with danger. Linglan's sect, Shark Gang, the 3 major merchant guilds, and other factions would not let this opportunity slip, but it seemed he would need to prepare some special measures. Lin Xiaofan murmured to himself. He took out a peculiar seed, a variant of the spirit-devouring vine that he had cultivated using the system's new function. This spirit plant could devour the spiritual energy of enemies, serving as an excellent defensive measure. The sea shimmered under the sun, a seamless blend of azure sky and cerulean waters. Lin Xiaofan stood on the deck of the spirit vessel, gazing at the island's silhouette barely visible in the distance. That was the direction of Tianji Island, their destination. Lin Daoyu, we are approaching the Misty Sea. Li Ming warned, "It is said that sea demons often haunt this area. We must exercise caution." Lin Xiaofan nodded, poised to respond when suddenly his brow furrowed. Ding! Ambush detected ahead. It is advised that the host prepare for confrontation. Almost simultaneously with the system's alert, thick fog enveloped the surface of the sea, ensnaring the spirit vessel completely. "This is bad. It's the shark gang's misty formation," Lu Yen exclaimed. Laughter echoed through the fog. "Haha, Lin Xiaofan, did you think you could easily reach Tianji Island?" It was the voice of Zhao Wujing. Lin Xiaofan maintained his composure. "Zhao Ji, sure, what is the meaning of this?" "What meaning?" Zhao Wujing sneered. "Hand over the secrets of spirit plant cultivation, or you shall remain lost in this fog forever." No sooner had he spoken than countless water arrows erupted from the mist, hurtling towards the spirit vessel. "Li Ming," Lin Xiaofan called out. "Understood." Li Ming unsheathed his sword, a flash of blade light sweeping through the air, deflecting all the water arrows. Meanwhile, Lu Yin had already retrieved a formation flag, commencing the unraveling of the misty formation. Lin Xiaofan, in turn, drew a handful of seeds from his storage bag and cast them into the sea. Upon contact with the water, the seeds dissolved, instantaneously sprouting into enormous lotus leaves that lifted the spirit vessel. "What is this?" came an exclamation from within the fog. "Floating lotus," Lin Xiaofan replied nonchalantly. "It allows the spirit vessel to temporarily rise above the water surface. Immune to water-type spells, as expected, with the growth of the floating lotus, the spirit vessel gradually ascended, escaping the confines of the fog." Zhao Wujing, infuriated, shouted. After them, a dozen speedboats burst forth from the mist, each manned by several cultivators. Among them were not only members of the three major merchant guilds, but also experts from the shark gang. "Lin Daoyu, what should we do?" Li Ming gripped the hilt of his sword. Lin Xiaofan, however, remained unfazed and retrieved another handful of seeds. "Let's see how they fare against this." The seeds fell into the sea, rapidly growing into strange spirit plants. These plants were a vibrant green, their leaves sharp as blades, swiftly spreading across the water surface. That blade leaf grass," Lu Yen exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed," Lin Xiaofan grinned, "specifically for the shark gang." The blade leaf grass grew wildly, its leaves spinning like razor blades, shredding the pursuing speedboats into splinters. The cultivators were thrown into the water, flailing helplessly. "Damn it!" Zhao Wujing roared, unleashing a magical treasure. It was a copper mirror, its surface shimmering with a ghostly light. Be careful. "It's the soul-capturing mirror," Lu Yen warned. Yet Lin Xiaofan remained calm, taking out a peculiar flower. This flower was entirely white, adorned with faint golden veins. Calming heart lotus, specifically designed to counter soul-capturing artifacts. As anticipated, the light from the soul-capturing mirror fell upon the calming heart lotus, rendering it ineffective. Zhao Wujing's face turned pale at the sight. "Retreat." Watching their enemies flee in disarray, Li Ming and the others breathed a sigh of relief. "Lin Daoyu, your mastery of spirit plants is truly remarkable," Zhang Tai praised. Yet Lin Xiaofan frowned slightly. "It's not that simple. The shark gang will not give up so easily. We must hasten our pace." At that moment, the system chimed once more. Ding! Crisis averted. Host has gained 1,000 experience points. New spirit plant unlocked. Concealment grass. Lin Xiaofan felt a stir in his heart as he took out a handful of concealment grass seeds and scattered them around the spirit vessel. Instantly, the aura of the vessel vanished completely, as if it had melded with the expanse of sea and sky. "Now, they won't find us," Lin Xiaofan smiled, urging the vessel to sail forth at full speed. Destination, Tianji Island. 3 days later, at the dock of Tianji Island, a throng of people bustled about. Lin Xiaofan and his companions disembarked from the spirit vessel. They were met with countless gazes, some curious, some hostile, and others scrutinizing. Lin Pavilion Master, this way, please. A disciple of the Tianji Pavilion approached them, stating that Elder Xinyuan had been awaiting their arrival for some time. Lin Xiaofan nodded and was about to follow when he was suddenly obstructed by a group of individuals. "Oh, isn't this Lin Pavilion Master from the Spirit Plant Pavilion?" Zhao Tianxiong remarked with a mocking tone. "What? Do you wish to partake in the spoils as well?" Behind him stood members of the three major merchant guilds, each wearing an unfriendly expression. Lin Xiaofan offered a faint smile. Chairman Zhao is jesting. With the Tianji Pavilion's invitation, how could Lin dare to decline? Humph. Zhao Tianxiong scoffed coldly. Don't think that just because you possess a few minor skills, you are impressive. This relic is not something for small fry like you to meddle with. That moment, a clear and cold voice rang out. Chairman Zhao, what an imposing presence you have. Everyone turned to see a woman clad in white approaching gracefully. Her beauty was unparalleled, her demeanor ethereal, and a dot of cinnabar on her brow added to her celestial aura. It is the fairy Qingtian of the Linglan sect, someone exclaimed. Zhao Tianxiong's expression shifted, and he quickly forced a smile. Fairy Qingtian, you just thought I'm merely what? Fairy Qingtian interjected frostily. At your place to dictate the movements of guests invited by the Tianji Pavilion. Zhao Tianxiong retreated awkwardly, casting a fierce glare at Lin Xiaofan as he left. Fairy Qingtian turned to Lin Xiaofan, a smile brightening her face. Lin Pavilion Master, I have long admired your reputation. Might you be interested in joining my Linglan sect? At her words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The Linglan sect was a top-tier sect of the Chaos Star Sea, and to be personally recruited by Fairy Qingtian was a tremendous honor. Just as Lin Xiaofan was about to respond, he suddenly felt a piercing gaze directed at him. Turning to look, he found Ao Lai staring coldly in their direction. Lin Xiaofan. Ao Lai spoke, his tone frigid. Do not think that with the Linglan sect backing you, everything will go smoothly. This relic is not accessible to just anyone. Fairy Qingtian frowned slightly. Young Master Ao, you need not say more. There is no need for further words. Fairy Qingtian, Ao Lai interrupted. I merely wish to remind Lin Pavilion Master that some places, once entered, one may never return. With that, he turned and departed, leaving behind an atmosphere thick with tension. Fairy Qingtian looked at Lin Xiaofan. Do not take offense, Lin Pavilion Master. Ao Lai has always been this way. Regarding my earlier proposal, Lin Xiaofan cupped his hands and replied, I'm grateful for your kindness, Fairy, but I have grown accustomed to a leisurely life. I fear I cannot. Fairy Qingtian waved her hand dismissively, and no matter, Lin Pavilion Master may ponder it further. Should you change your mind, you are welcome to seek me out at any time at the Tianji Pavilion. The star observation platform. Lin Xiaofan followed Xinyuanzi up to the high platform where an elderly man with white hair stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the starry sky. Though dressed in a simple gray robe, he exuded an aura of profound depth. Pavilion Master, I have brought Lin Xiaofan, Xinyuanzi said respectfully. The elder turned, and Lin Xiaofan immediately felt a sharp gaze sweep over him, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. Lin Xiaofan, the Tianji Pavilion Master's voice was hoarse. Interesting, very interesting. He gestured for Xinyuanzi to withdraw, and then produced an ancient copper mirror. This is the Tianji mirror, capable of divining fate and glimpsing the secrets of the heavens. Allow me to read your fortune. Lin Xiaofan's heart stirred as the system suddenly emitted a prompt. Ding. High-level divination technique detected, activating protective mechanism. The Tianji Pavilion Master held the copper mirror, chanting incantations. Golden light shimmered on the mirror, illuminating Lin Xiaofan. However, as soon as the golden light touched him, it began to fluctuate violently. The images within the mirror shifted continuously, unable to stabilize. The Tianji Pavilion Master's expression changed, and his hand gestures transformed rapidly. The golden light surged forth, yet he still could not discern Lin Xiaofan's fate trajectory. The elder wiped sweat from his brow. I have presided over the Tianji Pavilion for hundreds of years and have never encountered such a situation. He retracted the mirror and gazed deeply at Lin Xiaofan. Young friend Lin, Your fate is, astonishingly, not within the realm of the Tianji. Lin Xiaofan was secretly alarmed but maintained a calm facade. Pavilion Master is jesting. I am merely a wandering cultivator, and there is nothing remarkable about me. The Tianji Pavilion Master shook his head that no, your fate trajectory is obscured by some force. This power. He paused. Even the Tianji mirror cannot penetrate AKT that moment. The system prompted once more. Ding. Successfully resisted high-level divination technique. Gaining 5,000 experience points. Unlocking new feature. Mist of Destiny. Lin Xiaofan felt a jolt of excitement. This new feature appeared to allow him to actively interfere with others' divinations. The Tianji Pavilion Master pondered for a moment before saying, Young friend Lin, during this relic exploration, you must exercise great caution. I observe your countenance. This journey may bring great fortune, but also great peril. Lin Xiaofan cupped his hands. Thank you for your guidance, Pavilion Master. Upon leaving the star observation platform, Lin Xiaofan noticed the attitudes of various factions had shifted. Zhao Tianxiong and his associates kept their distance, no longer daring to provoke him. Qingtian's gaze now held more intrigue. Even A.O. Lai had withdrawn his disdainful demeanor. Lin Dao friend, what has transpired? Li Ming and others approached. Lin Xiaofan shook his head. Nothing much. We must prepare for the relic will soon open. Just then, a chime resonated through the air above Tianji Island. 3 resounding bell tolls echoed across the heavens and earth. The relic is about to open, someone exclaimed. The azure waves stretched endlessly, merging seamlessly with the sky. Lin Xiaofan stood on the deck of the spirit vessel, gazing at the boundless ocean ahead. Zunyuanzi stood at the bow, holding an ancient compass that spun incessantly, guiding their course. Lin Xiaofan, do you know why we waited 3 days? Zunyuanzi suddenly asked. Lin Xiaofan shook his head. I would appreciate your guidance, esteemed elder. Zunyuanzi pointed toward the sea ahead. Do you notice anything peculiar about that expanse of water? Lin Xiaofan focused his gaze and discerned a faint, shimmering aura rippling on the surface of the sea. It was difficult to notice unless one looked closely at that a formation fluctuation. Lin Xiaofan inquired in astonishment. Indeed, Zunyuanzi nodded approvingly. The protective formation of Wanyao Valley is known as the Zhou Tian Starry Array. This array draws upon the stars of the heavens, harnessing the power of the earth and sky, with boundless might. He paused before continuing. Our Tianji Pavilion has spent a century deducing the operational patterns of this array. Every 100 years, there are 3 days when its power is at its weakest. After these 3 days, it will be the optimal moment to enter. Lin Xiaofan's heart stirred as the system once again prompted. Ding. High-level formation fluctuation detected, collecting formation information. Just then, a commotion arose in the distance. Dozens of spirit vessels surged through the waves, their banners flying high, representing various factions. The Sea Shark Gang, the 3 major merchant guilds, the Linglan sect. They have all arrived, Li Ming whispered. Zunyuanzi snorted coldly. These individuals are all here for the spiritual plant inheritance of Wanyao Valley. Lin Xiaofan, you must tread carefully. Lin Xiaofan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the vessels. He spotted A.O. Lai, standing at the bow, his cold eyes fixed on their direction. Fairy Qingtan gave him a slight nod, acknowledging his presence. Esteemed elder, since this formation draws upon the Zhou Tian stars, will we be affected once we enter? Lin Xiaofan inquired. Zunyuanzi looked at him with some surprise. Indeed, once inside, you'll be influenced by the power of the stars. The mildest effect may lead to disorientation, while the severest could damage one's soul. Lin Xiaofan appeared contemplative. He discreetly retrieved a handful of seeds. These were the stellar grass he had just cultivated using system energy, capable of resisting the influence of stellar power. Ding successfully collected high-level formation information, gaining 3,000 experience points. Unlocking new spiritual plant, Starshine Flower. Lin Xiaofan's heart leaped with joy. The Starshine Flower thrived on absorbing stellar energy and could prove invaluable within the formation. Just then, ripples suddenly spread across the sea surface. Zunyuanzi's expression shifted. Not good. It's a star tide. Everyone, immediately into the cabin. Suddenly, countless stars arose from the surface of the sea. surging forth like a tidal wave. Wherever those stars passed, the water began to twist, as if the very fabric of space were being torn apart. Lin Xiaofan and his companions hurriedly entered the ship's cabin. Through the porthole, they could see the protective formations of the spirit vessels outside being activated. Yet a few smaller vessels were still swept away by the tidal wave of stars, vanishing in an instant. This was the formidable power of the Zhoutian star array. Xian Gizi intoned gravely, 3 days hence, the star tide will temporarily subside. That shall be our prime opportunity to enter Hecate last. 3 days later, the star tide gradually calmed, the surging waves of star power slowly receding, leaving behind an extraordinary tranquility. Under the guidance of Xian Gizi from the Tianji Pavilion, Lin Xiaofan and his party advanced toward the Wanyao Valley. Wanyao Valley was a sanctuary for countless rare spiritual plants. And for Lin Xiaofan, who was fervently devoted to the study of spiritual botany, this place was a coveted treasure. As they journeyed onward, the valley was suffused with rich spiritual energy, with various spiritual plants emanating unique glows, seemingly narrating their own extraordinary tales. Just as they were about to step into the core area of Wanyao Valley, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Among the crowd, Zhao Qianxiong of the Qishao Chamber of Commerce lingered at the back of the line. His eyes glinting with a vicious light, he had long harbored resentment against Lin Xiaofan. And upon learning of Lin Xiaofan's intent to visit Wanyao Valley, he had secretly instructed Zhao Wujia to wield a control array talisman. Intending to utilize the array's power to eliminate Lin Xiaofan here, Zhao Wujia stood atop a concealed high platform, rapidly forming hand seals and murmuring incantations. In an instant, the recently quelled star power surged once more, transforming into dazzling blades of starlight that hurtled toward Lin Xiaofan and his companions. Be careful. Xian Gizi's expression changed dramatically as he hastily cast a spell to defend against the onslaught. A flicker of determination flashed in Lin Xiaofan's eyes. He was acutely aware of the overwhelming force of the enemy, yet he felt no fear that he summoned the spiritual energy within him, and a mysterious spiritual plant materialized in his hand. This was a unique plant he had cultivated within the spirit field space, possessing formidable defensive capabilities that kill me. It won't be so easy, Lin Xiaofan bellowed, throwing the spiritual plant forward. In an instant, the plant erupted in brilliant light, forming a solid barrier that shielded everyone within. The star blade struck the barrier with resounding booms, yet they could not breach it. Seeing his attack fail, Zhao Qianxiong seethed with rage and transmitted a message to Zhao Wujia. Increase the power. You must kill him, gritting his teeth. Zhao Wujia activated the array once more, causing the star power to grow even more frenzied. Feeling the pressure on the barrier intensifying, Lin Xiaofan recognized the need to cease passive defense. Taking a deep breath, he began to channel the power of the surrounding spiritual plants. The spiritual flora of Wanyao Valley seemed to respond to his call, each contributing their strength to Lin Xiaofan. Since you seek death, do not blame me for being ruthless. Lin Xiaofan's eyes flared open, sparkling with a peculiar light. He concentrated the power of the plants into a radiant green beam, shooting it toward Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade, only to find his body ensnared by an invisible force. The green light struck him instantly, eliciting a scream of agony as he was sent hurtling back like a kite with its strings severed. Zhao Qianxiong, brandishing a sword that radiated a sinister red glow, suddenly surged forward from the ranks toward the fallen Zhao Wujia, his expression inscrutable. Coldly regarding Zhao Wujia, he showed not a trace of compassion. You traitor, today marks your end. Before Zhao Wujia could utter a word of defense, Zhao Qianxiong flicked his wrist, and the sword stabbed forth like a venomous serpent, penetrating Zhao Wujia's chest in an instant. Zhao Wujia's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with a mix of resentment and shock. He seemed to wish to say something, but only a faint rasping sound escaped him before he slowly collapsed. Lifeless, Lin Xiaofan furrowed his brow, his heart brimming with confusion. Just as he was about to voice his doubts, Zhao Qianxiong, you claim he is a traitor, but do you have evidence? To kill him so recklessly is suspicious. The young master of the Haisha gang, Lai, suddenly interjected with a laugh, his signature grin plastered on his face. Brother Lin, Chairman Zhao acted for his own reasons. Zhao Wujia has always been enigmatic. Perhaps he truly did something to betray the Qishao Chamber of Commerce. Chairman Zhao only seeks our safety. Why delve deeper into it? As A.O. Lai spoke, he subtly gestured to Lin Xiaofan, indicating that he should refrain from meddling. Lin Xiaofan felt a surge of indignation. He sensed a deeper conspiracy lurking behind this affair. However, with A.O. Lai stepping in to smooth things over, he feared that pursuing the matter further could lead to unnecessary trouble. After all, in the perilous Wanyao Valley, where various factions intertwined, offending even one could spell disaster. Xian Gizi also shook his head slightly, whispering to Lin Xiaofan, Xiaofan, A.O. Xiaozhu makes a valid point. It is better to avoid unnecessary conflict. We are here to uncover the secrets of Wanyao Valley, and we should not let such disputes hinder our purpose. Clenching his teeth, Lin Xiaofan suppressed the fury boiling within him, casting a fierce glare at Zhao Tianxiong, who merely feigned innocence, as if genuinely cleansing the ranks. After half a day's exploration, Lin Xiaofan and his party finally stepped into Wanyao Valley, their breath caught in their throats as they beheld the scene before them. Rendered momentarily speechless, the valley was a sweeping expanse of spirit fields, vast and intricately arranged. Even on the Shinnon continent, it could be deemed magnificent. Yet, as they drew nearer, the initial awe in their eyes was gradually supplanted by sorrow. In the spirit fields where rare spiritual herbs should have thrived, only charred remnants remained. The once vibrant herbs, forsaken over the ages, had been reduced to ashes, gently scattering in the breeze. Such a pity, a wandering spiritual plant master couldn't help but murmur. Having arrived with high hopes, the group now faced such a disheartening sight, leading to inevitable disappointment. However, Lin Xiaofan did not dwell in regret. A thought stirred within him, and he heard the familiar notification from the system echoing in his mind. Detected millennium medicinal soil. Of superior quality, containing vast amounts of spiritual power, possessing immense value. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Lin Xiaofan's eyes. Quickly scanning his surroundings to ensure no one was watching, he focused his energy. Connecting with the spirit field space within him. In that instant, an invisible force surged from his palm, enveloping the spirit fields before him. The medicinal soil, imbued with a millennium of spiritual energy, seemed to respond to an unseen call. Rising from the ground in streams of earthy light, merging into Lin Xiaofan's body, entering his unique spirit field space, the medicinal soil poured in. The previously ordinary land in the spirit field space began to undergo astonishing transformations. The once dull soil gleamed with a rich, dark luster, the air thickening with spiritual energy, even wisps of spiritual essence coiling in a mist that wafted upward within the space. Lin Xiaofan could distinctly sense that this newly acquired medicinal soil was continually infusing vitality into his spirit field space. In the future, regardless of what spiritual plants he sowed, they would receive abundant nourishment. Brother Lin, what are you doing? Just as Lin Xiaofan was on the verge of completing his collection, a voice suddenly called out. Startled, he did not cease his actions, swiftly finishing the last bit of soil collection before turning around nonchalantly, smiling as he responded, "Oh, nothing much, just examining the structure of this medicinal field, pondering if I could glean any planting techniques." Xian Gizi, upon hearing this, harbored no suspicion, nodding before turning to converse with the others. Lin Xiaofan quietly exhaled, his heart brimming with delight at his gains, with a low, rumbling sound emanating from an unknown source. The hidden palaces within Wanyao Valley gradually came into view. The Pill Palace and the Martial Arts Palace. An unknown voice suddenly cried out, and in an instant, the entire Myriad Medicine Valley erupted in a frenzy. The gaze of Zhuangzizi from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion was piercing, as he swiftly darted towards the direction of the Alchemy Hall, his robe billowing in the wind, emanating a formidable aura, closely followed by a throng of disciples from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. The celestial maiden of Linglan's sect, Qinglian, was equally undeterred. With a graceful flick of her delicate hand, a soft blue radiance enveloped her as she soared towards the Technique Hall with the elite disciples of her sect, resembling a stream of azure light. Despite her ethereal beauty, Qinglian wore a grave expression, her eyes reflecting an unwavering determination for the treasures within the technique hall. A Olai of the sea shark gang morphed into a shadow, charging recklessly toward the treasure trove, exuding an aura of mystery, flanked by numerous adept members of his gang. A Olai's agile form wielded a weapon that glinted with a chilling light, causing others to scatter in his wake. Members of the three major merchant associations employed various tactics, and in that moment, the brilliance of magical artifacts sparkled amidst the surging waves of spiritual energy. As the various factions engaged in fierce competition within Myriad Medicine Valley. However, Lin Xiaofan chose not to be swept away by the tide. Observing the chaotic scene, a hint of a confident smile graced his lips. He gently patted the spirit-seeking mouse perched on his shoulder and whispered, "Little fellow, it's up to you now." The spirit-seeking mouse chirped intelligently, its nose twitching incessantly before darting off in a secluded direction. Lin Xiaofan closely followed, weaving through the intricate terrain of Myriad Medicine Valley. They skillfully avoided clusters of combatants and circumvented hidden traps that it seemed the spirit-seeking mouse possessed a unique sensitivity to the treasures here, leading Lin Xiaofan to a seemingly ordinary cave entrance. Exercising caution, Lin Xiaofan surveyed his surroundings, confirming no danger lurked before slowly entering the cave. An ancient aura pervaded the cave, with faint glimmers illuminating the walls. The spirit-seeking mouse excitedly scurried within, finally halting before a stone wall, scratching at it fervently. A spark ignited within Lin Xiaofan, prompting him to approach, channeling his spiritual energy to strike the stone wall with a palm. With a resounding boom, the wall slowly parted, revealing a concealed chamber that a surge of exhilaration and anxiety coursed through Lin Xiaofan as he stepped into the chamber, instantly awestruck by the sight before him. The chamber radiated a warm, precious light, with luminous pearls embedded in the walls illuminating the treasures within. His attention was first captured by an ancient alchemical tome, the characters on the pages seemingly alive. Flickering subtly, beside the tome lay an exquisitely crafted alchemical furnace, its body etched with mysterious symbols, emanating a palpable power upon touch. Most strikingly, in the most prominent position, hovered a golden core exuding a kaleidoscope of colors, its spiritual fluctuations stirring the very soul. Lin Xiaofan suppressed the overwhelming joy within him, swiftly gathering these treasures into his possession. Just as he prepared to discreetly depart, a faint sound emanated from the chamber's corner. His heart raced, and he cautiously scanned his surroundings. "Humph, I never expected you to possess such fortune." Stumbling upon this treasure, came the voice of Zhao Tianxiong, laced with jealousy and greed from behind him. Lin Xiaofan turned, only to find Zhao Tianxiong blocking the exit, flanked by several subordinates, their expressions malevolent. "Zhao Tianxiong, you've been tailing me." Lin Xiaofan glared furiously. Zhao Tianxiong sneered, "In Myriad Medicine Valley, where treasures abound, one must contend for them. Hand over the goods, and I may spare your life." Lin Xiaofan would not easily capitulate. He clenched his fists covertly, his internal energy surging, prepared for battle at any moment. As he faced the encroaching Zhao Tianxiong and his subordinates, though alarmed, Lin Xiaofan remained composed. With deft movements, he swiftly stored the alchemical furnace and the tome into his storage ring, the ring glowing briefly as it concealed the two precious items. Trying to escape? Not so easily. Zhao Tianxiong roared, charging forward with his subordinates, their weapons gleaming with a lethal light, intent on intercepting Lin Xiaofan and seizing the treasures, in a moment of dire urgency. Lin Xiaofan summoned his system space. Without hesitation, he retrieved a seed of the binding divine vine from his spirit field. This vine, acquired from the Farming and Cultivating System for 2,000 energy points, could grow rapidly under the influence of spiritual energy and entrap foes with its incredible resilience. Lin Xiaofan tossed the seed onto the ground while infusing it with spiritual energy. In an instant, the binding divine vine surged forth like a lit fuse, growing visibly at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, it transformed from slender tendrils into robust vines, interweaving like an immense net, completely obstructing Zhao Tianxiong and his cohort's path. "What in the world is this?" Zhao Tianxiong exclaimed in shock, frantically swinging his weapon in an attempt to sever the vines. However, the binding divine vine proved exceptionally resilient. Strikes from magical artifacts merely sparked, failing to harm its essence. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiaofan turned and sprinted deeper into the chamber. Behind him, the sounds of Zhao Tianxiong and his subordinates' curses and struggles echoed ceaselessly. "After him, we must not let him escape," Zhao Tianxiong barked, desperately trying to free himself from the vine's grasp while directing his subordinates. Yet the binding divine vine tightened its grip, making every step they took an arduous task. The vines writhed furiously, ensnaring Zhao Tianxiong and his men. His face contorted with rage and desperation, Zhao Tianxiong struggled against the constricting vines, blood oozing down his arms from the relentless pressure. "Damn it! This brat is ruining my plans," Zhao Tianxiong seethed, his internal energy surging wildly, but he found himself unable to break free from the binding divine vine's hold. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes. He reached into his robe and retrieved an ancient jade vial. "Everyone, take the blood ignition pill," Zhao Tianxiong bellowed, distributing the pills to his subordinates. Without a moment's hesitation, they swallowed the pills, and an explosive surge of power erupted within them. Those who consumed the blood ignition pill found their bodies enveloped in a strange crimson glow, veins bulging beneath their skin. Resembling figures ignited by flames, their momentum surging dramatically. The blood ignition pill was a notoriously potent elixir, igniting the user's essence blood to amplify their spiritual energy manifold within a short span. However, the side effects were severe. Once the effects wore off, users could suffer debilitating weakness or even death. Yet in that moment, in pursuit of Lin Xiaofan and reclaiming the treasures, Zhao Tianxiong and his men were beyond caring. With a series of cracking sounds, the vines of the binding divine vine began to show signs of fracture under the immense pressure. Observing this, Zhao Tianxiong's eyes glinted with ferocity. He let out a guttural roar. Exerting all his strength to break free, with a resounding crack, he forcefully liberated himself from the binding divine vine's grasp. "Chase! We absolutely cannot let that brat escape." Zhao Tianxiong vanished in a flash, resembling a blood-red specter as he pursued Lin Xiaofan's fleeing form. His subordinates followed suit, hot on his heels. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaofan was desperately fleeing through the forest. He could sense the increasingly potent aura closing in behind him, tightening his chest with anxiety. Not good. They've broken free. Lin Xiaofan quickened his pace, his spiritual energy surging within him as he sought to distance himself from his pursuers. His steps became frantic, breaths heavy, echoing loudly in the stillness of the forest. Behind him, Zhao Tianxiong and his group relentlessly pursued the murderous intent of Zhao Tianxiong, a golden core cultivator. Palpable that in his panic, Lin Xiaofan stumbled into a dilapidated courtyard overrun with weeds. The air was thick with decay, with rampant weeds nearly obscuring the ground. In the center stood a crumbling artificial hill, upon which a withering vine trembled in the cold wind. That moment. A prompt from the farming and cultivating system echoed in his mind. Detected an ancient spiritual plant, the celestial vine, its peak. This vine possesses unparalleled combat prowess, capable of rivaling celestial beings. Would you like to expend 20,000 energy points to revive it? A jolt surged through Lin Xiaofan's heart as he gazed at the mere 21,000 points of energy that remained to him. Gritting his teeth, he realized that this insidious system was clearly targeting his reserves. As he looked upon the approaching pursuers, he resolutely chose to unleash the system's energy in its entirety. A warm current surged from within him, flowing toward the dying heavenly vine. With the infusion of energy, the vine awakened, as if it were a colossal beast, its withered tendrils rapidly rejuvenating, tender green shoots sprouting at a visibly accelerated pace. Spreading forth in the blink of an eye, the vine, which had been on the brink of death, now brimmed with vitality, its branches and leaves dancing wildly in the wind. Zhao Tianxiong and his companions entered the courtyard, and upon witnessing the scene before them, they were momentarily taken aback. Zhao Tianxiong then sneered coldly, "Lin Xiaofan, even at this juncture, you persist in futile struggles." Lin Xiaofan offered no retort. He closed his eyes tightly, exerting all his will to control the heavenly vine. Responding to his commands, the vine surged forth like a bolt of green lightning, sweeping toward Zhao Tianxiong and his entourage, wherever the tendrils struck. Soil and stone were sent flying, the air cleaved by their passage. Zhao Tianxiong's expression changed drastically as he hastily summoned his spiritual energy to defend himself. Yet, the vine's power surpassed his wildest expectations, breaching his defenses in an instant and ensnaring him and his subordinates tightly. Zhao Tianxiong struggled desperately, his spiritual energy surging wildly in an attempt to break free, but it was all in vain. The heavenly vine coiled tighter, emitting a creaking sound as if intent on crushing their very bones. Under Lin Xiaofan's control, the vine systematically constricted and eliminated the enemies one by one up before long. Zhao Tianxiong and his companions fell silent. Exhausted, Lin Xiaofan collapsed to the ground, staring at the grim tableau before him, his heart a tumult of emotions. The moment Lin Xiaofan successfully transferred the heavenly vine into the spirit field space, a sudden upheaval ensued. The once tranquil Wanyao Valley was abruptly thrown into chaos, as if an invisible hand were shaking it violently. The earth seemed to tear apart, horrifying fissures rapidly spreading. Whereupon soil and rock crumbled, and a chilling rumble echoed through the valley. The grand array of celestial bodies suspended above Wanyao Valley flickered erratically, the power of the stars dispersing chaotically. Arcs of electricity leaping between the formations, signaling imminent collapse. This mysterious array appeared to be desperately resisting some unknown force, yet was already at its limit. Lin Xiaofan staggered, shaken by this unforeseen event. Acutely aware of the dire situation that demanded his swift departure, as he raced toward the entrance of Wanyao Valley, he fortuitously encountered Xianjizi, Qing Lian Ferry, and A.O. Lai, all of whom bore anxious expressions. Xianjizi's robe billowed in the fierce wind as he spoke gravely. "This valley is on the brink of destruction. We cannot linger." Qing Lian Ferry's beautiful eyes brimmed with concern as she nodded subtly. Her celestial sword already drawn, her spiritual energy swirling around her, poised for any impending danger. A.O. Lai had transformed into human form, exuding a faint dragon might, his gaze sharp and vigilant as he scanned their surroundings. Without time for further inquiries, the four converged in tacit understanding, sprinting toward the valley's exit. Along the way, massive boulders cascaded from above, and the earth's collapse accelerated with alarming rapidity, the chaos behind them growing ever more terrifying. At last, they emerged from the entrance of Wanyao Valley. However, before they could catch their breath, a thunderous roar erupted behind them. Turning back, they beheld Wanyao Valley being consumed as if by a colossal maw. Slowly sinking into the surging depths of the ocean, the once vibrant and mysterious valley vanished without a trace, leaving only a vast expanse of ocean, as if it had never existed. The sea breeze howled, carrying a briny scent that tousled their garments. Gazing at the remnants of what was once Wanyao Valley, Qing Lian Ferry could not suppress a sigh of regret. Alas, I was so close. Had I just a moment longer, I could have unraveled the protective array of the Scripture Pavilion and obtained the legacy of Wanyao Valley. Within that legacy lay countless secrets and opportunities sought after by the cultivation world. And now it has all come to naught. Her voice was soft, tinged with an unmistakable sense of loss, the once vibrant sparkle in her beautiful eyes now dimmed. Xianjizi stroked his long beard. His brow furrowed as a flicker of unwillingness crossed his gaze. He had long coveted the ancient techniques and insights of cultivation contained within the legacy of Wanyao Valley, believing this time would fulfill his desires, only to see it dissolve into nothingness. Fate plays its tricks, he murmured. This legacy pertains to a new realm of Taoist cultivation for me, and now it is lost. How regrettable. Although A.O. Lai's draconic might had receded, wisps of it still emanated from him, betraying his inner turmoil. The Sea clans valued heavenly materials and rare elixirs highly. The alchemical treasures within Wanyao Valley might have elevated his strength to new heights. Yet the opportunity had slipped through his fingers. He clenched his fists, teeth gritted. To have such an opportunity slip away like this is truly unbearable. Lin Xiaofan stood to the side, observing the expressions of the three. His own heart roiling with tumult, it dawned upon him that he was the greatest victor of this adventure. Not only had he acquired the alchemical legacy, but he had also obtained the heavenly vine. A formidable weapon, the dock of Tianji Island. The setting sun cast its golden hue upon the shore, enveloping everyone in a soft, warm glow. Qing Lian Fairy gracefully approached Lin Xiaofan, her eyes filled with expectation. Lin Xiaofan, you possess exceptional talent and fortuitous circumstances that if you were to join my Linglan sect, you would undoubtedly receive the careful guidance of the sect master. In the future, shining brightly in the chaotic star sea and breaking through to the nascent soul stage would not be impossible. Her voice was like a melodious songbird, crisp and delightful, laden with admiration and an invitation for Lin Xiaofan to join. Lin Xiaofan inclined slightly, responding politely, "Fairy, I am deeply grateful for your kind intentions. However, I have grown accustomed to a life of freedom, and the constraints of sect rules may prove difficult for me to adapt to." His gaze remained resolute, unwavering in his refusal of Qing Lian Fairy's olive branch. As night fell, the stars twinkled in the sky, and the Tianji pavilion was enveloped in tranquility. The pavilion master wore a furrowed brow, the tortoise shell in his hand glimmering faintly, the ominous signs revealed by the divination weighing heavily on his mind. He understood that the trajectory of the cultivation world could be drastically altered by the slightest variables. This time, all signs pointed toward Lin Xiaofan, foretelling that he would soon face a perilous life and death crisis. The following morning, Xianjizi received a message from the pavilion master and hurried to Tianji Pavilion. After a private discussion, Xianjizi found Lin Xiaofan with a grave expression. "Xiaofan," he said with concern, fixing his gaze intently upon him, "the pavilion master divined last night and foretold that you will soon encounter a life-threatening calamity. I believe it is best for you to stay here temporarily, allowing the pavilion master and I to assist you in navigating this crisis." Xianjizi, well aware of the pavilion master's accuracy in divination, could not afford to be negligent regarding this impending danger. Lin Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback, a wave of unease washing over him. Yet he quickly regained his composure, clasping his hands in gratitude. "I appreciate the concern of both you and the pavilion master, but I have faced countless trials and tribulations on my cultivation journey thus far, each time relying on my own strength to overcome adversity, that I wish to confront this calamity alone." His gaze was steadfast, his tone imbued with a defiant resolve. Xianjizi's brow furrowed further, urging, "The crisis indicated by the divination is exceedingly perilous. A moment of carelessness could cost you your life. Why must you be so obstinate? If you remain for a while longer and utilize our power, your chances of survival will undoubtedly increase." Xianjizi was genuinely concerned for Lin Xiaofan and did not wish for him to take unnecessary risks. Once more, Lin Xiaofan bowed respectfully, sincerely stating, "I understand your good intentions, but the path of cultivation is inherently one of defying the heavens. If I rely on others for everything, how can I truly grow?" With his mind firmly made up, he implored Xianjizi to honor his decision. Half a day later, Lin Xiaofan stood at the bow of the ship, the sea breeze brushing against him, carrying with it a salty tang. The silhouette of Tianji Island was gradually fading, while the direction of Linglan City became faintly visible. Ming stood beside him, appearing relaxed as he exchanged low murmurs and laughter with several companions. The treasures they had brought back from Wanyao Valley were sufficient to secure their standing in Linglan City, perhaps even providing an opportunity to ascend to a higher realm. However, Lin Xiaofan's brow furrowed slightly. The system had just alerted him that something beneath the surface of the sea was stealthily approaching. Be careful," Lin Xiaofan suddenly shouted, and almost simultaneously, the sea erupted violently, a dozen blood-red figures leaping from the water, creating towering waves. Deep-sea blood shark. Li Ming's complexion altered dramatically, his voice tinged with a tremor. Each of these blood sharks was of golden core cultivation, their fangs sharp as blades, and their eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light. They moved through the sea with astonishing speed, swiftly surrounding the vessel. Lin Xiaofan, did you ever expect this?" A chilling voice echoed from a distance. Lin Xiaofan looked up to see a young man clad in a black robe striding across the waves, wielding a blood-red long knife. It was A-O-Li, the heir of the sea shark gang. A-O-Li. What do you mean by this? Lin Xiaofan coldly inquired, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. What do I mean? A-O-Li scoffed. The treasures you took from Wanyao Valley originally belonged to my sea shark gang. Moreover, hand over the cultivation method for the dragon bloodgrass, or none of you shall leave here alive. Before he finished speaking, with a sweep of his long knife, a dozen deep-sea blood sharks erupted into piercing howls and lunged viciously at the vessel, Ming, and the others, merely in the latter stages of foundation establishment. Appeared exceedingly vulnerable before these bloodthirsty sea beasts of golden core cultivation. Before long, they were ambushed by the deep-sea blood sharks and dragged beneath the waves. Lin Xiaofan stood at the bow of the ship, his expression as grim as iron. His spiritual sense swept across the sea's surface, but the presence of those deep-sea blood sharks had vanished without a trace. The cunning sea beasts, having been thwarted by spiritual vines in the Ling Tian space after a few of their number were slain, quickly submerged into the depths, as if they had never existed. Damn it! Lin Xiaofan clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. The haunting screams of Li Ming and the others being dragged into the sea replayed in his mind, along with visions of blood and shattered limbs, each one twisting his heart like a knife. System, is there any way to track these blood sharks? Lin Xiaofan whispered internally. Ding! Detection indicates that the presence of the deep-sea blood sharks has concealed itself. It is advised that the host expend 2,000 energy points to exchange for soul-devouring vine seeds. Note: the soul-devouring vine is highly sensitive to blood scents and can track in the deep sea. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Xiaofan's eyes as he unhesitatingly chose to exchange. He then opened the Ling Tian space, revealing a lush green field where peculiar spiritual plants emitted a faint glow. Among them, a particularly striking black vine stood out, precisely the soul-devouring vine mentioned by the system. Soul-devouring vine, go! Lin Xiaofan commanded, extracting the vine from the Ling Tian space. The moment the vine touched the seawater, it grew rapidly, resembling black serpents extending towards the deep sea. The soul-devouring vine moved with astonishing speed, quickly covering several miles of ocean. Its surface was adorned with fine, sharp spines, each radiating a ghostly darkness. As if it could consume all life, boom! The sea suddenly erupted as a deep-sea blood shark became ensnared by the soul-devouring vine, thrashing wildly. Yet the vine spines had already pierced its body, voraciously devouring its flesh and spiritual energy in mere moments. The blood shark was reduced to a desiccated corpse, sinking to the ocean floor. There are more. Lin Xiaofan's eyes flashed with cold determination as the soul-devouring vine launched another assault. Several more blood sharks became entangled, emitting piercing shrieks before being completely consumed. However, just when Lin Xiaofan thought victory was assured, the remaining blood sharks became increasingly cunning. They no longer approached the surface, but swiftly dove into deeper waters to evade the soul-devouring vine's pursuit. Ding! Warning! The deep-sea blood sharks have submerged into the deep sea. The soul-devouring vine is unable to continue tracking. Damn it! Lin Xiaofan slammed his fist against the ship's deck, his eyes filled with rage and frustration. He understood that once these blood sharks retreated into the deep sea, tracking them would become virtually impossible, and for the time being, he could not avenge Li Ming and the others, Oli, sea shark gang. Lin Xiaofan murmured softly, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. He knew that the mastermind behind all this was indeed Oli, and had he not commanded these deep-sea blood sharks to attack, Li Ming and the others would not have met such a tragic fate. System, is there any way to allow me to move freely in the sea? Lin Xiaofan inquired internally. Ding! The host may expend 1,000 energy points to exchange for deep-sea spirit flower seeds, granting temporary capability for deep-sea movement. Would you like to exchange? Exchange! Lin Xiaofan responded without hesitation. Ding! Exchange successful, 1,000 energy points consumed, received 1 deep-sea spirit flower seed. Lin Xiaofan now held a seed that was entirely azure, emanating a faint aroma of seawater. Without a moment's pause, he swallowed the seed and instantly felt as if he had become one with the ocean deep-sea blood sharks. Aoli, none shall escape. Lin Xiaofan shouted, his figure flashing as he leaped into the sea. His body was enveloped in a faint blue light, merging seamlessly with the water as he swiftly descended into the depths. However, at the same time, on a distant black warship, Ao Lai was coldly observing the unfolding scene. Lin Xiaofan, do you truly believe this will lead to your revenge? Ao Lai's lips curled into a cruel smile. The deep sea is my territory. Since you've so graciously presented yourself, do not blame me for being ruthless. Before he could finish his words, Ao Lai produced a blood-red talisman and crushed it with force. Instantly, a low roar resonated from the depths of the sea. As if some terrifying entity was awakening, Lin Xiaofan plunged deeper into the ocean. The pressure of the surrounding water intensified. Yet, the blue light enveloping his body shielded him from discomfort. His spiritual sense, however, acutely detected an extremely dangerous presence closing in rapidly. Boom! Suddenly, the water ahead surged violently as a colossal creature burst forth from the darkness. It was a massive deep-sea octopus of golden core cultivation, measuring several dozen feet in length. Its 8 stout tentacles thrashing like giant serpents, each covered in suckers that emitted an eerie glow. The octopus's blood-red eyes locked onto Lin Xiaofan, and its tentacles lashed out, creating a torrent of water that surged directly towards him. Moving with such speed, it was nearly impossible to react. Not good. Lin Xiaofan's heart raced, and he swiftly retreated while simultaneously hurling several sword spirit grass seeds forward, transforming them into piercing blades of light that struck at the octopus's tentacles. However, the tentacles were incredibly resilient, merely sustaining superficial wounds from the sword light, failing to inflict any substantial damage. The octopus seemed incensed, emitting a deep growl as all 8 tentacles swung in unison, forming a massive net that descended upon Lin Xiaofan. His expression grew grave. He knew that if ensnared by these tentacles, even with his extraordinary cultivation, escape from the depths would be nearly impossible. System, is there any way to deal with this creature? Lin Xiaofan urgently queried. Ding! It is recommended that the host utilize the Tong Tian vine from the Ling Tian space. The Tong Tian vine possesses a formidable ability to devour, rapidly absorbing the target's flesh and spiritual energy, though it requires a significant expenditure of spiritual energy to control. Tong Tian vine. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Lin Xiaofan's eyes. He unhesitatingly opened the Ling Tian space. Before him stood a golden vine, radiating a soft glow, firmly rooted in the field, surrounded by no other spiritual plants that dared to approach. This is it, Lin Xiaofan exclaimed, summoning the Tong Tian vine from the Ling Tian space. The vine emerged and swiftly grew, transforming into a massive golden vine several dozen feet long, exuding a terrifying aura of devouring power. Go! Lin Xiaofan bit his tongue, allowing a drop of his essence blood to spray onto the Tong Tian vine while fervently channeling his internal spiritual energy. The vine glowed brilliantly, resembling a golden dragon as it lunged towards the deep-sea octopus. The octopus, sensing danger, flailed its tentacles wildly in an attempt to repel the Tong Tian vine. However, the vine's speed was astonishing, swiftly coiling around one of the octopus's tentacles. The spines on the vine pierced into the tentacle, voraciously consuming the octopus's flesh and spiritual energy. Roar! The octopus howled in agony, struggling to break free from the Tong Tian vine's grasp. Yet, the vine's devouring power was formidable. In mere moments, the tentacle shriveled visibly, ultimately becoming a desiccated remnant. Observing this, Lin Xiaofan felt a surge of confidence and continued to channel his spiritual energy to control the Tong Tian vine. The vine, like a golden serpent, rapidly ensnared the octopus's other tentacles. Beginning its relentless feast, the octopus thrashed wildly, but no matter how fiercely it fought, it could not escape the Tong Tian vine's binding. It is over. Lin Xiaofan gazed coldly at the octopus, devoid of any semblance of mercy in his eyes. He was acutely aware that had he not decisively summoned the heavenly vine, he would have undoubtedly become a meal for the beast. In mere moments, the deep-sea octopus's body shriveled to a desiccated husk, gradually sinking to the ocean floor. Lin Xiaofan exhaled a deep sigh of relief and withdrew the heavenly vine. Despite the considerable expenditure of spiritual energy, he understood that every ounce of effort was well worth it. "Ao Lai, your methods are nothing extraordinary," Lin Xiaofan murmured under his breath, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He recognized that this deep-sea octopus had undoubtedly been sent by Ao Lai with the intent to eliminate him entirely. "Now, it is your turn." With a flicker of movement, Lin Xiaofan surged towards the surface of the sea, his objective clear, to confront Ao Lai and avenge Li Ming and the others above the waves. Ao Lai stood on the deck of a black warship, his expression dark and foreboding. In his grasp was a blood-red jade talisman. The luminous glow that once radiated from it now extinguished. This talisman represented the pact between him and the deep-sea octopus, its extinguished light signifying the creature's demise. "How is this possible?" Ao Lai muttered in disbelief, his eyes filled with incredulity. The deep-sea octopus was a sea beast of the golden core stage, its strength comparable to that of an early nascent soul cultivator, especially enhanced by the depths of the ocean. Even a mid-nascent soul expert would find it challenging to easily vanquish such a foe. Yet Lin Xiaofan had managed to annihilate it in such a short span, sending a tremor of fear through him. "Young master, what shall we do next?" A subordinate inquired cautiously, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Ao Lai snapped back to reality, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes, that he realized that Lin Xiaofan's strength exceeded his expectations, that if he remained here, he would likely meet the same fate as the octopus. "Retreat. Immediately return to Shark Island," Ao Lai commanded decisively, urgency lacing his tone. "Yes." The subordinates wasted no time, swiftly maneuvering the warship to change its course towards Shark Island. The warship sped across the ocean, leaving a foamy trail in its wake. However, just as the vessel had traversed a few miles, a chilling voice echoed from behind. "Ao Lai, do you think you can escape?" Ao Lai whirled around, only to see Lin Xiaofan advancing atop the waves, closing in on the ship with remarkable speed. His eyes glinted with murderous intent, and a golden spiritual vine coiled in his hand. "Quick! Increase speed!" Ao Lai's face blanched as he urgently urged his subordinates to hasten. Yet, the warship had already reached its maximum velocity and could not accelerate further. "Lin Xiaofan, do not push your luck." Ao Lai snarled through clenched teeth, brandishing a blood-red long knife that sliced through the air toward Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan let out a cold chuckle, casting forth several seeds of sword chi, which instantly transformed into beams of sword light, shattering the incoming blade. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt onto the deck of the warship. "Ao Lai, today marks your demise," Lin Xiaofan proclaimed icily as the golden vine lunged forward, aiming for Ao Lai's throat. Ao Lai's complexion turned ashen, desperately swinging his knife in defense. However, his golden core mid-stage prowess paled in comparison to the heavenly vine. In a mere instant, the vine ensnared his throat, slowly siphoning away his life essence. "Young master!" Several subordinates rushed forward in a bid to intervene, but their strengths were utterly insufficient, and they were swiftly dispatched by the sword light emanating from Lin Xiaofan's seeds, their lifeless bodies collapsing onto the deck, staining it with blood. "Lin Xiaofan, if you dare to kill me, the Shark Gang will never let you go." Ao Lai spat through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. "The Shark Gang," Lin Xiaofan scoffed. "After today, the Shark Gang shall cease to exist." Before his words could fully resonate, the heavenly vine tightened with ferocity, snapping Ao Lai's neck and draining his spiritual energy and life essence. Ao Lai's body became rigid, disbelief etched on his face as he slowly crumpled to the ground, breathless. Meanwhile, in the spirit realm, within the Xiaolong clan's dragon palace, Ao Qian stood before a jade platform, her complexion as pale as a ghost. Clutched in her hand was a shattered soul lamp, its wick extinguished, leaving behind a faint trace of lingering energy. This lamp represented her son Ao Lai, whom she had left in the lower realm. Its extinguishment signified his demise. "Liar, my dear liar." Ao Qian's voice trembled, filled with anguish and fury. She abruptly lifted her head, a steely glint flashing in her eyes as she produced a crystalline communication talisman. Shark Kuin, come forth. Ao Qian's voice resonated through the talisman, imbued with boundless wrath and authority. In the lower realm, at Shark Island, Shark Kuin was leisurely admiring the graceful dance of a deep-sea blood python clan maiden when suddenly, the communication talisman in his possession quaked violently. The cold, commanding voice emerged from it. Shark Kuin, come forth. Shark Kuin's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily retrieved the talisman, respectfully stating, Madam, how may I serve you? How may I serve you? Ao Qian's voice dripped with uncontainable fury. The soul lamp of my son, your own flesh and blood, has been extinguished. How could you, as a father, fail to protect him? Shark Kuin was taken aback, his cup of spiritual wine crashing to the ground, feeling as though he had aged 1,000 years. Ao Lai was of the Xiaolong clan bloodline, his pride and joy, deep within Shark Island. In a concealed underground palace, Shark Kuin stood before a blood-red pool, his expression a mask of darkness. The pool bubbled ominously, exuding a potent scent of blood. It was the dragon blood pool, a resource painstakingly transported from the spirit realm by the Shark Gang. This pool contained the power of dragon blood, capable of nurturing souls and even allowing lingering spirits to be reborn. In his hand, Shark Kuin held a shattered soul lamp, its wick extinguished, yet a faint trace of energy remained. This lamp belonged to his most cherished son, Ao Lai. Its extinguishment signified his fallout liar. Shark Kuin murmured, his voice quaking slightly. He bit his fingertip, letting a drop of blood fall into the dragon blood pool. Instantly, the blood surged violently, and a spectral figure began to coalesce. That it was a soul, reminiscent of both dragon and shark, its form hazy yet vaguely resembling Ao Lai. The lingering soul struggled within the blood, emitting pitiful wails that conveyed endless suffering. Father, Father, save me. The specter's voice faltered, brimming with resentment and defiance. A flicker of pain crossed Shark Kuin's eyes as he solemnly inquired, Liar, tell me who harmed you? The specter's voice trembled as it stammered. It was Lin Xiaofan. He killed my deep-sea octopus and chased down my warship. I was no match for him. Father, avenge me! Avenge me! Lin Xiaofan. Shark Kuin seethed through gritted teeth, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms as blood trickled through his fingers. That liar. Do not worry, I will ensure that Lin Xiaofan experiences a fate worse than death. Shark Kuin's voice was as cold as frost, echoing as though it had emerged from the depths of the underworld. The specter writhed within the blood, its voice filled with vengeance. Father, you must kill him. Kill him. Shark Kuin remained rooted in place, his eyes brimming with malice, the atmosphere around him becoming increasingly terrifying, akin to a ferocious beast on the verge of a rampage. Summon the others. Shark Kuin bellowed suddenly. At your command, several black-robed cultivators swiftly appeared in the hall, kneeling with utmost respect. Relay my orders. The entire island is to be on high alert. All cultivators at the Golden Core stage and above must assemble immediately. Furthermore, send someone to investigate Lin Xiaofan's whereabouts. I want him to meet a fate of no burial. Shark Kuin's voice was cold and authoritative, imbued with an undeniable murderous intent. Yes, the cultivators promptly withdrew to execute the orders. Shark Kuin stood still, his gaze fixated on the dragon blood pool, as if he were staring into Ao Lai's lingering soul, his fists clenched tightly, producing a crackling sound as he spoke in a low, chilling tone. Lin Xiaofan, you dare to slay my son? I shall make you taste the depths of despair. The wrath of the Shark Gang is not something a mere cultivator like you can endure. Linglan City, Lingji Pavilion. Lin Xiaofan sat cross-legged in a tranquil chamber, surrounded by an array of rare spiritual herbs and materials, the air infused with a faint aroma of medicinal essence. Before him, an ancient alchemical furnace emitted a soft glow, its surface etched with intricate runes, with hints of spiritual light swirling within. This was the very furnace he had brought back from Wanyao Valley. It was time to commence. Lin Xiaofan murmured softly, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Fresh from his harrowing encounters with A.O. Lai and the Haisha gang, he had acquired numerous precious resources. Notably, the alchemical furnace and the inheritance of alchemy were precisely what he needed at this juncture. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaofan immersed his consciousness into his sea of awareness, meticulously studying the alchemical inheritance. The inheritance detailed dozens of formulas for foundational practitioners to enhance their cultivation, among which the most suitable for his current situation was a spiritual pill known as the Nine-Turn Spirit Essence Pill. This pill, composed of 9 rare spiritual herbs as its primary ingredients, supplemented by numerous auxiliary materials, could significantly elevate the spiritual power of foundational practitioners and even offer a chance to break through their bottleneck, directly advancing a minor realm. The Nine-Turn Spirit Essence Pill, while not easy to concoct, should be within my capabilities given my current cultivation level and the quality of the alchemical furnace, Lin Xiaofan contemplated, promptly retrieving the necessary herbs and materials from his storage ring, that he first placed a completely emerald qingling grass into the furnace, then formed hand seals, channeling his internal spiritual power to manipulate the flames. Under his control, the flames gradually became gentle and stable, as the qingling grass slowly melted into a pool of verdant liquid. Next, Lin Xiaofan added a qian flower to the furnace, upon contact with the flames. The qian flower ignited rapidly, transforming into a blazing inferno that mingled with the liquid from the qingling grass. The concoction in the furnace gradually thickened, releasing a delicate fragrance. Lin Xiaofan remained fully focused, not daring to let his mind wander. He understood that even the slightest misstep during the alchemical process could lead to failure. Following the steps outlined in the formula, he sequentially added xianbing fruit, jinling root, ziyu vine, and other spiritual herbs into the furnace, causing the liquid to become a kaleidoscope of colors, exuding a rich medicinal aroma. Time slipped by, and beads of sweat began to form on Lin Xiaofan's forehead. His spiritual power was depleting rapidly, yet he could not afford to relax even for a moment. The concoction in the furnace was nearly complete. Only the final step of condensing the pill remained. "Condense!" Lin Xiaofan exclaimed, bringing his hands together forcefully. Under his command, the liquid in the furnace swiftly coalesced into a smooth, round pill. The surface of the pill gleamed like jade, radiating a soft light, with 9 ethereal runes subtly appearing. Success! A flicker of joy crossed Lin Xiaofan's eyes as he quickly retrieved the pill and placed it into a jade vial. However, he did not hasten to consume it. He knew that while the alchemical process had concluded, the subsequent cultivation was equally crucial. That he sat cross-legged, placing the jade vial before him, and began to adjust his state of mind. After a moment, Lin Xiaofan opened his eyes, a look of resolve flickering within. He took out the Nine-Turn Spirit Essence Pill and swallowed it without hesitation. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a torrent of formidable spiritual power that surged throughout his body. Lin Xiaofan felt as though his internal spiritual power was swelling, with countless streams racing through his meridians. That he promptly activated his cultivation technique, guiding this surge of spiritual power to circulate within him. As the power flowed, his cultivation began to rise steadily, and the bottleneck of the mid-foundational realm gradually loosened. Boom! After an indeterminate amount of time, a faint rumble echoed from within Lin Xiaofan, signaling his breakthrough to the mid-foundational realm. Sitting cross-legged in the Lingji Pavilion's chamber, he reveled in the surging waves of spiritual power within him, his heart brimming with delight. With his cultivation now at the mid-foundational realm, both his spiritual awareness and power had undergone a qualitative leap. That moment, a notification tone from the system resonated in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the mid-foundational realm. The spiritual field space has been upgraded." The spiritual field space has upgraded. Lin Xiaofan's heart stirred as he immediately delved into the spiritual field space with his consciousness. To his astonishment, the originally 100-acre spiritual field space had expanded to 200 acres, and across his view, fertile spiritual fields emanated a soft glow, the air filled with a rich aura. Moreover, the spiritual field space now boasted 2 acres of advanced spiritual fields radiating a golden light, with subtle currents of spiritual liquid flowing through the soil, clearly more precious than ordinary fields. Advanced spiritual fields. A spark of excitement flickered in Lin Xiaofan's eyes. The cultivation effects of advanced spiritual fields far surpassed those of ordinary fields, capable of nurturing even rarer spiritual herbs, with the potential to cultivate treasures unique to the spiritual realm. This was undoubtedly a significant boon for him. Lin Xiaofan swiftly approached the 2 acres of advanced spiritual fields. Examining them closely, the soil of the advanced fields exhibited a faint golden hue, infused with rich spiritual power, even capable of autonomously absorbing surrounding spiritual energy to maintain its fertility. With these 2 acres of advanced spiritual fields, I can attempt to cultivate some rare spiritual herbs. Lin Xiaofan murmured softly, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. He quickly exchanged some energy from the system for several precious spiritual herb seeds, namely Ziyu ginseng, tianqing grass, and dragon bloodvine. These herbs were essential materials for concocting pills to elevate foundational cultivation and were extremely rare in everyday life. Now, with the advanced spiritual fields, he could finally attempt to cultivate them. Lin Xiaofan carefully planted the seeds into the advanced spiritual fields and then infused the fields with a pure stream of spiritual power. Instantly, the soil in the fields quivered slightly, and the seeds sprouted rapidly, growing at a pace far exceeding that of ordinary fields. Truly, worthy of being advanced spiritual fields. Lin Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction, but he understood that once these spiritual herbs matured, they would yield tremendous benefits. Subsequently, Lin Xiaofan turned his attention to the ordinary spiritual fields. Although the effects of the ordinary fields were not as pronounced as those of the advanced fields, the 200-acre expanse still brought him joy. He swiftly devised a plan, deciding to allocate part of the fields for planting commonly used spiritual herbs such as qingling grass and qian flower, while reserving another section for cultivating some rarer herbs for unforeseen circumstances. With these 200 acres of spiritual fields, my cultivation resources will no longer be scarce. Lin Xiaofan murmured softly, a glint of determination in his eyes. He realized that the upgrade of the spiritual field space not only meant a substantial increase in his cultivation speed, but also provided him with more trump cards to face future challenges. Next, it was time to consolidate his cultivation and prepare for the retaliation from the Haisha gang. Lin Xiaofan took a deep breath, withdrawing his consciousness from the spiritual field space. Linglan City. Lingji Pavilion. Lin Xiaofan stood behind the counter, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the bustling crowd of practitioners before him. Ever since he publicly proclaimed that his master was a mysterious alchemist, the Lingji Pavilion had begun selling pills for enhancing the cultivation of qi and foundational practitioners, and business had been booming day by day. Shopkeeper Lin, I heard that you have a type of qi condensation pill that can significantly enhance the spiritual power of qi practitioners. Is that true? A young qi practitioner squeezed to the front of the counter, his face brimming with anticipation. Lin Xiaofan smiled slightly, retrieving a jade vial from beneath the counter, pouring out a pill that emitted a faint, fragrant aroma, and replied, Indeed, this qi condensation pill was personally crafted by my master. Its effects are gentle and suitable for qi practitioners. 1 pill is equivalent to 3 months of arduous training. The practitioner's eyes lit up with delight upon hearing this, and he eagerly inquired, How much is this pill? 1 qi condensation pill costs 10 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Xiaofan replied, nonchalantly. 10 low-grade spirit stones. The practitioner hesitated briefly before gritting his teeth, declaring, All right, I'll take 3. Lin Xiaofan smiled as he packaged 3 qi condensation pills into a jade vial and then produced a jade slip, stating, This is a guide on how to use the pill provided by my master. Following the instructions will yield even better results. The practitioner accepted the jade slip, his face filled with gratitude as he exclaimed, Thank you, Shopkeeper Lin. Thank you, esteemed master. Lin Xiaofan nodded, watching the practitioner depart before attending to the next customer. Shopkeeper Lin, I would like a foundation establishment pill. A cultivator in the late stage of qi refinement pushed his way to the front of the counter, speaking urgently. Lin Xiaofan retrieved a finely crafted jade box from beneath the counter and opened it, revealing a pill that emitted a faint golden glow. With a smile, he announced, Foundation Establishment Pill. 1 can enhance the probability of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. The price is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Without hesitation, The cultivator produced a pouch of spirit stones and handed it to Lin Xiaofan, carefully accepting the jade box with a face full of joy as he departed. Within the spirit herb pavilion, cultivators came and went in a steady stream, eager to purchase pills. Lin Xiaofan's concoctions were not only remarkably effective, but also reasonably priced, quickly gaining a reputation throughout Linglan City. After all, alchemists were far more scarce than herb masters in the chaotic Star Sea. Previously, cultivators had to resort to directly consuming herbs for refinement, which yielded far inferior results compared to pills. Storekeeper Lin, your pill is truly miraculous. After consuming a qi-gathering pill, my cultivation soared directly to the late stage of qi refinement. Exclaimed an elated cultivator. Storekeeper Lin, do you still have any foundation establishment pills? My friend wishes to purchase one after hearing about it. Inquired another cultivator eagerly. Lin Xiaofan greeted each customer with a smile. Yet internally, he was calculating that he understood that the popularity of his pills stemmed not only from their remarkable effects, but also from the rarity of alchemists, that by claiming that his master was a mysterious alchemist. He had not only earned a substantial amount of spirit stones, but also established a significant reputation for himself in Linglan City. With these spirit stones, my cultivation resources will no longer be lacking. Lin Xiaofan thought to himself, filled with secret joy that he knew that he was not far from breaking through to the golden elixir stage. However, just as business at the Spirit Herb Pavilion was flourishing, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from outside. Lin Xiaofan, where did your pills come from? Lin Xiaofan looked up to see a middle-aged man in a black robe standing at the entrance, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes upon him. The man's aura was extraordinarily powerful, clearly a golden elixir stage cultivator. Lin Xiaofan's heart tightened, yet he maintained his composure, smiling faintly as he replied, Esteemed senior, these pills were personally refined by my master. Might I inquire if you have any guidance? The man in black sneered. Master, I have never heard of such a formidable alchemist within Linglan City. Lin Xiaofan, are you not deceiving us? Lin Xiaofan's heart sank, but his expression remained calm as he replied, If you do not believe me, esteemed senior, you may verify it. I, Lin Xiaofan, conduct my business with integrity and would never deceive my customers. The black-robed man snorted coldly and was about to retort when a commanding voice suddenly rang out from outside. Lin Xiaofan's master is an old friend of mine that I can vouch for his pills. These words. The crowd turned to see a white-haired elder standing at the entrance, his gaze profound and his aura profound. The black-robed man's expression changed immediately, and he hurriedly bowed in respect. I pay my respect to Elder Dan Shinzi. Lin Xiaofan's heart stirred. He recognized the elder as the renowned alchemist, Dan Shinzi. Within Linglan City, he had not expected Dan Shinzi to come to his aid. Dan Shinzi glanced coolly at the black-robed man before stepping forward to Lin Xiaofan, smiling as he said, Young friend Lin, I have long heard of your master's alchemical skills. I have come today to pay my respects. Might you introduce me? Lin Xiaofan felt a surge of joy, knowing that Dan Shinzi's appearance not only rescued him from predicament, but also elevated his reputation further in Linglan City. He smiled slightly, respectfully replying, Elder, you are too kind and my master generally prefers solitude, but I will certainly convey your goodwill. Dan Shinzi nodded, smiling as he said, No need for formality. Young friend Lin, if you have the time, do come visit my alchemy hall. I hold great admiration for your master's alchemical abilities. Lin Xiaofan respectfully accepted the invitation. Watching as Dan Shinzi departed, he realized that his scheme of selling pills under the name of his master had been utterly successful. In Linglan City, the business of the Spirit Herb Pavilion continued to thrive, with cultivators flocking in daily to purchase pills. Standing behind the counter with a smile, Lin Xiaofan attended to each customer. Yet a sense of unease lingered in his heart. He felt that something was amiss in the atmosphere. Sure enough, not long after, a commotion erupted outside the Spirit Herb Pavilion. Everyone, come quickly. There's a problem with the pills from the Spirit Herb Pavilion. My brother took their qi-gathering pill, and not only did his cultivation not improve, it actually regressed, shouted a burly cultivator at the entrance. Beside him lay a pale-faced cultivator, his breath weak, clearly gravely injured. The surrounding cultivators gathered curiously, murmuring among themselves. Could it be? Haven't the pills from the Spirit Herb Pavilion always been effective? Is it really a problem? I just bought a foundation establishment pill. Storekeeper Lin. What is the meaning of this? You must give us an explanation. Lin Xiaofan furrowed his brow, stepping out from behind the counter to confront the burly cultivator, asking in a low voice, my friend. You claim your brother's cultivation regressed after taking our pill. Do you have any evidence? The burly cultivator scoffed, producing a jade bottle from his robe. Indeed, it was the chi-gathering pill sold by the Spirit Herb Pavilion. He declared loudly, "This is the evidence. My brother became like this after consuming your pill." Lin Xiaofan took the jade bottle, inspecting it closely, and noticed that while it was indeed from the Spirit Herb Pavilion, the aura of the pill fell off. He immediately realized that this was a deliberate frame-up. This friend, while this pill does originate from my Spirit Herb Pavilion, its efficacy has been tampered with. Lin Xiaofan stated firmly, I assure you, the pills from my establishment are never faulty. Upon hearing this, the burly cultivator's expression shifted, and he angrily retorted, "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting I would wrongfully accuse you? Look at this. This is the attitude of the Spirit Herb Pavilion, selling counterfeit pills and refusing to take responsibility." The surrounding cultivators began to show doubt, some even starting to blame Lin Xiaofan. "Storekeeper, this isn't right. If there's a problem, you must take responsibility. Yes, we came here based on your reputation, but we didn't expect this." Lin Xiaofan internally scoffed, knowing that this was a deliberate scheme against him. Just as he was about to explain, a clear voice cut through the crowd. "Lin Xiaofan, the pills from your Spirit Herb Pavilion indeed have issues." Lin Xiaofan looked up to see a middle-aged man in a blue robe standing among the crowd, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon him. This man was none other than Mu Qingyun, the president of the Qingmu Trading Association. "President Mu, what do you mean by this?" Lin Xiaofan asked in a low tone. Mu Qingyun sneered, "What do I mean? Lin Xiaofan, you're selling counterfeit pills under the guise of your master's name, causing cultivators' cultivation to regress and leaving them grievously injured. Do you think you can evade responsibility?" Lin Xiaofan's heart sank as he grasped the situation. He realized that the Qingmu Trading Association and the Baisha Trading Association had long coveted the business of his Spirit Herb Pavilion, and now they could no longer contain their jealousy and had begun to act. "President Mu, you claim my pills are faulty. Do you have any evidence?" Lin Xiaofan asked calmly. Mu Qingyun coldly snorted, pulling out a jade slip from his robe, proclaiming loudly, "This jade slip contains records of the issues with your Spirit Herb Pavilion's pills. Anyone can see for themselves." At his words, the surrounding cultivators surged forward to inspect the jade slip. The slip documented several cases of cultivators who had regressed in cultivation and were grievously injured after consuming pills from the Spirit Herb Pavilion, even including visual evidence. Is this really true? "Storekeeper Lin, your pills are indeed problematic. We demand a refund, compensation." The crowd erupted in angry shouts, and chaos ensued. Lin Xiaofan inwardly sneered, knowing this was a trap set by Mu Qingyun and by Wu Yi working in concert. Just as he was about to speak, a commanding voice rang out from a distance. "Hold on." At this, the crowd turned to see a white-haired elder walking slowly toward them. It was none other than the renowned alchemist, Dan Qinzi from Linglan City. Elder Dan Qinzi. The crowd bowed in respect. Dan Qinzi approached Lin Xiaofan and cast a calm glance at Mu Qingyun before stating, "I have personally examined Lin Xiaofan's pills, and there is absolutely no issue. As for these so-called evidences, they are merely attempts at framing and slandering." And Mu Qingyun's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly exclaimed, "Dan Qinzi, esteemed elder, the evidence within this jade slip is irrefutable. You must not show favoritism towards him." Dan Qinzi let out a cold laugh, retrieving a pill from his bosom, specifically the qi condensation pill sold by the Lingji Pavilion. He remarked nonchalantly, "This pill I have just procured from the Lingji Pavilion. Its efficacy is pure and without question. As for the pill in your possession, I fear it may have been tampered with." Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyun's face turned pale. Stammering, This is impossible." Dan Qinzi glanced at him with indifference, then addressed the surrounding cultivators. "Esteemed guests, I can vouch for Lin Xiaofan's pill. The so-called problematic pills are merely a scheme of malicious intent." Those present, skeptical yet intrigued, approached to examine the pill in Dan Qinzi's hand, confirming its purity and efficacy. It is. We almost wronged Manager Lin. Mu Qingyun, what is the meaning of this? Are you deliberately framing Manager Lin? Mu Qingyun's face turned ashen as he realized his scheme had been exposed. He shot Lin Xiaofan a fierce glare before retreating with his subordinates in disgrace. Lin Xiaofan watched Mu Qingyun's departing figure. A cold smile curling on his lips, but he understood that although this turmoil had temporarily subsided, the Qingmu Chamber of Commerce and the Baisha Chamber of Commerce would not rest easily within Linglan City. Dark currents surged beneath the surface. Standing atop his alchemy pavilion, Dan Xinzi gazed contemplatively towards the distant Lingji pavilion. Clutching a jade slip that documented all of Lin Xiaofan's recent movements, as a renowned alchemist in Linglan City, Dan Xinzi maintained an enigmatic persona. However, few were aware that his ambitions extended far beyond mere alchemy. Who, exactly, is the master behind Lin Xiaofan? Dan Xinzi murmured softly, a flicker of greed flashing in his eyes. He had long harbored suspicions regarding Lin Xiaofan's pills, for their refinement techniques were extraordinarily sophisticated, some of which even eluded his understanding. This conviction led him to believe that Lin Xiaofan was backed by a master of significant alchemical prowess, possibly possessing a long-lost inheritance of the alchemical arts. If I could obtain that alchemical inheritance, my skills would surely ascend to new heights, perhaps even allowing me to reach the nascent soul stage. Dan Xinzi plotted silently. In pursuit of this goal, he covertly contacted Mu Qingyun of the Qingmu Chamber of Commerce and Bai Wuyo of the Baisha Chamber of Commerce, instructing them to send individuals to feign adverse reactions after consuming pills from the Lingji Pavilion, thereby attempting to tarnish its reputation. He would then step in at a critical juncture, feigning to extricate Lin Xiaofan from the predicament, thus drawing closer to him and uncovering the secrets he harbored. Lin Xiaofan, do not disappoint me, Dan Xinzi murmured, a cold smile gracing his lips. Days later, Dan Xinzi personally visited the Lingji Pavilion, bearing a smile as he addressed Lin Xiaofan. My young friend Lin, I have recently concocted a batch of 9-turn spirit source pills and would like to invite you to appraise them. Would you honor me with your presence? Lin Xiaofan felt a stir within. Realizing that Dan Xinzi sought to cultivate a rapport with him, he smiled slightly and respectfully replied, Elder, how could I refuse such an invitation? The two proceeded to Dan Xinzi's alchemy pavilion, where Dan Xinzi produced a pill emanating a faint golden glow and presented it to Lin Xiaofan. Upon receiving the pill, Lin Xiaofan scrutinized it closely. Recognizing the refinement technique employed for the 9-turn spirit source pill was indeed impressive, yet still fell short compared to his own creations. Your alchemical skills are truly remarkable, esteemed elder. I am in awe. Lin Xiaofan stated with a smile. Dan Xinzi returned the smile, saying, You flatter me. Young friend Lin, I have heard that your master's alchemical skills are even more exceptional. Might you introduce me? Lin Xiaofan's heart skipped a beat. Recognizing Dan Xinzi's probing nature, he feigned regret as he replied, Elder, you may not be aware, but my master is quite reclusive and seldom meets visitors. You may well be disappointed. That a flicker of disappointment crossed Dan Xinzi's eyes. But he quickly masked it with a smile. No matter if you have time, I invite you to visit my alchemy pavilion more often. We can exchange insights on alchemy. Lin Xiaofan respectfully agreed. Though internally he remained vigilant, aware that Dan Xinzi was slowly encroaching upon him, seeking to unearth the secrets he concealed. Meanwhile, on Haisha Island, Sharkin stood before the dragon blood pool, his expression dark and menacing. Clutched in his hand was a communication jade talisman, which conveyed Dan Xinzi's voice. Leader Shark, Lin Xiaofan may have a master alchemist behind him, possibly in possession of some form of alchemical inheritance. If we join forces, we might seize it and share in the spoils. Sharkin chuckled coldly, muttering, Dan Xinzi, you certainly have a grand scheme in mind. However, Lin Xiaofan's life is mine to take. With a sudden motion, he crushed the jade talisman, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Lin Xiaofan, you cannot escape your fate. Within Linglan City, at the Lingji Pavilion, Lin Xiaofan stood behind the counter, his brow furrowed, but he had just received troubling news. The array master Lu Yin and the weapon refiner Zhang Tai had gone missing while procuring materials. Both were core members of the Lingji Pavilion, and their disappearance filled Lin Xiaofan with unease. Could it be the 3 major chambers are behind this? Lin Xiaofan murmured, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. At that moment, a subordinate rushed into the Lingji pavilion, holding a jade slip, and whispered, "Manager, someone just delivered this, specifically requesting it be given to you." Lin Xiaofan took the jade slip, sweeping his consciousness over it, only to have his expression darken. The slip contained but a single message. "Lu Yin and Zhang Tai are in our custody, and if you wish to save them, come alone to Gushing Island, located 100 miles outside Linglong City. Should you bring anyone, you will bear the consequences." Lin Xiaofan tightened his grip on the jade slip, his eyes flashing with a hint of murderous intent. He recognized this as a ploy to force his hand, and the mastermind behind it was likely Dan Chenzi and the three major chambers. "Manager, should we gather our forces?" the subordinate quietly inquired. Lin Xiaofan shook his head, responding solemnly, "No need. Since they specifically requested my solitary presence, it is evident they are well prepared. You all remain in the city, ready to provide assistance at a moment's notice." The subordinate nodded and quickly departed. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaofan's eyes glimmered with determination, but he understood that heading to Gushing Island would be fraught with peril, yet he had no alternative. Lu Yin and Zhang Tai were not only his capable assistants, but also his friends. He could not stand idly by. "Dan Chenzi, the three major chambers, should you dare to lay a finger on them, I shall make you pay dearly," Lin Xiaofan murmured, his figure flickering as he sped towards Linglong City's outskirts. Gushing Island, situated 100 miles from Linglong City, was a desolate isle devoid of human presence. The island was strewn with jagged rocks and sparse vegetation, surrounded by tumultuous waves, amplifying its solitude. Upon stepping onto the island, Lin Xiaofan swiftly scanned his surroundings with his consciousness, quickly locating the presence of Lu Yin and Zhang Tai. The two were bound to a stone pillar, surrounded by a dozen cultivators, with Mu Qingyun and Bai Wuyo at the forefront. "Lin Xiaofan, you have indeed come," Mu Qingyun sneered, a trace of mockery in his gaze. Lin Xiaofan regarded him coldly, asking in a grave tone, "Mu Qingyun, Bai Wuyo, what is the meaning of this? Why have you kidnapped my people from the Lingji pavilion?" Bai Wuyo scoffed. "Lin Xiaofan, your Lingji pavilion's pill business has overshadowed our three chambers. Today is merely a lesson for you." A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Xiaofan's eyes as he replied. "A lesson? By whom?" Mu Qingyun's expression darkened, and he bellowed, "Lin Xiaofan, do not be so arrogant. Since you have arrived today, do not think to leave alive." Before he finished speaking, he abruptly gestured, and the surrounding dozen cultivators lunged at Lin Xiaofan. These cultivators were all at the foundation establishment stage, evidently prepared for this confrontation. Standing amidst the barren battlefield, the fierce winds howled, causing Lin Xiaofan's garments to flutter wildly. Before him, the foundation establishment enforcers of the three major chambers formed a fan-shaped encirclement, each displaying ferocious expressions, their magical artifacts glimmering ominously. Not far off, Mu Qingyun and Bai Wuyo, both golden core experts, observed coldly, as if certain of the outcome of this battle. "Humph, boy, today shall mark your demise." A foundation-building stage fighter was the first to launch an attack, his long sword imbued with a fierce sword aura aimed directly at Lin Xiaofan, that a slight smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Lin Xiaofan's lips. Just as the sword was about to pierce him, he swiftly retrieved a luminescent spiritual herb, the sword chi grass, which shimmered with a silver sword energy from his storage ring. This precious grass had cost him a significant amount of energy points purchased from the system in advance. It was said that this herb was cultivated from the life force of ancient sword cultivators, possessing the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Lin Xiaofan tossed the sword chi grass into the air, chanting incantations. In an instant, the grass radiated brilliant light, and countless strands of sword energy erupted from it, spreading outward like silver lightning. The foundation-building fighters had no time to react before being engulfed by the surging sword aura. Cries of agony echoed, and in the blink of an eye, the foundation-building fighters of the three major merchant guilds lay lifeless in pools of blood, their bodies shredded by the sword energy. Mu Qingyun and Bai Wuyo, witnessing this scene, turned pale in shock. "What kind of dark sorcery is this?" Bai Wuyo exclaimed. Yet Lin Xiaofan offered them no time to ponder. He swiftly formed hand seals, and from behind him emerged a colossal golden vine known as the Tongtian vine. The Tongtian vine surged forth like a reawakened dragon, lunging at Mu Qingyun and Bai Wuyo. The two Golden Core stage experts hastily channeled their spiritual energy to defend themselves. However, the might of the Tongtian vine far exceeded their expectations. Wherever the vine touched, the very space warped. Despite their utmost efforts, Mu Qingyun and Bai Wuyo found themselves ensnared by the Tongtian vine, rendered immobile. "Who are you?" Mu Qingyun gazed at Lin Xiaofan, terror etched across his face. Filled with regret and fear, ignoring their pitiful wails, Lin Xiaofan rushed towards Lu Yin and Zhang Tai, who were confined nearby a tea that moment. Lu Yan's hair was disheveled, her delicate face marked by exhaustion and despair, while Zhang Tai appeared ashen, his wounds oozing blood. Both were tightly bound by chains of suppression, each breath a laborious task. Reaching their side, Lin Xiaofan swiftly produced a seed of the breaking chains vine, exchanged from the system, and began to chant that a flash of light enveloped the breaking chains vine as it rapidly entwined around the binding chains, severing them in an instant. Yet, just as the two regained their freedom, an unforeseen calamity struck. The ground beneath them glowed ominously with strange runes, and an ancient, mysterious formation activated instantaneously. The surge of formidable and malevolent energy erupted from the formation, akin to an unseen behemoth ravenously devouring the trio's spiritual energy. Lin Xiaofan felt his spiritual energy drain away like a flood breaching a dam. Not only that, but his very vitality was also being siphoned away, rendering his complexion increasingly pallid and his body unsteady. Lu Yin and Zhang Tai fared no better, their faces reflecting terror and despair. "What is happening? There's actually a spirit-swallowing formation here." Lu Yin trembled as she spoke. Lin Xiaofan clenched his teeth, filled with regret and unwillingness. Scanning his surroundings for a way to dismantle the formation. At that moment, a chilling laugh echoed, "Ha ha! Did you think you could escape so easily?" Dan Shinzi appeared before the trio, his face twisted in a cold smirk. Clad in a dark robe, his gaunt features revealed a glimmer of greed and malice in his eyes. Dan Shinzi stepped closer, and with each stride, the power of the formation seemed to intensify. "Lin Xiaofan, did you think I was unaware of the powerful backing you have? Have that alchemist behind you surrender the alchemical inheritance, or you three shall perish here today," Dan Shinzi threatened, his eyes glinting with avarice. Inside the spirit-swallowing formation, Lin Xiaofan and the others felt their spiritual energy being violently siphoned away. If this continued, in less than a quarter of an hour, all their spiritual energy would be consumed. Dan Shinzi stood outside the formation, a mocking smile gracing his lips, filled with disdain. "Kid, stop struggling. This spirit-swallowing formation is specially prepared for you. Comply and have your master surrender the alchemical inheritance, and perhaps I might spare your life." His voice dripped with a chilling threat. Yet, Lin Xiaofan merely smiled faintly, a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. With a thought, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Spirit-swallowing formation detected. "Would you like to expend 5,000 energy points to activate the formation-breaking mode?" "Activate!" Lin Xiaofan commanded without hesitation. Instantly, a tremendous force erupted from within him, transforming into a dazzling light that shot towards the heavens. Under this overwhelming power, the spirit-swallowing formation crumbled like paper, its runes shattering and spiritual energy scattering. Dan Shinzi's expression shifted drastically, disbelief flooding his eyes. "How is this possible? You actually broke my spirit-swallowing formation." Lin Xiaofan wasted no time on his reaction. Raising his hand, the Tongtian vine burst forth from the ground, swiftly coiling around Dan Shinzi like a serpent. Seeing this, Dan Shinzi hastily channeled his spiritual energy to flee. However, the speed of the Tongtian vine surpassed his imagination, and in the blink of an eye, he was tightly bound, unable to move. "You dare to touch me?" Dan Shinzi struggled in vain, his face turning ashen, a flicker of panic finally crossing his eyes. Lin Xiaofan approached him slowly, coldly stating, "And what if I do? You set the spirit-swallowing formation, attempting to seize my alchemical inheritance. Do you think I would not retaliate?" Dan Shinzi gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "You little brat, don't get too cocky. I'm a second-tier alchemist of the Alchemist Association. If you dare harm me, the association will not let you off easily. Soon, there will be no place for you on the entire continent." Lin Xiaofan raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. He had indeed heard of the Alchemist Association, the most prestigious organization for alchemists in the Shinnong continent, with immense power and influence that few dared to provoke. However, he merely chuckled coldly. The Alchemist Association? A second-tier alchemist? Ha! And what of it? Since you dare to strike at me, be prepared to pay the price. Before he finished speaking, Lin Xiaofan tightened his grip, causing the Tantian vine to constrict violently. Dan Xinzi let out a blood-curdling scream, his face turning pale as a sheet. "That you've gone mad. The Alchemist Association will not spare you." Dan Xinzi howled in terror. However, Lin Xiaofan paid no heed to his threats, turning to leave while uttering a chilling remark. "If the Alchemist Association seeks to trouble me, let them come to... I shall see if they possess the capability." As Dan Xinzi watched Lin Xiaofan's retreating figure, despair washed over him. He never imagined that as a distinguished second-tier alchemist, he would fall to the hands of an inconspicuous youth. Lin Xiaofan coldly regarded Dan Xinzi's fallen form, ensuring that his opponent had completely lost all vitality. Yet, just as he prepared to depart, a blinding white light suddenly shot from Dan Xinzi's corpse, moving at a speed too swift to react, slicing through the sky and vanishing into the clouds beyond. Could this be the mark of the Alchemist Association? Lin Xiaofan's brow furrowed, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. He had heard that alchemists registered with the association left behind a soul mark. Upon their demise, the mark would automatically return to the headquarters, transmitting the news that it seemed trouble was on the horizon. Lin Xiaofan murmured to himself, yet his gaze held no trace of fear. He lifted his eyes to the direction where the white light had vanished, then turned to depart with Lu Yin and Zhang Tai, their figures swiftly disappearing into the vast wilderness of the chaotic Star Sea. Meanwhile, at the heart of the Shinnong continent, in the Shinnong Immortal Kingdom, the headquarters of the Alchemist Association was nestled amidst a spiritually rich celestial mountain, shrouded in mist with immortal cranes soaring, resembling a paradise on earth. Within a grand hall, Dan Yuanzizi was seated cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. One of the elders of the Alchemist Association, a fourth-tier alchemist capable of refining pills for the nascent soul stage. He was highly esteemed and possessed profound cultivation. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot into the hall. Hovering before Dan Yuanzizi, he opened his eyes, sharp as lightning, and reached out to grasp the light, which landed in his palm. Moments later, his expression shifted dramatically, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. "Dan Xinzi has actually fallen?" he murmured, disbelief lacing his tone. Although Dan Xinzi was merely a second-tier alchemist, he was considered a backbone of the association, especially with the support of Dan Yuanzizi's faction behind him. "Summon the others," Dan Yuanzi spoke in a low, commanding tone. Moments later, a disciple clad in a blue robe hastily entered the hall and respectfully bowed, asking, "Elder, what are your orders?" Dan Yuanzi replied coldly, "Dan Xinzi has fallen in the Chaos Star Sea. This matter is of utmost importance. You must immediately take a team to the Chaos Star Sea to ascertain the truth. Whoever dares to harm a member of our Alchemy Association must pay the price." "Yes," the disciple responded and retreated, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Soon, several figures soared from the headquarters of the Alchemy Association, racing towards the Chaos Star Sea. Their objective was clear: to find the murderer of Dan Xinzi and bring him back to the association for judgment. Lin Xiaofan stood the highest point of the Spirit Her Pavilion, overlooking the entire Linglan city. The morning sun cast a gentle glow on his face, revealing a hint of coldness. In his hand, he held a crystal-clear spirit stone, within which rich spiritual energy flowed. It was of a quality far superior to the common spirit stones, undeniably a mid-grade spirit stone. Ever since that battle, the landscape of Linglan City had been irrevocably altered. Dan Xinzi, once a master of alchemy who wielded great influence in Linglan City, had fallen. The remaining two presidents of the three major merchant guilds had also been slain by Lin Xiaofan with a ruthless hand that day. Their powers crumbled like sandcastles, no longer posing any threat to the Spirit Her Pavilion. The Spirit Her Pavilion, once merely a newly established faction in Linglan City, had now become the dominant force in the entire city. All businesses involving spirit herbs and elixirs were monopolized by the pavilion, with vast amounts of spirit stones flowing into it daily. The cultivators in the city, whether rogue practitioners or scions of noble families, were compelled to bow their heads and purchase spirit herbs and elixirs from the pavilion. Even those once dismissive of the spirit herb pavilion had to obediently offer spirit stones in exchange for the resources necessary for their cultivation. Lin Xiaofan's gaze swept across the bustling streets of the city, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He understood that all of these achievements were earned through his blood and strength. That day, he single-handedly killed Dan Shinzi and the presidents of the 3 merchant guilds, completely shattering the former order of Linglan City, the Chaos Star Sea, at the Xinglan sect. Within the majestic main hall of the sect, enveloped in swirling clouds and rich spiritual energy that nearly solidified, stood a middle-aged man in a star-patterned robe, his hands clasped behind him, his gaze deep as the sea. He was the sect master of Xinglan sect, Shinadaran, a top-tier expert in the late Yuanying stage. You have all heard about the events in Linglan City, have you not? His voice was low and authoritative, echoing throughout the hall. Inside, several elders of the Xinglan sect nodded gravely. The upheaval in Linglan City had already spread throughout the Chaos Star Sea. Lin Xiaofan's solo act of slaying Dan Shinzi and the presidents of the 3 merchant guilds, thus taking full control of the spirit herb and elixir business, was a feat that would draw the attention of any faction. This Lin Xiaofan possesses extraordinary talent and ruthless methods. His future is boundless, one elder said solemnly. If we could form a good relationship with him, it would greatly benefit our Xinglan sect. Dara nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to a woman clad in white within the hall. This woman, with a striking appearance and an ethereal demeanor, seemed like a celestial being descended from the heavens. She was the clear, rippling fairy of Xinglan sect, a cultivator in the early Jindan stage, who had previously explored the myriad herb valley ruins alongside Lin Xiaofan. Qinglian, you share a past with Lin Xiaofan. You shall go to Linglan City on behalf of our Xinglan sect to express our goodwill, Xingadaran said slowly. Additionally, our sect's alchemy master, Wu Macho, will accompany you. She is a certified 3rd-grade alchemist by the Alchemy Association, far surpassing Dan Shinzi in status. She can assist in mediating relations to ensure that the Alchemy Association does not take direct action, allowing for a smooth transition of the elixir business in Linglan City. The clear, rippling fairy nodded slightly, her expression calm, though a flicker of complexity passed through her eyes. Although her past with Lin Xiaofan was not deeply rooted, they had fought side by side, sharing an unspoken understanding. Now that Lin Xiaofan had risen, she felt both a sense of comfort and a tinge of melancholy. I accept the task, she replied softly, her voice flowing like a clear spring, melodious and pleasing to the ear. Days later, in Linglan City, within the Spirit Herb Pavilion, Lin Xiaofan sat in the quiet chamber of the pavilion, playing with a crystal-clear elixir in his hand. The surface of the elixir shimmered with a faint spiritual light, emanating a captivating fragrance. This was a top-tier 2nd-grade elixir, the Gathering Spirit Elixir, which he had recently concocted. Its quality was so high that it would drive any foundation establishment cultivator to madness. Suddenly, a gentle knock echoed at the door of the quiet chamber. Come in, Lin Xiaofan said lightly to a disciple entered and respectfully announced, Pavilion Master, the clear rippling fairy from the Xinglan sect has come a visit, stating she represents the sect to discuss important matters with you. Lin Xiaofan's eyes flickered with interest upon hearing the name. Clear Rippling Fairy was not a name unfamiliar to him. Many years ago, they had fought together in the myriad herb valley ruins, sharing a brief yet significant bond. He had not anticipated that she would now come representing the Xinglan sect. Please, let her in, Lin Xiaofan said, placing the elixir down, his demeanor calm. Moments later, the clear rippling fairy gracefully entered the quiet chamber. Dressed in white, she resembled an otherworldly being, her aura noble and cool. Her gaze fell upon Lin Xiaofan, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. Lin Daoyu, it has been many years. I trust you have been well, she said softly, her voice as pleasing as a clear spring. Lin Xiaofan smiled faintly, rising to greet her. Clear rippling fairy, it has been a long time. May I ask what brings you here? The clear, rippling fairy maintained her calm demeanor as she replied, I come on behalf of the Xinglan sect to express goodwill towards you. Lin Xiaofan. The Xinglan sect is willing to collaborate with the Spirit Her Pavilion to jointly uphold the elixir business in Linglan City. Furthermore, our sect's alchemy master, Wu Macho, will do her utmost to speak favorably on your behalf within the Alchemy Association, ensuring they do not take direct action against you. Lin Xiaofan's eyes glinted with amusement upon hearing this. The Xinglan sect, as a premier force in the Chaos Star Sea, was clearly wary of his power and potential for them to extend such goodwill. However, he had no qualms about collaborating with the Xinglan sect, for having one more ally was certainly better than having another enemy. That I appreciate the goodwill from the Xinglan sect, Lin Xiaofan replied with a faint smile. Since the clear rippling fairy has come personally, I certainly want T refuse. However, the specific details of our collaboration will require further discussion. The clear rippling fairy nodded slightly, her expression remaining composed. If Lin Xiaofan has any requests, please do not hesitate to mention them. The Xinglan sect will do its best to accommodate. Lin Xiaofan's gaze deepened as he looked at the clear rippling fairy, slowly saying, in that case, I will not hold back. I can share the elixir business in Linglan City with the Xinglan sect, but I have one condition. What condition? The clear rippling fairy inquired. Lin Xiaofan smiled faintly, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. The Xinglan sect must fully support the expansion of the Spirit Her Pavilion within the Chaos Star SEI in the future. The influence of the Spirit Her Pavilion will not be limited to Linglan City, but will extend throughout the entire Chaos Star Sea. The clear rippling fairy's expression tightened slightly at his words. She had not anticipated Lin Xiaofan's ambitions to be so grand. However, she quickly regained her composure and replied softly. Lin Xiaofan's ambition is indeed remarkable. That I will report this to the sect master, and I believe the Xinglan sect will consider it carefully. Lin Xiaofan nodded, his demeanor calm. Then, I shall await good news. In Linglan City, at the branch of the Alchemy Association, a towering alchemy tower stood in the center of the city, exuding a faint medicinal fragrance, as if it contained endless secrets of alchemy. This was the core of the Alchemy Association in Linglan City, a sacred place for countless alchemists. However, today the tower was shrouded in a chilling atmosphere. The law enforcement team of the Alchemy Association had gathered in front of the tower, led by the elder Dan Yuanzai. His face was grim, his eyes flickering with rage, evidently here to confront Lin Xiaofan for slaying Dan Chenzi. Lin Xiaofan, for the heinous crime of murdering our Alchemy Association's master alchemist Dan Chenzi. You are unforgivable. Today, the Alchemy Association shall bring you to justice, Dan Yuanzai declared in a cold voice, his words resonating like thunder before the Alchemy Tower, just as the enforcement team was about to storm into the Spirit Her Pavilion. A clear and chilling voice suddenly rang out. Hold on. As the crowd turned towards the source of the voice, they beheld a middle-aged woman clad in a flowing azure robe, gracefully approaching. Her visage was gaunt yet striking, her eyes ablaze with intensity, and in her hand she held an ancient alchemical furnace, exuding a rich, aromatic fragrance. She was none other than Wu Macho, the esteemed alchemist of the Xinglan sect. Master Wu. Dan Yuanzai's brows furrowed in recognition, clearly identifying her. This matter does not concern your Xinglan sect. I implore you to refrain from interference. That Wu Macho maintained a serene demeanor as she replied softly. Elder Dan Yuanzai, Lin Xiaofan is a friend of our Xinglan sect, and we cannot stand idly by. Moreover, the death of Dan Chenzi was a consequence of his own provocation towards Lin Xiaofan. He brought this upon himself. Should the Alchemy Association insist on pursuing this matter, it could lead to unnecessary conflict. Upon hearing this, Dan Yunzai's expression darkened further. Wu Macho, are you threatening the Alchemy Association? Wu Macho smiled gently and shook her head. I am not issuing threats. I merely wish for the Alchemy Association to consider the greater picture. Lin Xiaofan possesses extraordinary alchemical talent and is destined to become a leader in the realm of alchemy. If the Alchemy Association were to harbor animosity towards him, it would be a loss for all. Dan Yunzai scoffed. No matter how gifted he may be, it does not justify his slaying of Dan Chenzi. Today, the Alchemy Association shall not yield. Just as the standoff escalated, a venerable and commanding voice echoed from afar. Dan Yunzai, Let this matter rest. The crowd turned in unison to see an elderly man in a gray robe approaching. His hair and beard were white, his countenance kind, yet he emanated an overwhelming aura of authority. He was Yao Hanzuns, the vice president of the Shinong Immortal Kingdom's Alchemy Association, a fifth-level alchemist, and Wu Macho's master. Yao Hanzuns, Dan Yuanzai's face shifted, and he hastily bowed in respect. What brings you here? Yao Hanzun smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping over the assembly before settling on Dan Yuanzai. I have come to understand the situation concerning Lin Xiaofan. Although Dan Shinzi was an alchemist of our association, he initiated the provocation, and Lin Xiaofan acted merely in self-defense. Therefore, let this matter conclude here. Dan Yuanzai's expression fluctuated, clearly filled with resentment. Yet he recognized Yao Hanzun's stature and influence in the realm of alchemy, and dared not refute him. Yao Hanzun continued, however, it cannot be overlooked that Lin Xiaofan has indeed taken a life, that I propose that if Lin Xiaofan can pass the Alchemy Association's second-tier alchemist certification, this matter shall be laid to rest. What say you? After a moment of silence, Dan Yuanzai gritted his teeth and nodded. Since you, Yao Hanzuns, have spoken, the Alchemy Association shall grant Lin Xiaofan an opportunity. If he passes the second-tier alchemist certification, this affair will be considered resolved. Wu Macho's face brightened with a smile as she turned to Lin Xiaofan. Lin, do you accept this condition? Lin Xiaofan's demeanor was calm as he surveyed the crowd, ultimately focusing on Yao Hanzuns and slightly bowing. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your fair judgment. I am willing to accept this condition and will certainly pass the second-tier alchemist certification to clear my name. Yao Hanzuns nodded, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Excellent. In that case, let be decided. Lin Xiaofan, you shall come to the Alchemy Tower in 3 days to undertake the second-tier alchemist certification. Lin Xiaofan inclined his head slightly, his expression composed. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Dan Yuanzai snorted, filled with reluctance yet rendered powerless, and departed with the enforcement team in frustration. Once the crowd dispersed, Wu Macho approached Lin Xiaofan and spoke softly. Lin, I owe my gratitude to my master for intervening. Otherwise, the Alchemy Association would not have relented so easily. What are your plans moving forward? Lin Xiaofan's gaze deepened, and he smiled faintly. I appreciate the assistance of both Master Wu and Yao Hanzun. In 3 days, I will certainly pass the second-tier alchemist certification to conclude this matter. Wu Macho nodded, anticipation flickering in her eyes. With your alchemical talent, passing the second-tier certification will be a mere formality. In the future, we may have more opportunities for collaboration. 3 days later, at the Alchemy Tower in Linglan City, the tower soared into the clouds, emitting a faint aroma of herbs, as if it contained boundless alchemical mysteries. The atmosphere was particularly lively, with numerous alchemists and cultivators gathering outside, awaiting the results of Lin Xiaofan's assessment. After all, the news of Lin Xiaofan slaying Dan Shinzi had spread throughout Linglan City, and this assessment was crucial for resolving his conflict with the Alchemy Association. Inside the tower, Lin Xiaofan stood calmly before an alchemical furnace. Arrayed before him were various spiritual herbs and medicines, all necessary for concocting the Gathering Spirit Pill. The Gathering Spirit Pill was the pinnacle of second-tier elixirs, with a high degree of difficulty in its refinement. Even many seasoned alchemists struggled to guarantee a successful outcome. Dan Yuanzai stood nearby, his expression grim as he scrutinized Lin Xiaofan, a hint of a mocking smile on his lips. He had deliberately altered the assessment to focus on the Gathering Spirit Pill, intending to humiliate Lin Xiaofan publicly and obliterate his chances of reconciling with the Alchemy Association. Lin Xiaofan, you are aware of the assessment topic. The Gathering Spirit Pill is a second-tier pinnacle elixir, and its refinement is exceedingly challenging. If you wish to concede now, it is not too late, Dan Yuanzai said coldly, his tone laced with derision. Lin Xiaofan remained unfazed, his gaze drifting over Dan Yuanzai with a faint smile. Thank you for your concern, Elder Dan Yuanzai. However, since I am here, I will not retreat. Dan Yuanzai snorted, choosing not to speak further, and gestured for the assessment to commence. Lin Xiaofan took a deep breath, his focus settling on the furnace. With a deft motion, he infused the furnace with streams of spiritual energy, causing the flames to surge to an optimal temperature. Then, With practiced precision, he skillfully added various spiritual herbs and medicines into the furnace. His movements fluid as if he had rehearsed them countless times. The onlookers inside the tower held their breath, their eyes riveted on Lin Xiaofan's every action. Even those who harbored animosity towards him had to concede that his technique was extraordinarily refined, surpassing that of the average alchemist. Time ticked by. The liquid within the furnace gradually coalesced, releasing a rich, aromatic fragrance. Lin Xiaofan's expression remained tranquil, as if he had everything under control. Suddenly, a soft sound emanated from the furnace, followed by a brilliant surge of spiritual light shooting skyward, and the fragrance of the elixir filled the entire tower. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd as they watched a translucent elixir slowly emerge from the furnace. Its surface adorned with intricate alchemical patterns that radiated an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy. Alchemical patterns. It bears alchemical patterns, an alchemist exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. The presence of alchemical patterns signified the pinnacle of an elixir's quality. Only through perfect mastery of temperature and herbal properties during the refinement process could such patterns manifest. An elixir imbued with alchemical patterns boasted effects that were double those of ordinary elixirs, categorizing it as a supreme rarity. Dan Yuanzai's countenance shifted dramatically. Disbelief etched across his features. He had never anticipated that Lin Xiaofan could successfully refine a gathering spirit pill that bore alchemical patterns. Such a level of alchemical skill was beyond his reach. Lin Xiaofan extended his hand to receive the elixir, scanning the crowd with a composed smile. Elder Dan Yuanzai, might I inquire if this gathering spirit pill has passed the assessment? Dan Yuanzai's face turned a deep shade of anger, momentarily rendered speechless. His intention to publicly humiliate Lin Xiaofan had backfired, instead enhancing Lin's reputation. Yao Zun's approached, his gaze landing on the elixir in Lin Xiaofan's hand. A flicker of admiration in his eyes. Lin Xiaofan, your talent in alchemy is indeed remarkable. This gathering spirit pill not only bears alchemical patterns, but also possesses effects that far exceed those of ordinary elixirs. You have successfully passed this assessment. Lin Xiaofan offered a slight bow, his demeanor calm. Thank you, Yao Zuns. Yao Zuns nodded, casting a glance at Dan Yuanzai. Dan Yuanzai, Lin Xiaofan has passed the assessment. Let this matter be resolved. As an elder of the Alchemy Association, you should prioritize the greater good and refrain from further entanglement. Dan Yuanzai's expression was a tumult of emotions, ultimately gritting his teeth in resignation. Yes, Yao Zuns. Soon, the news of Lin Xiaofan becoming a second-tier alchemist swept through the entire Chaos Star sea like a tempest. Particularly noteworthy was his successful creation of the spirit-gathering pill, which bore the unique pattern of generative alchemy. Becoming a topic of fervent discussion among countless cultivators during their leisure hours, the reputation of the Spirit Herb Pavilion thus soared to unprecedented heights, with throngs of cultivators flocking daily to purchase spiritual herbs and elixirs. Nearly trampling the threshold of the pavilion. In Linglong City, at the Spirit Herb Pavilion, the atmosphere inside was bustling, with cultivators queuing eagerly to acquire the pavilion's renowned elixirs, standing high above in the loft. Lin Xiaofan surveyed the lively scene below, his expression calm, though a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Master, today's income from spirit stones has exceeded yesterday's by 30%. At this rate, our inventory may not last beyond half a month, reported Lu Yan, approaching respectfully in a hushed tone. Lin Xiaofan nodded slightly and replied nonchalantly, No matter, I have already contacted the Xinglan sect. They will provide us with further assistance. Additionally, send out word that the Spirit Herb Pavilion will establish branches in all major cities across the Chaos Star Sea. You will be in full charge of this endeavor. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she promptly responded, Yes, Master, I will not let you down. At that moment, a cool, ethereal voice resonated from behind. Lin Daoyu, it seems the Spirit Herb Pavilion's business is flourishing more than ever. Lin Xiaofan turned to see Fairy Qinglian approaching gracefully, clad in a gown as white as snow, her demeanor otherworldly. Following her were several disciples from the Xinglan sect, evidently here to discuss a collaboration with the Spirit Herb Pavilion. Fairy Qinglian, it has been a while. Lin Xiaofan greeted with a slight smile and a cupped fist. Fairy Qinglian nodded, her gaze sweeping over the bustling scene below, and softly remarked, "Your alchemical talent, Lin Daoyu, is indeed extraordinary. The booming business of the Spirit Her Pavilion has even caught the attention of my Xinglan sect. I have come to represent the Xinglan sect in formally signing a cooperation agreement, ensuring our full support for the expansion of the Spirit Her Pavilion in the Chaos Star Seed." The hint of amusement danced in Lin Xiaofan's eyes as he replied, "I appreciate the goodwill of the Xinglan sect. With your backing, the expansion of the Spirit Her Pavilion will undoubtedly be more efficient." Fairy Qinglian nodded slightly, and then produced a jade slip from her sleeve, handing it to Lin Xiaofan. "This is a map detailing the distribution of properties and resources in the major cities of the Chaos Star Sea. Lin Dao, you may freely select suitable locations for the establishment of branches. Furthermore, our alchemists will assist the Spirit Her Pavilion in refining elixirs to ensure a steady supply." Lin Xiaofan accepted the jade slip, his spiritual sense sweeping over the detailed information within. Internally, he marveled at the profound foundation of the Xinglan sect, but maintained an impassive facade as he said, "Thank you, Fairy Qinglian. I assure you, I will not disappoint the expectations of the Xinglan sect." Fairy Qinglian regarded Lin Xiaofan deeply, then turned to leave. Her figure remained as ethereal as ever, yet a storm brewed within her heart. She understood that Lin Xiaofan's rise was now unstoppable, and the cooperation between the Xinglan sect and him could potentially alter the entire landscape of the Chaos Star Sea. Months later, branches of the Spirit Her Pavilion began to emerge in major cities across the Chaos Star Sea. Each branch buzzed with activity, thriving in business. The elixirs from the Spirit Her Pavilion were of exquisite quality, yet reasonably priced, making them highly favored among cultivators. The support from the Xinglan sect further propelled the expansion of the Spirit Her Pavilion to new heights. In Tianqing City, amidst the Chaos Star Sea, a majestic branch of the Spirit Her Pavilion stood proudly at the city's center, bustling with traffic as cultivators lined up to purchase elixirs. Lin Xiaofan stood atop the loft, gazing down at the vibrant city, a profound expression crossing his face. "Master, the Tianqing City branch is now officially operational, and business is exceeding our expectations," a steward reported respectfully. Lin Xiaofan nodded slightly and replied, "Excellent. Next, we shall turn our attention to the other cities within the Chaos Star Sea. The banner of the Spirit Her Pavilion shall be planted across the entirety of the Chaos Star Sea." The steward's eyes shimmered with excitement as he responded eagerly, "Yes, Master. I will give my utmost effort." At the headquarters of the Spirit Her Pavilion in Linglan City, under the inky night sky dotted with stars, Lin Xiaofan stood alone atop the loft, holding an ancient jade slip inscribed with the powerful characters bloodshed. His gaze was deep and grave, seemingly piercing through the endless night sky to the distant Yuming Island. The bloodshed, a unique elixir among third-tier medicines, could repair damaged dantians and restore a cultivator's foundation. However, the primary ingredient, buttian grass, was exceedingly rare, only found in the depths of the Chaos Star Sea on Yuming Island, one of the most perilous forbidden zones. Even nascent soul cultivators dared not tread lightly there, and why Master S. Dantian can only last for another 3 years. Lin Xiaofan murmured softly, urgency lacing his voice. Taking a deep breath, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes, that he understood that he must find the buttian grass as quickly as possible, regardless of the cost. The following day, within the Spirit Her Pavilion, Lin Xiaofan summoned the core members, his expression solemn as he declared, "From today onwards, the Spirit Her Pavilion will spare no effort in searching for information regarding Yuming Island and buttian grass. Be it spirit stones, elixirs, or favors, any means that can yield useful clues may be employed." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The Spirit Her Pavilion had now become one of the most influential forces in the Chaos Star Sea, boasting a vast network and resources, making the search for information a manageable task. Meanwhile, on Haisha Island, in the blood pool forbidden area, crimson liquid churned within the pool, exuding a thick metallic scent. Within the pool, a phantom soul floated, the remnant of Ao Lai. His visage contorted in anguish, eyes filled with resentment. He screamed hoarsely, "Lin Xiaofan, I want you dead. I want you dead. Sharkin stood beside the blood pool, his brow furrowed, his expression as dark as water. He gazed at his son Ao Lai's lingering soul, feeling both pain and hatred. The pain stemmed from the fact that Ao Lai, once the heir apparent of Haisha Island with extraordinary talents, had fallen due to Lin Xiaofan's actions, leaving only a wisp of remnant soul. The hatred arose from Lin Xiaofan's current alliance with the Xinglan sect, whose power was soaring. Even Haisha Island dared not provoke him lightly. Liar, I swear I will avenge you. Sharkin vowed in a low voice, his tone laced with suppressed fury, yet his heart brimmed with helplessness. Lin Xiaofan was now not only the master of the Spirit Her Pavilion, but also a distinguished guest of the Xinglan sect. The pavilion's business extended throughout the Chaos Star Sea, earning spirit stones daily enough to make any force envious. The Xinglan sect, as the premier force of the Chaos Star Sea, further solidified Lin Xiaofan's formidable backing. If he were to recklessly strike at Lin Xiaofan, it would not only invite retribution from Xinglan sect, but could also plunge Haisha Island into irrevocable ruin in the council hall of Haisha Island. Candlelight flickered at a lean, weathered scout knelt on one knee, his voice tinged with tension and urgency. Island Master, trouble is brewing. According to reliable sources, Lin Xiaofan is actively seeking the location of Yuming Island, seemingly for a matter of great importance. Sharkin, who had been holding a wine cup, paused abruptly at this revelation, causing the liquid within to ripple slightly. His gaze sharpened like an eagle's, locking onto the scout as he asked in a low voice, "Are you certain?" The scout nodded fervently. "Absolutely, Island Master. Lin Xiaofan's movements have been closely monitored by our spies. He is inquiring about clues to Yuming Island and seems determined not to rest until he finds them." Sharkin slowly rose, his expression complex. Memories of his own terrifying experience on Yuming Island flooded back, a place filled with unknowns and death, teeming with bizarre beasts, deadly traps, and inscrutable, formidable restrictions. Had it not been for his desperate struggle and cunning, he might have perished in that dire expanse. This moment, a sinister idea began to germinate in Sharkin's mind. A cold smile crept across his lips as he thought, "Lin Xiaofan, since you desire to venture into that gate of hell, do not blame me for my ruthless heart. This Yuming Island shall be your grave. Let us see just how capable you are of emerging alive from there. This time, I shall seize the opportunity to eliminate you once and for all." A fierce glint flashed in Sharkin's eyes as he turned to the scout, commanding, "Keep a close watch on Lin Xiaofan's every move. The moment he shows signs of heading to Yuming Island, report to me immediately. Also, gather a few capable subordinates and prepare some special gifts to see Lin Xiaofan off properly on Yuming Island." The scout departed promptly upon receiving orders, within the Spirit Her Pavilion of Linglan City. Lin Xiaofan clutched an ancient scroll, its yellowed parchment revealing a few indistinct lines of text. The scroll detailed the location of Yuming Island, and Lin Xiaofan murmured softly, his fingertips gliding over the 3 characters inscribed upon it. The scroll indicated that Yuming Island lay in the far western reaches of the chaotic Star Sea, a place shrouded in perpetual mist, fraught with perilous beasts and enigmatic formations. There were even rumors among cultivators that it served as an entrance to the underworld. Lin Xiaofan's brow furrowed slightly, yet his resolve solidified. And no matter the dangers that Yuming Island posed, he must venture forth. The sky-repairing grass was his sole hope to save his master. "Xiaofan, have you truly made up your mind?" A cool voice floated in from behind. Lin Xiaofan turned to see the fairy Qinglian of the Xinglan sect standing at the entrance, her snow-white robes billowing like a cloud, her expression tinged with subtle concern. "Fairy Qinglian," Lin Xiaofan replied with a slight bow, his tone resolute. "The sky-repairing grass is of utmost importance to me. I must journey to Yuming Island." Fairy Qinglian sighed softly, stepping closer, her gaze gentle yet imbued with an undeniable seriousness. "Yuming Island is not to be taken lightly. It is not only plagued by rampant beasts, but also numerous unknown dangers. Even nascent soul cultivators tread cautiously there. You are but a foundation establishment cultivator. To venture recklessly may spell disaster." Lin Xiaofan remained silent for a moment, then met Fairy Qinglian's eyes with determination. "Fairy, I understand your concern. Yet, The sky-repairing grass is more than just a spiritual herb to me. It is my only hope to save my master. If I fail to acquire it, my master may never cultivate again. Fairy Qinglian's brow knitted with worry, her voice tinged with helplessness. The path of cultivation is long. Why rush? You possess extraordinary talent. Given time, you may discover alternative methods. Lin Xiaofan shook his head resolutely. I cannot afford to wait that long. Although Yuming Island is fraught with danger, I firmly believe that with adequate preparation, opportunities will arise. Seeing his determination, Fairy Qinglian recognized the futility of further persuasion and sighed once more. Since you were so insistent, I shall say no more. But remember, exercise caution at all times. Do not act recklessly. Lin Xiaofan nodded earnestly. Thank you for your concern, Fairy I shall be careful. Standing in the conference hall of the Spirit Herb Pavilion, Lin Xiaofan held a freshly drafted contract, his gaze sweeping over several golden core experts, each displaying varying expressions. These individuals were his hired aides, each possessing remarkable strength and extensive experience to ensure the success of his expedition to Yuming Island. Lin Xiaofan had nearly exhausted all the spiritual stones he had earned in recent times, even leveraging the pavilion's connections to promise a staggering price of 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones for the sky-repairing grass. Esteemed guests, Lin Xiaofan cleared his throat, his voice steady and powerful. Our journey to Yuming Island is fraught with peril. Yet I, Lin Xiaofan, assure you that your risks shall not be in vain. Should we procure the sky-repairing grass, the Spirit Herb Pavilion will recompense you with the promised 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. And you shall receive your respective rewards. A burly golden core cultivator furrowed his brow and spoke in a deep voice. Lin, we have heard of Yuming Island's notorious reputation. It is not a place for ordinary cultivators to tread lightly. While 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones is enticing, life is invaluable. No amount of stones can replace it. Lin Xiaofan nodded gravely. You speak true, my friend. Yuming Island is indeed perilous. However, it is precisely for this reason that I have summoned all of you skilled experts. We are well prepared with ample elixirs and talismans, and we have enlisted the assistance of Taoist Lu Yin, who excels in formations, and Taoist Wang Qian, who specializes in beast taming. If we unite our efforts, we may yet return unscathed. Another stern-faced female cultivator interjected. Lin, we appreciate your sincerity, but the dangers of Yuming Island cannot be mitigated solely by numbers. Should we encounter insurmountable peril, we will not sacrifice our lives for spiritual stones. Lin Xiaofan smiled slightly, his voice unwavering. That is only natural. You all need only do your utmost. If we face an unmanageable crisis, you are free to withdraw at any time. I, Lin Xiaofan, would never force anyone against their will. Upon hearing this, the group relaxed slightly. The burly cultivator pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Very well, since you were so forthright, I shall accompany you. But let me make this clear. If the situation becomes untenable, I will withdraw at the first opportunity. Lin Xiaofan bowed gratefully. Thank you for your trust, my friend. After much deliberation, the group reached a consensus. Lin Xiaofan felt a sense of relief, despite the significant costs. The addition of these golden core experts greatly increased their chances of success. Days later, the group boarded a sturdy spiritual vessel, setting sail towards Yuming Island in the depths of the East Sea. The sea winds howled and the waves surged, yet the vessel advanced steadily through the tumult. Lin Xiaofan stood at the bow, his gaze fixed on the mist-shrouded waters ahead, his heart a mix of anticipation and unease. As he surveyed the surroundings, he sensed the lurking dangers hidden within the fog, as if countless unseen eyes were watching them from the shadows. Suddenly, the vessel jolted violently, swaying as though struck by an unseen force. The crew lost their footing, with some of the weaker cultivators tumbling to the deck. What is happening? The burly golden core cultivator barked, his massive shield unfurling protectively before the group. Lin Xiaofan furrowed his brow. Quickly attuning himself to the surrounding movements, his consciousness extended outward. He felt a surge of murderous intent rising from the depths of the Be cautious. There is something beneath the waves. Lin Xiaofan shouted, but it was too late. With a resounding crash, a tremendous force struck the bottom of the vessel, splitting it open with a gaping fissure, and seawater surged in with wild abandon. Instantly, a shadow erupted from the depths, sending monstrous waves crashing towards the vessel, as the Shark King of Haisha Island. Wang Qian exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically as he recognized the identity of the dark figure. The Shark King, the island's master, was a mid-nascent soul cultivator adept at commanding sea beasts and intimately familiar with the terrain of this region, that he was a towering figure with dark skin, wielding a massive harpoon, and a sinister grin spread across his face. Huh. Lin Xiaofan, I didn't expect you to come to me. You killed my son Ao Lai, and today I shall avenge him. Prepare to pay with your life. Roared the Shark King, laughing maniacally as he swung his harpoon, sending a deadly water blade slicing towards the vessel. Retreat, Lin Xiaofan shouted, quickly summoning a verdant seed, infusing it with spiritual energy. The seed sprouted instantly, transforming into a colossal vine that coiled tightly around the vessel. With a dull thud, the water blade struck the vine, creating a resounding impact. Although the vine was cleaved open, it did not break, thereby sparing the vessel from being split in two. What kind of spirit plant is this? The Shark King's eyes widened in surprise, clearly caught off guard by Lin Xiaofan's capabilities. Lin Xiaofan offered no reply, swiftly forming seals to manipulate the vine to temporarily seal the vessel's breach, then commanded loudly, everyone, immediately repair the vessel. Taoist Lu Yen set up a defensive formation. Taoist Wang Qian summoned spirit beasts to restrain the Shark King's sea sharks. Upon hearing his commands, the group sprang into action. Taoist Lu Yen swiftly produced a formation plate, beginning to arrange the defensive array, while Wang Qian summoned several spirit beasts to charge towards the oncoming school of sharks. The Shark King sneered, effortlessly cleaving a spirit beast in two with his harpoon. His power far surpassed that of the others. Even Golden Core experts seemed utterly inadequate before him. Lin Xiaofan, do you truly believe these feeble tactics can stop me? The Shark King taunted, his figure flashing as he lunged directly at Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan's expression hardened as he quickly expended 2,000 energy points to exchange for a special defensive spirit plant seed from the system. Infusing it with spiritual energy, the seed swiftly transformed into a massive man-eating flower, its gaping maw lunging towards the Shark King. Trivial tricks, the Shark King scoffed, effortlessly cleaving the man-eating flower in two with a swing of his harpoon. However, in that moment, the severed flower unleashed a dense cloud of toxic mist, enveloping the Shark King. The Shark King howled in agony, recoiling rapidly. Though he was powerful, he dared not withstand the eerie poison. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Shark King's retreat, Lin Xiaofan swiftly directed the vine to complete the vessel's repairs before shouting, everyone, evacuate this sea area immediately. Upon hearing the words, the crowd immediately maneuvered the spirit vessel to hasten their escape. Although Sharkin had been temporarily repelled by the toxic mist, he was not gravely injured and soon gave chase. Thinking of fleeing, it won't be that simple. Sharkin roared, wielding his harpoon, summoning a colossal waterspout that surged from the depths of the sea, barreling toward the spirit vessel. Lin Xiaofan gritted his teeth and expended another 2,000 energy points, exchanging them for a special defensive spirit plant seed from the system, infusing it with spiritual energy. The seed instantly transformed into a massive ironwood tree, providing steadfast protection for the spirit vessel. Boom! The waterspout collided with the ironwood, producing a thunderous sound. Though the ironwood trembled precariously, it ultimately withstood the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, the spirit vessel accelerated, finally breaking free from the dense fog. Sharkin's figure gradually faded into the mist, yet his furious roars continued to reverberate in the ears of the crowd. Lin Xiaofan, you cannot escape. You are on the territory of my sea shark gang. Do not expect to leave alive. As the spirit vessel glided through the tumultuous waves, the atmosphere remained heavy with tension. Even after escaping the clutches of the fog, inside the cabin, the ambience was so oppressive it was nearly suffocating. Lin Xiaofan stood before the group, his gaze sweeping over the faces filled with worry, anger, and fear, understanding that some truths could no longer be concealed. Lin, my friend, spoke the stern-faced female cultivator, her tone laced with accusation. "You failed to inform us of your prior grievances with the sea shark gang. Sharkin is a formidable expert in the nascent soul stage, and the sea shark gang is the sovereign of these waters. Are we to accompany you to our demise without any explanation?" Lin Xiaofan fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding. "Indeed, I have concealed this matter from you. I do have some enmity with the sea shark gang, but my purpose in journeying to Yuming Island is not for personal vendetta, but rather to procure the celestial grass. I had thought to evade them, but I did not foresee what?" interrupted a burly golden core cultivator with a cold laugh. "Lin Xiaofan, you are exceedingly naive. The influence of the sea shark gang permeates the entire chaotic star sea, and Sharkin is a nascent soul master. Is it not excessive to lead us to our doom?" Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaofan replied earnestly, "My friends, I acknowledge my oversight. However, I assure you, I will do everything in my power to safeguard your well-being as we proceed. Should anyone wish to withdraw, I will not hinder you and will provide adequate compensation." "Withdraw?" The female cultivator scoffed. "A withdraw now would leave us to face the wrath of the sea shark gang alone." "Lin Xiaofan, you certainly know how to play your cards." Lin Xiaofan shook his head, his tone resolute. "That was not my intent. If anyone wishes to leave, I can escort you to safety, ensuring you are not pursued by the sea shark gang." The group exchanged glances, a moment of silence enveloping them as no one spoke. The burly cultivator pondered for a moment before finally sighing. "Lin, it's not that we distrust you, but this situation is exceedingly perilous. Sharkin's strength far surpasses ours. If he takes action personally, we stand no chance." Lin Xiaofan nodded. "I understand. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time to voice it. I will not compel anyone." After a brief silence, a cultivator in the early golden core stage finally stepped forward, his expression awkward. "Lin, I apologize. I have a family to consider, and I cannot take this risk. I wish to withdraw." Without further ado, Lin Xiaofan retrieved a pouch of spirit stones from his storage ring and handed it to the cultivator. "This is your reward. Thank you for your assistance thus far." The cultivator accepted the spirit stones, guilt etched on his face as he murmured, "Lin, take care." With the first cultivator's departure, others began to waver. Soon, two more cultivators stood up, expressing their desire to withdraw. Lin Xiaofan granted them their rewards and arranged for them to board a small spirit vessel to leave. Inside the cabin, only Lin Xiaofan, Lu Yin, Wang Qian, and the stern-faced female cultivator remained. The atmosphere grew even more solemn. "Aren't you three leaving?" Lin Xiaofan inquired, fatigue evident in his voice. Lu Yin shook her head, offering a bittersweet smile. "While I fear death, I fear owing a debt of gratitude even more. You saved my life before. Consider this a return of favor." Wang Qian shrugged casually. "I'm curious to see just how perilous Yuming Island can be. Besides, my spirit beast hasn't had its fill yet." The female cultivator cast a cold glance at Lin Xiaofan, stating flatly, "I remain not out of trust, but because the celestial grass is also of use to me. However, Lin Xiaofan, should you conceal anything further, do not expect me to be courteous." Lin Xiaofan nodded, solemnly replying, "Thank you all. That I will do my utmost to ensure your safety on the journey ahead." The spirit vessel continued its course toward Yuming Island, with Lin Xiaofan standing at the bow, gazing toward the distant sea shrouded in mist, his heart devoid of any thought of retreat. He was acutely aware that the path ahead would only grow more treacherous. Yet he had no option of turning back. The sea wind howled, and the waves surged. The small spirit vessel carrying the departing members of the exploration team raced across the vast ocean, desperately trying to escape this perilous region. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that the sea shark gang spies had already infiltrated the East Sea, and their movements had long been monitored by Sharkin. "Faster, go faster," a cultivator urged his companion at the helm, his face pale as a sheet. Clutching a communication talisman tightly, he attempted to contact his distant sect for help, yet the talisman failed to emit any signal. "It's no use, this area is sealed by formations. The talisman cannot work." Another cultivator shouted in despair. I could see that moment. The sea suddenly churned violently, a massive shadow rising slowly from the depths, unleashing towering waves. The small spirit vessel was nearly capsized by the surging waters, and the occupants panicked, hastily summoning their magical artifacts in a frantic attempt to stabilize the craft. Thinking of escaping, do you really believe you can elude my grasp? A chilling voice echoed from the surface of the water as Sharkin's figure emerged. Brandishing a colossal harpoon, he wore a sinister grin, his gaze slicing through the crew like a blade. "Sharkin," a trembling cultivator exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror. Sharkin chuckled coldly, swinging his harpoon to unleash a razor-sharp water blade that instantly cleaved the small spirit vessel in two, sending several cultivators tumbling into the sea. "No, don't kill me. I am willing to join the sea shark gang and serve you," a cultivator cried out. Struggling in the water, a cruel glimmer flickered in Sharkin's eyes as he swam closer to the pleading cultivator, lifting his chin with the harpoon. Pleading for mercy, it's too late. Since you chose to follow Lin Xiaofan, you should be prepared for the consequences. Before his words had fully settled, the harpoon plunged mercilessly into the cultivator's chest, blood instantly staining the surrounding waters. The unfortunate soul barely had time to scream before his life was extinguished. Next, Sharkin coldly intoned, his gaze shifting toward another cultivator. The second cultivator's face turned ashen, desperately kicking to escape. Yet his efforts appeared laughable in Sharkin's presence. In a flash, Sharkin appeared before him, swinging his harpoon and severing his head in one swift motion. "No, please, I beg you," the last remaining cultivator shouted in despair, attempting to employ a fleeing technique to escape. However, his spiritual energy was suppressed by Sharkin's overwhelming pressure, rendering him powerless. Sharkin swam slowly toward him, a malicious smile dancing on his lips. "Don't worry, I won't let you die too quickly." With that, the harpoon thrust into the cultivator's abdomen, yet did not claim his life immediately. Instead, it twisted, forcing the cultivator to writhe in excruciating agony. "Lin Xiaofan, this is the price you pay for crossing me." Sharkin roared at the distant sea, his voice brimming with murderous intent. On the surface, blood began to spread, the bodies of the fallen cultivators floating desolately in the water. Sharkin cast a cold glance before vanishing into the depths. Meanwhile, the spirit vessel gradually approached the shore, and Lin Xiaofan and his companions finally set foot on the land of Yuming Island. The island was enshrouded in a thick mist, an eerie silence prevailing, punctuated only by the occasional low growl and the rustling of leaves, sending shivers down their spines. "Everyone be cautious. The spirit beasts of Yuming Island are formidable. Do not stray from one another." Lin Xiaofan whispered a caution, his gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The others nodded in agreement, each carefully summoning their magical treasures as they advanced cautiously. The island's vegetation was extraordinarily dense, with towering, twisted trees that exuded an eerie aura through their intertwined branches and leaves. Suddenly, a low roar echoed from the depths of the thick fog ahead, suggesting that something was approaching. Lin Xiaofan quickly raised his hand to signal everyone to halt, his eyes fixed intently on the front. "Something is coming," Wang Qian murmured, his spirit beast pouch trembling slightly, indicating that his companion sensed the impending danger as well. Through the fog, a dark silhouette gradually emerged, revealing a massive spirit beast. It resembled a leopard. Its entire body was covered in pitch-black scales, its crimson eyes glowing fiercely as it exhaled faint wisps of black mist, creating an unsettling atmosphere. "It is the ancient spirit beast, the soul-bewitching beast," Lu Yan exclaimed in shock, her expression shifting as she recognized the creature. This spirit beast excels at confounding the mind. Once enveloped by its black mist, one would fall into an inescapable illusion. The soul-bewitching beast let out a low growl, its scarlet eyes locking onto Lin Xiaofan and his companions as it slowly advanced. Its movements were light and soundless, as if poised to launch a lethal strike at any moment. Lin Xiaofan's heart raced, and he swiftly called upon the system his mind. "System, is there a way to deal with the soul-bewitching beast?" Ding! Detection indicates the host is facing a threat from the soul-bewitching beast. It is recommended to purchase a bewitching fruit. The bewitching fruit is the soul-bewitching beast's favorite food, and feeding it may turn foe into friend. It will cost 5,000 energy points. Would you like to purchase? Without hesitation, Lin Xiaofan chose to buy it. In the next moment, a translucent fruit appeared in his hand, emanating a faint fragrance. Indeed, it was the bewitching fruit. Everyone, stay still. I will give it a try, Lin Xiaofan whispered, cautiously moving towards the soul-bewitching beast. Lin, are you out of your mind? The cold and beautiful female cultivator exclaimed softly, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Xiaofan did not respond. Instead, he gently tossed the bewitching fruit towards the beast. The beast's initially fierce gaze softened upon seeing the fruit. It lowered its head to sniff the offering and then swallowed a whole. Moments later, the crimson glow in its eyes gradually returned to normal, and the black mist surrounding it dissipated entirely. It slowly approached Lin Xiaofan, nuzzling against his arm, appearing exceedingly docile. What just happened? Wang exclaimed, utterly bewildered by the scene unfolding before him. Lin Xiaofan smiled faintly and explained, though the soul-bewitching beast is fierce, as long as you feed it its favorite bewitching fruit, it can turn from enemy to friend. We are fortunate to have found this fruit. Upon hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. The cold female cultivator cast a skeptical glance at Lin Xiaofan and questioned, Lin Xiaofan, just how many secrets do you harbor? Then, under the guidance of the soul-bewitching beast, Lin Xiaofan and his companions traversed the intricate and perilous terrain of the Isle of Shadows. The beast seemed intimately familiar with the area, effortlessly weaving through the thick fog while avoiding a series of concealed ancient formations and natural traps. The soul-bewitching beast is indeed remarkable. It can easily sidestep these formations, Lu Yin remarked quietly, her array plate trembling slightly, clearly sensing the presence of the surrounding formations. Lin Xiaofan nodded, feeling an increased trust in the soul-bewitching beast. He knew that without its guidance, they would likely have fallen prey to those deadly traps. As they ventured deeper, the fog thickened, and a sense of ancient mystery enveloped the air. Suddenly, the soul-bewitching beast halted, letting out a low growl as its gaze fixated on something ahead. Following its line of sight, Lin Xiaofan discerned the faint outline of a towering ancient tower emerging from the mist. The tower was entirely black, adorned with ancient runes that radiated an oppressive aura. Is that where the heavenly restoration grass is located? Wang Qian asked in a hushed tone, excitement flickering in his eyes. Lin Xiaofan nodded, a surge of anticipation swelling within him. The system had just indicated the presence of the heavenly restoration grass nearby, and they were nearing their objective. Everyone, be cautious. There may be stronger formations or guardian spirit beasts near the tower. Lin Xiaofan warned softly, his vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings. The group nodded, each summoning their magical treasures as they carefully approached the ancient tower. The soul-bewitching beast led the way, occasionally pausing to sniff the air, seemingly ensuring their safety. Upon reaching the foot of the ancient tower, Lin Xiaofan's attention was drawn to several peculiar spirit herbs flourishing beside its base. One particular herb was crystal clear, its leaves shimmering with a gentle glow, as if imbued with boundless vitality. The heavenly restoration grass. Lin Xiaofan exclaimed softly, his eyes alight with excitement. Just as he prepared to reach for it, the tower emitted a deep, rumbling sound, and the runes on its surface began to glow with blinding brilliance. Not good. The tower's protective formation has been triggered. Lu Yan's expression turned grave, her array plate trembling violently in her hand. Lin Xiaofan's heart sank, and he quickly exchanged for a formation-breaking talisman from the system. Infusing it with spiritual energy, the talisman transformed into a beam of golden light, shooting towards the runes on the tower. With a thunderous crash, the golden light struck the runes, causing their brilliance to dim momentarily. However, this did not entirely dispel the formation. Instead, it provoked an even more formidable counterattack. Retreat! Lin Xiaofan shouted urgently, hastily backing away. Yet it was too late. A fissure appeared in the tower, and a massive gargoyle began to crawl out, its eyes glowing with a fierce crimson light, charging towards Lin Xiaofan and his companions. It's a gargoyle! Everyone be cautious! Wang Qian cried out, swiftly summoning his spirit beast to engage in battle. The gargoyle possessed immense strength, proving nearly insurmountable even for cultivators in the Golden Core stage. Lin Xiaofan and his companions found themselves in a desperate struggle. Although the soul-bewitching beast joined the fray, it was evidently no match for the gargoyle. At that moment, the system's alert sounded in Lin Xiaofan's mind once more. Ding! Detection indicates the host is facing a threat from the gargoyle. It is recommended to purchase a spirit sealing talisman. The spirit sealing talisman can temporarily seal the gargoyle's movements. Costing 8,000 energy points. Would you like to purchase? Without hesitation, Lin Xiaofan opted to buy it. In the next instant, a talisman shimmering with golden light appeared in his hand, but he swiftly hurled it at the gargoyle. And the talisman transformed into a golden beam, adhering directly to the gargoyle's forehead. Roar! The gargoyle let out a pained howl, its form freezing in place, unable to move an inch. Quick, now's our chance, Lin Xiaofan shouted, rushing towards the heavenly restoration grass. He carefully plucked the herb and stowed it in his storage ring. Just then, the tower emitted another deep rumble, as if more gargoyles were about to awaken. Let us go, Lin Xiaofan ordered decisively, and the group hastily retreated. The soul-bewitching beast led them away swiftly from the tower's vicinity. As they finally escaped the danger zone, Lin Xiaofan exhaled deeply, filled with joy. The heavenly restoration grass is finally in hand, he murmured, his eyes brimming with determination. Just as Lin Xiaofan and his companions prepared to leave the Isle of Shadows, a clear and distant feminine voice resonated from the direction of the tower, echoing as if from ancient times, imbued with a hint of sorrow and release. Ahun, you have such a bond with this young brother. You may leave this island with him. No need to remain here with me. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Xiaofan and the others halted abruptly, warily glancing towards the tower. The soul-bewitching beast, referred to as Ahun by the voice, trembled slightly at the sound, its crimson eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. It let out a low growl and turned to gaze at the tower, seemingly responding to the voice. Who is speaking? Wang inquired softly, his eyes filled with suspicion. Lin Xiaofan furrowed his brow, a vague sense of connection between the voice and the presence within the tower stirring within him. He looked at the soul-bewitching beast and noticed a hint of reluctance and longing in its gaze. Ahun, do you know her? Lin Xiaofan tentatively inquired. The soul-entangling beast let out a low growl, slowly nodding its head, then shaking it as if attempting to convey something that words could not express. At that moment, a feminine voice resonated once more, imbued with a touch of tenderness and relief. Little brother, Ahun is my only companion on this isle of the underworld. It has accompanied me for centuries, and now that fate has intertwined your paths, take it away. This island no longer requires its presence. Lin Xiaofan felt a jolt in his heart and could not help but ask loudly, Predecessor, who are you? Why are you on this isle of the underworld? The voice fell silent for a moment before gently replying. I am merely a forgotten guardian of this isle. As for my name, it has long since faded with the passage of time. It is best left unspoken. Her voice carried an infinite melancholy, as if she had endured a long solitude and wait. Lin Xiaofan felt an inexplicable surge of respect within him and solemnly stated, Predecessor, if there is anything you need, I am willing to assist you. The voice chuckled softly, tinged with a hint of gratification. Your goodwill is sufficient. With Ahun following you, I can rest easy. Though it is a soul-entangling beast, its nature is pure. It has simply been trapped on this island for far too long and has never seen the outside world. I hope you will treat it kindly. Lin Xiaofan nodded earnestly. Predecessor, rest assured, I shall take good care of Ahun. Upon hearing this, the soul-entangling beast let out a low growl, slowly approaching Lin Xiaofan's side. Gently nudging his arm with its head, as if expressing its trust, the feminine voice echoed again, imbued with a faint sense of liberation. Ahun, go. The world outside is vast. You should not remain confined here. Little brother, may your journey ahead be smooth and your wishes fulfilled. Her words faded. A soft light suddenly illuminated the direction of the ancient tower, gradually dissipating into the thick mist. The surrounding fog seemed to have thinned considerably, as if some binding had been undone. Lin Xiaofan gazed at the direction of the ancient tower, his heart filled with myriad emotions. Though he had not seen the true visage of the mysterious woman, he could sense her profound loneliness and relief. He murmured softly, predecessor, take care." The soul-entangling beast let out a low growl, seemingly bidding farewell as well. "Let us depart. It is time to leave," Lin Xiaofan addressed the others. They nodded in agreement and followed him towards the coast. The soul-entangling beast led the way, its steps light, seemingly brimming with anticipation for the impending journey. However, just as they were about to reach the coast, a deep horn sounded from the distant sea. Lin Xiaofan's expression changed suddenly as he looked up, only to see dozens of black warships emerging on the water, flying the banner of the Shark Gang. "It is the Shark Gang! They are pursuing us!" Wang Daoyu exclaimed. Lin Xiaofan tightened his grip on his sword, his gaze cold and resolute. "It seems that Shark Cohen does not intend to let us leave easily." The soul-entangling beast let out a low growl, a glint of ferocity flashing in its eyes, clearly ready for battle. The sea wind howled, and the waves surged tumultuously. The warships of the Shark Gang drew closer. With Shark Cohen standing at the bow, wielding a massive harpoon, a sinister grin plastered across his face. His gaze was fixed on Lin Xiaofan and his companions, as if he already envisioned their doom. "Lin Xiaofan, do you think you can escape my pursuit by fleeing to the Isle of the Underworld? Today, I shall let you witness the consequences of offending the Shark Gang." Shark Cohen's voice thundered, echoing across the sea. Lin Xiaofan stood at the water's edge, his expression grim, his sword trembling slightly, clearly prepared for battle. At that moment, the soul-entangling beast, a Hun, slowly stepped in front of him, its crimson eyes fixed intently on Shark Cohen. Emitting a low, menacing growl, a Hun, Lin Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood its intentions. He nodded, whispering, "Be careful." The soul-entangling beast let out a low growl, leaping into action, transforming into a shadow that lunged toward the Shark Gang's warship. Its speed was astonishing, reaching Shark Cohen's front in an instant. Seeking death, Shark Cohen sneered, swinging his harpoon, unleashing a sharp water blade aimed at the soul-entangling beast. However, the beast adeptly evaded the water blade mid-air with a nimble twist. A flash of crimson light flickered in its eyes as it opened its mouth, releasing a dense cloud of black mist. The mist rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire warship. "Not good. It's the soul-entangling mist." Shark Cohen's face changed drastically as he hurriedly held his breath, attempting to resist the encroaching darkness. Yet his subordinates were far less fortunate. Those of lower cultivation levels were swiftly ensnared in illusions within the mist, collapsing and wailing, losing their combat effectiveness. "Damn it!" Shark Cohen roared, wildly swinging his harpoon in a desperate attempt to disperse the black fog. However, the soul-entangling beast's mist was no ordinary fog. It was a natural ability of its own. Even someone at the nascent soul stage like Shark Cohen would find it challenging to unravel it in a short span of time. Seizing the opportunity as the soul-entangling beast restrained Shark Cohen, Lin Xiaofan quickly directed the others, "Quick, to the spirit boat. We must leave immediately." The group sprang onto the spirit boat, swiftly activating the formation. The spirit boat carved a graceful arc across the sea, racing towards the distant Spirit Lawn City. "Lin Xiaofan, you cannot escape." Shark Cohen's furious voice echoed from within the mist, yet his figure remained ensnared by the soul-entangling beast, unable to break free. The soul-entangling beast let out a low growl. Swiftly returning to the spirit boat, a hint of exhaustion flickered in its eyes, clearly indicating that the recent battle had drained much of its strength. Lin Xiaofan gently patted its head, murmuring, "You've worked hard." "A Hun," the soul-entangling beast responded with a low growl, nudging its head against his arm, as if acknowledging his concern. The spirit boat sped swiftly across the surface of the sea, leaving the Shark Gang's warships far behind. The group finally breathed a sigh of relief, their faces reflecting the joy of having survived a calamity that I never expected the soul-entangling beast to be so formidable. Wang Qian exclaimed, his eyes filled with admiration. Lu Yin nodded in agreement, her tone tinged with emotion. "Had it not been for its assistance, we would likely have found it difficult to escape today." Lin Xiaofan smiled gently, casting a warm gaze at the soul-entangling beast. "Hun, thank you." The soul-entangling beast let out a low growl, seemingly indifferent to Lin Xiaofan's gratitude, simply lying quietly at his feet, Resting with closed eyes, days later, the spirit boat finally arrived at Spirit Lawn City. The cultivators within the city, upon seeing Lin Xiaofan and his companions return safely, displayed expressions of astonishment. After all, the dangers of the Isle of the Underworld had long been known across the Eastern Sea, and few could emerge unscathed from its grasp. Lin Xiaofan did not linger, leading the others directly to the Spirit Herb Pavilion. In the hall of the Spirit Herb Pavilion, a strikingly beautiful woman stood silently before a crystal-clear spirit herb. This spirit herb was none other than the Celestial Restoration Herb, its leaves shimmering with a faint glow, as if imbued with boundless vitality. The beautiful woman's gaze was filled with complex emotions as she murmured softly, "I never expected to truly find the Celestial Restoration Herb." Her fingertips grazed the leaves of the herb, feeling the immense spiritual power contained within, causing ripples of emotion to surge within her heart. The value of the Celestial Restoration Herb lay not only in its ability to mend spiritual roots, but also in its symbolism of hope, a hope for breaking through limitations and defying fate. "Lin Xiaofan, you are indeed remarkable," the beautiful woman whispered, admiration flashing in her eyes. Meanwhile, Wang Qian and Lu Yin each received their respective rewards. Wang Qian weighed the heavy pouch of spirit stones in his hand, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "This journey, though perilous, has proven quite rewarding. With these spirit stones, I shall no longer worry about my cultivation resources." Lu Yin stood quietly to the side, holding a crystalline spirit stone, her gaze contemplative. She quietly remarked, "Lin Xiaofan is a person of profound thought and exceptional means. If it were not for him during our expedition to the Isle of the Underworld, we would likely have struggled to return unscathed." Wang Qian nodded, his tone reflective. "Indeed, Lin Daoyu is certainly a person worth befriending." Lu Yin smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, instead tucking the spirit stone into her storage ring before turning to leave the hall of the Spirit Herb Pavilion. In a secluded alchemy chamber within the Spirit Herb Pavilion, Lin Xiaofan sat cross-legged before the alchemy furnace, his gaze intensely focused on the flickering flames within. Beside him lay an array of rare spirit herbs and materials, among which the most conspicuous was the golden binding fruit he had exchanged for with 1,000 points of energy from the system. Currently, his spirit field could only cultivate spirit fruits and herbs suitable for foundation-building cultivators in bulk. To forge a third-tier elixir, one must expend a considerable amount of energy to directly exchange with the system, but he closed his eyes, swiftly recalling the alchemical knowledge gleaned from the inheritance of the Wanyao Valley. Since acquiring the system, enhancing his alchemical skills had been his primary focus. Now he had attained proficiency in crafting second-tier elixirs. However, the third-tier elixir remained a formidable challenge for him. The third-tier elixir is a treasure designed for cultivators in the golden core stage to enhance their cultivation, worth its weight in gold. Should he succeed in its refinement, it would not only greatly benefit his own practice, but also yield immense profits for the Spirit Plant Pavilion. Lin Xiaofan silently resolved within himself. He took a deep breath and began to toss various spirit herbs into the alchemical furnace, his hands forming seals to control the temperature and intensity of the flames. The alchemical process was exceedingly intricate. A moment's carelessness could result in the furnace exploding, potentially injuring himself. Hence, Lin Xiaofan dared not exhibit any negligence. As time passed, the spirit herbs in the furnace gradually melted, transforming into a glistening medicinal liquid. Beads of sweat formed on Lin Xiaofan's forehead, yet his gaze remained focused, his hand seals shifting continuously. "Condense," he exclaimed softly, bringing his palms together forcefully, causing the medicinal liquid in the furnace to rapidly coalesce into a plump elixir. However, just as the elixir was on the verge of forming, a violent tremor erupted from the furnace, the spiritual energy within the liquid spiraling out of control. Not good. Lin Xiaofan's complexion shifted as he hastily increased the output of his spiritual energy, striving to stabilize the furnace. Yet, it was too late. With a resounding boom, the elixir in the furnace detonated, enveloped in a cloud of black smoke. Lin Xiaofan staggered back several paces, a wry smile gracing his lips. Indeed, crafting a third-tier elixir was no simple feat nevertheless. He did not succumb to discouragement. Instead, he promptly cleared the furnace and began anew, He understood that the path of alchemy was fraught with failures and challenges. Only through persistent attempts could one transcend their own limits. Days later, within Lin Xiaofan's alchemical chamber, the flames in the furnace gradually extinguished, revealing a translucent elixir quietly resting at the bottom, emanating a faint medicinal fragrance. A smile of satisfaction finally graced Lin Xiaofan's face. "Success," he whispered, his voice tinged with excitement. This third-tier elixir, named Ning Jin Dan, is the mainstream elixir for cultivators in the golden core stage to enhance their cultivation. Its successful refinement marked a significant advancement in Lin Xiaofan's alchemical prowess that he carefully stored the elixir in a jade vial, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. He knew that this elixir would not only elevate his own cultivation, but also secure him a higher status within the spirit plant pavilion. Next, he would endeavor to craft more third-tier elixirs. Lin Xiaofan murmured softly, his gaze gleaming with determination. 3 months later, Lin Xiaofan pushed open the door to the alchemical chamber, sunlight streaming onto his face. Bringing a touch of warmth, the bewildering beast, a Hun, lay quietly outside the door, rising slowly to stand beside him upon his exit. "A Hun, you have worked hard." Lin Xiaofan gently patted its head, his tone laced with tenderness. The bewildering beast let out a low growl, seemingly indifferent to Lin Xiaofan's gratitude, merely following silently behind him. In Linglong City, the branch of the Alchemical Association stood before him. Lin Xiaofan gazed up at the plaque, a surge of ambition welling within him that he understood that today's assessment would be a crucial milestone in his alchemical career. "A Hun, wait for me here." Lin Xiaofan spoke softly to the bewildering beast beside him. It let out a low growl and lay down, its crimson eyes fixed intently on Lin Xiaofan, as if cheering him on. Lin Xiaofan smiled faintly and stepped into the Alchemical Association. Inside the Alchemical Association, in a spacious assessment hall, several examiners clad in Alchemical Association attire sat atop a platform, their expressions stern as they observed the candidates below. Lin Xiaofan swiftly approached the examiners and declared, "I wish to undertake the certification assessment for third-tier alchemists." His words instantly captured the attention of the alchemists participating in the assessment, for the highest rank within the Chaos Star Sea Alchemical Association is only third tier. This distraction led to a series of explosions echoing throughout the assessment venue. "Lin Xiaofan, are you prepared to undertake the assessment for third-tier alchemist?" An elderly examiner inquired gravely. Lin Xiaofan nodded, his voice resolute. "I am ready." The examiner acknowledged him with a nod before announcing the commencement of the assessment. Lin Xiaofan approached the assessment area, retrieving the prepared spirit herbs from his storage ring. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly formed seals, causing the flames in the furnace to surge upward. He tossed the spirit herbs into the furnace, his movements fluid and unhurried. All eyes in the assessment hall were fixed upon Lin Xiaofan. The assessment for third-tier alchemists was exceedingly rigorous, demanding not only mastery over flame control, but also a profound understanding of the properties of the spirit herbs. As moments ticked by, the spirit herbs within the furnace gradually melted, transforming into a glistening medicinal liquid. Beads of sweat trickled down Lin Xiaofan's forehead, yet his gaze remained unwavering, his hand seals shifting with precision. "Condense!" he exclaimed softly, bringing his palms together forcefully, causing the medicinal liquid in the furnace to swiftly coalesce into a round elixir. At the moment the elixir formed, a rich medicinal aroma permeated the entire assessment hall. Several examiners rose in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. This is the Ning Jin Dan," one examiner gasped in a hushed tone, incredulity lacing his words. The Ning Jin Dan was a genuine third-tier elixir. Even many seasoned third-tier alchemists found it challenging to successfully refine it in one attempt. Yet Lin Xiaofan had managed to accomplish this feat during the assessment. The elderly examiner hastily approached Lin Xiaofan, meticulously inspecting the elixir before solemnly announcing, "Lin Xiaofan, you have passed the assessment for third-tier alchemist." The hall erupted in a chorus of exclamations. All present regarded Lin Xiaofan with awe, as if beholding a future master of alchemy. News spread rapidly, and within half a day, The word of Lin Xiaofan's success in the third-tier alchemist assessment resonated throughout Linglan City and swiftly reached the major factions across the Chaos Star Sea. Have you heard? A prodigious alchemist has emerged from Linglan City, having passed the third-tier alchemist assessment at such a young age. Not only that, but he also refined the Ningjin Dan. This elixir is a coveted treasure sought after by cultivators in the Golden Core stage. Lin Xiaofan's name would soon echo throughout the entire Chaos Star Sea. Various factions across the Chaos Star Sea dispatched envoys to Linglan City, eager to recruit this newly minted third-tier alchemist. After all, an alchemist capable of refining the Ningjin Dan held value far exceeding that of an ordinary nascent soul stage cultivator. In the headquarters of the Sea Shark Gang, Sharkin sat in the main seat of the Grand Hall, a jug of spirit wine in hand, staring blankly ahead. The fierce and domineering demeanor he once possessed had been replaced by a profound sense of despondency and powerlessness. Ever since learning that Lin Xiaofan had become a certified third-tier alchemist, Sharkin's spirits had plummeted, but he understood that he had lost the chance for vengeance for his son. Lin Xiaofan's current status and identity were no longer something he could easily challenge. A third-tier alchemist within the Alchemical Association was not someone even experts in the nascent soul stage would dare to offend. Moreover, Lin Xiaofan had the backing of the Xinglan sect. Lin Xiaofan, Sharkin muttered under his breath, draining the spirit wine in his hand, his eyes filled with rage and helplessness. His son, Aolai, had once been his most cherished successor, only to perish at Lin Xiaofan's hands due to a single conflict. Sharkin had vowed to personally slay Lin Xiaofan in retribution for his son. Yet now, he could only sit in this grand hall, drowning his sorrows in drink. "Boss, you cannot continue like this." An elder from the Sea Shark Gang entered the hall, concern evident in his voice. Sharkin lifted his head, casting a cold glance at him. "What? Do you think I become useless too?" The elder shook his head, speaking softly. "Boss, although Lin Xiaofan has become a third-tier alchemist, the foundation of our Sea Shark Gang still stands if you can rally yourself. There may still be opportunities." "Opportunities?" Shikun let out a cold laugh. "What opportunity? A third-tier alchemist of the Pill Tao Association commands respect even from those ancient beings in the nascent soul stage. How can our Sea Shark Gang possibly contend with him?" The elder remained silent for a moment before quietly suggesting, "Gang leader, the Chaos Star Sea is vast. There may be other means at our disposal. We could act covertly or enlist the aid of other factions." These words, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Shikun's eyes. He slowly rose to his feet, crushing the wine jug in his hand. "You speak the truth. I cannot simply give up like this." His voice bore a hint of ferocity. "Lin Xiaofan, even if you become a third-tier alchemist, I will never let you off the hook." However, Shikun's resolve did not last long. Days later, he fell back into despair. He began to drown his sorrows in spirit wine and the allure of beautiful women, attempting to numb his anguish. The halls of the Sea Shark Gang were often filled with the sounds of Shikun's manic laughter mingling with the giggles of women. His subordinates, though dissatisfied, dared not voice their concerns. After all, Shikun remained the gang leader, a formidable force in the nascent soul stage, his authority still intact. "Gang leader, this is the new spirit wine. Please give it a try." A subordinate cautiously approached with a jug of spirit wine. Shikun took the jug, raised it to his lips, and drank deeply, then laughed heartily. "Excellent wine. Bring me another jug." Beside him, several beautiful women giggled as they poured more wine. Their eyes filled with flattery. Yet, as Shikun surveyed them, a sense of emptiness washed over him. "Lin Xiaofan, you have destroyed everything for me," he murmured, a flicker of pain crossing his gaze. He understood that he could never return to his former self. The once mighty gang leader of the Sea Shark Gang was now but a hollow-shelled in the spirit realm. Beneath the four seas lay the domain of the Dragon Serpent clan. A magnificent crystal palace stood at the ocean floor, surrounded by countless radiant corals and shimmering pearls. Deep within the palace, a stunning woman adorned in a splendid dragon-patterned robe stood silently before a massive water mirror. Her beauty was unparalleled, her features exquisite. Yet her deep-set eyes radiated an icy coldness and authority. She was Ao Qian, the princess of the Dragon Serpent clan, Reflected in the water mirror was the despondent figure of Shikun. He slumped in the grand hall of the Sea Shark Gang, clutching a wine jug, surrounded by alluring women. The entire hall suffused with an air of decay and debauchery. Shikun, you truly disappoint me. Ao, Qian murmured softly, her tone laced with chill. She had initially held high hopes for him, envisioning him as a pivotal piece in the Dragon-Serpent clan strategy in the Chaos Star Sea. Yet now, Shikun had lost all will to fight, consumed by spirit wine and the company of women. Completely neglecting his responsibilities, Princess, Shikun has become useless. Should we abandon him? An elder of the Dragon-Serpent clan asked quietly. Ao Qian shot him a cold glance, her tone imbued with undeniable authority. Abandon him? No, the Sea Shark Gang remains a crucial force for us in the Chaos Star Sea. Since Shikun is no longer of use, I shall personally handle the matter. She turned and walked deeper into the palace, forming a seal with her hands and a brilliant light shot from her fingertips, transforming into a teleportation array leading to the Shin-known continent. Transmit my orders and summon 2 elders from the Transformation God Realm to accompany me to the Shin-known continent. Ao Qian's voice was icy and resolute. The elder's expression shifted slightly. Princess, are you truly going to the Shin-known continent? Should we not consult the clan leader? Ao Qian sneered coldly. As for the clan leader, I will handle it. Lin Xiaofan is merely a trifling third-tier alchemist. How dare he provoke the dignity of the Dragon-Serpent clan? If I did not deal with this personally, would it not belittle our clan? The elder dared not speak further and quickly withdrew to summon the Transformation God Realm elders. Days later, on the edge of the Shin-known continent, a brilliant light descended from the sky, forming 3 figures. Leading them was Ao Qian, clad in her luxurious dragon-patterned robe, her expression regal. Following her were 2 elderly men in black robes, their presences deep and profound, exuding a palpable pressure. These 2 were the Transformation God Realm elders, Ao Hua and Ao Feng. Princess, is this the Shin-known continent? It appears rather barren, Ao Hua remarked disdainfully. Ao Qian nodded, her gaze icy. Indeed, this is the Shin-known continent that I never expected that a mere Foundation establishment cultivator would dare challenge the authority of the Dragon-Serpent clan. We have come to ensure he understands the consequences of offending us. Ao Feng smiled faintly, his tone chilling. Rest assured, Princess, a mere Foundation establishment cultivator can be extinguished with a flick of a hand. Ao Qian said nothing further, her cold eyes fixed on the distance, seemingly piercing through layers of space, locking onto the direction of Linglong City. Lin Xiaofan, your doom approaches within the Lingji Pavilion of Linglong City. Lin Xiaofan was wholly focused on alchemy. Suddenly, a wave of intense unease surged within him, as if something dreadful was closing, and a dull thud echoed from the alchemy furnace, followed by a pungent burnt odor permeating the air. What on earth is happening? Lin Xiaofan murmured, his brow furrowing slightly. The mind-bending beast, a Hun, seemed to sense something amiss, letting out a low growl, its crimson eyes fixated on the distant sky. That moment, a low, resonant dragon roar reverberated through the air, and 3 figures descended from the heavens, landing squarely in the plaza of Linglong City. Lin Xiaofan, come out and face your death. Ao Qian's voice was cold and authoritative, echoing throughout the entire city. Standing in the center of the plaza, Ao Qian was flanked by 2 elders from the Transformation God Realm, their imposing presence overwhelming. Her gaze was as frigid as frost, locking directly onto Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan, you dared to slay Liar and challenge the dignity of my Dragon-Serpent clan. Today marks your demise. Ao Qian's voice was like ice, dripping with murderous intent. Lin Xiaofan stood pale amidst the crowd, the system's piercing alarm ringing in his ears. He understood that against 2 Transformation God Realm cultivators, he stood no chance of victory. Yet, his gaze remained resolute. Devoid of any intention to retreat, Ao Qian, I bear no deep-seated grudge against your Dragon-Serpent clan. The death of Ao Lai was his own doing. Why must you be so aggressive? Lin Xiaofan spoke calmly, his tone measured. Ao Qian scoffed, her voice dripping with disdain. A mere Foundation establishment cultivator dares to negotiate with my Dragon-Serpent clan. Today, You shall undoubtedly perish. Barely had she finished speaking when Ao Hua and Ao Feng simultaneously struck. The pressure from the two transformation god realm cultivators erupted instantaneously, enveloping the entire plaza in an invisible force, causing the air to grow heavy. Lin Xiaofan felt an immense weight bearing down on him, rendering him nearly immobile. The mind-bending beast, Ahun, roared defiantly, positioning itself in front of him, attempting to shield him from the oppressive force. However, its strength appeared insignificant before the transformation god realm cultivators ate that critical moment. A venerable and commanding voice resonated from the sky. Friends of the Dragon Serpent clan, you are being excessively presumptuous. As the voice fell, a radiant light descended, directly interposing itself before Lin Xiaofan. When the light dissipated, three figures emerged. At the forefront stood an elderly man in a gray robe, his hair and beard white, his gaze sharp as lightning. None other than the fifth-tier alchemist, Master Yao Chun of the Xinglan sect. Behind him were two middle-aged men clad in the attire of the Pill Tao Association, their aura profound. Also transformation god realm cultivators. Master Yao Chun, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Lin Xiaofan's eyes, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Master Yao Chun smiled slightly, turning to Lin Xiaofan with a tone of appreciation. Xiaofan, you have done well. Leave the rest to me. Oh Qian's expression shifted slightly, her gaze growing solemn as she regarded Master Yao Chun. Master Yao Chun, this matter does not concern you. Why must you intervene? Master Yao Chun snorted coldly, his tone authoritative. Lin Xiaofan is a third-tier alchemist of my Pill Tao Association and a valued junior of the Xinglan sect. Your Dragon Serpent clan is being far too aggressive. Do you think the Xingnan continent lacks capable individuals? The countenance of Ao Qian instantly darkened. Although she was conceited, she was acutely aware of the power and status of Master Yao Chun. A fifth-level alchemist, even the Jiaolong clan would not dare to offend lightly. Moreover, standing behind Master Yao Chun were two divine transformation elders. Master Yao Chun, this matter is a private grievance between my Jiaolong clan and Lin Xiaofan. I implore you not to intervene. A trace of concession laced Ao Qian's tone. Master Yao Chun let out a cold chuckle, a hint of disdain evident in his voice. A private grievance? Your Jiaolong clan dispatches two divine transformation cultivators to deal with a mere foundation stage junior, and you call that a private grievance? If I allow you to succeed today, what becomes of the reputation of my alchemy association? Ao Qian's complexion turned ashen. She understood that today's affair had spiraled beyond reconciliation. However, in the face of Master Yao Chun and the two divine transformation elders, she dared not act rashly. Master Yao Chun, my Jiaolong clan will remember this, Ao Qian said coldly, then turned to Ao Hua and Ao Feng, declaring, let us depart. The two divine transformation elders nodded, and together with Ao Qian, they transformed into three streaks of light. Vanishing into the horizon, in the square, Lin Xiaofan let out a long sigh of relief, a wave of gratitude washing over him for having survived this ordeal. He approached Master Yao Chun and bowed deeply. Thank you, esteemed master, for your rescue. I am endlessly grateful. Master Yao Chun smiled gently, assisting Lin Xiaofan to his feet, his tone imbued with a touch of affection. Xiaofan, you are a rising star of my alchemy association. I shall not turn a blind eye to your plight. However, having offended the Jiaolong clan, you must tread carefully in the future. Lin Xiaofan nodded with resolve. Rest assured, esteemed master, I understand. Master Yao Chun patted his shoulder and then turned to the two divine transformation elders, saying, thank you both for your assistance today. The elders smiled slightly, one of them responding, Master Yao Chun is too kind. Lin Xiaofan is a genius of our alchemy association, and we will naturally not stand idly by. The other elder looked at Lin Xiaofan with admiration in his voice. Xiaofan, your talent in alchemy is exceedingly rare. Should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to seek us out. Lin Xiaofan respectfully bowed. Thank you. Esteemed seniors. In the Sea Shark Gang's main hall, Qian strode in fiercely, accompanied by the two elders of the Jiaolong clan, Ao Hua and Ao Feng. Inside, Sha Kuan lounged languidly in the main seat. A jug of spirit wine in hand, surrounded by several alluring women, the air thick with an atmosphere of decadence and decline. Sha Kun. Ao Qian's voice sliced through the cacophony like ice, instantly freezing the commotion within the hall. Sha Kun jolted awake, his gaze falling upon Ao Qian and the two divine transformation elders. His face paling in an instant, he hastily pushed aside the women beside him, stammering, Qian, what brings you here? Ao Qian glared at him coldly, her eyes filled with disdain and fury. Sha Kun, you have utterly disappointed me. The My Jiaolong clan has supported you for many years, yet you have completely lost your fighting spirit over a mere Lin Xiaofan. Indulging in pleasures day in and day out, you are nothing short of a disgrace to my clan. Sha Kun's face went ashen, and he felt his knees, trembling. Princess Qian, forgive me. I was merely momentarily confused. I beg you for another chance. Ao Qian scoffed derisively, her tone laced with contempt. A chance? You have no chances left. Before she finished speaking, was stepped forward, gathering a brilliant light in his hand, and struck directly at Sha Kun. No. Princess, spare me. Sha Kun screamed in terror, but it was too late. With a resounding crash, Sha Kun's body was cleaved in two by the light, blood splattering across the hall's floor. His eyes were filled with dread and resentment as he ultimately succumbed to death. The women in the hall shrieked in fright, scrambling to escape. Ao Qian cast a cold glance at them before turning to Ao. Clean this up. Ao Huan nodded, and with a wave of his hand, flames consumed Sha Kun's corpse and the bloodstains, restoring tranquility to the hall. After dealing with Sha Kun, Ao Qian brought the two elders to the forbidden dragon blood pool of the Sea Shark Gang. The pool Br Lin Xiaofan's gaze revealed a glimmer of anticipation. He was acutely aware that the celestial restoration pill was on the verge of completion. As time progressed, a melodious ding-dong resonated from within the alchemical furnace. With palpable excitement, Lin Xiaofan opened the furnace, and a rich aroma of medicinal herbs instantly permeated the air. Inside the furnace lay a celestial restoration pill, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, its surface shimmering with a faint halo. As if narrating its extraordinary nature, standing atop the Lingji Pavilion in the Sea of Chaos, Lin Xiaofan gazed through the window towards the distant, tumultuous sea. The sea breeze, infused with a briny scent, enveloped him, causing his robes to billow slightly. The spirit plant patterns embroidered on his sleeves glimmered gently in the sunlight. As the master of the Lingji Pavilion, he had long accustomed himself to the whims of this maritime expanse. Yet today his mood was particularly grave. Master, everyone has arrived. A deep voice arose from behind him. Lin Xiaofan turned to see a middle-aged cultivator clad in gray robes standing respectfully at the doorway. This was Li Changfeng, his capable assistant recruited through a stellar selection, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, merely a step away from the nascent soul realm. Lin Xiaofan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the dozen or so cultivators standing within the room. Each exuded a steady aura, their eyes sharp, clearly all formidable golden core practitioners. These individuals were meticulously chosen, not only for their profound cultivation, but also for their diverse expertise. Some excelled in formations, others were adept in alchemy, while a few possessed extensive combat experience as sword cultivators. Master, the teleportation array is prepared. I Changfeng whispered. Lin Xiaofan nodded again, raising his hand with a flourish, causing a translucent jade slip to soar from his sleeve, hovering in midair. The slip was inscribed with intricate runes, emanating a soft spiritual light. This was the core of the teleportation array, painstakingly crafted by Lu Yin over several months, sufficient to support their traversal across vast stretches of sea, directly returning to the kingdom of Qingfeng. Let us proceed. Lin Xiaofan took the lead, striding toward the teleportation array in the back courtyard of the Lingji Pavilion. The others followed closely, their footsteps echoing in the spacious corridor. The teleportation array was situated atop a high platform, encircled by 12 stone pillars adorned with carved runes. Lin Xiaofan approached the array's core, embedding the jade slip within. Instantly, the runes on the pillars illuminated one by one, spiritual lights swirling, as the entire teleportation array began to emit a low, resonant hum. Everyone, Take your positions, Lin Xiaofan commanded in a solemn tone. The group swiftly settled into their respective array positions. Taking a deep breath, he formed hand seals, murmuring incantations as he progressed. The spiritual light of the array intensified, ultimately coalescing into a dazzling beam that shot skyward. Within the light, Lin Xiaofan felt a powerful spatial force enveloping him. His vision began to blur, and the sound of howling winds filled his ears. After a brief moment, the radiance dissipated, and he opened his eyes to find himself standing on familiar ground. A gentle breeze caressed his face, carrying a hint of floral fragrance. In the distance, verdant mountains loomed, shrouded in mist. This was the border of the kingdom of Qingfeng, the very starting point of their journey. At last, I have returned, Lin Xiaofan murmured softly, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Lin Xiaofan and his entourage boldly stepped into Qingfeng City. Twilight was approaching. The sunset cast a golden-red glow upon the city walls. At the city gate, the stationed soldiers, upon seeing their imposing presence, particularly the pressure emanating from the dozen golden core practitioners, were taken aback, hastily stepping aside, too intimidated to obstruct them. The streets of Qingfeng City remained bustling. Yet a palpable tension hung in the air. Lin Xiaofan's gaze swept across the shops lining the streets, noting that many had closed their doors and windows, and passers-by moved hurriedly, clearly indicating that the unrest in the kingdom of Qingfeng had begun to affect the lives of ordinary citizens. Master, the emperor of the kingdom of Qingfeng, Qingmu, is currently within the palace. Shall we proceed directly? Li Changfeng inquired softly. Lin Xiaofan nodded, his expression steely. We shall go straight to the palace. Since they chose to issue a warrant for my capture, they must face the consequences. The group made their way directly toward the palace. Their appearance quickly garnered the attention of cultivators within the city, especially among the golden core practitioners. Their auras unabashedly radiated, causing passers-by to cast curious glances and engage in hushed discussions that, my heavens, how can there be so many golden core powerhouses? Look at the leader. He seems to be Lin Xiaofan, the one the emperor has been seeking. Did he not flee to the sea of chaos? How has he returned? Now, that's a spectacle to behold. The royal family has been rather arrogant lately, hoarding spirit stones everywhere. Who would have thought Lin Xiaofan would return with a host of golden core cultivators? Lin Xiaofan paid no heed to the murmurs surrounding him, resolutely advancing toward the palace. Before long, they arrived at the palace gates. The guards, upon seeing them, immediately tensed, drawing their weapons and positioning themselves at the entrance. Halt! This is the palace, and no unauthorized personnel may enter, a guard captain barked, though his voice trembled slightly. Faced with the overwhelming presence of a dozen golden core practitioners, even he felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Xiaofan let out a cold laugh, raising his hand with a gesture that sent an invisible force propelling the guard captain back several steps. Stand aside, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The guards exchanged glances, ultimately deciding not to impede their passage, retreating to the sides. Lin Xiaofan led his companions directly into the palace, making a beeline for the Grand Hall. Inside the Grand Hall, Qingmu, the emperor of the kingdom of Qingfeng, was engaged in discussions with several ministers on how to amass more spirit stones to further his cultivation. Suddenly, the doors of the hall burst open with tremendous force, and Lin Xiaofan's group strode in. Qingmu looked up, his expression shifting dramatically. Lin Xiaofan, how did you come to be here? The emperor's voice betrayed a hint of panic, clearly taken aback by Lin Xiaofan's unexpected arrival. Lin Xiaofan regarded the emperor with an icy stare, his tone measured as he replied, Your Majesty Qingmu, it has been many years. I trust you have been well. Qingmu suppressed the unease swelling within him, forcing a strained smile. Young Lin, you have traveled from afar. May I inquire about your purpose? Seated upon the dragon throne, his complexion was pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. His fingers gripped the armrests tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure. In the hall, Lin Xiaofan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor as unyielding as ice. Behind him stood a dozen golden core practitioners, their auras deep and unfathomable, pressing upon the air in the hall, rendering it nearly stagnant. Your Majesty Qingmu, Lin Xiaofan's voice was calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. You must be aware that you exerted considerable effort to hunt me down and issue a warrant for my capture in order to obtain the legacy I carry. I'm not here to bargain with you. Qingmu's body trembled slightly, fully aware that he had no avenue for retreat. He had long heard of Lin Xiaofan's strength and capabilities. Should he resist, it was likely the entire royal family would perish today. Master Lin, Qingmu's voice was hoarse, tinged with a note of desperation. I am willing to pay any price. Just plead for you to spare my life. Lin Xiaofan's brow arched slightly, his tone indifferent. Oh, what do you intend to offer in exchange for your life? Qingmu clenched his teeth, a flash of resolve igniting in his eyes. He abruptly rose, gesturing toward the rear of the hall. Moments later, a young woman clad in a pale purple gown gracefully entered the hall. Her beauty was breathtaking, her features resembling a painting, her demeanor as serene as the moon. She was none other than Princess Qingwei, whom Qingmu had previously dispatched to draw near to Lin Xiaofan. Master Lin, Qingmu's voice trembled. This is my daughter, Qingwei. She possesses exceptional talent and has reached the initial stage of foundation establishment. That if it pleases you, I am willing to offer her to you as an apology. Upon hearing this, Princess Qingwei's expression shifted slightly, but quickly regained its composure. She lifted her head, her gaze clear and resolute as she looked at Lin Xiaofan, softly stating, Master Lin, Qingwei wishes to accompany you, hoping you will spare my father. Lin Xiaofan's gaze lingered on Princess Qingwei for a moment, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He did not respond immediately, but instead turned to Emperor Qingmu, coldly stating, You think to exchange a single woman for your life? Your Majesty, you are rather naive. Emperor Qingmu hastily interjected, No. Master Lin, I have more generous gifts to offer. He spoke as he retrieved a storage ring from his sleeve, presenting it with both hands. Within this ring are 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, along with numerous precious spiritual herbs and magical artifacts from the royal collection, but I hope Master Lin will graciously accept this. Lin Xiaofan took the storage ring, scanning its contents with his consciousness. After a moment of contemplation, he replied nonchalantly, Your Majesty is indeed generous. Emperor Qingmu chuckled wryly, saying, As long as it can quell Master Lin's wrath, I am willing to part with everything. Lin Xiaofan glanced at Princess Qingwei, then at the storage ring in his hand, finally nodding, Very well, today I shall spare your life. But remember, should the royal family of Qingfeng Xian Kingdom make any further moves, I will not show mercy. Emperor Qingmu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly bowed. Thank you, Master Lin. I shall certainly heed your warning and never transgress again. Lin Xiaofan said no more and turned to leave the grand hall with his companions. Princess Qingwei silently followed behind him, her expression serene, as if she had already accepted her fate. Upon exiting the palace, Li Xiaofan quietly inquired, Master, how do you intend to deal with Princess Qingwei? Lin Xiaofan cast a glance at Qingwei, responding coolly, She possesses considerable talent. Let us take her back to the Spirit Plant Pavilion for cultivation. As for Qingmu, today's affair is concluded, and there is no need to mention it again. I Changfeng nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The group swiftly vanished into the night, leaving Emperor Qingmu slumped on the dragon throne, exhaling deeply, though a complex expression flickered in his eyes. Once Lin Xiaofan and his companions departed from Qingfeng City, they wasted no time and headed straight for Qingyun Gate. However, since the previous conflict, Qingyun Gate had become the target of hostility from the other 5 major sects of Qingfeng Xian Kingdom. Appearing somewhat desolate, the stone steps at the mountain gate were overgrown with moss, clearly neglected for quite some time. Lin Xiaofan felt a slight heaviness in his heart and quickened his pace. Lingji Peak, situated in the southeast of Qingyun Gate, was perpetually shrouded in spiritual mist, rich in spiritual energy, and an ideal location for cultivating spiritual herbs. Upon reaching the peak, Lin Xiaofan spotted a simple bamboo hut in the distance. In front of the hut, an elderly man with silvery hair sat on a stone bench, gripping a medicinal hoe and diligently tending to the spiritual field before him. Master, Lin Xiaofan hurried forward, his voice tinged with excitement. The old man looked up, and a glimmer of surprise flashed in his murky eyes. Xiaofan, you, How have you returned? Lin Xiaofan approached Li Chongqing, bowing respectfully. Master, your disciple has returned that I apologize for the hardships you've endured these past years. Li Chongqing waved his hand, smiling wryly. It's good that you've come back. It's good. This old body of mine can still hold on. Seeing Li Chongqing's aged visage and slightly stooped form filled Lin Xiaofan with sorrow. He knew that 2 years prior, Li Chongqing's cultivation had been crippled by the Blood Fiend Sect's leader, Su Wuhan, and his lifespan had been adversely affected. Master, I have brought something this time that may aid in restoring your cultivation. Lin Xiaofan said, producing a crystal-clear elixir from the storage ring. The elixir emitted a faint glow and exuded a rich medicinal aroma. It was the Heavenly Restoration Pill he had painstakingly concocted. Upon seeing the Heavenly Restoration Pill, a look of shock crossed Li Chongqing's face. This is the Heavenly Restoration Pill. Xiaofan, where did you obtain this? Lin Xiaofan smiled gently. Master, this is a concoction I personally refined. Please take it. It may help restore your cultivation. Chongqing accepted the pill, his hands trembling slightly. He understood the rarity of the Heavenly Restoration Pill and the difficulty of producing it. After gazing deeply at Lin Xiaofan, he nodded and consumed the elixir. The pill melted in his mouth. A warm medicinal energy surged through Li Chongqing's limbs. He felt his previously withered meridians rejuvenate, the spiritual energy flowing like a tide. And his lost cultivation began to gradually restore. Moments later, a powerful aura erupted from Li Chongqing's body. His once hunched form straightened, and the wrinkles on his face faded at a visible rate, making him appear decades younger. Li Chongqing marveled at the surging spiritual energy within him, his eyes wide with disbelief. His cultivation not only returned to the late foundation establishment stage, but even broke through to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Master, how do you feel? Lin Xiaofan asked with concern. Li Chongqing took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, revealing a long-lost smile. Good, very good. Xiaofan, I never expected to restore my cultivation in this lifetime, let alone advance further. All of this is thanks to you. Lin Xiaofan smiled modestly. Master, you flatter me. My achievements today are entirely due to your guidance. Now that your cultivation has been restored, I can rest easy. Li Chongqing nodded, his gaze sweeping over the dozen or so late golden core cultivators behind Lin Xiaofan, a hint of pride glimmering in his eyes. Xiaofan, it seems you have grown to a level beyond my reach during your years of training in the world. Lin Xiaofan humbly replied, Master is too kind, I am merely fortunate. Li Chongqing shook his head, speaking earnestly. Fortune is also a part of strength. Xiaofan, you are now the master of the Spirit Plant Pavilion. And with such formidable support, I believe your path ahead will be even broader. Before the mountain gate of Qingyun Gate, the leaders of the 5 major sects gathered, accompanied by their elders and disciples, each holding precious cultivation resources and standing respectfully outside the gate. Their arrival caused a significant stir among the disciples of Qingyun Gate. After all, these 5 sects had been the main force in the siege against Qingyun Gate. Now, they came with such a humble demeanor, which was truly hard to believe. The sect master of Qingyun Gate, Su Wudi, stood within the gate, his gaze cold as he regarded the leaders of the 5 sections. Beside him, Lin Xiaofan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm, as if everything before him was anticipated. Su sect master, it has been many years. I hope you have been well. Began the leader of Xintian sect, Xintian Jinren, his tone respectful. Su Wudi let out a cold laugh, replying indifferently, Xintian Jinren, what brings the 5 of you here today? A hint of embarrassment appeared on Xintian Jinren's face. But he quickly regained his composure, clasping his hands as Su sect master. The events of that year were a moment of folly for our 5 sects, provoked by the Blood Fiend sect, leading us to commit the foolish act of besieging Qingyun Gate. We are deeply remorseful and have brought some humble gifts as an apology. We hope Su sect master will not hold our past transgressions against us. As he spoke, he gestured, and his disciples promptly opened the gift boxes, revealing the precious cultivation resources within. There were millennium herbs, top-grade spirit stones, high-tier magical artifacts, and even a few rare elixirs. Su Wudi glanced over the gifts, his expression still unyielding. Do you think these are sufficient to atone for your past mistakes? Xiantianjin quickly responded, Su sect master, our 5 sects are willing to ally with Qingyun Gate to combat the Blood Fiend sect. The Blood Fiend sect has been rampaging unchecked, harming the innocent, and has become a significant menace in Qingfeng Xian Kingdom. We are willing to devote ourselves to helping Qingyun Gate eradicate this scourge. The other 4 sect leaders echoed in agreement, expressing their willingness to join forces with Qingyun Gate against the Blood Fiend sect. Hearing this, Su Wudi furrowed his brow and turned to Lin Xiaofan. Xiaofan, what do you think? Lin Xiaofan smiled slightly, replying, Sect Master, the Blood Fiend sect is indeed a common enemy, given that the 5 sects are willing to ally with us. It is not without merit. However, they must demonstrate sufficient sincerity. Su Wudi nodded and looked once more at the leaders of the 5 sects. Did you hear that? These gifts alone are not enough. Xiantianjin immediately said, Su sect master, Master Lin, our 5 sects are willing to swear a blood oath from this day forth, to stand with Qingyun Gate through thick and thin. Should we breach this oath, may the heavens and earth punish us. The other 4 sect leaders quickly expressed their agreement to the blood oath. Seeing this, Lin Xiaofan nodded, very well. Since you have shown such sincerity, Qingyun Gate will ally with you. However, the matter of the Blood Fiend sect must be resolved swiftly. Xiantianjin responded eagerly. Rest assured, Master Lin. Our 5 sects are fully prepared and can mobilize at any time to attack the Blood Fiend sect. Su Wudi glanced at Lin Xiaofan, seeing his calm demeanor, which eased his own mind, that he waved his hand, saying coolly, in that case, let us enter the mountain gate and discuss the details. Upon hearing these words, the leaders of the 5 major sects breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly accompanied their disciples to follow Su Wudi and Lin Xiaofan into the Qingyun sect within the gates. The disciples of Qingyun's sect witnessed this scene and felt a surge of pride. The very sects that once besieged them had now come in such a humble manner to seek peace, all due to the return of Lin Xiaofan. Leading the way, Lin Xiaofan remained composed, his gaze profound. He understood that the Blood Fiend sect was their true adversary, and the defection of the 5 major sects was merely a matter of aligning with the prevailing winds. He would lead Qingyun's sect and the 5 major sects to completely eradicate the Blood Fiend sect and restore tranquility to the Qingfeng Immortal Kingdom. The mountain gate of the Blood Fiend sect lay in the northwestern region of Qingfeng Immortal Kingdom, nestled within the ominous Blood Fiend Valley, enveloped year-round in a layer of crimson mist that lent it a chilling atmosphere. However, today, Blood Fiend Valley was anything but calm. The 6 major sects cultivators gathered here, their presence formidable, their momentum like a raging tide. Standing at the forefront, Lin Xiaofan was flanked by Su Wudi, the sect leader of Qingyun, Li Chongqing, the master of Lingji Peak, along with the leaders of the 5 major sects and a multitude of late-stage golden core cultivators. Their expressions were stern, their aura deep as the ocean, suffocating the atmosphere of Blood Fiend Valley. Blood Fiend sect, today is your doomsday. Lin Xiaofan's voice thundered across the valley, carrying an undeniable authority. Inside the gates of the Blood Fiend sect, the sect leader, Xue Wuhan, wore a dark expression, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Lin Xiaofan could rally the 6 major sects in such a short time, even compelling the emperor of Qingfeng Immortal Kingdom, Qingmu, to promptly declare the Blood Fiend sect as an evil sect, one that deserved extermination. Lin Xiaofan, you are but a mere child, daring to wreak havoc in my Blood Fiend sect. Xue Wuhan's voice was hoarse and chilling, laced with a heavy murderous intent. Lin Xiaofan scoffed lightly, his gaze sharp as a blade as it swept over Xue Wuhan. Xue Wuhan, your Blood Fiend sect has committed innumerable atrocities and harmed the innocent. Today marks your reckoning. Xue Wuhan's countenance darkened further upon hearing this, but he realized that the battle was now unavoidable, and only by fighting to the death could there be a glimmer of hope. Disciples of the Blood Fiend sect, heed my command. Today marks the moment of life and death. Let us charge forth. With Xue Wuhan's order, the gates of the Blood Fiend sect swung wide, and countless disciples poured out like a tidal wave, exuding a fierce, killing intent. Seeing this, Lin Xiaofan raised his hand and declared coldly, 6 major sects, follow me into battle. At his command, the cultivators from the six sects summoned their treasures and unleashed their spells. Charging towards the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect, in an instant, Blood Fiend Valley was ablaze with spiritual light, sword energy crisscrossing, and the cries of battle resounded like thunder, with the golden heavenly vine coiling around his hand. Lin Xiaofan's figure flickered as he surged directly towards Shui Wuhan. Shui Wuhan, prepare to meet your end. Lin Xiaofan cried out sharply, the heavenly vine exuding a fierce aura as it aimed for Shui Wuhan's throat. Shui Wuhan snorted coldly, waving the Blood Fiend banner in his hand to conjure a blood-red barrier before him, successfully blocking the deadly strike of the heavenly vine. However, the ancient spiritual plant, the heavenly vine, shimmered with golden light, and Shui Wuhan's barrier shattered after mere moments. How is this possible? Shui Wuhan's face changed drastically as he hastily retreated, but the heavenly vine pursued him relentlessly, offering no respite. The two engaged in a fierce aerial clash, golden and blood-red lights intermingling, creating a cacophony of explosions. Though Shui Wuhan possessed late-stage golden core cultivation, he gradually fell at a disadvantage under Lin Xiaofan's relentless assault. Meanwhile, the cultivators of the six major sects were embroiled in intense combat within Blood Fiend Valley. Under the leadership of Su Wudi and Li Changqing, the disciples of Qingyun's sect advanced like a raging torrent, forcing the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect into retreat. The cultivators from the five major sects were equally unyielding, unleashing their unique skills and decimating the ranks of Blood Fiend sect disciples. The battle raged on for an entire day, and the crimson mist in Blood Fiend Valley gradually dissipated, replaced by the victorious cheers of the six major sections. The disciples of the Blood Fiend sect suffered heavy casualties, with the Blood Fiend ancestor gravely injured and collapsing under Lin Xiaofan's blade, his breath faint. Shui Wuhan, do you have any last words? Lin Xiaofan stood before Shui Wuhan, his gaze icy. Shui Wuhan coughed up blood, his eyes filled with resentment. Lin Xiaofan, do not revel in your triumph. There are greater powers behind the Blood Fiend sect. Lin Xiaofan furrowed his brow momentarily, but quickly regained his composure. Regardless of who stands behind you, today you cannot escape death. With that, he raised his hand, and the heavenly vine unleashed its power, swiftly severing Shui Wuhan's head from his body. Thus the era of the Blood Fiend sect came to an end. The cultivators from his six major sects gathered around Lin Xiaofan, their faces alight with the joy of victory. Su Wudi patted Lin Xiaofan on the shoulder, expressing his satisfaction. Xiaofan, your contributions in today's battle are invaluable. Lin Xiaofan smiled faintly and replied, Sect leader, this victory belongs to us all. With the Blood Fiend sect vanquished, the turmoil in Qingfeng Immortal Kingdom should come to an end. Su Wudi nodded, surveying the crowd, and proclaimed, Everyone, with today's victory, the Blood Fiend sect has been eradicated, and the Qingfeng Immortal Kingdom shall usher in a new era of peace. As the setting sun cast its golden rays upon Lin Xiaofan, illuminating his resolute visage, Su Wanner stood beside him, gripping his hand tightly, her eyes filled with reluctance. Li Changqing, standing nearby, gazed at his prized disciple with a complex expression. Xiaofan, are you truly set on leaving? Su Wanner's voice trembled slightly, her eyes glistening with tears. Lin Xiaofan gently squeezed her hand, speaking softly. Wanner, I have just received news that Linglong City is besieged by the Shark Gang, and the Lingji Pavilion is in grave danger. As the pavilion master, I must return. Su Wanner lowered her head, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. But I cannot bear to see you go. Lin Xiaofan raised his hand to wipe the tears from her face, reassuring her, Wanner, once I resolve the crisis in Linglong City, I will surely return. You must take care of yourself and wait for me. Su Wanner nodded, suppressing her tears, forcing a smile. All right, I will wait for you. Li Changqing stepped forward, patting Lin Xiaofan's shoulder with a serious tone. Xiaofan, the path ahead is fraught with danger. You must exercise caution. Should you need assistance, Qingyun's sect stands ready to support you. Lin Xiaofan nodded respectfully. Rest assured, Master, I will act with care that I entrust the affairs of Qingyun's sect to you and sect leader Su. Li Changqing nodded, his eyes filled with pride. Very well. Go forth. Remember, no matter the challenges you face, Qingyun's sect will always be your stronghold. Lin Xiaofan cast a deep glance at Li Changqing and Su Wan'er before turning to the dozen or so late-stage golden core cultivators waiting nearby. "Everyone, let us depart," Lin Xiaofan commanded, and the group swiftly summoned their treasures, transforming into streaks of light as they soared towards Linglan City. Su Wan'er stood at the mountain gate, watching Lin Xiaofan's figure vanish into the sky. Her heart heavy with worry and longing, I Changqing gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort. "Wan'er, Xiaofan will surely return safely," Su Wan'er nodded, her voice soft. "Master, I believe in him." In the chaotic starry sea, Linglan City stood with its majestic walls marred by the scars of battle, the air thick with the scent of blood. Within the Lingji Pavilion, the cultivators stood solemnly in the grand hall, awaiting Lin Xiaofan's return. "When will the pavilion master return?" one cultivator asked anxiously. "Oh, not worry. The pavilion master will surely come back," another cultivator stated firmly, his eyes resolute. Just then, a sudden sound of rushing air pierced the sky. The crowd looked up to see a dozen streaks of light descending, with Lin Xiaofan at the forefront. "The pavilion master has returned." The crowd erupted in cheers, their faces alight with joy and excitement. Lin Xiaofan strode into the hall, scanning the faces of his comrades, and spoke solemnly. "Everyone, what is the situation in Linglan City?" A cultivator stepped forward to report. "Pavilion master, the Shark Gang's cultivators have besieged the city for 3 days, and the resources within are nearly exhausted if reinforcements do not arrive soon. We fear we cannot hold out much longer." Lin Xiaofan nodded, his expression grave. "Ao, Qian, and the Shark Gang are indeed formidable foes. However, now that I have returned, I will not allow her to succeed." As the crowd in the grand hall fell into a profound silence, the celestial maiden of the Xinglan sect, accompanied by the sect leader, Xinghe Daoist, Wu Macho, and the esteemed elder Yao Chun, made their entrance. "There is no need for concern, esteemed Lin, for the reinforcement from the Xinglan sect and the Alchemy Association have arrived in Linglan City, temporarily alleviating the crisis at hand. Under the combined deterrence of the Xinglan sect and the Shinnong Immortal Kingdom's Alchemy Association, Ao Qian has consented to a temporary withdrawal of forces." Upon hearing this, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Yet Lin Xiaofan remained vigilant, that he understood that Ao Qian's retreat was but a fleeting reprieve. The peril facing Linglan City had not been wholly resolved. Within the grand hall of the Lingji Pavilion, Lin Xiaofan was engaged in discussions regarding subsequent matters with the sect leader Xinghe Daoist and Elder Yao Chen of the Shinnong Immortal Kingdom's Alchemy Association, clad in a robe adorned with celestial patterns. Xinghe Daoist possessed a strikingly ethereal demeanor. With a gentle smile, he addressed Lin Xiaofan, saying, "Lin, the fact that Linglan City has turned calamity into fortune is largely due to the unwavering support of the Alchemy Association. However, the threat posed by the Haisha Gang has not yet been entirely eradicated. We must prepare ourselves accordingly." Lin Xiaofan nodded respectfully and replied, "I am deeply grateful for your assistance, sect leader Xinghe. It is thanks to you that Linglan City has weathered this storm. May I inquire what suggestions you might have?" After a moment of contemplation, Xinghe Daoist slowly articulated, "The influence of the Haisha Gang spreads across the Chaos Star Sea. Relying solely on the strength of Linglan City would prove insufficient for confrontation, that I propose that Linglan City form an alliance with the Xinglan sect to collectively oppose the Haisha Gang." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy flickered in Lin Xiaofan's eyes. "Should we receive the aid of the Xinglan sect, the safety of Linglan City would be assured, that I extend my heartfelt thanks in advance." Xinghe Daoist waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "There is no need for such formality, for the Xinglan sect and Linglan City are like branches of the same tree. Mutual support is only natural at this juncture." Elder Yao Chun spoke up with a measured tone. "Lin Xiaofan, while the Alchemy Association has extended its assistance, it is crucial for you to understand that such support is not offered unconditionally." Lin Xiaofan quickly clasped his hands in acknowledgement. "Elder Yao Chun, I fully comprehend your meaning. Might I ask what the Alchemy Association requires?" Yao Chen regarded Lin Xiaofan with a discerning gaze before stating, "Your talent in alchemy is indeed remarkable. However, your current cultivation and alchemical prowess are insufficient to meet the challenges that lie ahead. I recommend you journey to the Shinnong Immortal Kingdom for further development, where the standards of cultivation are higher and resources far more abundant. You must strive to elevate yourself to a fourth-rank alchemist in the shortest possible time, lest the Alchemy Association be unable to continue its support in the future. Lin Xiaofan furrowed his brow at these words, aware that Elder Yaochen's concerns were not mere exaggerations. Although the assistance of the Alchemy Association was formidable, it was not without its limitations that if he failed to enhance his strength swiftly, the future of Linglong City would indeed hang by a thread. Elder Yaochen, I understand your concerns, but Linglong City has just emerged from a crisis. If I were to depart, now his tone betrayed a hint of hesitation. Elder Yaochen interjected, waving his hand. With the backing of the Xinglong sect and the Alchemy Association, Linglong City will face no immediate troubles. However, should you fail to expedite your growth, future crises will become increasingly difficult to navigate. Lin Xiaofan, your talents ought not to be confined to the Chaos Star Sea. The Shinnong Immortal Kingdom is where your true potential lies. After a moment of silence, Lin Xiaofan finally nodded in acquiescence. Very well. I shall heed the Elder's counsel and venture to the Shinnong Immortal Kingdom. Elder Yaochen nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, that I will arrange everything for you. Your only focus should be on advancing your cultivation and alchemical skills. Xinghe Daoist added with a smile. Lin, rest assured that the Xinglong sect will safeguard Linglong City in your absence. When you return from the Shinnong Immortal Kingdom, it shall surely bask in newfound glory. Lin Xiaofan cast a deep gaze at both Xinghe Daoist and Elder Yaochen, solemnly declaring, I am profoundly grateful for your guidance. I shall not fail your expectations. Days later, Lin Xiaofan bid farewell to all at the Lingji Pavilion. In a blinding flash of light, he vanished within the confines of the teleportation array, upon arriving at the streets of Yaoxian City. Lin Xiaofan's gaze swept across the myriad of spiritual herb shops lining either side, and he couldn't help but marvel. The quality of the spiritual herbs here indeed surpassed that of the Chaos Star Sea, each exuding a rich aura and fragrant essence that invigorated the spirit. Truly, the Shinnong Immortal Kingdom offers herbs of exceptional caliber. Lin Xiaofan mused quietly, his eyes glimmering with appreciation. However, as he meticulously attuned himself to the spiritual fluctuations of these herbs, a subtle realization struck him. Though their quality was commendable, it paled in comparison to the herbs cultivated within his own spiritual field. After years of nurturing, his spiritual field had transformed into a veritable treasure trove of rich spiritual energy, yielding herbs of far superior quality than those found externally. It seems my spiritual field possesses an irreplaceable advantage. Lin Xiaofan contemplated inwardly that moment. A young cultivator clad in azure robes approached, respectfully addressing Lin Xiaofan. Esteemed elder, are you perhaps new to Yaoxian City? Would you require a guide? Lin Xiaofan regarded him and nodded. Indeed, I am newly arrived and am curious about the unique features of this city. The young cultivator smiled. You may not be aware, but Yaoxian City is the largest trading hub for spiritual herbs in the Shinnong Immortal Kingdom. The city boasts not only a plethora of rare herbs, but also many master alchemists and spiritual cultivators. If you seek to purchase herbs or consult about alchemy, this is the ideal place. Lin Xiaofan's interest piqued. Oh, is there a branch of the Alchemy Association within the city? The young cultivator eagerly confirmed. Indeed, the headquarters of the Alchemy Association is located at the city center. If you wish to go, I can escort you there. Lin Xiaofan smiled slightly. I would appreciate your assistance. The young cultivator quickly waved his hands. Not at all. It is my honor to serve you, esteemed elder. As they proceeded, the young cultivator elaborated on the various attractions and significant locations within Yaoxian City. Lin Xiaofan listened intently, gradually gaining a clearer understanding of the city's offerings. Before long, they arrived at the headquarters of the Alchemy Association, a grand palace standing majestically at the heart of the city, surrounded by an abundance of spiritual energy, resembling a realm of immortals. Above the palace's entrance hung a colossal plaque inscribed with the words Alchemy Association, its strokes powerful and imposing. Esteemed elder, this is the headquarters of the Alchemy Association, the young cultivator stated with respect. Lin Xiaofan nodded, retrieving a medium-grade spiritual stone from his storage ring and offering it to the young man. "Thank you for your guidance. This is your reward." The young cultivator accepted the stone, his face lighting up with surprise. "Thank you. Esteemed elder, should you require anything, do not hesitate to find me. My name is Li Qing." Lin Xiaofan smiled lightly. "Very well. I shall seek you out if the need arises." The young cultivator bowed respectfully before turning to depart. Standing before the Alchemy Association, Lin Xiaofan took a deep breath and stepped inside. Within the grand hall, people bustled to and fro, cultivators conversing in hushed tones or hurrying past. All evidently members of the Alchemy Association. "Lin, you have arrived," a familiar voice called from behind. Lin Xiaofan turned to see Wu Macho approaching. She nodded with a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. "Excellent timing. I have an important matter to discuss with you. The Alchemy Association is set to hold an alchemy competition, and the winner will have the opportunity to enter the Shinnong Immortal Kingdom's secret realm of spiritual herbs for training. Master wishes for you to participate and strive for a commendable ranking." Lin Xiaofan's eyes sparkled with interest at the mention of the competition, an alchemy competition. "When will it take place?" Just then, a young man clad in a blue alchemist's robe stepped forward, speaking disdainfully. "Wu Shimi, is this the alchemical prodigy that Master expended great effort to bring from the Chaos Star Sea?" Wu Macho, sensing the tension in the air, hastily introduced. "Lin, this is Xinyuan Nong, Master's chief disciple. He is recognized as a genius within the Alchemy Association, having achieved the rank of 4th-rank alchemist at a young age, and is highly regarded by Elder Yaochen." Lin Xiaofan merely nodded in acknowledgement. Xinyuan Nong, incensed by Lin Xiaofan's indifference, was about to erupt when Wu Macho quickly pulled Lin Xiaofan away from the hall. Xinyuan Nong glared at their departing figures, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. "Why, what right? I have toiled for many years within the Alchemy Association to earn Master's recognition. This Lin Xiaofan, merely a newcomer, has no grounds to receive such favor from Master." In his training chamber, Xinyuan Nong's expression darkened, jealousy and resentment swirling within him. His junior, Xinyuan Yanhai, stood nearby, softly advising. "Senior brother, Lin Xiaofan was personally invited by Elder Yaochen. He may indeed possess exceptional talents. We need not concern ourselves overly." "Where lies his exceptional talent?" Xinyuan Nong scoffed, dismissing him as merely a country bumpkin from the chaotic Star Sea, wondering what remarkable abilities he could possibly possess. "I shall see for myself what skills he truly has." Observing Xinyuan Nong's agitation, Xinyuan Yanhai dared not speak further and quietly retreated to the side point. 3 days later, Lin Xiaofan was diligently concocting a batch of elixirs in the Alchemical Association's refining chamber. His techniques were deft, and his control over spiritual energy was precise. The spiritual herbs within the cauldron began to merge under high temperature, emitting a rich fragrance of elixir. "It's done." A flicker of joy sparkled in Lin Xiaofan's eyes as he waved his hand. Lifting the lid of the cauldron, and a crystal-clear elixir soared into his palm. The surface of the elixir shimmered with a faint halo, clearly indicating its exceptional quality, approaching that of a 4th-tier elixir. Lin Xiaofan murmured to himself, brimming with a sense of accomplishment. That moment, the door to the refining chamber swung open, and Master Yaochen strode in. Upon seeing the elixir in Lin Xiaofan's hand, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in his eyes. "Impressive. In just a few days, you have managed to refine such a high-quality elixir. You certainly have not disappointed me." Lin Xiaofan quickly rose and bowed. "Thank you for the praise, Master. I have merely done my utmost." Master Yaochen nodded, his voice solemn. "Lin Xiaofan, I have witnessed your talent and effort. However, in the realm of alchemy, mere talent and hard work are insufficient. One requires opportunity and resources as well. That I intend to grant you access to the Alchemist Valley, a unique secret realm of the Alchemical Association, where you will find higher-level alchemical texts and resources. Do you accept this opportunity?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan's eyes sparkled with delight. "Thank you for your guidance, Master. I shall not disappoint your expectations." Master Yaochen nodded with satisfaction. "Very well. Prepare yourself. We shall enter the Alchemist Valley tomorrow." The news swiftly spread, causing a stir within the Alchemical Association. The Alchemist Valley was one of the association's most coveted resources, accessible only to a select few. For Lin Xiaofan, a newcomer, to receive such treatment naturally incited envy and discontent among many. How could a master allow Lin Xiaofan into the Alchemist Valley? Xin Yuannong's face turned ashen upon hearing the news, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. That evening, while Lin Xiaofan was organizing his alchemical tools in the refining chamber, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching outside. He looked up to see the two brothers, Xin Yuannong and Xin Yuanyanhai, entering. Lin Xiaofan, on what grounds do you think you deserve to enter the Alchemist Valley? Xin Yuannong glared at Lin Xiaofan, his tone dripping with skepticism. Lin Xiaofan hesitated for a moment before calmly responding, "This is a decision made by Master Yaochen. I am merely following the arrangement." Following the arrangement? Xin Yuannong sneered. Do you think mere flattery can earn you the master's favor? Let me tell you, the Alchemical Association is not a place for you to act recklessly. Lin Xiaofan furrowed his brows. Maintaining his calm demeanor, Xin Yuan, I mean no offense, if you have objections to the master's decision, perhaps you should address them directly with him. Xin Yuannong, incensed by Lin Xiaofan's composure, glowered even more darkly. Lin Xiaofan, do not think that with the master backing you, you can act arrogantly. I tell you, within the Alchemical Association, it is not your place to be so presumptuous. Lin Xiaofan's gaze turned icy, his tone growing stern. Xin Yuan, I respect you as a senior, but should you continue to press me, I will not allow myself to be bullied. The atmosphere between the two became charged, and Xin Yuanyanhai quickly interjected, Seniors, we are all of the same sect. Why must we harm our camaraderie? Xin Yuannong snorted derisively and turned to leave. Lin Xiaofan, we shall see how this unfolds. Xin Yuanyanhai cast a glance at Lin Xiaofan, speaking softly, please do not take my brother's outburst to heart. It was merely a moment of impulsiveness. Lin Xiaofan nodded slightly, replying nonchalantly, it is of no consequence. Xin Yuanyanhai bowed and hurried after Xin Yuannong. The next morning, under Master Yaochen's guidance, Lin Xiaofan arrived at the Alchemist Valley, a revered secret realm of the Alchemical Association located deep within the city. Surrounded by towering peaks, the valley was suffused with rich spiritual energy, resembling a realm of immortals. Countless rare spiritual herbs flourished within, each exuding potent spiritual energy and fragrant aromas, invigorating the senses. Lin Xiaofan, welcome to the Alchemist Valley, Master Yaochen said, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Lin Xiaofan. The spiritual herbs and alchemical legacies within this valley are among the association's most treasured possessions. As you train here, be sure to cherish this opportunity. Lin Xiaofan respectfully nodded, assuring, rest assured, Master, I shall not squander this chance. Master Yaochen nodded in approval before turning to depart, leaving Lin Xiaofan alone in the valley. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaofan stepped into the Alchemist Valley. The spiritual energy within was several times denser than outside, enveloping his body in a warm embrace, invigorating the spiritual power within him. Indeed, this is a remarkable training ground for the Alchemical Association. Lin Xiaofan mused, a flicker of delight gleaming in his eyes. He walked along the winding path of the valley, his gaze sweeping over the spiritual herbs lining either side. The quality of these herbs was exceptionally high, many being rare varieties seldom seen in the outside world. Lin Xiaofan pondered to himself, if he could transplant these herbs into his own spiritual field, it would undoubtedly enhance their quality significantly. Just then, his attention was drawn to a particular herb radiating a faint golden glow. This herb, entirely golden, bore intricate and mysterious patterns on its leaves. It was the fourth-tier spiritual herb, golden pattern xianshun, used in concocting elixirs for yuanying stage practitioners. Golden pattern xianshun. A surge of excitement surged through Lin Xiaofan as he swiftly approached and carefully harvested it. Subsequently, he discovered several other fourth-tier herbs in the valley, including purple jade lingji and nine-leaf dragon saliva grass, precious materials for refining yuanying stage elixirs. With these herbs, my alchemical skills will undoubtedly reach new heights. Lin Xiaofan contemplated inwardly. As he prepared to continue his exploration, an unusual force emanating from the depths of the valley captivated his senses. This force seemed to beckon him, compelling him to venture deeper. Following this guiding energy, Lin Xiaofan arrived at an ancient stone platform. Atop the platform lay a crystalline elixir, its surface aglow with a soft luminescence, exuding a rich aroma. "What is this?" Lin Xiaofan's gaze sharpened. Sensing that this elixir was extraordinary, he gently reached out to touch it. And in an instant, a torrent of powerful information surged into his mind that it was the alchemical insights and unique techniques of an ancient master alchemist, encompassing methods for refining high-tier elixirs, controlling the heat, and enhancing the quality of the newly crafted elixirs. This is the legacy of an ancient master alchemist. Lin Xiaofan was overwhelmed with astonishment, quickly sitting cross-legged to assimilate this influx of knowledge. Moments later, he slowly opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance illuminating his gaze that he felt a qualitative leap in his alchemical prowess, particularly in his understanding of heat control and elixir quality enhancement. "With this master alchemist's legacy, my alchemical skills will surely ascend to new heights," Lin Xiaofan murmured to himself. A wave of joy surging through him, he stood and bowed deeply before the stone platform, expressing, "Thank you, esteemed master alchemist, for your invaluable legacy. I shall honor this gift and strive to elevate the art of elixir refinement." Upon returning from the Alchemist Valley, Lin Xiaofan immediately entered a state of seclusion. He integrated the master alchemist's teachings, achieving a new level of understanding in alchemy. Particularly in controlling heat and enhancing elixir quality, he gained profound insights. Within the secluded chamber of the Alchemical Association, Lin Xiaofan sat cross-legged before an ancient alchemical furnace. This furnace, entirely black, was adorned with intricate runes, emanating a faint spiritual glow. It was the ancient furnace he had acquired from the Alchemist Valley. Known as the Xianhua furnace, rumored to have been used by the master alchemist in his youth. With the Xianhua furnace and the master's legacy, the success rate for refining fourth-tier elixirs was sure to soar. Lin Xiaofan whispered to himself, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes that he waved his hand, causing several fourth-tier spiritual herbs, golden pattern xian shun, purple jade lingji, and nine-leaf dragon saliva grass, to float before him, each emanating rich spiritual energy. "Let us begin." Lin Xiaofan took a deep breath, his hands forming intricate gestures as he commenced the alchemical process of refining elixirs that he first placed the golden pattern xian shun into the cauldron, subsequently channeling his spiritual energy to regulate the heat. Under his deft control, the flames within the Xianhua furnace gradually softened and stabilized, causing the xian shun to melt away, transforming into a stream of golden liquid. Following this, Lin Xiaofan added the purple jade lingji and nine-leaf dragon spikenard into the cauldron in succession. His technique was masterful, and his control over spiritual energy precise. The medicinal herbs within the furnace began to amalgamate under the high temperature, exuding a rich aroma of elixir. Timing was crucial, and any misstep could prove catastrophic. Lin Xiaofan silently recited the teachings of the medicine master, meticulously managing the temperature of the flames as seconds ticked by. The herbs within the cauldron gradually fused, forming a translucent embryo of an elixir. A fine sheen of sweat appeared on Lin Xiaofan's forehead, yet he dared not relax for an instant, remaining fully focused on the heat regulation. At last, the elixir began to take shape within the furnace, its surface radiating a faint halo and emitting a strong fragrance. A flicker of joy danced in Lin Xiaofan's eyes as he waved his hand. Lifting the lid, an illustrious elixir soared into his grasp. "Success!" Lin Xiaofan murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with elation. This elixir was none other than the fourth-tier infant nurturing pill, specifically designed for practitioners in the nascent soul stage, capable of significantly enhancing cultivation and spiritual power. The surface of the elixir shimmered with a gentle glow, indicating its exceptional quality. Lin Xiaofan scrutinized the elixir in his hands, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. Just then, the door to the meditation chamber swung open, and Master Yao Chun stepped inside. Upon seeing the elixir in Lin Xiaofan's hand, a glimmer of admiration flashed in his eyes. "Remarkable! In just a few days, you have managed to refine a fourth-tier elixir. You have not disappointed me." Lin Xiaofan promptly rose to pay his respects. "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed master. I merely did my utmost." Master Yao Chen nodded, his voice solemn. Lin Xiaofan, I have observed your talent and diligence. Soon, the Alchemy Association will host a grand competition, and I hope you will participate and strive for a commendable position. That a spark of determination ignited in Lin Xiaofan's eyes. Rest assured. Master, I shall give it my all. Master Yao Chun nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. I believe in you. However, the competition will be fierce, so do not let your guard down. Lin Xiaofan earnestly nodded. You can trust me. Master, I will exercise caution. 3 months later, the plaza of the Alchemy Association in Yaoxian City buzzed with excitement and fervor. Today marked the certification assessment for 4th-tier alchemists, drawing countless cultivators and alchemists eager to witness the emergence of a new 4th-tier master. Lin Xiaofan stood calmly in a corner of the assessment area, his demeanor serene, his gaze profound. Before him lay an ancient alchemical furnace, the flames within dancing and radiating a faint spiritual light. The surrounding competitors appeared tense, yet Lin Xiaofan remained unperturbed. The assessment begins. With the head examiner's command, all participants sprang into action, commencing their alchemical endeavors. Lin Xiaofan inhaled deeply, his hands forming gestures as he introduced rare medicinal herbs into the furnace. His technique was impeccable, and his control over spiritual energy precise. The herbs within the furnace began to meld under the high temperatures, releasing a rich fragrance. The 4th-tier infant nurturing pill was notoriously difficult to produce, and a single miscalculation could lead to failure. Lin Xiaofan silently recalled the teachings of the medicine master, cautiously regulating the heat. As time passed, the muffled sounds of failure echoed from several competitors' furnaces, indicating their unsuccessful attempts. Lin Xiaofan focused intently, the herbs in his furnace gradually merging into a translucent elixir embryo. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, yet he dared not waver, remaining wholly absorbed in his task. At last, the elixir began to solidify, its surface glowing faintly and exuding a rich aroma. A glimmer of joy flickered in Lin Xiaofan's eyes as he waved his hand, lifting the lid, and a crystalline elixir soared into his palm. Success, he whispered to himself, filled with delight. However, he did not halt there. He understood that merely producing an ordinary 4th-tier elixir would not suffice to distinguish himself in the assessment. He must elevate the elixir's quality to perfection. Ascension technique, Lin Xiaofan silently recited, his hands forming intricate gestures as he summoned his spiritual energy, initiating the ancient, long-lost alchemical method known as the Ascension technique. This technique was profoundly advanced, capable of enhancing the quality of ordinary elixirs to perfection. Even producing elixir patterns. Elixir patterns symbolize the pinnacle of elixir quality, and those adorned with patterns possess effects far superior to ordinary elixirs, verging on perfection. Lin Xiaofan focused intently on controlling his spiritual energy, and under his command, the elixir's surface gradually revealed intricate, mysterious patterns, resembling natural symbols. The emergence of these patterns indicated that the elixir had reached an unparalleled level of quality. It is complete. A spark of brilliance shone in Lin Xiaofan's eyes as he waved his hand, catching the elixir as it flew into his grasp. This infant nurturing pill was adorned with intricate patterns, exuding a rich fragrance, clearly of exceptional quality. Lin Xiaofan examined the elixir in his hands with immense satisfaction. After the assessment concluded, the head examiner began to inspect each contestant's elixirs. Upon seeing the infant nurturing pill in Lin Xiaofan's hand, astonishment flickered in his eyes. Is this an elixir pattern? You have actually refined a perfect elixir with patterns. The head examiner's voice resonated throughout the plaza, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Countless cultivators and alchemists flocked over, eager to behold this perfect elixir. Elixir patterns. It is truly an elixir pattern. This is the legendary perfect elixir. Lin Xiaofan? Wasn't he a newcomer? How could he possess such remarkable alchemical skills? No wonder Master Yao Chun held him in such high regard. He truly is extraordinary. The surrounding murmurs surged, yet Lin Xiaofan remained composed, as if all of this had been anticipated that moment. Master Yao Chun approached, gazing at the elixir in Lin Xiaofan's hand with admiration. Lin Xiaofan, you have indeed not disappointed me. This infant nurturing pill is nothing short of perfect. Lin Xiaofan respectfully replied, Thank you for your guidance, esteemed master. I merely did my best. Master Yaochen nodded, his tone serious. Lin Xiaofan, I have witnessed your talent and dedication. From this day forth, you are officially a fourth-tier alchemist of the Alchemy Association. Lin Xiaofan solemnly nodded. Rest assured, master, I will not betray your trust. Lin Xiaofan's successful refinement of a perfect infant nurturing pill adorned with patterns sent shockwaves throughout Yaoxian City. Countless cultivators and alchemists flocked to pay their respects, eager to witness the prowess of this newly minted fourth-tier alchemist. Senior Lin, might I request your guidance? Senior Lin, could you possibly share the method of refining this elixir? Faced with the crowd's enthusiasm, Lin Xiaofan remained humble and courteous, responding to each inquiry. Within the alchemical chamber of the Alchemy Association, Xinyuan Nong had just completed a fourth-tier infant nurturing pill, concluding a month-long seclusion. When he overheard several alchemists discussing Lin Xiaofan's remarkable achievements, it was said that Lin Xiaofan not only passed the assessment, officially becoming the youngest fourth-tier alchemist of the Alchemy Association, but he also refined a perfect quality infant nurturing pill adorned with elixir patterns. Rumor had it that he employed the renowned ascension technique of the ancient medicine master. Xinyuan Nong's breath quickened, for he understood that perfect elixirs and the ascension technique signified boundless glory and resources. Initially, disbelief flickered in his gaze, swiftly ignited by the fires of jealousy. How could this be? He was merely an inconspicuous individual. How could he produce such elixirs? Xinyuan Nong's heart roared with indignation, jealousy gnawing at him like a venomous serpent. As a distinguished alchemist of a younger generation from the Xinyuan family, he was often held in high esteem within the Alchemy Association. Yet now, Lin Xiaofan, this prodigious newcomer, has delivered a resounding slap to the face of Xinyuan Nong. Should Xinyuan Nong acquire the Ascension Alchemy technique, his standing within the Xinyuan family, and indeed throughout the Alchemy Association, would be incomparable. Jealousy gradually devoured his reason, and a sinister thought began to take root in his mind. Leveraging the profound influence of the Xinyuan family within the Alchemy Association, Xinyuan Nong commenced his nefarious scheme. He first allied with several high-ranking officials within the association to disseminate rumors about Lin Xiaofan's dubious sources of medicinal concoctions. Seeking to tarnish his reputation, that Lin Xiaofan must have employed some underhanded means to fortuitously concoct this elixir. Perhaps he even pilfered the formula of some esteemed predecessor. The Alchemy Association, cannot tolerate such individuals who tarnish our integrity. Xinyuan Nong proclaimed loudly at a gathering of alchemists in the Alchemy Association of Yaoxian City, his gaze brimming with malice. Subsequently, he wielded the power of his family to covertly intimidate those alchemists who associated with Lin Xiaofan, urging them to distance themselves from him and isolate him. Should you continue to consort with Lin Xiaofan, do not blame the Xinyuan family for being ungracious. Your future in the Alchemy Association will be far from pleasant. Xinyuan Nong growled menacingly at the alchemist's point 3 days later. The atmosphere within the Alchemy Association of Yaoxian City was tense. Lin Xiaofan stood at the center of the Grand Hall, facing Xinyuan Nong's aggressive demeanor with a calm expression, though a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. Lin Xiaofan, the Ascension Alchemy technique is the highest secret of the Alchemy Association. An outsider. On what grounds do you presume to monopolize it? Xinyuan Nong's gaze was icy as he interrogated Lin Xiaofan. The Ascension Alchemy technique is a personal opportunity one obtained from Yaoxian Valley, and it is unrelated to the Alchemy Association, Lin Xiaofan replied nonchalantly. If Xinyuan Shixiang desires it, he may seek his fortune in Yaoxian Valley himself. Xinyuan Nong's expression darkened at these words. Lin Xiaofan, do not be ungrateful. The standing of the Xinyuan family within the Alchemy Association is not something a mere outsider like you can shake. If you are wise, surrender the Ascension Alchemy technique. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. Lin Xiaofan furrowed his brow, maintaining his tranquility. Xinyuan Shixiang, I harbor no ill intent. However, the Ascension Alchemy technique is my personal opportunity, and I cannot comply. Xinyuan Nong sneered. Very well. If that is so, do not blame me for being merciless. With that, he turned and strode towards the exit of the hall. Moments later, several elders from the Xinyuan family entered, each exuding a formidable aura. clearly masters of the nascent soul stage. Lin Xiaofan, if you do not surrender the ascension alchemy technique, do not blame the Xianyuan family for being unkind, one elder declared coldly. Lin Xiaofan's gaze turned frosty, his heart growing wary. He understood that the Xianyuan family's position within the Alchemy Association was paramount. To resist them head-on would likely spell disaster for him. Just then, the esteemed Master Yaochen entered. Observing the scene within the hall, he frowned and spoke in a grave tone. Xianyuan Nong, what is the meaning of this? Xianyuan Nong replied coldly. Master, Lin Xiaofan monopolizes the ascension alchemy technique and refuses to yield. The Xianyuan family cannot stand idly by. Master Yaochen glanced at Lin Xiaofan, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He spoke solemnly. Lin Xiaofan, the ascension alchemy technique is indeed of great significance. If you are willing to relinquish it, the Alchemy Association will certainly not treat you unfairly. Lin Xiaofan shook his head respectfully. Master, the ascension alchemy technique is my personal opportunity, and I cannot comply. Master Yaochen sighed. Lin Xiaofan, should you persist in this manner, the Alchemy Association may no longer be able to protect you. Lin Xiaofan's heart sank. He realized that Master Yaochen could no longer support him. He took a deep breath and respectfully stated, Master, I understand. In that case, I shall leave the Alchemy Association and no longer trouble you. The hint of regret flashed in Master Yaochen's eyes. Yet he ultimately nodded. Lin Xiaofan, I have witnessed your talent and diligence. However, I cannot contravene the rules of the Alchemy Association. Take care. Lin Xiaofan cast a deep glance at Master Yaochen before turning to exit the Grand Hall. Xianyuan Nong observed his retreating figure, a smirk of triumph crossing his face. After Lin Xiaofan departed from the Alchemy Association, he made his way directly back to his cultivation chamber. He hastily packed his belongings before leaving Yaoxian City. Standing atop a mountain outside the city, Lin Xiaofan glanced back towards Yaoxian City, a glimmer of cold resolve in his eyes. Xianyuan Nong, Xianyuan family, the humiliation of today is etched in my memory. I shall repay it tenfold in the future. Shortly after Lin Xiaofan's departure from Yaoxian City, the Xianyuan family and the Alchemy Association jointly issued a bounty notice seeking Lin Xiaofan's whereabouts. The notice proclaimed, any individual providing information on Lin Xiaofan shall be rewarded with 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Any who captures Lin Xiaofan shall receive 1 million mid-grade spirit stones and the opportunity for a level 4 alchemist from the Alchemy Association to concoct elixirs for them. The issuance of this bounty sent shockwaves throughout the entirety of the Shennong Immortal Kingdom. Countless cultivators and factions mobilized, scouring the land for Lin Xiaofan's trail. The Xianyuan family dispatched several elders at the nascent soul stage, leading a large contingent of golden core cultivators in a sweeping search. However, Lin Xiaofan seemed to have vanished without a trace in a desolate mountain forest. Lin Xiaofan sat cross-legged within a concealed cave. Before him lay a peculiar spirit plant, its verdant form adorned with intricate patterns that emitted a faint spiritual glow. This spirit-concealing grass, provided by the system, is indeed effective. It completely obscures my aura and whereabouts. Lin Xiaofan murmured, a trace of delight flickering in his eyes. This spirit-concealing grass was a special spirit plant he exchanged from the system, capable of masking a cultivator's presence and spiritual fluctuations, making it nearly imperceptible even to masters of the transformation stage. It was this very plant that enabled Lin Xiaofan to successfully evade the pursuit of the Xianyuan family and the Alchemy Association. However, hiding indefinitely was not a viable solution. He needed to find a secure refuge promptly. Lin Xiaofan pondered to himself. He took out a map and scrutinized it carefully, ultimately fixing his gaze on Shennong City. Shennong City, the capital of the Shennong Immortal Kingdom, boasted a remarkably high level of cultivation and served as the headquarters of the Spirit Plant Association. It was a gathering place for the most esteemed spirit plant masters, with over 80% of the finest spiritual herbs and plants originating from this locale. Days later, Lin Xiaofan stealthily arrived at Shennong City, utilizing the spirit-concealing grass to mask his aura. He melded seamlessly into the bustling city. The vibrancy of the city far surpassed that of Yaoxian City, with throngs of people on the streets, cultivators engaged in hushed conversations or hurrying past, clearly all possessing formidable abilities. Upon entering Shinnong City, Lin Xiaofan felt somewhat reassured, yet he understood that his pursuers would not relent. The only way to attain true safety was to join the Spirit Plant Association and gain their protection. Thus, he resolutely decided to enroll in the Spirit Plant Master Examination. That on the day of the examination, tens of thousands of Spirit Plant Masters gathered outside the Spirit Plant Association's Shinnong Hall, and Lin Xiaofan stood among the crowd, his expression resolute. Soon, an elder from a Spirit Plant Association, clad as a farmer, announced, "Silence, everyone. The first round of today's examination is Spirit Plant Identification. Each participant must identify the names and uses of the various spirit plant samples displayed on the stone platform before you. Based on their intricate patterns and unique auras," as the elder concluded the announcement, a collective sigh of dismay echoed through the crowd. This examination is excessively challenging. I never imagined that after a millennium of cultivation, I could only recognize half of the spirit plants. Soon enough, the examination site witnessed a substantial number of candidates, thousands, declaring their withdrawal from the assessment. Yet, Lin Xiaofan exuded an air of confidence. His innate Tao body not only possessed a natural affinity for spiritual plants, but, coupled with the system's external assistance, enabled him to instantaneously acquire detailed information about them. Consequently, he effortlessly inscribed the names and uses of dozens of spiritual plants before him, successfully passing the first round. After a brief incense's duration, over half of the participants among the tens of thousands succumbed in the initial assessment. Shortly thereafter, an elder announced that the second round would involve the cultivation of spiritual plants. Each individual participating in the second round was assigned a withered spiritual seed, tasked with nurturing it into a seedling within a specified time frame. Standing at the center of the Spiritual Plant Association's examination grounds, Lin Xiaofan held an unfamiliar spiritual seed in his hand. This seed emanated a faint purple hue, its surface adorned with intricate patterns, as if it harbored some mysterious power. The surrounding candidates busied themselves in hastening the ripening of their respective seeds, filling the air with a rich aura of spiritual energy. Lin Xiaofan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and immersed his consciousness within that a semi-transparent system interface materialized in his mind, displaying various information about the seed. Unknown spiritual seed. Grade unknown, attribute unknown, ripening difficulty extremely high. Indeed, it was not simple. Lin Xiaofan mused inwardly, yet he remained unperturbed. Ever since awakening his innate Tao body, his mastery over spiritual energy had reached an unprecedented level. With the system's aid, he felt assured of completing this assessment. He gradually infused his spiritual power into the seed, causing the intricate patterns on its surface to emit a faint glow, seemingly responding to his energy. However, the ripening process of the seed was excruciatingly slow, while other candidates around him had already succeeded in hastening their seeds, which burst forth from the soil, radiating brilliant light. Undeterred, Lin Xiaofan continued to focus on controlling the output of his spiritual energy. His innate Tao body allowed for an exceptionally smooth flow of energy, and the seed in his hand gradually warmed, as if it had come to life to that moment. The system interface flickered unexpectedly. Special energy detected within the seed. Would you like to activate it? Activate. Lin Xiaofan decisively confirmed. Instantly, the intricate patterns on the seed erupted with a brilliant purple light, and a powerful energy surged forth, soaring into the sky. The entire examination arena was shaken by this force, drawing the attention of all present towards Lin Xiaofan. The seed rapidly expanded in his grasp, ultimately breaking free from its shell, giving rise to an extraordinary spiritual plant. This plant manifested a deep purple hue, its leaves adorned with golden patterns, and at its apex bloomed a flower emitting a soft glow. Variant spiritual seed, purple gold spirit vine. Grade, high-grade 5th level spiritual plant, medicinal use. Applicable attributes, wood, lightning, dual attributes that a high-grade 5th level spiritual plant. Lin Xiaofan's heart trembled. He had not anticipated that this unknown seed would yield such a high-tier spiritual plant. The surrounding candidates displayed expressions of astonishment, and even the supervising elders could not help but approach, scrutinizing the purple gold spirit vine with keen interest. "This is a variant spiritual seed," one elder exclaimed in amazement. "And it possesses dual attributes." Just then, a commanding voice resonated from afar. "Well done, well done." The crowd turned to see a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe approaching with measured steps. His countenance was imposing, and his gaze piercing. It was none other than Lu Qingyun, the president of the Spiritual Plant Association. Lu Qingyun approached Lin Xiaofan, examining the purple gold spirit vine with an appreciative glint in his eyes. "Young man, what is your name?" Lu Qingyun inquired. "I am Lin Xiaofan, a humble junior," Lin Xiaofan replied respectfully. Lu Qingyun chuckled heartily. "Excellent. I look forward to your success in the third round of assessments, and I shall personally take you as my disciple." Upon hearing this, the onlookers erupted in lively discussion. "Wait, didn't Lu Qingyun announce he would not accept disciples? To think I could witness the rise of a great spiritual plant master. How fortunate I am." Soon, all candidates who passed the second round were escorted by members of the Spiritual Plant Association to a dense forest outside Shenong City. One of the elders from the Spiritual Plant Pavilion produced a token and infused it with spiritual energy, sending forth a beam of light into the sky above the forest. Following a wave of spatial fluctuations, a colorful spatial portal manifested in midair. One elder proclaimed, "Candidates, once the bell tolls, enter the secret realm. The top 100 who collect the most valuable spiritual medicines shall join the Spiritual Plant Association." Lin Xiaofan stood at the entrance to the secret realm, his gaze calmly surveying the surroundings. He could sense several hostile glances directed at him. Slightly tilting his head, Lin Xiaofan noticed a few young individuals in resplendent attire casting cold stares his way, their eyes brimming with unmasked animosity. Their garments bore the embroidered characters Xian Yuan, clearly indicating their affiliation with the Xian Yuan family. It seemed his earlier performance had drawn their attention. Lin Xiaofan mused, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. He was not daunted. Rather, he felt a twinge of anticipation. After all, the assessment within the secret realm was not merely a quest for medicine. As the bell signaling the commencement of the assessment chimed, the participants entered the secret realm en masse. Lin Xiaofan did not rush into action. Instead, he remained stationary, patiently awaiting the moment. Only after the majority had vanished deep into the secret realm did he slowly take his steps into that ancient land. The air within the secret realm was exceptionally fresh, saturated with rich spiritual energy. Lin Xiaofan expanded his spiritual awareness, attuning himself to the essence of the spiritual medicines surrounding him. His system interface continually refreshed, revealing the locations and grades of nearby spiritual medicines. Detected third-grade spiritual medicine, Qingling grass, distance, 500 meters. Detected fourth-grade spiritual medicine, Qian flower, distance, 1,000 meters. Lin Xiaofan refrained from hastily harvesting these lower-grade spiritual medicines. Instead, he delved deeper into the secret realm. He understood that truly rare spiritual medicines were often concealed in the depths of the realm. However, just as he stepped into a dense thicket, a faint sound of footsteps echoed around him. Lin Xiaofan halted, his gaze sweeping the area as he calmly declared, "Come out. There's no need to hide." As his words fell, a dozen figures emerged from the trees, encircling him. Leading the group were the very Xian Yuan disciples he had noticed earlier. Their faces twisted into cruel smiles, eyes filled with murderous intent. "Lin Xiaofan, your performance has indeed surprised us," the leader of the Xian Yuan disciples sneered, "but your good fortune ends here." Lin Xiaofan maintained a tranquil demeanor. Responding coolly, "What do you intend to do? The assessment prohibits private combat. Are you not afraid of disqualification?" "Disqualification?" Another Xian Yuan disciple scoffed. "In this secret realm, who could possibly know what transpires? Once you're dead, who will care how you perished?" Lin Xiaofan shook his head, sighing, "It appears you are resolute in your intent to strike. Spare us the chatter." The leader of the Xian Yuan disciples barked, "Hand over your ascension alchemy technique, and we shall grant you a swift end." Ascension alchemy technique? Lin Xiaofan raised an eyebrow, quickly grasping their intentions. So, they not only sought to kill him, but also aimed to seize his ascension alchemy technique. "You wish to acquire my ascension alchemy technique?" Lin Xiaofan smiled faintly. Let us see if you possess the capability. And no sooner had he spoken than his figure abruptly vanished from sight. Lin Xiaofan sped through the secret realm, the footsteps behind him growing ever closer. But he understood that the disciples from the Xian Yuan family were hot on his heels, evidently unwilling to grant him any respite, intent on eliminating him here. Since you are so relentless, do not blame me for being impolite, Lin Xiaofan thought coldly, a glint of ice in his eyes. He swiftly came to a halt, forming hand seals as his spiritual energy began to flow quietly within him. Simultaneously, his system interface refreshed rapidly, displaying information about the spiritual plants nearby. Detected 5th grade spiritual plant, Shiling vine, distance, 10 meters. Detected 6th grade spiritual plant, Huaning flower, distance, 20 meters. At a slight smile graced Lin Xiaofan's lips as a plan began to form in his mind. He stealthily approached the Shiling vine, gently placing his palm on the ground, gradually infusing it with spiritual energy. Shiling vine, heed my command. Lin Xiaofan uttered a low growl, and the innate power of his Tao body erupted within him. As spiritual energy surged into the roots of the soul-devouring vine like an unstoppable tide, the vine seemed to awaken, its tendrils rapidly growing, a faint black glow emerging on its surface, exuding an eerie aura. At that moment, the disciples of the Xianyuan family caught up. The leading disciple sneered, Lin Xiaofan, you cannot escape. Hand over the ascension pill technique, and we may grant you a swift end. Lin Xiaofan slowly rose to his feet, his gaze icy as he regarded them. Do you truly believe that such as you could slay me? Enough nonsense. Another disciple barked, brandishing his sword directly at Lin Xiaofan. Attack. A dozen disciples of the Xianyuan family launched their assault simultaneously, their blades weaving a tapestry of light as spiritual power surged through the air. Yet, Lin Xiaofan remained rooted in place, utterly unyielding. Just as their attacks were about to descend upon him, he suddenly raised his hand and commanded, Soul-devouring vine, arise with a thunderous roar. The ground trembled violently as countless black tendrils burst forth from the earth, sweeping towards the disciples of the Xianyuan family like enormous serpents. What is this? One disciple exclaimed in shock, slashing at the tendrils with his sword. However, the blade merely etched a shallow mark upon the vine. The tendrils swiftly coiled around his body, binding him tightly. The disciple screamed in agony as the vine rapidly drained his spiritual energy, rendering him utterly feeble in an instant. Be careful. These vines absorb spiritual energy. The leading disciple's face paled, and he hurriedly retreated. However, the soul-devouring vine moved with astonishing speed, its tendrils surging forth like a tidal wave, ensnaring several disciples in an instant. Their spiritual energy was swiftly siphoned away, leaving them powerless as they collapsed to the ground. Damn it! Retreat! The leading disciple shouted, recognizing the dire situation. Yet Lin Xiaofan would not allow their escape so easily. He chuckled coldly, forming seals with his hands once more and commanding, Phantom flower, bloom! Suddenly, a faint fragrance permeated the air, and the surroundings began to warp. The disciples of the Xianyuan family felt their vision blur, as if they were ensnared in an illusion. This is an illusion, one disciple cried out in terror. Indeed, it was an illusion. Lin Xiaofan's voice echoed from all directions, omnipresent, since you dared to pursue me. Let this be your final resting place. Cries of despair erupted as the disciples of the Xianyuan family became disoriented within the illusion, attacking one another until they fell one by one. Lin Xiaofan stood by, coldly observing the chaos. The synergy between the soul-devouring vine and the phantom flower allowed him to effortlessly retaliate against those who sought his life. With a sigh of relief, Lin Xiaofan withdrew his spiritual energy. The soul-devouring vine and phantom flower gradually returned to calm. Sinking back into the ground, he approached the fallen disciples, casting a glance at them and remarking, Did you truly believe that your numbers and cultivation could slay me? Alas, your naivety is your downfall. Having said that, Lin Xiaofan turned and continued deeper into the secret realm. He understood that this assessment was far from over, and the true challenges lay ahead. However, just as he took a few steps forward, an ancient voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Young man, Your performance was quite commendable. Lin Xiaofan whirled around, startled to find a white-haired elder had appeared behind him, smiling warmly. And you are? Lin Xiaofan inquired warily. The elder smiled gently. I am Yao Wuhui, the president of the Alchemy Association. I have been watching everything unfold, he continued. The Xinyuan family's actions against you were of their own making. Nevertheless, your strength and talent are indeed impressive. Lin Xiaofan felt a stir in his heart and bowed respectfully. Senior, you flatter me. The elder nodded. If you are willing after this assessment concludes, you may seek me out at the Alchemy Association. That Liu boy from the Spiritual Plant Association is not particularly adept at nurturing talent. He spends all day tinkering with those flowers and plants. With that, the elder's figure gradually faded away, as though he had never existed. Lin Xiaofan remained rooted in place, his mind racing with thoughts. He realized he had now created a rift with the Alchemy Association, and it was unlikely he could return to their previous rapport. Furthermore, given the Xinyuan family's animosity towards him, their enmity would undoubtedly persist. In the following hours, guided by the system, Lin Xiaofan swiftly located a wealth of high-grade spiritual plants and herbs. His storage bag was now brimming with rare 5th and 6th grade spiritual herbs. Detected 6th grade spiritual herb, celestial stargrass, distance 300 meters. Following the system's guidance, Lin Xiaofan arrived at a concealed valley. The valley was rich in spiritual energy, where a celestial stargrass radiating a gentle starlight quietly thrived beside a massive boulder. Indeed, 6th grade herbs are extraordinary, Lin Xiaofan thought with delight. Preparing to approach for harvesting when he suddenly sensed a formidable presence nearby. He whirled around to see a small, snow-white beast warily observing him. The creature resembled a fox, but a crystalline gem adorned its forehead, emanating a strong wave of spiritual energy. Detected transformed spiritual herb. 7th grade spiritual herb spirit foxgrass has transformed. Transformed spiritual herb. Lin Xiaofan's heart raced. He had not anticipated encountering such a rare spiritual herb here. The small beast, transformed from the spirit foxgrass, was evidently on high alert, its body slightly crouched as if poised to flee at any moment. Lin Xiaofan refrained from making any sudden movements and instead slowly crouched down, speaking gently. Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm. The small beast tilted its head, seemingly comprehending Lin Xiaofan's words. Its wariness lessening slightly. Lin Xiaofan retrieved a 5th grade spiritual herb from his storage bag and gently placed it on the ground. This is for you. The small beast sniffed the herb, a flicker of joy appearing in its eyes, and cautiously approached to pick it up in its mouth. It then looked up at Lin Xiaofan, as if beginning to trust him. Seeing this, Lin Xiaofan felt a surge of happiness and slowly extended his hand. Come with me. I will take good care of you. The small beast hesitated for a moment before finally leaping onto Lin Xiaofan's palm, transforming into a beam of white light that melded into his being. Successfully captured transformed spiritual herb. Spirit foxgrass. Grade 6th. Lin Xiaofan exhaled deeply, a satisfied smile gracing his face. With his transformed spiritual herb, his gains had far surpassed those of his peers as the assessment time drew to a close. Lin Xiaofan hastily exited the secret realm. Upon returning to the assessment venue, he found that the other participants had begun to filter back. However, their harvests were evidently no match for Lin Xiaofan's. The assessment elders commenced tallying each person's gains, and when Lin Xiaofan began to produce his spiritual herbs from his storage bag, the crowd erupted in astonishment. 25th grade spiritual herbs, 10 6th grade spiritual herbs, and even a transformed 7th grade spiritual herb. One elder exclaimed, his voice trembling with disbelief. This is simply unprecedented. Another elder gasped in awe. Even Liu Qingyun, the president of the Spiritual Plant Association, approached to closely examine Lin Xiaofan's bounty. His eyes filled with admiration. Lin Xiaofan, your performance has been exceptional, Liu Qingyun remarked with a smile. In this assessment, you are undoubtedly the first. Lin Xiaofan returned a modest smile and bowed. Thank you for your kind words. President, Liu Qingyun nodded, patting Lin Xiaofan on the shoulder. Continue to strive. The future of the Spiritual Plant Association may very well rest in your hands. Lin Xiaofan felt a surge of determination within him. He understood that this was merely the first step on his path to becoming a powerhouse. The road ahead was long, yet he was confident that with his system and innate Tao body, he would undoubtedly go further that moment. The disciples of the Xianyuan family in the distance wore grim expressions, their eyes filled with malice. None of the disciples who had participated in the assessment had emerged, clearly having fallen victim to Lin Xiaofan's lethal prowess. Lin Xiaofan stood at the center of the assessment venue, surrounded by a sea of astonished and envious gazes. His performance had made it evident to all that this young man held limitless potential for the future. However, just as he prepared to join the spiritual plant pavilion, two powerful presences suddenly descended. Lin Xiaofan, halt! A gentle yet commanding voice resonated in the air. Lin Xiaofan looked up to see two elderly figures clad in crimson robes approaching with measured steps. One of them, with a benevolent countenance and profound gaze, was Yao Buhui, the esteemed president of the Alchemy Association whom he had encountered in the secret realm. The other was Yao Chun, the vice president of the Alchemy Association. Greetings, esteemed elders. Lin Xiaofan offered a respectful bow, though a flicker of confusion stirred within him. Why had these prominent figures from the Alchemy Association come personally to seek him out? Yao Buhui smiled faintly, eyes gleaming with appreciation. Lin Xiaofan, we have been watching your performance closely. Both your innate talent and your mastery over spiritual herbs are truly exceptional that we, at the Alchemy Association, extend a heartfelt invitation for you to join us as a core disciple. Yao Chun nodded gravely, adding, should you choose to join the Alchemy Association, we will dedicate ourselves to nurturing your abilities, even considering you as a candidate for the next president. He continued, as for the Xianyuan clan, you need not worry. We shall impose strict constraints upon them and ensure they do not threaten you again. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaofan felt a stirring in his heart. The invitation from the Alchemy Association was undoubtedly a tremendous temptation. Becoming a core disciple, and even having the chance to ascend to the position of president, was an opportunity that would be hard for anyone to refuse. Yet he did not respond immediately. Instead, he paused in contemplation. After a moment, he lifted his head, his gaze resolute, and said, I am grateful for the kindness shown by both elders, but I fear I must disappoint you. Yao Buhui and Yao Chun exchanged a glance. Clearly taken aback by Lin Xiaofan's refusal to why is that? Yao Buhui inquired, his brow furrowing slightly in bemusement. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaofan replied slowly, I have a special affinity for spiritual plants and have long aspired to achieve excellence in this field. President Lu Qingyun of the Spiritual Plant Association has shown me considerable kindness, and the environment there is far more conducive to my development. Therefore, I have decided to join the Spiritual Plant Association. Yao Buhui and Yao Chun shared a brief look of regret, but their expressions quickly returned to calm. Since you have made your decision, we shall not press the matter. Yao Buhui sighed, his tone tinged with wistfulness. However, the doors of the Alchemy Association will always be open to you. Should you change your mind in the future, you are welcome to seek us out. Yao Chen nodded in agreement, stating, it is commendable for a young person to make their own choices. Nevertheless, we will still address the issue with the Xianyuan clan that if they dare to act against you again, the Alchemy Association will not stand idly by. Lin Xiaofan bowed once more, expressing his gratitude for their understanding and support. Yao Buhui smiled gently, patting Lin Xiaofan on the shoulder. Work diligently. The road ahead is long. Regardless of the path you choose, we look forward to seeing you become a formidable figure. With that, Yao Buhui and Yao Chun turned to depart, their figures gradually fading into the distance. Lin Xiaofan remained rooted in place, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He knew that his choice might disappoint some, but he was acutely aware that the Spiritual Plant Association was indeed the most suitable place for him. At that moment, Lu Qingyun, the president of the Spiritual Plant Association, approached, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Xiaofan, your decision brings me great comfort. Though the Spiritual Plant Association may not boast the same renown as the Alchemy Association, we have our own principles and aspirations that I believe you will find your own path here. Lin Xiaofan smiled subtly and bowed. Thank you for your kindness, President, that I shall commit myself fully and not betray your trust. Lu Qingyun nodded, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Come, Let me introduce you to the other elders and disciples of the association. From this day forth, you shall be one of us." Following Lu Qingyun, Lin Xiaofan felt a surge of hope for the future. He understood that his journey to strength had only just begun, and the Spiritual Plant Association would serve as the launching pad towards his ascent to greatness. Meanwhile, in the distance, the disciples of the Xianyuan clan observed this scene with grim expressions. They understood that Lin Xiaofan's rise was now unstoppable, and their enmity with him was far from over. "Lin Xiaofan, just you wait. The Xianyuan clan will not let this matter rest," one disciple seethed through clenched teeth. Since joining the Spiritual Plant Association, Lin Xiaofan's life had become exceedingly fulfilling. He diligently cultivated various rare spiritual plants in the association's fields while rigorously honing his skills, rapidly enhancing his strength. With the assistance of the system and the innate talent of his Dao body, he progressed swiftly, achieving a breakthrough to the late foundation establishment stage within mere months. Now, just a step away from the golden core stage. In the spiritual fields of the association, Lin Xiaofan crouched beside a 6th-grade spiritual herb, carefully infusing it with spiritual energy. This herb, the celestial stargrass, had been brought back from the secret realm and, under his meticulous care, had sprouted its 3rd leaf, exuding a rich starry glow. In just a few days, it would reach full maturity. Lin Xiaofan reveled in his silent joy and prepared to rise. He suddenly sensed an unusual aura emanating from afar. His brow furrowed as he gazed skyward, noticing a strange black mist faintly enveloping the distant horizon, as if some ominous force was encroaching. "What is happening?" Lin Xiaofan felt a growing unease within him. Just then, the alarm bell of the Spiritual Plant Association rang out, its sound urgent and jarring. Lin Xiaofan sprang to his feet and hurried towards the main hall of the association. Upon his arrival, he found the elders and disciples gathered, each face marked with solemnity. "What has transpired?" Lin Xiaofan quietly inquired of a nearby disciple. The disciple's face was pale, his voice trembling as he replied. "It is said that the Bug Valley of the Southern Barbarian Immortal Kingdom has released a swarm of devouring spirit insects, which are spreading towards the Shinnong Immortal Kingdom. These insects specifically consume spiritual herbs and plants, leaving nothing in their wake. Devouring spirit insects?" A chill settled in Lin Xiaofan's heart. He recalled having seen records of these terrifying creatures in ancient texts. They were notorious for their rapid reproduction and insatiable hunger for spiritual flora. If they were to spread unchecked, the consequences would be dire. That moment, Lu Qingyun ascended the platform, his demeanor grave. "Everyone, we have just received word that the devouring spirit insects have breached the borders of the Shinnong Immortal Kingdom and are swiftly advancing inland. We must act immediately. Otherwise, the spiritual plants of the entire kingdom will be obliterated." A murmur of shock rippled through the assembly, and the disciples exchanged fearful glances. "President, what should we do?" an elder asked urgently. Lu Qingyun's expression was serious as he replied. "While the devouring spirit insects are indeed formidable, they are not insurmountable, that we must unite with various powerful factions to collectively combat this crisis. Simultaneously, the disciples of the Spiritual Plant Association must exert every effort to safeguard our fields and herbs." Lin Xiaofan stood among the crowd, his mind racing with thoughts that he understood that this calamity was no mere coincidence. Someone was orchestrating it from the shadows. The most likely culprit was the Xianyuan clan. A sardonic smile crept across Lin Xiaofan's face, his eyes gleaming with cold resolve. Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber of the Xianyuan clan, several key figures sat together, their faces adorned with smug smiles. "The plan is proceeding smoothly." A middle-aged man scoffed. "The devouring spirit insects have invaded the Shinnong Immortal Kingdom, and soon, the spiritual plants will be devoured entirely. At that point, the Spiritual Plant Association will lose its foothold, and Lin Xiaofan will have nowhere to escape." An elder nodded in agreement, sinisterly adding, "Not only that, but we can also use this opportunity to coerce the major factions of the Shinnong Immortal Kingdom into submission. Soon, all the resources of the kingdom will fall under the control of the Xianyuan clan." "Ha!" The group erupted into laughter, as if they could already see the dawn of victory on the horizon. Back in the Spiritual Plant Association, Lin Xiaofan stood beside the spiritual fields, his gaze unwavering as he faced the encroaching black mist. He recognized that this disaster not only threatened the survival of the Spiritual Plant Association, but also the future of the entire Shinnong Immortal Kingdom. System, is there a way to counter the devouring spirit insects? Lin Xiaofan inquired inwardly. Detected weaknesses of the devouring spirit insects. They are averse to high temperatures and the power of lightning. It is advisable to utilize fire or lightning attribute spirit plants for counteraction. Lin Xiaofan's eyes brightened as he promptly accessed the system interface, commencing a search for suitable spirit plants. Recommended spirit plant. Grade 5 spirit plant. Thunderfire vine, possessing both fire and lightning attributes, capable of unleashing thunder and flames, and exhibiting a formidable restraining effect against the devouring spirit insects. Thunderfire vine. Lin Xiaofan murmured to himself, then swiftly sprang into action. Guided by the system, he soon located the seeds of the Thunderfire vine in the warehouse of the Spirit Plant Association and began to nurture them with utmost diligence. Meanwhile, other disciples of the Spirit Plant Association, under the command of Lu Qingyun, commenced the arrangement of defensive formations, attempting to thwart the spread of the devouring spirit insects. However, the sheer number of the insects proved overwhelming, and the defensive formation was swiftly breached. A dark tide of insects surged forth, devouring the spirit herbs and plants in the spiritual fields. In an instant, it's all over. A disciple slumped to the ground, despair evident in his eyes. Just then, Lin Xiaofan's voice rang out. Everyone, remain calm. I have a method to deal with these insects. The crowd turned in unison to see Lin Xiaofan holding a vine that shimmered with the radiance of lightning. The very Thunderfire vine he had just nurtured. Thunderfire vine, arise. Lin Xiaofan commanded, casting the vine into the air. Boom! The Thunderfire vine erupted with blinding lightning and flames, enveloping the swarm of devouring spirit insects in a massive net. Crackle! The intertwining of thunder and fire produced a cacophony of shrieks as the insects were incinerated to ashes. It works. The onlookers felt their spirits lift at the sight. Lin Xiaofan did not pause, continuing to nurture more Thunderfire vines and deploying them around the spiritual fields. Soon, the fields of the Spirit Plant Association were encircled by a barrier of Thunderfire vines, preventing the devouring spirit insects from approaching. Lu Qingyun approached Lin Xiaofan, patting his shoulder with a look of approval, saying, Xiaofan, you have done exceptionally well. Thanks to you, the Spirit Plant Association has narrowly escaped disaster. Lin Xiaofan smiled slightly, his gaze resolute as he replied, President, this is merely the beginning. We must unite with other factions to thoroughly resolve this calamity. The unseen hand behind this must also pay the price. Lu Qinyu nodded, a glimmer of cold determination in his eyes. You are right. This disaster is certainly not a natural occurrence. We must ascertain who is orchestrating this behind the scenes. Lin Xiaofan clenched his fists, vowing silently. The Xinyuan clan, your scheme shall not prevail. I will ensure you pay dearly for your actions. The rampage of the devouring spirit insects spread like a silent plague, quickly permeating every corner of the Shinnong Immortal Kingdom. Once lush spiritual fields now lay desolate, with spirit herbs and plants consumed entirely, leaving even the most basic of low-tier spirit grasses in ruin. The entire supply of spirit herbs in the Immortal Kingdom faced an unprecedented crisis. Inside the headquarters of the Pill Tao Association, the atmosphere was so tense it felt suffocating. President Yao Fei stood atop a platform, brows furrowed, scanning the gathered elders and alchemists below, and solemnly stated, Esteemed colleagues, I trust you are all aware. The devastation wrought by the devouring spirit insects has nearly depleted our reserves of spirit herbs. Many alchemists can no longer continue their work, and the market supply of spirit pills has been completely exhausted. If this continues, the entire cultivation system of the Immortal Kingdom will collapse. The assembly exchanged anxious glances, worry etched across their faces. An elder rose, trembling as he spoke. President, shall we seek aid from other immortal kingdoms? Perhaps they still possess adequate reserves of spirit herbs. Yao Buhui shook his head, sighing. I have already dispatched individuals to contact the southern barbarians and the northern abyss, but they too are affected by the devouring spirit insects, facing similar shortages. Moreover, This calamity struck too suddenly. Other immortal kingdoms may be reluctant to extend their assistance. Another alchemist could no longer contain his frustration. Then what are we to do? Shall we simply sit idly by? Yao Buhui remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. The only course of action now is to swiftly discover a method to combat the devouring spirit insects. Only by eliminating their threat can we replant spirit herbs and restore the supply of spirit pills. At that moment, a disciple burst into the hall, panting heavily. President, we have just received news that Lin Xiaofan from the Spirit Plant Association has successfully cultivated a spirit plant, the Thunderfire Vine, capable of countering the devouring spirit insects. They have utilized the Thunderfire Vine to protect their spiritual fields, rendering the insects unable to approach. What? Yao Buhui's eyes sparkled with surprise. Lin Xiaofan, the young man who excelled during the assessment. Indeed, it is he, the disciple affirmed. Yao Buhui took a deep breath, swiftly making a decision. Immediately dispatch individuals to the Spirit Plant Association to contact President Lu Qingyun. We require the seeds of the Thunderfire Vine. The more, the better. Simultaneously, in the major cities of the Shenong Immortal Kingdom, long lines had already formed outside the spirit pill shops. Cultivators waited anxiously, hoping to procure the last remaining spirit pills. Shopkeeper, do you have any foundation establishment pills left? I am willing to pay double. One cultivator squeezed to the counter, urgently inquiring. The shopkeeper forced a smile, shaking his head. Apologies, the foundation establishment pills have long been sold out. Not just them, even the most basic recovery pills are gone. The cultivator's face paled, muttering, how could this be? Without spirit pills, will my cultivation not stagnate? Similar scenes unfolded across various shops. The price of spirit pills soared, with instances of exorbitant auctions emerging. However, even so, the market supply of spirit pills remained insufficient. Within the Spirit Plant Association, Lin Xiaofan busied himself with the nurturing of Thunderfire Vine seeds. He understood that this calamity was not merely a crisis for the Spirit Plant Association, but a catastrophe for the entire Shenong Immortal Kingdom. Only by rapidly propagating the Thunderfire Vine could the spread of the devouring spirit insects be curtailed. Xiaofan, representatives from the Pill Dao Association have arrived. Lu Qingyun informed Lin Xiaofan softly. Lin Xiaofan looked up to see several alchemists clad in pill robes standing nearby, their expressions fraught with urgency. Lin Xiaofan, we are elders of the Pill Dao Association. One elder at the forefront clasped his hands in greeting, having learned of your cultivation of the Thunderfire Vine that counters the devouring spirit insects. We have come to request seeds, hoping to expedite its propagation and save the kingdom from peril. Lin Xiaofan nodded, retrieving a bag of Thunderfire Vine seeds from his storage pouch and handing it to the elder. Here are the seeds of the Thunderfire Vine. I have documented the nurturing method on a jade slip that I hope the Pill Dao Association can act swiftly to rescue the supply of spirit pills for the kingdom. The elder accepted the seeds, gratitude shining in his eyes. Thank you, Lin Xiaofan. Your contribution will not be forgotten by the Pill Dao Association. Lin Xiaofan smiled slightly, responding calmly. It is my duty. However, the spread of the devouring spirit insects may have deeper implications. I hope the Pill Dao Association can assist in investigating and uncovering the hidden hand behind this. The elder's expression grew serious as he solemnly nodded. Rest assured, we shall thoroughly investigate this matter. With the propagation of the Thunderfire Vine, the spread of the devouring spirit insects was finally curtailed. The spiritual fields gradually regained vitality, and spirit herbs and plants began to sprout anew. Nevertheless, the impact of this disaster was far from over. Alchemists of the Pill Dao Association tirelessly worked day and night to produce spirit pills, attempting to compensate for the previous shortages. The market supply of spirit pills gradually recovered, yet prices remained exorbitantly high. Within the secret stronghold of the Xianyuan clan, several core figures gathered around a circular table, cold smiles gracing their faces. The plan is progressing smoothly. A middle-aged man sneered. We have utilized clandestine channels to sell our stockpiled spirit pills at inflated prices, amassing a substantial fortune in spirit stones. Meanwhile, those oblivious cultivators have begun to harbor doubts toward the Spirit Plant Association. Another elder nodded, ominously stating, Moreover, we have spread rumors claiming that the Spirit Plant Association released the devouring spirit insects to inflate the prices of spirit plants. Many cultivators have believed these lies and have come to demand answers. Ha! The crowd erupted in laughter, as if they could already envision the downfall of the Spirit Plant Association. Outside the headquarters of the Spirit Plant Association, a large throng of cultivators had gathered. Armed and with faces depicting fury, they shouted, "Spirit Plant Association, come out and explain. Did you release the devouring spirit insects? For profit, have you committed such heinous acts? Return our spirit herbs. Return our spirit pills." The gates of the association stood firmly shut, with several disciples stationed at the entrance attempting to soothe the crowd's emotions, but to little avail. "Everyone, please calm down. The matter of the devouring spirit insects is of no concern to us. We are also exerting every effort to combat this calamity," a disciple exclaimed loudly. However, his voice was swiftly drowned out by the furious roars of the crowd. Within the association, Lu Qingyun stood by the window, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the chaos outside. He turned to Lin Xiaofan, who stood beside him, and said, "Xiaofan, you have seen the situation outside. The rumors disseminated by the Xianyuan family have driven many cultivators to madness. We must find a way to quell this uproar swiftly." Lin Xiaofan nodded, his gaze calm, yet resolute. "President, allow me to handle this matter that I will personally address everyone and clarify the situation." Lu Qingyun hesitated momentarily, but ultimately nodded in agreement. "Very well, but you must exercise caution. The cultivators are currently agitated, and they may pose a threat to you." Lin Xiaofan offered a faint smile and replied nonchalantly, "Fear not. I shall know how to navigate this." But a moment later, the doors of the Spiritual Plant Association creaked open. Lin Xiaofan stepped out alone, standing on the steps as his tranquil gaze swept over the crowd. "Silence, everyone," Lin Xiaofan proclaimed, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, falling silent as their eyes converged upon him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaofan continued, "I understand that many of you are filled with doubt and anger towards the Spiritual Plant Association. However, I can unequivocally assure you that the calamity of the devouring spirit insects is not our doing. The Spiritual Plant Association has been tirelessly combating this disaster, and the promotion of the Thunderfire Vine stands as the finest testament to our efforts. But why have the prices of spiritual herbs surged so exorbitantly? Why are spiritual pills so difficult to procure?" A cultivator challenged. Lin Xiaofan's expression hardened as he replied in a deep voice, "The rise in herb prices is due to the devastation wrought by the devouring spirit insects, which has led to a shortage in supply. As for the scarcity of spiritual pills, it is because certain individuals are hoarding them for profit. Who do you allege is responsible?" Another cultivator inquired. Lin Xiaofan let out a cold laugh and declared, "It is none other than the Xianyuan family. They not only hoard spiritual pills and sell them at exorbitant prices, but also spread malicious rumors, attempting to shift the blame onto the Spiritual Plant Association. Their objective is to plunge the entire Shinnong Immortal Kingdom into chaos and profit from the ensuing turmoil." A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd at his words. The Xianyuan family? Could they truly be capable of such treachery? It was no wonder their shops were overflowing with spiritual pills, yet the prices were sky high. "We have been deceived." At that moment, a chilling voice rang out. "Lin Xiaofan, you are slandering our Xianyuan family." The crowd turned to see several disciples from the Xianyuan family standing nearby, their faces adorned with mocking smiles. Lin Xiaofan's gaze turned icy as he calmly retorted, "Slander? Do you dare claim that those overpriced spiritual pills do not originate from your Xianyuan family?" The disciple from the Xianyuan family's expression changed. Then he sneered, "Even if we are the ones selling them, it is merely a reflection of market supply and demand. Your Spiritual Plant Association's incompetence has led to the herb shortage. Should we bear the blame?" Standing upon the high platform of the Spiritual Plant Association, Lin Xiaofan's resolute gaze swept over the gathered cultivators below. His voice rang out clear and powerful, exuding an air of undeniable conviction. "Ladies and gentlemen, the calamity of the devouring spirit insects has plunged the Shinnong Immortal Kingdom into an unprecedented crisis. I, Lin Xiaofan, hereby pledge to uncover the truth swiftly and make the results known to all. No matter who is orchestrating this from the shadows, I shall not let them escape justice. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Some voiced their doubts, others their hopes, but the majority chose to believe. After all, Lin Xiaofan's previous actions had already demonstrated his capability and determination. Lin Xiaofan, we believe in you, a cultivator shouted. Yes, we must unearth the mastermind. Another echoed. Lin Xiaofan nodded solemnly, stating, please grant me some time. During this period, the Spiritual Plant Association will continue promoting the Thunderfire Vine, safeguarding the spirit fields to ensure the supply of spiritual herbs. Moreover, we will collaborate with the Pill Tao Association to expedite the restoration of spiritual pill production. Having concluded his address, Lin Xiaofan descended the platform and made his way back into the depths of the Spiritual Plant Association. He was acutely aware that time was of the essence. Although the onslaught of the devouring spirit insect had been temporarily staved off, unless the root cause was eradicated, disaster could strike anew at any moment. Within the secret chamber of the Spiritual Plant Association, Lu Qingyun was engaged in discussions with several elders regarding countermeasures. Upon Lin Xiaofan's entrance, Lu Qingyun immediately inquired, Xiaofan, what do you intend to do? Lin Xiaofan replied gravely, I plan to journey to the Insect Valley of the Southern Barbarian Immortal Kingdom to investigate the origins of the devouring spirit insects personally. Only by identifying the source can we truly resolve this catastrophe. Lu Qingyun's brow furrowed with concern. The Insect Valley is a forbidden zone within the Southern Barbarian Immortal Kingdom, fraught with peril that, if you go alone, I fear. Lin Xiaofan smiled reassuringly. Rest easy. President, I am confident in my abilities. This operation must be conducted in secrecy. Too many people will only alert the enemy. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qingyun finally nodded. Very well, but you must exercise utmost caution. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to send word. Lin Xiaofan clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you. President, I will strive to uncover the truth and return to report to everyone. The following morning, Lin Xiaofan quietly departed from the Spiritual Plant Association, embarking on his journey to the Southern Barbarian Immortal Kingdom. He donned a simple robe of a cultivator, utilizing concealing spirit grass to mask his aura. In order to avoid attracting the attention of the Xianyuan family, the teleportation hall of Yaoshi City in the Shennong Immortal Kingdom, Lin Xiaofan stood before the teleportation array, his expression grave as he gazed at the flickering runes before him. He had initially planned to directly travel to the Southern Barbarian Immortal Kingdom to investigate the origins of the devouring spirit insects. However, to evade pursuit from the Xianyuan family, he decided to take a detour through the chaotic Star Sea. Upon activation of the teleportation array, you will be transported to Linglan City, and the chaotic star SE8IT is one of the largest gathering places for cultivators in the region, from where you can then proceed to the Southern Barbarian Immortal Kingdom. The cultivator managing the array informed Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan nodded and stepped into the teleportation array. In a flash of dazzling light, his figure vanished from sight. A moment later, Lin Xiaofan reappeared in the teleportation array of Linglan City. As he stepped out, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. The air was thick with tension, and the cultivators on the streets hurried about, their faces etched with anxiety. What is happening? Lin Xiaofan wondered, stopping a passing cultivator to inquire. Fellow cultivator, what is occurring in Linglan City? Why does everyone seem so on edge? The cultivator sighed, speaking in a hushed tone. Are you not aware? The devouring spirit insects have invaded the chaotic Star Sea. Many spirit fields on various islands have been devastated, and the supply of spiritual herbs and plants has been nearly wiped out. The prices of spiritual pills in Linglan City have skyrocketed, and everyone is scrambling to purchase them. The devouring spirit insects have spread to this place. Lin Xiaofan's heart sank. He had not anticipated that the calamity of the devouring spirit insects would extend its reach to the chaotic Star Sea. The cultivator nodded, managing a bitter smile. Indeed, the entire chaotic Star Sea is in a state of panic that it is said that even the Xinglan sect is at a loss, helplessly watching as their spirit fields are destroyed. The Xinglan sect? A glimmer of light flickered in Lin Xiaofan's eyes. The Xinglan sect was the largest sect in the chaotic Star Sea and a partner of the Spiritual Plant Pavilion. If he could collaborate with the Xinglan sect, perhaps the threat of the devouring spirit insects could be resolved more swiftly. Thank you for the information. Lin Xiaofan bowed in farewell and hastened towards the direction of the Xinglan sect. The Xinglan sect was situated atop a towering mountain in the center of Linglan City, its majestic architecture imposing and grand. Yet at that moment, the sect was shrouded in a pall of gloom. Lin Xiaofan arrived before the main hall of the sect and introduced himself to the guarding disciples. I am Lin Xiaofan, from the Spiritual Plant Association of the Shennong Immortal Kingdom, here to seek an audience with Taoist Xinghe on urgent matters. The guarding disciple, noting Lin Xiaofan's distinguished demeanor, did not dare delay and promptly entered to deliver the message. Shortly thereafter, an elder clad in a starry robe emerged. It was Taoist Xinghe, the sect master of the Xinglan sect. Lin Xiaofan, it has been a while. Taoist Xinghe smiled faintly, though his tone bore a hint of weariness. What brings you here on such pressing matters? Lin Xiaofan bowed respectfully. Sect master, the calamity of the devouring spirit insects has now spread to the chaotic star sea. I have come to offer assistance in resolving this crisis. Taoist Xinghe's eyes flashed with surprise, followed by a wry smile. The threat posed by the devouring spirit insects is indeed troublesome. We have attempted numerous methods, but none have succeeded in eradicating them completely. What insights do you possess? Lin Xiaofan? Lin Xiaofan retrieved a pouch of thunderfire vine seeds from his storage bag and handed it to the Xinghe Taoist, saying, "These are the seeds of the thunderfire vine, which possess both fire and lightning attributes. Effectively countering the soul-eating insects that have planted around the spirit fields, the soul-eating insects will be unable to approach." The Xinghe Taoist accepted the seeds, examining them closely, and a look of joy gradually emerged in his eyes. Thunderfire vine, truly a remarkable find. Lin Xiaofan, you are indeed the savior of our Xinglan sect. Lin Xiaofan smiled slightly and replied, "The sect master bestows too much praise. However, the maturation of the thunderfire vine requires some time. So I kindly urge your sect to act swiftly." The Xinghe Taoist nodded solemnly and said, "Rest assured, Lin Xiaofan, that I will arrange for my disciples to plant the thunderfire vine immediately. However, the source of the soul-eating insects remains unresolved. Might I inquire if you have any plans?" Lin Xiaofan's gaze turned icy as he replied in a deep voice, "I am preparing to venture to the Insect Valley in the South Barbarian Immortal Kingdom to investigate the origin of the soul-eating insects. Only by locating their source can this calamity be thoroughly resolved." Upon hearing this, the Xinghe Taoist's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Lin Xiaofan, you truly possess courage that in that case, our Xinglan sect is willing to lend you our support. I will dispatch several disciples to accompany you to the Insect Valley and assist you in your investigation." Lin Xiaofan clasped his hands and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, sect master. However, this operation must be conducted in secrecy. Too many people may inadvertently alert the enemy that I shall go alone." The Xinghe Taoist pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well, but do ensure your safety. But if you require assistance, do not hesitate to send word." After departing from the Xinglan sect, Lin Xiaofan swiftly made his way to the teleportation array in Linglan City, preparing to head to the South Barbarian Immortal Kingdom. He was acutely aware that time was of the essence. The calamity wrought by the soul-eating insect had already spread to the chaotic star sea. If the source was not resolved swiftly, the entire realm of cultivation would descend into chaos. However, just as he stepped into the teleportation array, a chilling voice suddenly echoed, "Lin Xiaofan, do you think you can escape?" Lin Xiaofan whirled around, only to see several robed figures clad in black standing not far away, their faces adorned with mocking smiles. Their garments bore the embroidered character Xianyuan, clearly indicating they were members of the Xianyuan clan. "The Xianyuan clan truly is relentless," Lin Xiaofan remarked coldly. The leading black-robed figure sneered, "Lin Xiaofan, you do possess some skill. However, this time, you shall find it impossible to flee." Standing within the teleportation array, Lin Xiaofan cast a frigid gaze at the Xianyuan disciples nearby. They were attempting to disrupt the array's operation, evidently intent on preventing his journey to the South Barbarian Immortal Kingdom. "You cannot escape," the leading black-robed figure taunted, clutching a talisman that flickered with an eerie light, clearly meant to interfere with the teleportation array. Lin Xiaofan furrowed his brow, rapidly contemplating a countermeasure. He understood that if they succeeded in disrupting the array, he might be teleported to an unknown and perilous location, or even be caught in spatial turbulence. System, is there any way to temporarily subdue them? Lin Xiaofan inquired inwardly. The system detected an exchangeable special spirit plant, bewildering grass seeds. The bewildering grass possesses potent hallucinogenic effects, capable of inducing a temporary stupor in its target. The exchange requires 2,000 energy points. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Exchange, Lin Xiaofan decisively confirmed. The exchange completed successfully, and the bewildering grass seeds were dispensed. Lin Xiaofan swiftly retrieved them from the system and held them in his palm. He quietly channeled his spiritual energy to stimulate the seeds. Under his infusion of spiritual power, the seeds of the bewildering grass sprouted rapidly, releasing a faint aroma. Attack! The black-robed figure shouted, abruptly tossing the talisman towards the core of the teleportation array. However, just as the talisman was about to make contact with the array, Lin Xiaofan swiftly raised his hand, dispersing the fragrance of the bewildering grass towards the Xianyuan disciples. What is this? The black-robed figure's expression shifted as he attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The aroma of the bewildering grass quickly enveloped the area, causing several Xianyuan disciples to see the world blur before their eyes, their bodies going limp as they collapsed to the ground. What have you done? The black-robed figure managed to raise his head with great difficulty, terror etched across his features. Lin Xiaofan coldly regarded him and replied, I merely allowed you a brief respite. With that, he swiftly formed hand seals, reactivating the teleportation array's runes. A brilliant light flashed, and his figure vanished from the spot. Moments later, Lin Xiaofan materialized in the teleportation hall of the Insect City within the South Barbarian Immortal Kingdom. The Insect City was the largest gathering place for cultivators in the South Barbarian Immortal Kingdom and one of the entrances to the Insect Valley. The architectural style here starkly contrasted with that of the Shinnong Immortal Kingdom, brimming with exotic charm. Lin Xiaofan quickly suppressed his curiosity. He knew the Xianyuan clan would not easily let him go, and he must act swiftly. System, assess the surrounding environment. Lin Xiaofan commanded internally. The system reported, numerous low-tier spirit insects detected. Threat level, low. 3-tier spirit insects detected. Soul-eating insects, distance, 3,000 meters. Following the system's guidance, Lin Xiaofan advanced towards the gathering of soul-eating insects. He understood that only by locating their source could this calamity be conclusively resolved. Meanwhile, within a secret chamber of the Xianyuan clan, several key figures were observing the situation in Insect City through a water mirror. Lin Xiaofan has already arrived in Insect City, a middle-aged man remarked coldly. Does he think he can elude us with just a single bewildering grass? Utterly naive. Another elder replied with a sinister smile. Traps have already been set in the Insect Valley. Should he dare to enter, he will undoubtedly meet his demise. Lin Xiaofan stood on the streets of Insect City, scanning his surroundings with a grave expression, and a faint metallic scent permeated the air, the unmistakable aura of spirit insects. His system interface continuously refreshed, displaying information about the surrounding spirit insects. 3-tier spirit insects detected. Soul-eating insects, distance, 500 meters. At last, I have found you. Lin Xiaofan murmured to himself, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He swiftly followed the system's guidance, moving towards the trail of the soul-eating insects. The streets of Insect City were labyrinthine, flanked by various spirit insect shops. Cultivators were bustling about, trading all manner of spirit insects and insect eggs. The atmosphere charged with tension and activity. Lin Xiaofan navigated through the crowd with determined steps, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. Moments later, he halted before a towering structure. The plaque above the entrance bore the words 10,000 Insects Pavilion. 10,000 Insects Pavilion, Lin Xiaofan whispered, a hint of cold resolve in his eyes. This was the largest spirit insect trading venue in Insect City, specializing in the sale of various spirit insects and insect eggs. The trail of the soul-eating insects undoubtedly began here, but he stepped into the 10,000 Insects Pavilion, where a clerk immediately approached him with a beaming smile, inquiring, esteemed guest, what can I assist you with? We have a wide array of rare spirit insects and insect eggs to satisfy your every need. Lin Xiaofan's gaze was frigid as he replied, "I seek a particular type of spirit insect. May I inquire if you have in stock?" The clerk hesitated for a moment before smiling. "Please share your request. Whatever spirit insect you seek, 10,000 Insects Pavilion is sure to have it." Lin Xiaofan fixed his gaze on the clerk's eyes and slowly said, "Soul-eating insects that do you have any?" The clerk's expression shifted dramatically, panic flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, responding with a forced smile. "Oh, esteemed guest, you jest out. Soul-eating insects are contraband. How could 10,000 Insects Pavilion possibly have such items?" Lin Xiaofan let out a cold laugh, producing a spirit stone from his storage bag and tossing it to the clerk. "Take me to your manager. I have a significant business proposition to discuss." The clerk accepted the spirit stone, a glint of greed passing through his eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately nodded. "Please, follow me." Lin Xiaofan followed the clerk through the main hall of the 10,000 Insects Pavilion, arriving at a secret chamber in the back. The clerk knocked on the door and quietly announced, "Manager, there is a guest who wishes to discuss a major business deal." Moments later, a deep voice issued from within. "Enter." The clerk opened the door, gesturing for Lin Xiaofan to step inside. Lin Xiaofan walked into the chamber, where he found a stout, middle-aged man seated at a rosewood table, idly playing with a translucent insect egg. "Esteemed guest, to what do I owe the pleasure?" the manager inquired, his gaze scrutinizing. Lin Xiaofan replied coolly, "I wish to purchase soul-eating insects, along with their eggs." The manager's expression darkened instantaneously, his voice icy as he retorted, "Esteemed guest, soul-eating insects are contraband. 10,000 Insects Pavilion does not engage in such transactions." Lin Xiaofan let out a cold laugh, retrieving a pouch of spirit stones from his storage bag and tossing it onto the table. "Are these spirit stones sufficient?" The shopkeeper's gaze lingered on the stones for a moment, a flicker of greed flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. "Dear guest, the spirit-devouring insect is not something that can be casually sold. You must tell me, what do you intend to use it for?" Lin Xiaofan's eyes were icy as he replied, "That is not your concern. You need only inform me whether you have it or not." After a brief silence, the shopkeeper sighed and murmured, "We do have it. But the price is not cheap." Lin Xiaofan nodded slightly. "The price is not an issue." The shopkeeper rose and walked to a corner of the secret chamber, unlocking a hidden compartment. From it, he retrieved a black jade box. Placing it carefully on the table and opening it to reveal a completely black spirit insect and several eggs emitting an eerie glow. "This is the spirit-devouring insect, along with its eggs." The shopkeeper whispered, "But I must caution you, this creature should not be trifled with. If it goes out of control, the consequences would be dire." Lin Xiaofan gazed at the spirit-devouring insect within the jade box, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes as he understood that this was the very culprit that had plunged the divine farmer's celestial kingdom and the chaotic star sea into calamity. "Thank you for the warning," Lin Xiaofan replied coolly, reaching out to take the jade box. Observing this, the shopkeeper hurriedly interjected, "Dear guest, the price." Lin Xiaofan tossed a storage bag filled with spirit stones to the shopkeeper, who, upon scanning it with his spiritual sense, broke into a radiant smile. Half a day later, Lin Xiaofan stood in the wilderness outside Gu City, clutching the black jade box containing the spirit-devouring insect eggs. His gaze was resolute and unwavering, his mind made up. "System, is there a way to control ordinary spirit-devouring insects using the eggs?" Lin Xiaofan inquired internally. "Feasible solution detected. By nurturing a large quantity of special spiritual plants. The spirit-devouring insect eggs can be cultivated into a spirit-devouring insect monarch. The spirit-devouring insect monarch possesses the ability to control ordinary spirit-devouring insects. However, the cultivation process requires substantial spiritual power and special spiritual plants." "Would you like a detailed analysis?" "Detailed analysis," Lin Xiaofan confirmed without hesitation. The required spiritual plants for cultivating the spirit-devouring insect monarch are 5th grade spiritual plant, celestial stargrass, 5th grade spiritual plant, crimson flame flower, and 6th grade spiritual plant, dragon bloodvine. Nourishing cycle, 7 days, success rate, 70. Lin Xiaofan studied the information on the system interface, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes. He recognized the high risks involved in this plan. Yet if successful, he would gain complete control over the spirit-devouring insects, thereby resolving the impending disaster. System, exchange for the seeds of the required spiritual plants. Lin Xiaofan commanded in his mind. Exchange successful. Consuming 50,000 points of energy, seeds for celestial stargrass, crimson flame flower, and dragon bloodvine have been dispatched to the spiritual field space. Lin Xiaofan retrieved the spiritual plant seeds from the spiritual field space. Swiftly finding a secluded cave to prepare the environment for cultivating the spirit-devouring insect monarch, he first enhanced the concentration of spiritual energy within the cave to its utmost limit. Then planted the seeds of celestial stargrass, crimson flame flower, and dragon bloodvine, hastening their growth with spiritual power. 7 days. I hope it will be enough, Lin Xiaofan murmured to himself, placing the spirit-devouring insect eggs at the center of the spiritual plants and beginning the feeding process with his spiritual energy. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Xiaofan, nearly sleepless, remained vigilantly by the spirit-devouring insect eggs, continuously feeding them with spiritual energy and spiritual plants. The black glow on the surface of the eggs intensified, as if they were about to hatch at any moment, while the 3 spiritual plants withered away, drained of spiritual power and nutrients. Finally, on the evening of the 7th day, the spirit-devouring insect eggs suddenly trembled violently, and the black glow erupted. Lin Xiaofan swiftly retreated, his gaze fixed intently on the eggs. Crack! A fine fissure appeared on the surface of the eggs, and then a completely black spirit insect emerged from within. It was several times larger than an ordinary spirit-devouring insect, adorned with golden patterns that exuded an aura of majesty. The cultivation of the spirit-devouring insect monarch was successful. Rank, 6th grade. Possessing the ability to control ordinary spirit-devouring insects, a flicker of joy crossed Lin Xiaofan's eyes as he swiftly established a connection with the spirit-devouring insect monarch through his spiritual energy. The spirit-devouring insect monarch appeared to be unrepelled by Lin Xiaofan's aura, instead voluntarily flying into his palm and gently rubbing against his fingers. I did it, Lin Xiaofan whispered, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, deep within the insect valley, in a concealed cave, a gaunt old woman sat cross-legged on a mat. Beside her lay a massive spirit-devouring insect monarch, its body covered in golden patterns, radiating an imposing presence. Suddenly, the spirit-devouring insect monarch's body trembled violently, emitting a sharp shriek. The old woman opened her murky eyes, frowning slightly as she asked, "What is it?" The spirit-devouring insect monarch conveyed a message through its spiritual sense. "Master, I sense the presence of another spirit-devouring insect monarch." "What?" The old woman's expression darkened instantly. "The spirit-devouring insect monarch is a treasure of the insect valley. How could there possibly be a second one? Could someone have secretly cultivated one using the eggs?" She swiftly rose and approached a corner of the cave, unlocking a hidden compartment. Inside the compartment, there had originally been tens of thousands of spirit-devouring insect eggs. But now, over half were missing. Just as I thought, a glint of murderous intent flashed in the old woman's eyes. Who dared to steal the treasure of the insect valley? She quickly exited the cave, summoning several core elders and disciples of the insect valley, coldly instructing, immediately investigate. The spirit-devouring insect eggs have been stolen, and someone has cultivated a second spirit-devouring insect monarch. We must find that person at all costs. Simultaneously, in the secret chamber of the Xinyuan family, several core figures received the news from the insect valley. Someone has actually cultivated a spirit-devouring insect monarch. Could it be Lin Xiaofan? A middle-aged man's face darkened, his tone laced with disbelief. How is that possible? The spirit-devouring insect monarch is a treasure of the insect valley. How could he obtain the eggs? Another elder's expression reflected similar incredulity. Regardless, we must act swiftly. The middle-aged man stated coldly. Lin Xiaofan has become our greatest threat and must be eliminated promptly. The insect valley and Xinyuan family promptly commenced a joint operation, initially setting their sights on the 10,000 Insects Pavilion in Gu City. The 10,000 Insects Pavilion, the largest insect trading venue in Gu City, was also the most likely place to sell spirit-devouring insect eggs. Upon the arrival of the insect valley and Xianyuan family members at the 10,000 Insects Pavilion. The shopkeeper was behind the counter, wearing a broad smile as he attended to customers. However, his smile froze upon seeing the Insect Valley and Xianyuan family members. "Yu, what is this?" The shopkeeper's voice trembled. The old woman from the Insect Valley regarded him coldly and stated, "I have heard that your 10,000 Insects Pavilion has sold a spirit-devouring insect, e.g.g. Is this true?" The shopkeeper's face paled instantly as he stammered. "How could this be? Spirit-devouring insect eggs are contraband. Our 10,000 Insects Pavilion would never have such items." With a cold laugh, the old woman waved her hand, commanding, "Search!" Several disciples from the Insect Valley rushed into the 10,000 Insects Pavilion, conducting a thorough search. Moments later, a disciple emerged from the secret chamber, holding a dozen black jade boxes. "Elder, we found them." The disciple presented the jade boxes to the old woman. Upon opening the boxes, the old woman's expression darkened. Inside lay the spirit-devouring insect eggs. She fixed a cold gaze on the shopkeeper, demanding, "What do you have to say for yourself?" The shopkeeper collapsed to the ground. Despair etched on his face. I just wanted to earn some spirit stones. I had no idea it would cause such a huge mess." With a cold snort, the old woman waved her hand again. "Ordering kill?" Cries of anguish echoed as the shopkeeper and his staff fell into a pool of blood. After the bloodbath at the 10,000 Insects Pavilion, members of the Insect Valley and Xianyuan family swiftly initiated a manhunt for Lin Xiaofan. Through the transaction records of the 10,000 Insects Pavilion, they quickly identified Lin Xiaofan's identity and whereabouts. It really is him. The middle-aged man from the Xianyuan family stated coldly, "He must die." The old woman of the Insect Valley's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiaofan, he had become the #1 target of the Insect Valley and the Xianyuan family. He stood on the edge of the Insect Valley, his gaze icy as he stared ahead. The spirit-devouring insect monarch has been successfully cultivated. "Soon, you will reap what you have sown," Lin Xiaofan murmured softly to himself, standing at the precipice of the Insect Valley. His gaze sharp and piercing as he surveyed the horizon. In his grasp, the spirit-devouring insect emperor lay quietly, adorned with intricate golden patterns that exuded an aura of majesty. It was time to put an end to this calamity. Lin Xiaofan whispered, and then established a connection with the spirit-devouring insect emperor through his divine sense. "Spirit-devouring insect emperor, heed my command," Lin Xiaofan intoned with authority, and in an instant his spiritual energy surged forth. The spirit-devouring insect emperor trembled violently, emitting a piercing shriek. In that moment, an invisible wave radiated from the emperor, swiftly spreading throughout the divine farmer immortal nation and the southern barbarian immortal nation. The spirit-devouring insects, as if responding to a summons, abruptly ceased their voracious consumption of spiritual flora and turned to soar towards the Insect Valley. The cultivators of the divine farmer immortal nation, who had been in a state of utter disarray due to the rampant insects, suddenly found themselves relieved as they witnessed the insects retreating. "The spirit-devouring insects are leaving on their own?" One cultivator exclaimed in astonishment. "Wonderful! Our spiritual fields are finally safe." Another cultivator shouted with elation. "What is happening? Why are all the spirit-devouring insects returning to the Insect Valley?" An elder from the Spiritual Flora Pavilion inquired. Perplexed, could there be some unforeseen event occurring within the Insect Valley? Another elder speculated. Meanwhile, in the core region of the Insect Valley, Lin Xiaofan observed the unfolding scene with a cold demeanor. Countless spirit-devouring insects surged forth like a tidal wave, voraciously consuming every vestige of spiritual flora within the valley. The once verdant Insect Valley was instantaneously transformed into a desolate wasteland. Spirit-devouring insect emperor continued to issue orders. "Let them devour every last spiritual plant within a radius of 10,000 miles." Lin Xiaofan commanded coldly. The spirit-devouring insect emperor responded with a sharp screech, and in an instant, the insect's consumption accelerated once more. The spiritual plants within the valley vanished at a visible rate, with even the low-tier spiritual herbs failing to escape their fate. The cultivators of the southern barbarian immortal nation quickly discovered that countless spirit-devouring insects were wreaking havoc in their own spiritual fields. devouring the precious spiritual herbs and flora they had painstakingly cultivated. They rushed to the insect valley, and upon witnessing the scene before them, they were left utterly dumbfounded. What is going on? How could all the spiritual plants in the insect valley have been consumed? One cultivator cried out. The spirit-devouring insects must have been responsible. Another cultivator exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. Isn't the insect valley the origin of the spirit-devouring insects? Why is this happening? An elder queried, bewildered. Soon, news of the calamity spread throughout the southern barbarian immortal nation. Countless cultivators surged towards the insect valley, demanding an explanation. Where are the people of the insect valley? Come forth and provide an account. Our spiritual fields have been devastated by the spirit-devouring insects, and you must take responsibility. Return our spiritual plants. Return our spiritual elixirs. The disciples of the insect valley were paralyzed with fear by this sudden upheaval. Retreating into their abodes and daring not to show themselves, 15 minutes later, the elderly woman controlling the spirit-devouring insect emperor received news from her sect and hurried back to the insect valley. Her face was etched with anxiety, a foreboding sense gnawing at her heart. However, upon stepping into the insect valley, the scene that greeted her plunged her into despair. The once lush valley was now a barren wasteland. The spiritual plants in the fields had been all but devoured, with not even a low-tier spiritual herb remaining. The air was thick with the distinct, fetid odor of the spirit-devouring insects, and the ground was swarming with them as they ravenously consumed the last remnants of spiritual flora. How was this possible? The elderly woman's voice trembled, disbelief filling her eyes. She stumbled to her abode, only to find that the spiritual plants outside had also been stripped bare. Even the few high-tier spiritual herbs she had painstakingly nurtured had not escaped their fate. It's over. It's all over, she wailed, her body going limp as she collapsed to the ground. The disciples of the insect valley quickly rushed to carry her into the safety of their dwelling. Yet the crisis in the insect valley was far from resolved. The cultivators of the southern barbarian immortal nation had gathered outside the valley, their angry voices echoing. People of the insect valley, come out. Give us an explanation. The spirit-devouring insects have destroyed our spiritual fields, and you must be held accountable. Return our spiritual plants. Return our spiritual elixirs. The valley's master, Wu Jian, stood within the dwelling, his expression dark and foreboding. He knew that if action were not taken swiftly, the insect valley could very well be obliterated by the wrath of the cultivators. Master, what should we do? A disciple asked, his voice quaking. Wu Jian remained silent for a moment, then coldly declared, Bring Elder Wu Ming to me. Moments later, the unconscious Wu Ming was brought before the valley master. Wu Jian regarded her with a glimmer of coldness in his eyes before gesturing. Take her outside and execute her publicly. What? The disciples were instantly taken aback. Master, wouldn't this be too much? One disciple hesitated to say that Wu Jian cast a chilling glare at him, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. This is the only way. If we do not quell the anger of the cultivators, the insect valley will cease to exist. Shortly thereafter, Wu Jian emerged from the insect valley, leading the elderly woman outside. The cultivators fell silent upon seeing Wu Jian, for the dignity of a god transformation period cultivator was not to be trifled with, though their fury remained unabated. Ladies and gentlemen, the calamity of the spirit-devouring insects is indeed a failure on the part of my insect valley. Wu Jian proclaimed loudly. The true culprit behind all this is her. He pointed at the bound Wu Ming. Wu Ming, now conscious, turned pale upon hearing the valley master's words and stammered, Master, I only acted for the sake of the insect valley. Silence, Wu Jian interrupted her sternly. Your greed and foolishness have already brought ruin upon the insect valley. Today my insect valley shall offer your life as an apology to everyone. With that, he gestured for the disciples to take action. Several disciples stepped forward and pinned Wu Ming to the ground. Her face was filled with despair, yet she was powerless to resist. No, please. Wu Ming's voice was weak, but it fell on deaf ears. Wu Jian coldly regarded her before ordering, Proceed with the execution. With a dull thud, Wu Ming's head rolled upon the ground, blood staining the earth. The cultivators fell silent, taken aback by the valley master's decisiveness in dealing with his own disciple. As Wu Jian observed the simmering anger of the assembled cultivators somewhat subdued, he continued, "Furthermore, my insect valley shall expel the Xianyuan family. From this day forth, the Xianyuan family is forbidden from stepping foot into the southern barbarian immortal nation." He signaled for his disciples to bring forth the members of the Xianyuan family. Several disciples of the Xianyuan family were dragged out, their faces stricken with terror. "Master Wu Jian, are you truly going to do this?" One of them stammered. Wu Jian coldly regarded them, replying dismissively, "Your collusion with the Insect Valley has plunged the southern barbarian immortal nation into calamity. Today my Insect Valley severs all ties with you." He gestured for his disciples to expel the Xianyuan family from the southern barbarian immortal nation. The cultivators cheered in approval at this display. Finally, Wu Jian produced an ancient talisman and proclaimed, "To utterly quell this disaster, I will employ the secret technique of the Insect Valley to self-detonate all spirit-devouring insects." He raised the talisman high and recited an obscure incantation. As the incantation resonated, the talisman erupted in a radiant glow, enveloping the entire Insect Valley. A low, resonant hum filled the air. Subsequently, countless spirit-devouring insects swelled violently before finally bursting with a resounding bang. Moments later, the spirit-devouring insects within the Insect Valley were entirely eradicated, leaving only a faint, unpleasant odor lingering in the air. The cultivators breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the calamity had finally come to an end. "The Valley Master is wise," one cultivator called out. "Thank you, Valley Master, for delivering us justice." Another chimed in. Wu Jian smiled slightly, cupping his hands in gratitude. "Esteemed guests, this calamity is indeed a failure on my Insect Valley's part, and I sincerely apologize from this day forth. The Insect Valley will devote itself to restoring the cultivation of spiritual plants, ensuring the supply of spiritual elixirs." The cultivators nodded in agreement, fully aware that the master of the Insect Valley had made the utmost concession. Allowing the tempest to finally subside, in the distance, Lin Xiaofan stood atop a mountain peak, coldly observing the proceedings, a recording crystal clutched in his hand, capturing every moment. He understood that although the master of the Insect Valley had quelled the anger of the cultivators, the root cause of this calamity remained unresolved. Positioned at the border of the Shinnong Immortal Kingdom, Lin Xiaofan held a translucent recording crystal that documented the public execution of the old woman by the master of the Insect Valley, the expulsion of the Xianyuan family, and the self-detonation of the soul-eating worms. These recordings would serve as irrefutable evidence to expose the nefarious schemes of the Xianyuan family. "Xianyuan family, your doom is nigh." Lin Xiaofan murmured to himself, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. That he swiftly utilized his movement technique and sped toward the direction of the Spirit Herb Association. Along the way, scenes from the Insect Valley replayed in his mind. He knew that the recording crystal in his possession was sufficient to bring utter disgrace to the Xianyuan family. Within the headquarters of the Spirit Herb Association, Lu Qingyun was engaged in a strategy discussion with several elders. Although the calamity of the soul-eating worms had temporarily subsided, the supply of spiritual herbs in the Shinnong Immortal Kingdom remained tense, and the emotions of the cultivators were still unstable. "President, Lin Xiaofan has returned." A disciple rushed into the hall, calling out excitedly. Hearing this, Lu Qingyun immediately perked up and said, "Quickly, let him in." Moments later, Lin Xiaofan entered the grand hall, his face bearing a hint of fatigue, yet his gaze remained resolute. "Xiaofan, you have finally returned." Lu Qingyun stepped forward and patted Lin Xiaofan's shoulder, asking, "What is the situation?" Lin Xiaofan nodded, retrieving the recording crystal from his storage pouch, and solemnly declared, "President, I have uncovered the truth behind the calamity of the soul-eating worms. The true mastermind behind it all is the Xianyuan family." After speaking, he handed the recording crystal to Lu Qingyun. Lu Qingyun accepted the crystal, infusing it with spiritual energy, and immediately the images within the crystal materialized in the air before them. The visuals displayed the master of the Insect Valley executing the old woman publicly and announcing the expulsion of the Xianyuan family. Subsequently, the master utilized a secret technique to trigger the self-detonation of all the soul-eating worms, thereby quelling the disaster. "Is this true?" an elder exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Xiaofan nodded affirmatively, stating, absolutely true. The Xianyuan family colluded with the insect valley to unleash the soul-eating worms, attempting to profit handsomely by controlling the supply of spiritual herbs. Their conspiracy has been thoroughly exposed. Upon finishing the viewing, Lu Qingyun's expression darkened ominously. Taking a deep breath, he said gravely, Xiaofan, you have done remarkably well. It is thanks to you that we are not still in the dark. Lin Xiaofan smiled faintly and replied, it was my duty. However, the power of the Xianyuan family remains formidable. We must act swiftly, lest they retaliate. Lu Qingyun nodded, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. You are correct. We shall make this recording crystal public, so that every cultivator in the Shinnong Immortal Kingdom knows the true nature of the Xianyuan family. That afternoon, a multitude of cultivators gathered in the plaza of the Spirit Herb Association. Lu Qingyun stood upon a platform, holding the recording crystal aloft, and proclaimed loudly, esteemed cultivators, while the calamity of the soul-eating worms has been quelled, the true masterminds behind this disaster continue to roam freely. Today, we shall unveil the truth. Upon finishing, he raised the recording crystal high, channeling spiritual energy into it. The images within the crystal immediately manifested in the air, vividly displayed for all to witness. The Xianyuan family? A cultivator gasped in shock. They actually colluded with the insect valley to unleash the soul-eating worms. Another cultivator shouted in fury. And oh wonder the prices of spiritual herbs have skyrocketed. It turns out they were manipulating things behind the scenes. The cultivator's anger was ignited in an instant, and they began to chant demands for the downfall of the Xianyuan family. Xianyuan family, get out of the Shinnong Immortal Kingdom. Return our spiritual herbs. Return our elixirs. The Xianyuan family must be severely punished. Seeing the cultivators stirred to fervor, Lu Qingyun raised his voice once more, declaring, esteemed cultivators, the conspiracy of the Xianyuan family has been exposed from today forth. The Spirit Herb Association will join forces with the Alchemy Association to thoroughly investigate the crimes of the Xianyuan family. Anyone colluding with the Xianyuan family shall face severe punishment. The cultivators responded with applause, fully aware that the end of the Xianyuan family was imminent. Meanwhile, within the secret chamber of the Xianyuan family, several key figures were watching the events unfold in the plaza through a water mirror. It's over, utterly over, a middle-aged man slumped in his chair, his face etched with despair. Soon after, the cultivators from the Alchemy Association and the Spirit Herb Association surged into the Xianyuan family estate. Their faces filled with anger and determination to expose the family's crimes. However, as they stepped into the estate, a formidable pressure suddenly descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire residence in an instant. Boom! An invisible force sent the foremost cultivators crashing to the ground. Who goes there? Lu Qingyun's expression changed as he shouted sternly. Humph! Mere ants dare to act so brazenly in my Xianyuan family's domain. A voice, ancient and authoritative, echoed from deep within the estate. Shortly thereafter, an elder clad in golden robes slowly emerged. His visage was gaunt, yet his gaze was sharp as a blade, exuding an oppressive aura that left others breathless. The refining void stage, it is Xianyuan Tian. An elder from the Spirit Herb Association gasped in horror. Xianyuan Tian, the ancestor of the Xianyuan family, had been in seclusion for many years, rumored to have broken through to the refining void stage. Yet for some unknown reason, he had not ascended to the spirit realm. His appearance instantly sent a chill through the hearts of the gathered cultivators. Xianyuan Tian, you have finally chosen to show yourself. Lu Qingyun suppressed his fear and coldly declared, your Xianyuan family colluded with the insect valley to unleash the soul-eating worms, plunging the Shinnong Immortal Kingdom into calamity. Today, we demand justice. Xianyuan Tian chuckled coldly, dismissively responding, justice? You insignificant ants dare to speak of justice. With that, he waved his hand, releasing a powerful wave of spiritual energy that swept through the crowd. Lu Qingyun and several elders from the Spirit Herb Association hastily channeled their energy to withstand the force. Yet they were still pushed back several steps. The might of the refining void stage was indeed terrifying. Lu Qingyun's heart quaked in astonishment. Xianyuan Tian regarded them with a chilling gaze, his tone dripping with unquestionable authority. "This matter ends here. Should you dare pursue further, I shall not hesitate to personally annihilate your so-called great powers." His voice resonated like thunder in their ears, causing their hearts to tremble. You are threatening us." An elder from the Spirit Herb Association stammered. Xinyuan Tian sneered, replying, "Threatening? I am merely stating the truth. If you do not believe me, feel free to test it." With that, he turned and retreated into the depths of the estate, leaving the cultivators in stunned silence, their faces a mixture of fear and helplessness. Within the grand hall of the Spirit Herb Association, Lin Xiaofan listened intently to Lu Qingyun's account, a grave expression etched upon his face. Waves of turmoil surged within him as he realized the existence of such hidden secrets on the Shenong continent. The Guardians, Lin Xiaofan whispered, the term resonating with a complex glimmer in his eyes. Lu Qingyun nodded, a trace of helplessness in his tone. "Indeed, the Guardians. They have forsaken the opportunity to ascend to the spirit realm, choosing instead to remain on the Shenong continent to safeguard their own power. Xinyuan Tian is one of them. Although his strength is at the initial stage of refining void, he has cultivated for thousands of years at this level, rendering his power unfathomable." Lin Xiaofan fell silent for a moment before asking, "Is there truly no way to contend with them? The refining void stage may be powerful, but they are not invincible, are they?" Lu Qingyun let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. "The might of the refining void stage has surpassed our imagination. Unless a similarly powerful being intervenes, it is impossible to shake them. Furthermore, the Guardians share an unspoken understanding. They would not easily act against each other's factions to avoid igniting a war." Lin Xiaofan furrowed his brow, rapidly contemplating a strategy that he understood that if Xinyuan Tian could not be dealt with, the threat posed by the Xinyuan family would never be entirely eradicated. Is there truly no other recourse? Lin Xiaofan inquired quietly. Lu Qingyun pondered for a moment before replying, "There is actually one other method." "What method?" A glimmer of light flickered in Lin Xiaofan's eyes. Lu Qingyun lowered his voice and spoke slowly. "According to legend, there exists a hidden realm on the Shenong continent, known as the Tiansu.it, is said to be the remnants left behind by ancient powerhouses and is rumored to conceal opportunities for ascension to immortality. Should someone manage to enter the Tianshu and uncover its secrets, they may have a chance to break through to the void refinement stage, or even ascend to a higher realm." Tianshu. Lin Xiaofan echoed the name softly, a spark of interest igniting in his gaze. Lu Qingyun nodded and continued, "However, the Tianshu is exceedingly perilous. Even powerful cultivators at the void refinement stage dare not tread lightly within its confines. Moreover, the entrance to the Tianshu only opens once every millennium, with the next opening set to occur in 3 years. Upon hearing this, a resolute glint flashed in Lin Xiaofan's eyes. 3 years will suffice. Lu Qingyun glanced at him, concern lacing his tone. "Xiaofan, are you truly intent on venturing into the Tianshu? It is a place where survival is far from guaranteed." Lin Xiaofan smiled faintly and replied calmly, "President, I have no other recourse. The existence of Xinyuan Tian looms over us like a mountain. If we do not confront him, the Spirit Plant Association and the Alchemy Association will never find true peace." Lu Qingyun fell silent for a moment before he heaved a sigh. "Very well. Since you have made up your mind, I shall not stand in your way. However, you must exercise utmost caution. The dangers within the Tianshu far exceed your imagination." Lin Xiaofan nodded, his gaze unwavering. "Rest assured, I shall prepare thoroughly." News of the imminent opening of the Tianshu swept across the Shenong continent like a tempest. The guardians of various factions awoke from their slumber, dedicating themselves to nurturing their top disciples with fervor. They understood that the Tianshu harbored opportunities for ascension to immortality, accessible only to those at the golden core and nascent soul stages. If their descendants could obtain fortuitous encounters within the Tianshu, not only would their factions rise in stature, but could also pave the way for the guardians themselves to advance beyond the void refinement stage, perhaps even achieving immortality. In the training chamber of the Xinyuan family, Xinyuan Nong sat cross-legged on a mat, surrounded by a dense aura of spiritual energy. He had reached the late nascent soul stage. standing just a step away from perfection. Yet this step felt like an insurmountable chasm, hindering his advancement. Noma, the Tianshu is about to open. You must break through to the nascent soul perfection as soon as possible. A voice, ancient and commanding, resonated within the chamber. Xinyuan Nong opened his eyes and gazed at the elders standing at the door. Xinyuan Tian, the guardian of a Xinyuan family. Ancestor, I have exerted all my efforts. Yet the bottleneck of nascent soul perfection remains elusive. Xinyuan Nong replied with a bitter smile. Xinyuan Tian snorted coldly, waved his hand, and a crystal-clear pill flew before Xinyuan Nong. This is the 5th grade breaking pill, which can assist you in overcoming your bottleneck. Consume it, and within 3 years, you must achieve nascent soul perfection, Xinyuan Tian declared sternly. Xinyuan Nong accepted the pill, a flicker of joy illuminating his eyes. And he promptly nodded. Thank you, ancestor. I will not fail your expectations. In the tumultuous sea of the Chaos Star Sea, the headquarters of the Sea Shark Gang stood majestically upon the stormy coastline, where waves crashed against the rocks with a deafening roar. Yet, the atmosphere within the palace was exceedingly solemn. Olai stood at the center of the grand hall, clad in gleaming silver armor and wielding a massive battle axe. Radiating an aura of ferocity, he had attained the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, just a step away from the nascent soul stage. However, at this moment, he exuded an unusual reverence, his gaze fixed intently upon the figure standing upon the high platform. It was a woman adorned in a silver robe, her beauty breathtaking, her demeanor regal, emanating a pressure that instilled trepidation. Twin translucent dragon horns adorned her forehead. She was Lai's mother, Qian, a formidable member of the dragon clan descended from the spirit realm. Liar, the Tianshu is on the verge of opening. This is your sole opportunity. Qian's voice was cool yet authoritative, imbued with a hint of maternal affection. Lai nodded, responding earnestly. Rest assured, Mother, I will strive with all my might to seek the opportunity for ascension and will not disappoint your expectations. Qian smiled gently, raising her hand to reveal a storage ring that appeared in her palm. She presented the ring to Lai, stating calmly, within lies an array of treasures and spiritual fruits I procured from the spirit realm, sufficient to ensure your invincibility within the Tianshu. Remember, while the opportunities within the Tianshu are vital, your life is paramount. If the situation becomes dire, withdraw immediately. Do not be reckless. Lai accepted the ring, his consciousness sweeping over it, and he was instantly astounded. The ring brimmed with an assortment of rare treasures and spiritual fruits, each radiating a rich aura of spiritual energy, clearly top-tier items from the spirit realm. Thank you, Mother, Lai expressed respectfully, a spark of excitement lighting his eyes. Qin nodded, continuing, this journey to the Tianshu not only pertains to your future, but also to the honor of our dragon clan. Should you secure an opportunity for ascension within the Tianshu, our clan will welcome you back to the spirit realm as a key focus of cultivation at that time. Your prospects will be limitless. Upon hearing this, Lai's eyes shimmered with fervent ambition that he understood that this was a chance for him to soar to great heights, one he could not afford to miss. Rest assured, Mother, I will give my all to seize the opportunity for ascension. Lai declared with unwavering determination. Qian smiled softly, gently patting Lai's shoulder, her tone imbued with tenderness. Liar, you are my pride, that I believe you will not let me down in the ensuing 6 months. Lin Xiaofan devoted nearly all his time to cultivation and the nurturing of spiritual plants. By day, he meticulously tended to various high-grade spiritual plants in the Spirit Plant Association-S fields. While at night, he diligently practiced in his secluded chamber, steadily enhancing his cultivation in the Spirit Plant Association-S fields. Lin Xiaofan knelt beside a 6th-grade spiritual herb, carefully channeling spiritual energy into it. This herb, the celestial stargrass, had been brought back from the assessment secret realm, and under his meticulous care, it had grown its 3rd leaf, radiating a rich starlight. In just a few days, the celestial stargrass would reach full maturity. Lin Xiaofan felt a surge of joy as he prepared to rise, but suddenly sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy within his body. Furrowing his brows, he swiftly seated himself and activated his cultivation technique, attuning himself to the flow of energy within. Moments later, a smile of delight appeared on his face. At last, I have achieved full foundation establishment, Lin Xiaofan murmured to himself, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He knew that achieving foundation establishment was merely the beginning. The real challenge lay ahead in breaking through to the golden core stage. Returning to his chamber, Lin Xiaofan retrieved the prepared spiritual herbs and alchemical furnace from the spatial field. He intended to refine a batch of 4th-grade golden core pill, the crucial elixir for breaking through to the golden core stage. System, please assess the quality of these spiritual herbs, he mentally commanded. Detected 4th-grade spiritual herbs, celestial stargrass, crimson flame flower, dragon blood vine, golden core fruit. Quality, superior. Lin Xiaofan nodded, placing the herbs into the furnace and commencing the refinement of the golden core pill. His technique was deft, and he controlled the spiritual energy with precision as the herbs gradually melted, coalescing into a rich spiritual liquid. Congeal, Lin Xiaofan shouted, forming seals with his hands as the liquid swiftly solidified, ultimately transforming into a crystal-clear pill. The surface of the pill was adorned with intricate patterns, pulsating with waves of rich spiritual energy. The 4th-grade golden core pill, quality, perfect, imbued with patterns. Lin Xiaofan gazed at the golden core pill in his hand, a flicker of joy illuminating his expression, that he understood that this pill was sufficient to propel him into the golden core stage. Seated on his mat, he placed the golden core pill into his mouth. Upon ingestion, it dissolved instantly, transforming into a surge of potent spiritual energy that rushed into his limbs and bones. Lin Xiaofan activated his cultivation technique, guiding the energy to circulate within his body. His aura steadily escalated, the spiritual energy within him growing increasingly dense, eventually coalescing into a golden core within his dantian. The golden core is formed, Lin Xiaofan murmured, excitement flashing in his eyes. He felt the surging spiritual energy within him. Emboldened with newfound confidence, he knew he had stepped into the golden core stage, drawing ever closer to the journey to the Tianxiu. Within the headquarters of the Spirit Plant Association, Lu Qingyun was engaged in discussions with several elders regarding strategies. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura emanating from Lin Xiaofan's chamber. This is the aura of the golden core stage. A flicker of joy crossed Lu Qingyun's eyes as he promptly rose and made his way toward Lin Xiaofan's chamber. Upon pushing open the door, he found Lin Xiaofan seated on the mat. Enveloped in a dense aura of spiritual energy, his breath stabilized at the initial stage of the golden core. Xiaofan, you have broken through. Lu Qingyun exclaimed with delight. Lin Xiaofan opened his eyes and smiled faintly, saying, President, I have successfully broken through to the early stage of the golden core. Lu Qingyun nodded, his eyes brimming with admiration. Excellent, excellent, Xiaofan, you have truly exceeded my expectations. Now, we must prepare for the journey to the Tianxiu. Lin Xiaofan nodded, his gaze resolute as he declared, Rest assured, President, I will give my all to seize the opportunity for immortality. As the day of the Tianxiu's opening drew near, the atmosphere across the Shinnong continent grew increasingly tense. Various powerful factions began to unveil their long-hidden prodigious talents, these young geniuses emerging like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, swiftly becoming the focus of the entire continent. Most of them had attained the pinnacle of the golden core or the completion of the nascent soul, adorned with numerous treasures and possessing esoteric techniques, all capable of engaging in battles beyond their realm. Many elder cultivators, even some renowned powerhouses, found themselves relegated to mere stepping stones, defeated or slain by these young prodigies. Amidst the fervent debates among cultivators across the Shinnong continent regarding who would emerge as the strongest of the younger generation, the Tianji Pavilion of the Chaos Star Sea made a stunning announcement at this moment of great anticipation, revealing two exceptionally significant rankings: the Tianlong list for nascent soul cultivators and the Qianlong list for golden core cultivators. The news spread like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples throughout the cultivation world. The Tianlong list showcased the top-tier nascent soul powerhouses, with Shinnong Fu from the royal family of the Shinnong Immortal Kingdom claiming the apex with his unfathomable strength. Nurtured by numerous treasures and top-tier techniques from a young age, his mastery over the natural forces had reached an astonishing level, enabling him to summon the power of mountains and rivers with a mere gesture. The enigmatic Wu Ling from the Insect Valley ranked second, surrounded by countless mysterious insect spirits, capable of both offense and defense, while also sensing the slightest fluctuations of spiritual energy in the world, making him nearly impossible to guard against. Meanwhile, Xianyuan, known from the Xianyuan clan, firmly secured a spot among the top 3 with his profound cultivation at the completion of the nascent soul. The Xianyuan clan, with its ancient lineage and deep heritage, had nurtured Xianyuan, known from a young age, to master the 9 Suns Spirit Fire, ranked 62nd on the Heavenly Fire list, and he had perfected the clan's unique fire control technique, claiming he could incinerate all things in existence. Turning to the Qianlong list, although all were golden core cultivators, their potential and strength were equally formidable. A Lai from the Sea Shark gang, endowed with a unique bloodline power, seized the top position. His mysterious origins revealed a lineage tied to the Dragon Clan, and during battle, a ghostly blue aura enveloped him, augmenting his strength manifold and rendering his strikes fierce and domineering. The Celestial Lotus Fairy from the Xinglan sect ranked second, her ethereal swordplay and transcendent grace captivating all. Under the influence of the stellar energies in the Xinglan sect, her sword techniques incorporated the mysteries of the stars, each strike seemingly adorned with twinkling starlight, breathtaking yet concealing a lethal threat. However, Lin Xiaofan did not see his name on either list, despite possessing a legendary record of repelling nascent soul experts during his foundation establishment stage. His current cultivation at the early Golden Core level placed him outside the top 100 on the Qianlong list. As the day of the Tianshu's opening approached, the atmosphere across the Shinnong continent grew ever more tense. The prodigious talents of various factions began to shine, their cultivation advancing at a remarkable pace. Some even resorted to consuming large quantities of pills to forcibly elevate their realms, all in a bid to secure a place during the Tianshu expedition. Yet, Lin Xiaofan chose a different path. In the secluded training chamber of the Spiritual Plant Association in Shinnong City, Lin Xiaofan sat cross-legged on a mat, enveloped by a dense aura of spiritual energy. His cultivation had reached the early stage of the Golden Core, though he still had some distance to cover before reaching the mid-stage. However, he did not rush to consume pills for immediate advancement. Instead, he opted to solidify and refine his cultivation. The journey to the Tianshu was fraught with peril. While cultivation was undoubtedly important, a shaky foundation would ultimately prove to be a castle in the air. Lin Xiaofan murmured to himself, a glint of calmness flashing in his eyes. He understood that while forcibly boosting his cultivation might yield immense power in the short term, it could destabilize his foundation and adversely affect his future cultivation path. Therefore, he chose to proceed steadily, meticulously refining every ounce of spiritual energy until it became exceptionally solid. In the spiritual fields of the Spiritual Plant Association, Lin Xiaofan skillfully manipulated a 5th-grade spiritual plant, the spirit-devouring vine, accurately capturing a spirit-devouring mouse that was stealthily consuming spiritual herbs 1,000 meters away, draining it of life until it was reduced to jerky. My ability to control spiritual plants is indeed a significant advantage. Lin Xiaofan murmured to himself, a flicker of confidence shining in his eyes that he knew that within the Tianshu, dangers lurked at every corner, and relying solely on cultivation and treasures would not suffice. His unique skill in manipulating spiritual plants could prove invaluable, whether for offense, defense, or support. Subsequently, Lin Xiaofan accessed the system interface and began exchanging for various special seeds of spiritual plants to aid in combat. Successful exchanges yielded seeds for the 5th-grade spiritual plant, Thunderfire Vine, the 5th-grade spiritual plant, Illusory Flower, the 5th-grade spiritual plant, Spirit Devouring Vine, and the 5th-grade spiritual plant, Diamond Vine. Lin Xiaofan gazed at the seeds in his hand, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. Each of these seeds possessed unique abilities, sufficient to equip him for various unforeseen circumstances within the Tianshu. The Thunderfire Vine could counter the spirit-devouring insect. The Illusory Flower could create illusions. The spirit-devouring vine could absorb an opponent's spiritual energy and the diamond vine offered formidable defensive capabilities against the attacks of God transformation stage cultivators. Lin Xiaofan murmured to himself, a detailed plan already forming in his mind. Within the grand hall of the Spiritual Plant Association's headquarters, Lu Qingyun approached Lin Xiaofan, a hint of concern in his tone. Xiaofan, the day of the Tianqu's opening draws ever closer. Are you truly not considering consuming pills to forcibly elevate your cultivation? Lin Xiaofan smiled slightly, replying calmly, President, rest assured, I am fully prepared. While cultivation is indeed important, a shaky foundation ultimately leads to a castle in the air. Lu Qingyun nodded, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Excellent, Xiaofan, you have not disappointed me. Now, we must prepare for the journey to the Tianqiu. 2 years later, a solemn voice resonated through the sky, proclaiming, the time of the millennium has come. The secret realm of the Tianqiu is now open. This voice, akin to a resounding bell, reached the ears of every cultivator across the Shinnon continent. At that moment, the skies above the Tianqiu forest became tumultuous, as a massive spatial rift gradually tore through the heavens, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. Countless factions sprang into action, dispatching their finest elite seeds to the secret realm. In the sky, flying boats, spiritual beasts, and trails of light intertwined, as young geniuses from various sects, clans, and rogue cultivator alliances gathered, each brimming with ambition and a fervent desire for opportunity. However, just as the entrance to the secret realm was on the verge of stabilizing, several powerful auras suddenly descended. A few God transformation stage cultivators hovered in midair, their expressions stern, clearly unwilling to adhere to the rules of the secret realm, which permitted only cultivators under 100 years of age to enter. One of the God transformation stage cultivators snorted coldly and raised his hand towards the entrance, attempting to force his way in. However, the moment he made contact with the entrance, a dazzling golden light erupted, transforming into countless restriction runes that instantly enveloped him. Before the God transformation stage cultivator could even let out a scream, he was obliterated by the restraining force, leaving not a trace behind. This scene stunned all present, yet a few golden core and nascent soul cultivators over 100 years old still harbored hopes of sneaking into the secret realm amidst the chaos. However, the restrictions of the secret realm seemed to possess intelligence, effortlessly seeing through their disguises. With flashes of golden light, these cultivators met a similar fate, ruthlessly dispatched, their forms dissipating into a cloud of blood mist in the air. After a brief interval, it was finally the turn of the Spiritual Plant Association members to participate in the Tianqiu trial to enter the secret realm. Lin Xiaofan nodded towards Lu Qingyun behind him, then soared directly into the spatial rift, suspended in midair. Lin Xiaofan felt a blur before his eyes as his body was enveloped by an invisible force. In the next moment, he found himself on an immense platform. The platform was vast and boundless, surrounded by swirling clouds. As if he were standing on the very clouds, he surveyed his surroundings and discovered the platform teeming with cultivators, each exuding a profound aura. All at the golden core stage, numbering in the thousands. Is this the first trial of the Tianqiu secret realm? Lin Xiaofan pondered quietly, sensing the tension and anticipation radiating from the surrounding cultivators. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, and waited patiently for the unfolding events. Before long, a dazzling beam of light erupted from the center of the platform, soaring into the sky. Immediately thereafter, a solemn and ancient voice echoed throughout the secret realm, as if resonating from the heavens. The assessment of bone structure and aptitude has commenced. Challengers, please enter the light beam. As the voice faded, the cultivators on the platform sprang into action, rushing towards the beam in a fervent frenzy. Lin Xiaofan refrained from hastening his steps, choosing instead to carefully observe the situation around him. He noted that those who entered the beam emanated a faint glow before being teleported away. Others were enveloped by a golden light and vanished from sight. Gradually, the number of cultivators on the platform began to dwindle rapidly. Those who were sent away evidently failed to meet the secret realm's stringent requirements for bone structure and aptitude. A realization struck Lin Xiaofan, compelling him to act without delay as he stepped forward towards the beam. The moment he entered, a warm energy enveloped his entire being, as if countless eyes were scrutinizing every inch of his flesh and meridians. Subsequently, he felt the 5 elemental roots within him tremble slightly, as a peculiar force surged from his dantian, resonating with the energy of the beam. 5 elemental roots, innate Tao body, qualified. The authoritative voice resounded once more, tinged with a hint of approval. In the next instant, Lin Xiaofan perceived a flash before him, his body enveloped by a gentle force, and he instantaneously vanished from his original position. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on a larger platform. The number of individuals here was noticeably reduced, yet each cultivator exuded an extraordinary aura, clearly the talented few who had passed the first round of assessments. Outside the Tianshu secret realm, the leading powers of the Xinnon continent had already staked their claims, closely observing the trials within through the enormous water mirror suspended in the sky. The mirror displayed the scenes within the secret realm with crystal clarity, particularly highlighting the prodigious cultivators who had successfully passed the first round of evaluations, becoming the focal point of attention. The results of the first round had been unveiled among the hundreds of thousands of participants. An astonishing 90% had been eliminated, leaving just over 10,000 to advance to the next round. Such a daunting elimination rate elicited gasps of astonishment from the high-ranking officials of the various factions present, affirming the rumored brutality and severity of the Tianshu secret realm. Within the water mirror, a particularly striking figure caught the eye, a robust young man radiating a fierce aura, none other than Ao Lai of the Shark Gang. With his formidable bloodline of the dragon, he effortlessly passed the Golden Core period trial. Before the water mirror, Ao Lai's mother, Princess Ao Qian of the Dragon Clan, stood at the forefront of the Shark Gang, gazing at her son in the mirror, a slight smile gracing her lips, as if it were only natural. The bloodline of my dragon clan is not something ordinary cultivators can compare with, Ao Qian remarked, her tone laced with pride. The surrounding disciples of the Shark Gang echoed her sentiments, their faces alight with pride. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the Xinglan sect, the performance of the celestial fairy Qing Lian was equally remarkable. With her exceptional innate spirit root, she breezed through the first round of assessments in the water mirror. Her ethereal figure exuded an otherworldly grace, reminiscent of a celestial being untouched by the mortal realm. The sect leader of Xinglan gazed at Qing Lian in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction, his eyes filled with pride. Qing Lian has indeed lived up to expectations. Her innate spirit root will undoubtedly allow her to stand out in this secret realm, he murmured, brimming with hope for the prodigious talent of his sect. In the camp of the Spirit Plant Association, the atmosphere was equally fervent. Lin Xiaofan, with his astounding innate Tao body, successfully navigated the first round of assessments, becoming a source of pride for the association. Although his presence in the water mirror lacked the imposing aura of Ao Lai or the ethereal grace of Qing Lian, his calm demeanor and resolute gaze evoked a sense of admiration. The president of the Spirit Plant Association, Lu Qingyun, regarded Lin Xiaofan's image in the mirror with great delight. A broad smile adorning his face, he turned to the elders beside him and remarked, "This child, Xiaofan, has certainly not disappointed me. His innate Tao body will allow him to venture further within the secret realm. Perhaps, this time, we shall indeed uncover opportunities that belong to the Spirit Plant Association within the Tianshu secret realm." The disciples of the Spirit Plant Association, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of excitement. Lin Xiaofan's success was not only a personal triumph, but also a point of pride for the entire association. Within the Tianshu secret realm, the authoritative voice resonated once more. All challengers, the second round of assessments is about to commence. Please enter the central light beam of the platform. As Lin Xiaofan stepped into the central beam of the second platform, the scenery before him abruptly transformed as he found himself immersed in an unfamiliar world, surrounded by a dense primordial forest, the air thick with the scent of damp earth, and distant roars of wild beasts echoing. To his astonishment, he realized that his spiritual energy had completely vanished, rendering him incapable of even mobilizing his consciousness, as though he had become an utterly ordinary person. Is this an illusion test? Lin Xiaofan's heart raced as he quickly grasped the purpose of the secret realm. Simultaneously, All cultivators entering the second round faced the same predicament. They were scattered throughout the ancient forest, stripped of their powers, reduced to mere mortals. Their task was to survive for 3 years in this perilous environment. Lin Xiaofan inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain calm. He understood that this trial was not merely a test of survival skills, but also a crucible for one's character, wisdom, and willpower. Devoid of his powers, he would need to rely on his intellect and determination to navigate this treacherous world. He began to meticulously observe his surroundings. The forest was dense with towering trees. The ground blanketed in thick layers of fallen leaves, and the air was suffused with a decaying scent. Lin Xiaofan recognized that in such an environment, wild beasts and venomous creatures posed the greatest threat. He needed to quickly locate a safe refuge while securing food and a water source. Just then, a low growl echoed from the distance. Lin Xiaofan's heart tightened, and he swiftly concealed himself behind a large tree. Holding his breath, moments later, a massive saber-toothed tiger emerged from the thicket, its sharp fangs glinting ominously in the sunlight. Lin Xiaofan remained utterly silent, not daring to make a sound. Only after the tiger had departed did he exhale in relief. It seems this world is even more perilous than I imagined, Lin Xiaofan thought to himself. He continued to explore forward and soon discovered a small stream. The water was crystal clear, and Lin Xiaofan knelt to scoop some up with his hands, savoring the sweet water that invigorated him. Subsequently, he found some wild fruits and edible plants by the stream. Barely managing to satiate his hunger, as night fell. Lin Xiaofan located a cave. He arranged some branches and leaves to fashion a makeshift shelter. Lying inside the cave, he gazed up at the starry sky, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. How shall I endure these 3 years of trials in this perilous world? He murmured softly, standing at the forest's edge. He contemplated the dense thicket before him, already forming a clear plan in his mind, that he understood that in this world devoid of his powers, to survive for 3 years, he must establish a stable and sustainable source of food. For him, his greatest strength lay in cultivation. Since he could not rely on spiritual energy, he would resort to the most primal methods, clearing farmland and planting crops. Lin Xiaofan murmured softly to himself, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes, that he ventured into the forest, meticulously searching for suitable seeds to cultivate. Though fraught with peril, the forest was also rich in resources, drawing upon the knowledge he had acquired over many years at the Spirit Plant Association. He soon discovered a variety of wild grains and vegetable seeds. Carefully, he gathered these seeds and placed them into a rudimentary bag woven from leaves. Subsequently, Lin Xiaofan found a level area near a water source and began to till the land using a stone axe and a wooden hoe. Despite the simplicity of his tools, his tenacity and adept skills transformed several acres of wasteland into well-ordered farmland that he sowed the collected seeds and utilized the stream for irrigation. Day after day, Lin Xiaofan toiled diligently in the fields that he attentively observed the growth of his crops, weeding and fertilizing them in a timely manner, even crafting simple pest deterrents from natural materials found in the forest. Months later, his fields flourished with bounteous crops. The golden grains and verdant vegetables filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment. With these harvests, he no longer had to fear hunger, standing amidst the fields. Lin Xiaofan gazed at the scene of abundance, a contented smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, the other cultivators participating in the trial each chose distinct paths for survival. Li from the sea shark gang, endowed with the formidable physique granted by his dragon lineage, opted for the most straightforward means of survival. Hunting beasts, armed with a self-made stone spear, he ventured deep into the forest alone, engaging in fierce battles with ferocious creatures. Each hunt was a life-and-death struggle, yet Li, with his extraordinary strength and courage, invariably returned with substantial spoils. His campsite was piled high with the pelts and jerky of wild beasts. Securing his means of survival, Qing Lian, the fairy of the Starwave sect, chose to fashion weapons from wood to hunt ferocious beasts. She wielded these rudimentary arms in the forest, securing food through her efforts. Although this method was perilous, her calm demeanor and sharp judgment allowed her to establish a foothold within the wilderness. Xinyuan Nong, hailing from the Xinyuan family, took a similar approach to Lin Xiaofan, but placed greater emphasis on efficiency. Utilizing his extensive research on toxins, he concocted a poison capable of swiftly killing wild beasts that he applied this toxin to his self-made traps, successfully ensnaring a multitude of creatures. His campsite became a grim repository of beast carcasses, serving as his capital for survival. Meanwhile, Wu Ling from Insect Valley opted to cultivate insects as a food source. He discovered a concealed cave within the forest and, taking advantage of its damp environment, raised a considerable number of insects. Although these creatures appeared unappealing, they were rich in protein, becoming his primary sustenance. Wu Ling even utilized the toxins from the insects to craft rudimentary weapons for defense against beast attacks. Outside the Tinshu forest, Lu Qingyun, the president of the Spirit Plant Association, stood before a water mirror, intently observing the trial unfolding within the secret realm. Upon witnessing that the three trial participants from the Spirit Plant Association, Lin Xiaofan, Li Qingzhu, and Wang Dashan, had all chosen to cultivate for sustenance, he could not help but burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent! Excellent!" Lu Qingyun exclaimed thrice, his face radiating with pride and satisfaction, in terms of combat prowess. The Spirit Plant Association might not be the strongest, but in terms of survival capability, they were undoubtedly unparalleled. The path of cultivation through planting is the true foundation of survival. The disciples of the Spirit Plant Association beamed with pride at his words, fully aware that the president spoke the truth. While the cultivators of the Spirit Plant Association might not excel in combat, their understanding and utilization of plants were unmatched by other factions. In this realm devoid of cultivation, planting was undoubtedly the most reliable and enduring means of survival. In the water mirror, Lin Xiaofan's fields were beginning to take shape, the golden grains shimmering in the sunlight. Li Qingzhu had cultivated terraced fields on a hillside, planting a variety of vegetables and herbs, and Wang Dashan had transformed a clearing in the forest into an orchard. Though their camps were humble, they brimmed with vitality and hope. In stark contrast, the trial participants from other factions found themselves ensnared in various crises. From the fourth day onward, the water mirror began to showcase the elimination of participants. Some met their demise torn apart by beasts while hunting. Others fell victim to poison berries during foraging, collapsing in agony. And still others succumbed to the bites of venomous insects, their wounds festering until they perished. Even more lamentable were those who, unable to find sufficient food, starved to death in the forest. Outside the water mirror, the leaders of various factions watched with grim expressions as their disciples faced elimination. Filled with helplessness and anxiety, they had initially believed that, given their disciples' talents and strength, they would at least endure for a time within the illusion. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to their expectations. In this world stripped of cultivation, talent and strength could not guarantee survival. Only wisdom and perseverance were the keys to enduring. Lu Qingyun reflected deeply upon the scenes unfolding in the water mirror. He turned to the elders beside him and remarked, "This illusion trial, though seemingly simple, is fraught with peril. It tests not only the survival abilities of the participants, but also their character and intellect. The disciples of our Spirit Plant Association have chosen the path of planting precisely because they understand that survival is not a fleeting display of strength, but a long-term commitment." The elders nodded in agreement. One elder chuckled. "The president is correct. Lin Xiaofan has always been steady and pragmatic from a young age, understanding the importance of preparation. Qingzhu and Wang Dashan are also meticulous individuals. Their choice to cultivate stems from their realization that only a stable food source can ensure their long-term survival in this world." Lu Qingyun smiled faintly, his gaze returning to Lin Xiaofan in the water mirror. He saw Lin Xiaofan crouched in the fields, diligently inspecting the growth of his crops, his face alight with focus and seriousness. The swell of pride surged within Lu Qingyun. "Lin Xiaofan, I hope you won't let me down," he whispered, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Within the Tianshu illusion, time passed quietly, and before long, the harshness of winter descended. Thick snowflakes cascaded down, blanketing the primordial forest in a world of silver. The howling cold winds sent temperatures plummeting, and the beasts of the forest grew increasingly ferocious due to food scarcity, making survival for many trial participants even more challenging. Those who had not stored enough food in the early days began to be eliminated one after another. They either succumbed to weakness from hunger, collapsing in the snow, or ventured out in search of food, only to fall prey to beast attacks. Outside the water mirror, the leaders of various factions watched the scenes of their disciples' elimination with grave expressions, their hearts heavy with helplessness and anxiety. Yet, amidst this frigid landscape, Lin Xiaofan remained unscathed. He sheltered in a meticulously crafted cave, relishing the ample food he had stored in advance. Inside the cave, a roaring fire dispelled the chill of the outside world. The corners were filled with dried grains, cured meats, and preserved wild fruits, more than enough to sustain him throughout the winter. Seated by the fire, Lin Xiaofan held a steaming bowl of vegetable soup, gently blowing on it before taking a sip. Warmth radiating from his stomach throughout his body, he gazed out at the swirling snow and silently rejoiced in his foresight. Thank goodness I prepared so much food in advance. Otherwise, this winter would be quite unbearable, Lin Xiaofan murmured, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps reached his ears, accompanied by a weak plea. Is anyone there? Please, help me. Lin Xiaofan furrowed his brow. Placing his bowl down and swiftly moving to the cave entrance, there stood a ragged old man, trembling in the snow, his pale face resembling that of a ghost, clearly on the verge of freezing. The old man leaned on a wooden stick, his steps unsteady, as if he might collapse at any moment. Without hesitation, Lin Xiaofan rushed forward to support the old man and usher him into the cave. He helped the old man remove his soaked outer garments, using dry grass and animal hides to wipe his body, then settled him by the fire before bringing him a bowl of hot soup. Elder, please drink some hot soup to warm yourself. Lin Xiaofan gently extended the bowl to the elderly man, his tone warm and inviting. The elder trembled as he accepted the bowl, cautiously sipping a mouthful. Gratitude immediately illuminating his countenance, he lifted his gaze to Lin Xiaofan, his eyes brimming with complex emotions. Young man, I thank you. Were it not for your kindness, I fear my old life would have succumbed to this tempest of snow. The elder murmured, his voice hoarse and frail. Lin Xiaofan smiled softly, waving his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formality. Elder, in this world, encountering one another is a matter of fate. Please, rest for a while. We shall converse once you have warmed your body. The elder nodded, falling silent as he quietly drank the warm soup. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaofan sat nearby, tending to the fire, occasionally adding dry twigs to keep the flames alive. After a spell, the elder's complexion gradually regained its color, and his spirit brightened considerably. He set down the bowl with a long sigh, saying, Young man, your kindness and foresight are indeed rare qualities. I have wandered this world for many years and have witnessed countless souls resorting to unscrupulous means for survival. Those willing to lend a helping hand, like yourself, have become few and far between. Lin Xiaofan offered a slight smile, replying, Elder, you flatter me. I simply believe that in this world, humanity ought to assist one another rather than engage in mutual destruction. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of approval flickered in the elder's eyes. He pondered for a moment before suddenly producing an ancient jade pendant from his robes and presenting it to Lin Xiaofan. Young man, I bestow this jade pendant upon you as a token of my appreciation, the elder stated. Lin Xiaofan quickly shook his head in refusal. Elder, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. However, the elder insisted, pressing the pendant into Lin Xiaofan's hand with a resolute tone. Accept it. This pendant may prove beneficial to you. Additionally, I have a request. Recognizing the elder's unwavering stance, Lin Xiaofan reluctantly accepted the pendant and inquired, Elder, what is your request? The elder smiled gently and replied, I wish to stay here for a while until the storm subsides. Would you be willing to shelter me? Without hesitation, Lin Xiaofan nodded, saying, Of course. You are welcome to stay. I have ample provisions to sustain us both through this winter. The elder's face broke into a smile of contentment. He leaned against the fire and slowly closed his eyes, seemingly drifting into slumber. Lin Xiaofan gazed at the jade pendant in his hand, a vague sense stirring within him that the elder's appearance was perhaps not mere coincidence. He carefully tucked the pendant away and resumed tending the fire. But his heart brimmed with anticipation. After the heavy snowfall, The climate in the Tianshu illusion gradually warmed. The snow in the forest began to melt, and life stirred anew. Lin Xiaofan and the enigmatic elder spent the entire winter together in the cave. Although the elder spoke little, he occasionally imparted survival skills to Lin Xiaofan and even shared ancient knowledge about plants and nature. Lin Xiaofan benefited immensely, his heart filled with gratitude towards the elder. However, as spring approached, the elder abruptly expressed his desire to depart, standing outside the cave with his back to Lin Xiaofan. His voice calm, yet imbued with profound meaning. He said, "Young man, our fates have run their course. The path ahead is for you to traverse alone. Remember, true strength lies not merely in overcoming external adversities, but in conquering the self within." Lin Xiaofan felt a pang of reluctance, yet understanding that the elder was no ordinary man. He refrained from probing further, solemnly nodding and saying, "Thank you for your guidance. I shall carry it in my heart." The elder smiled faintly, turned, and waved his hand, his figure gradually fading into the depths of the forest. Lin Xiaofan remained rooted in place, gazing in the direction of the elder's departure, sensing that this old man might hold a mysterious connection to the Tianshu secret realm. 3 years of trials swiftly passed. And through his own wisdom and perseverance, Lin Xiaofan successfully navigated this brutal test. When the authoritative voice resounded once more, Lin Xiaofan felt a blur before him, his body enveloped by a force that instantaneously transported him out of the illusion. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself standing upon a colossal arena, surrounded by swirling mists as though suspended in the clouds. He surveyed his surroundings and realized that the arena was filled with fellow challengers who had survived the second round of assessments. Numbering less than 1,000, among them, over 600 were in the nascent soul stage and more than 300 in the golden core stage. Each face bore signs of exhaustion, yet their eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve. At that moment, a figure suddenly materialized on the arena. Lin Xiaofan focused intently, his heart jolting as he recognized that this person bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Not only Lin Xiaofan, but other challengers also gasped in astonishment. Each contender found a mirror image of themselves standing on their respective platforms, as if they were gazing into their own reflections. The authoritative voice echoed, once more, throughout the secret realm, resonating in everyone's ears. The third assessment is to conquer oneself. Only by vanquishing the deepest fears and weaknesses within can one pass this trial. The challenge begins. As the words faded, the mirror images on the arena sprang into action. They possessed not only identical cultivation levels and techniques, but also mirrored combat styles and thought processes. This trial was not merely a test of strength, but an arduous trial of character. Lin Xiaofan observed the mirror image before him, fully aware that this battle would be more challenging than any prior test to defeat oneself. "Very well. Let it commence," Lin Xiaofan murmured, then charged towards his reflection without hesitation. The arena erupted into chaos as the battle commenced. The nascent soul cultivators clashed with great fervor, their spiritual energy radiating outward, while the golden core cultivators engaged their mirror images with agility and skill. Each individual exerted their utmost effort, striving to conquer the opponent who knew them best. Standing in the arena, Lin Xiaofan's gaze was fixed intently upon his mirror image. The opponent not only resembled him, but mirrored his techniques in manipulating spiritual plants and combat style. With every strike Lin Xiaofan made, the mirror image effortlessly anticipated and countered his every move. Whether it was the fiery tendrils of the thunderfire vine or the constricting grasp of the thorny vine, the opponent could instantaneously conjure identical spiritual plants, engaging in fierce exchanges. This stalemate could not continue. Lin Xiaofan thought, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He understood that if this impasse persisted, his spiritual energy would inevitably be depleted. While the mirror image showed no signs of fatigue, at that moment, a glimmer of determination sparked in Lin Xiaofan's eyes. He swiftly retrieved several seeds of the devouring spirit vine from his robes, stealthily scattering them across the ground around him. The devouring spirit vine was an exceedingly rare spiritual plant capable of consuming an enemy's spiritual energy and converting it into nourishment for itself. However, its growth required time, and once activated, it would indiscriminately attack all entities within its range that possess spiritual energy, including the caster. Therefore, Lin Xiaofan had to proceed with caution. After sowing the seeds, he intentionally exposed a flaw in his defense, allowing a slight opening. The mirror image seized this opportunity, commanding the thunderfire vine to strike. The searing flames, intertwined with the power of thunder, struck Lin Xiaofan's chest. Puffed, he coughed up blood, his body propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Enduring the excruciating pain, he feigned helplessness while intently observing the movements of the mirror image. Seeing Lin Xiaofan down, the mirror image wasted no time in pursuing him. Stepping into the range of the devouring spirit vine seeds, in that fleeting moment, Lin Xiaofan suddenly raised his hand, shouting, "Devouring spirit vine, arise!" The seeds on the ground erupted from the soil, countless dark tendrils spiraling forth like venomous serpents, rapidly ensnaring the mirror image. The tendrils of the devouring spirit vine, studded with minute barbs, pierced the mirror image's skin, voraciously siphoning its spiritual energy. The mirror image, clearly unprepared for this turn of events, struggled to break free. Yet, the entanglement of the devouring spirit vine tightened, its spiritual energy swiftly drained, causing its movements to slow. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiaofan rose from the ground, wiping the blood from his lips, and coldly regarded his opponent. "You are me, but you will never be me." Lin Xiaofan spoke softly, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. The devouring vine consumed at an astonishing speed. In mere moments, the spiritual energy of the mirror man was drained, its body gradually turning transparent, ultimately dissolving into countless specks of light that vanished into the air. Lin Xiaofan exhaled a long sigh, his body swaying slightly as he nearly stumbled. He glanced down at the wound on his chest, offering a bitter smile and shaking his head. Although he had successfully defeated the mirror man, he had certainly paid a considerable price himself. At that moment, a commanding voice resounded once more. "Trial taker Lin Xiaofan, you have passed the third level of the assessment." Upon hearing this, a heavy weight finally lifted from Lin Xiaofan's heart. He slowly sat down, retrieving a healing elixir from his robe and consuming it, beginning to regulate his breath for recovery. He understood that the trials ahead would only grow more arduous, yet he had steeled himself for what lay ahead. Conquering oneself is indeed the most challenging trial, Lin Xiaofan murmured to himself, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes. On the arena, the celestial maiden of Qinglian from the Xinglan sect stood resplendent in white, her long sword shimmering with a faint starlight. Opposite her stood the mirror man, a perfect replica of herself. Their battle had raged for over 100 exchanges, sword lights intertwining as the power of the stars surged violently across the arena. Beads of sweat formed on the celestial maiden's forehead, her breath turning rapid. Her spiritual energy was nearly depleted, while the mirror man continued to attack with relentless vigor, seemingly tireless. With each strike, the opponent anticipated her movements with uncanny precision, countering her with the same techniques. The celestial maiden understood that if this continued, defeat was inevitable. Is it truly impossible for me to overcome myself? A flicker of unwillingness passed through her mind, but it was quickly suppressed. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain her composure, just as her spiritual energy was about to be exhausted. A flash of insight illuminated her mind. She recalled countless nights spent gazing at the starry sky during her training of the Xinglan sect, absorbing the essence of stellar power. Those stars, seemingly distant and cold, contained boundless vitality and strength. The power of the stars is not merely destructive. It is also a force of rebirth, the celestial maiden murmured, a realization dawning in her eyes. Suddenly, she halted her assault. Standing still with her eyes closed, her sword quivered slightly, the starlight upon it growing ever more brilliant. In that moment, her aura transformed into an unparalleled tranquility, as though she melded with the universe itself. Seeing this, the mirror man wasted no time in launching an attack, the sword light streaking toward her heart like a meteor. However, just as the blade was about to strike, the celestial maiden abruptly opened her eyes. "Star sword intent, arise," she cried, her sword slicing through the air with ferocity. A radiant beam of sword light ascended skyward, as if it were cleaving through the very fabric of the heavens. Within that light lay the infinite power of the stars, embodying both destruction and the promise of new beginnings. This strike was not just an assault on the Mirror Man, but also a breakthrough of the Celestial Maiden's inner self. The sword light shattered the Mirror Man's attack in an instant. Its form was enveloped by the radiant light, gradually turning transparent before finally disintegrating into motes of starlight that dispersed into the air. The Celestial Maiden stood firm, her sword trembling in her grasp as the starlight upon it dimmed. Her spiritual energy was entirely expended, yet her eyes sparkled with joy and relief. It turns out that conquering oneself is not merely a contest of strength. It is a transcendence of the mind. She mused softly, her lips curving into a gentle smile. That moment, the authoritative voice echoed again. Trial taker, Qinglian Celestial Maiden, you have passed the third level of the assessment. The Celestial Maiden sighed deeply. Slowly sitting down to recuperate, she realized that not only had she defeated the Mirror Man in this battle, but she had also surpassed her own limits and comprehended the Star Sword intent. This would bear immense significance for her future path of cultivation. Outside the Tianshu forest, numerous sects and factions congratulated Xing'e Daoist, the master of the Xinglan sect, upon witnessing the Celestial Maiden's success in the third trial. The Xing'e Daoist, taken aback, hurriedly returned their congratulations, though a slight smile could not be concealed from his lips. That on another arena, Lai of the Shark Gang stood with his muscles taut, a wild gleam in his eyes as he faced the Mirror Man. An identical reflection of himself. Their battle had persisted for quite some time, fists and feet colliding, spiritual energy surging as the entire arena trembled under their might. Lai's breath grew labored, veins bulging on his forehead. Though his dragon bloodline was formidable, the Mirror Man possessed the same strength and skill as he did. Each of Lai's attacks was met with a mirrored counter, even anticipating his movements. A sense of frustration welled up within Lai. He knew that if this continued, he might very well be overwhelmed. Damn it! Am I truly incapable of overcoming myself? He growled through clenched teeth. A flicker of defiance in his eyes at that moment. He suddenly recalled the dragon blood fruit his mother, Ao Qian, had given him before he entered the secret realm. That it was a fruit imbued with potent dragon bloodline energy, capable of significantly enhancing his abilities in a short time. Originally, he intended to save it for a dire moment, and it was clear that this was that moment. I'll give it my all. Lai declared fiercely, pulling the dragon blood fruit from his robe and swallowing it whole. The fruit dissolved instantly, a surge of scorching energy flooding into his limbs. Lai's body trembled as a layer of faint dragon scales emerged on his skin, his eyes transforming into slitted pupils, radiating an intimidating light. In that instant, his aura surged dramatically, the power of his dragon lineage fully awakened. Roar! Lai let out a deep dragon cry, launching himself toward the Mirror Man. His speed increased manifold, his fist charged with wild spiritual energy, aimed directly at the opponent's chest. Though the Mirror Man reacted swiftly, attempting to counter with equal force, it appeared sluggish in the face of Lai's unleashed dragon bloodline. Their fists collided with a thunderous roar. Boom! The Mirror Man was knocked back several steps, its form slightly wavering. Without granting his opponent a moment's respite, Lai surged forward again, launching a relentless barrage of strikes. Each blow was infused with the ferocity of the dragon bloodline, as though he intended to tear the entire arena apart. The Mirror Man, despite its efforts to resist, gradually faltered under Lai's fierce onslaught. Ultimately, Lai delivered a powerful punch to its chest, sending it soaring through the air. The Mirror Man's body gradually turned transparent, eventually dissipating into motes of light that vanished into the atmosphere. Lai stood there, panting heavily as the dragon scale patterns on his body began to fade. Though his spiritual energy was severely drained, his eyes sparkled with the thrill of victory. Humph! It was nothing more than this. Lai smirked, a hint of pride coloring his tone. That moment, the authoritative voice resonated once more. Trial taker Lai, you have passed the third level of the assessment. Upon hearing this, Aoi burst into hearty laughter before collapsing onto the ground to recuperate. Outside the Tinshu forest, two elders of the dragon clan hurriedly approached Ao Qian, fawningly congratulating her. "Congratulations, Princess Wugong! Young Master Aoi's current performance is already on par with those of the Dragon Clan's young masters. Achieving immortality is within reach." A smile finally broke through Ao Qian's previously icy demeanor as she nodded, stating, "Indeed, my son is no ordinary person." Xian Yuan's Xian Nong stood upon the arena, his demeanor grave, hands forming intricate seals, while the scorching essence of heavenly and earthly spirit fire enveloped him. Opposite him was the enigmatic mirror image, an identical reflection of himself. Their fierce combat had endured for over 100 exchanges. Spirit flames intertwining, infernos raging, casting an oppressive heat across the entire platform. Xian Nong's robe had been reduced to tatters by the relentless spirit fire, his skin marred by the marks of burns. His breath grew labored, fine beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Despite his unparalleled mastery of fire control, the mirror image mirrored his every technique and strength. With each clash of flames, the adversary retaliated with equal prowess. Even anticipating his movements, that a sense of impotence began to swell within Xian Nong, that he realized that should this stalemate continue, he might soon be overwhelmed. "Could it be that I am truly incapable of conquering myself?" he murmured, a flicker of defiance igniting in his eyes. Just then, a memory surged in his mind. The elixir bestowed upon him by his ancestor, Xian Yuan Tian, before he entered the secret realm, IT, was a potion capable of temporarily augmenting combat prowess through the sacrifice of his essence blood. Though the side effects were severe, it could unleash powers far beyond his current realm for a brief period. Xian Nong had intended to reserve it for a dire moment, and now it was evidently that moment. "I shall risk it all." A resolute gleam flashed in Xian Nong's eyes as he swiftly retrieved the elixir from his bosom and swallowed it whole. The potion dissolved upon contact, a wave of searing energy flooding through his limbs and bones. His body jolted as a faint crimson glow emerged upon his skin. His eyes turned to fiery RED. In that instant, his aura surged, spirit energy rippling like a tempest across the arena. The mirror image seemed to sense Xian Nong's transformation, swiftly commanding the spirit fire to surge forth, flames coiling like a dragon, aimed at his chest. However, Xian Nong's speed had multiplied, enabling him to effortlessly evade the attack and counter with an even fiercer burst of spirit fire. Boom! The two torrents of flames collided violently in midair, unleashing a deafening roar. Bolstered by the essence blood, Xian Nong's fire was imbued with extraordinary might, swiftly suppressing the mirror image's flames. Although the mirror image fought valiantly, it gradually faltered under Xian Nong's relentless onslaught. Ultimately, a fierce strike of spirit fire struck the adversary's chest, sending it hurtling away. The mirror image began to fade, its form becoming translucent before dissipating into motes of light in the air. Xian Nong stood firm, panting heavily, as the crimson glow around him gradually subsided. His face was as pale as parchment, the repercussions of burning his essence blood becoming evident. Yet his eyes sparkled with the joy of triumph. "At last, I have won," he whispered, his tone laced with fatigue and relief. Just then, an authoritative voice echoed once more. "Tester Xian Nong, you have successfully passed the third trial." Upon hearing this, Xian Nong exhaled deeply. Gradually settling to the ground to recuperate, he understood that in this battle he had not only vanquished the mirror image, but had also transcended his own limits. Though the cost of burning his essence blood was steep, he bore no regrets. Outside the Tinshu forest, Xian Yuan Tian watched through a water mirror, witnessing Xian Nong's success in the third round of trials, and couldn't help but chuckle heartily. "Nonger, splendid work." In the arena, the witch spirit of the insect valley stood with a stern expression, surrounded by a myriad of spirit insects. Opposite her was another mirror image, a perfect replica. Their battle had persisted for numerous exchanges. Spirit insects swirling, toxic mists pervading, the entire arena engulfed in a sinister atmosphere. Though the witch spirit commanded a multitude of spirit insects, the mirror image possessed identical insect control techniques. Each encounter of insects saw the adversary countering with equal precision. Even predicting her maneuvers, the sense of irritation began to rise within the witch spirit. She realized that if this stalemate continued, she too might succumb. "This cannot persist," she murmured, a chill flickering in her gaze. At that moment, she recalled the special spirit powder she had carried with her. It was a concoction she had meticulously developed over the years, capable of temporarily amplifying her insects' combat capabilities at the cost of their vitality. Though this would severely deplete the insect's essence, even risking their lives, she could no longer afford to hesitate. "I have no choice but to gamble." A determined light shone in the witch spirit's eyes as she swiftly produced the spirit powder and cast it into the air. The powder danced in the wind, settling upon her controlled insects. Instantly, their bodies swelled, emanating a frenzied aura, their eyes turning crimson. Their speed and attacking power surged dramatically, transforming them into ruthless machines of slaughter. The mirror image appeared to sense the witch spirit's transformation, hastily commanding its insects to launch an assault, toxic mist surging towards her like a tidal wave. However, bolstered by the spirit powder, the witch spirit's insects exceeded their former strength. Swiftly overpowering the mirror image's forces, boom, the two swarms of insects clashed violently, producing a cacophony of piercing shrieks. The witch spirit's insects, fueled by the powder, savagely tore into the mirror image's forces, the toxic mist gradually eroding the opponent's defenses. Although the mirror image fought fiercely, it could not withstand the witch spirit's unrelenting barrage. Ultimately, a decisive strike from her insect shattered the adversary's chest, sending it flying. The mirror image became increasingly translucent before dissolving into specks of light in the air. The witch spirit remained rooted, gasping for breath, her swarm gradually regaining tranquility. Her complexion was somewhat pallid, evidently drained by the exertion of controlling the insects. Yet her eyes shimmered with the joy of victory. "At last, I have triumphed," she murmured, her voice tinged with fatigue and relief. Just then, the authoritative voice resonated once more. "Tester witch spirit, you have successfully passed the third trial." Upon hearing this, she exhaled deeply, slowly sitting down to recuperate. She understood that in this battle, she had not only defeated the mirror image, but had also surpassed her own limits, though depleting her insect's vitality exacted a heavy toll. She had no regrets. Meanwhile, on other platforms, other testers gradually succeeded in their trials. Yet many found themselves embroiled in fierce struggles, some even being bested by their own mirror images, ultimately being transported out of the secret realm. As the third trial concluded, the number of testers, originally less than 1,000, dwindled to fewer than 100 who successfully passed. Within the Tinshu secret realm, the authoritative voice resounded once more. "Congratulations to the testers who have passed the third trial. Next, you shall enter the core region of the Tinshu secret realm to embrace the ultimate opportunities and challenges." Deep within the Tinshu secret realm, a grand plaza emerged before them. The surroundings were shrouded in mist. As if they had ascended to the heavens, at the center of the plaza stood 10 towering statues, each 100 feet high, emanating an ancient and majestic aura. According to legend, these 10 statues represented 10 supreme beings of the celestial immortal realm, who had once descended upon the Shinnon continent, uniting to subdue a fearsome infernal demon and saving countless lives. Lin Xiaofan and the other testers who had passed the third trial were transported to the plaza. Gazing in awe at the 10 statues, their hearts filled with reverence. Each statue appeared lifelike, as though they could spring to life at any moment. The visages of the statues were varied, some stern, some benevolent, some austere, each radiating a unique aura that inspired a W.A.S. The crowd marveled. The authoritative voice echoed once more across the plaza. "Testers, welcome to the core region of the Tianshu secret realm. This is the land of the 10 celestial immortal legacies. The 10 statues before you represent the legacies of these 10 celestials. Before each statue lies 100 cushions. You may choose to receive the legacy of one celestial by sitting upon the cushion. If fate permits, the legacy will automatically be triggered." As the sound fell, the challengers in the square sprang into action, carefully examining the 10 statues before them. Beneath each statue lay a brief inscription, detailing the life and legacy of the celestial beings they represented. Lin Xiaofan approached one statue and gazed upward. This statue depicted a benevolent elder, holding a vine in his hand, with a lush forest beneath his feet. The inscription read, Qingmu, Celestial, adept in the art of spiritual flora, suppressing the fiery demons with the power of plants. His legacy, brimming with boundless vitality, at a stirring in Lin Xiaofan's heart, prompted him to feel a profound connection with the Qingmu, Celestial's legacy. Just as he was about to sit, he suddenly noticed a nearby statue that depicted a middle-aged man, wielding a long sword with a stern gaze. The inscription below proclaimed, Xingqian Celestial, master of the star sword technique, subduing fiery demons with the might of the stars, his legacy infused with endless brilliance. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Xiaofan ultimately resolved to choose the Qingmu, Celestial's legacy. He walked to the mat before the statue of the Qingmu, Celestial, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and focused his mind. Meanwhile, the other challengers also made their choices. Olai from the Sea Shark Gang opted for a statue of Celestial wielding a long spear, exuding an aura of might that clearly resonated with his dragon bloodline. Qing Lian, the fairy of the Xinglan sect, chose a statue of a Celestial holding a jade flute, embodying an ethereal quality that harmonized with her star sword intent. Xin Yuan, known from the Xin Yuan clan, selected a statue of a Celestial enveloped in flames, radiating an imposing presence that aligned with his earthly spirit fire. And Wu Ling from the Insect Valley chose a statue of a Celestial clad in insect armor, emanating an air of mystery that matched her insect control techniques. Once everyone was seated, an unexpected silence enveloped the square. Moments later, the 10 statues began to emit a soft glow, as if responding to the challengers' choices. Lin Xiaofan felt a warm energy rising from the mat, gradually flowing into his being. Suddenly, vivid images filled his mind, as if he were witnessing the Qingmu, Celestial, subduing the fiery demons with the power of flora. In those visions, the Qingmu, Celestial, waved his hand, and countless spiritual plants surged forth from the earth, transforming into a dense forest that ensnared the fiery demons. Is this the legacy of the Qingmu, Celestial? Lin Xiaofan mused, sensing subtle changes in the spiritual energy within him. That moment, a gasp rippled through the square. Lin Xiaofan opened his eyes to see several challengers being flung from their mats by an unseen force, evidently deemed unworthy of their chosen legacy. In contrast, those who successfully triggered their legacies were enveloped in radiant light, appearing to enter a state of profound enlightenment. Lin Xiaofan closed his eyes once more, intent on fully absorbing the legacy of the Qingmu, Celestial. As he sat before the statue, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and his body trembled slightly, though endowed with an innate Dao body and exceptional talent. The power of the Qingmu, Celestial's legacy, was overwhelmingly formidable. That vast ocean of energy relentlessly battered against his meridians and consciousness, as if seeking to utterly crush him. The other challengers who had chosen the Qingmu, Celestial's legacy, had long since succumbed to the oppressive force, being transported out of the Tianshu secret realm. Only Lin Xiaofan remained, struggling to endure. I cannot give up. He gritted his teeth, repeatedly urging himself onward. However, his consciousness began to blur, and the spiritual energy within him was nearly depleted. Just as he teetered on the brink of collapse, a sudden warmth pulsed from his bosom. That jade pendant, Lin Xiaofan thought, recalling the ancient pendant gifted to him by the mysterious elder. In the next moment, the pendant burst forth as a beam of green light, soaring from Lin Xiaofan's embrace and piercing into his brow. Instantly, a refreshing sensation washed over his mind, stabilizing his nearly shattered consciousness. The terrifying legacy power, too, softened considerably under the influence of the green light. The elder aiding me. Lin Xiaofan was taken aback, but quickly regained his focus, dedicating himself to receiving the legacy. The green light merged with him. His consciousness was flooded with countless esoteric symbols and images. These symbols constituted the Qingmu, Celestial's cultivation techniques, while the images chronicled the Celestial's life and secrets of spiritual plant cultivation. The Qingmu Celestial's legacy was indeed profound and expansive. Lin Xiaofan was awestruck, feeling his consciousness and meridians being continuously transformed and fortified by this power. Time flowed by, and Lin Xiaofan's form gradually became shrouded in a faint green light. His aura steadily ascended, as if melding with the surrounding heavens and earth. Finally, when the last vestige of legacy power integrated into his being, he slowly opened his eyes and a deep green light flickered within, embodying boundless vitality. "I have succeeded," Lin Xiaofan murmured softly, a smile of relief gracing his features. In that moment, the authoritative voice resonated in his mind once more. "Challenger Lin Xiaofan, you have successfully acquired the legacy of the Qingmu, Celestial. The legacy includes the Celestial Grade, Technique Qingmu, Changshanju, the Spiritual Plant Cultivation, Manual Wanling, Xiaomu Jing, and insights from the Qingmu, Celestial's personal cultivation journey that I hope you will diligently cultivate and contribute to the advancement of humanity." Moments later, Lin Xiaofan slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power of the Qingmu, Celestial's legacy within him, his heart brimming with joy and astonishment. However, upon surveying his surroundings, he found that the other challengers had vanished, leaving only Qing Lian standing a short distance away, gazing at him with a gentle smile. Dressed in white, she possessed an ethereal grace, wielding a long sword that shimmered with starlight, clearly having successfully obtained the legacy of the Xingqian Celestial as well. Her eyes bore a hint of appreciation and depth, as if she could see through Lin Xiaofan's thoughts. Their gazes met, and they exchanged a knowing nod. They understood that acquiring a celestial legacy was a matter of great significance, capable of shaking the very foundations of the Shinnon continent. Until they possessed absolute strength, this matter must be kept secret and never divulged lightly. Lin Xiaofan approached Qing Lian and spoke softly. "Fairy Qing Lian, it seems we are the final victors." Qing Lian smiled slightly, her tone calm, yet laden with meaning. "Indeed, Lin Daoyu, your ability to acquire the legacy of the Qingmu Celestial is truly admirable. However, given the gravity of this matter, we must proceed with caution." Lin Xiaofan nodded in agreement, replying solemnly, "You speak wisely, Fairy. The Xinglan sect is but a minor force at the nascent soul stage, in the face of a celestial legacy. It could not possibly safeguard itself, and might even invite disaster upon the sect. As for my own Spirit Plant Association, it too may struggle against those top-tier forces if this matter were to leak. It would likely bring forth countless troubles." Qing Lian sighed softly, a hint of complexity flashing in her gaze. "You are right, Lin Daoyu, that I have also heard whispers of the pressure you face from the Xianyuan clan after achieving your advancement in the Alchemy Association, forcing you to relinquish your gains without compensation. Thus, we must be even more vigilant this time." Lin Xiaofan's heart tightened at her words. "Thank you for the reminder, Fairy," he said earnestly. "I will keep this matter close to my chest and will not reveal it lightly." Qing Lian nodded, her gaze reflecting approval. "You are indeed a perceptive person, Linda. In that case, let's part ways for now. Should a need arise in the future, we can contact each other discreetly." Lin Xiaofan smiled faintly, cupping his hands in respect. "Fairy, take care. Until we meet again." Qing Lian returned the gesture before turning to leave. Her figure gradually receded into the distance, ultimately vanishing into the mist. Outside the Tianshu secret realm, the guardians of various factions had been closely monitoring the trials within through water mirrors, when the mats before the 10 celestial statues disappeared, leaving only Lin Xiaofan and Qing Lian. Everyone realized that the celestial legacies had been triggered. However, upon Lin Xiaofan and Qing Lian's emergence from the secret realm, the guardians sensed no trace of celestial legacy energy emanating from them. The two chose to remain discreet, publicly claiming they had not obtained any legacy. "What? No legacy obtained?" Ao Qian of the Sea Shark Gang's expression darkened upon hearing Ao Lai's report, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. "How is this possible? That 10 celestial statues' legacy, and yet no one acquired it." The leader of the Xinglan sect furrowed his brow, clearly finding the outcome hard to believe. Xianyuan Tian, the guardian of a Xianyuan family, was in a furious rage, smashing the stone table beside him with a single palm and bellowing, "Useless! A bunch of worthless fools! You can't even secure the heavenly immortal legacy. What use are you to me?" The guardians of other factions also displayed expressions of disappointment and anger. They had initially placed great hopes on the heavenly immortal legacy, even going so far as to invest various resources in nurturing their disciples, only to end up with nothing. However, after the initial fury subsided, these early-stage void refinement guardians quickly turned their sights toward the trial takers from other factions. They suspected that the heavenly immortal legacy might have been clandestinely acquired by certain individuals who were deliberately concealing the truth. Humph. Since there are no visible inheritors, don't blame us for employing some underhanded tactics, Xinyuan Tian sneered, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Indeed, those trial takers might harbor some secrets. Ao Qian from the Haisha gang narrowed her eyes, her tone tinged with a hint of menace. Soon, the guardians of various factions began to act covertly. They dispatched personnel to keep watch on the trial takers from other factions, attempting to extract clues from them. Some factions even resorted to intimidation and seduction, seeking to coerce the trial takers into disclosing any potential legacies they might have obtained. Naturally, Lin Xiaofan and the Qinglian fairy became focal points of attention. However, the two had anticipated this development and had made preparations in advance. As soon as Lin Xiaofan left the secret realm, he promptly returned to the Lingji Association's base that he approached President Lu Qingyun and softly said, "President, the trials in the secret realm have concluded. Although I did not obtain the heavenly immortal legacy, I did gain some insights. However, the atmosphere outside is quite tense, and I fear other factions may pose a threat to me." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyun furrowed his brow and replied solemnly, "Rest assured, while the Lingji Association may not be as powerful as those top-tier factions, we are not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will." Lin Xiaofan nodded, feeling somewhat reassured that he understood that although Lu Qingyun was merely at the mid-stage of divine transformation, the Lingji Association held a certain status in the Shinnong continent, and other factions would not dare to openly confront them. Meanwhile, the Qinglian fairy also returned to the Xingluan sect's base. She found the sect leader and quietly stated, "Sect leader, the trials in the secret realm have ended. Although I did not acquire the heavenly immortal legacy, I did gain some knowledge. However, the external situation is quite precarious, and I worry that other factions may target me." The leader of the Xingluan sect, upon hearing this, revealed a flicker of coldness in his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Do not worry. Although the Xingluan sect is merely a nascent soul-level faction, we are not to be bullied that I will arrange for personnel to protect you and will not allow other factions to act against you easily." The Qinglian fairy nodded in acknowledgement. She knew that although the Xingluan sect was not as formidable as those top-tier factions with divine transformation cultivators, it possessed a certain foundation and was backed by the Alchemy Association, making it unwise for other factions to sever ties recklessly. However, despite their preparations, the external pressure continued to mount. The guardians of various factions began to frequently approach the Lingji Association and the Xingluan sect, attempting to extract clues from Lin Xiaofan and the Qinglian fairy. Some factions even dispatched early-stage void refinement experts to covertly monitor the two that a storm of hidden currents was quietly brewing. Standing within the Lingji Association's base, Lin Xiaofan gazed at the distant sky, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. He understood that although he had acquired the heavenly immortal legacy, the path ahead would be fraught with greater challenges. The dangers lurking in the shadows would become trials he must confront. Strength alone is insufficient, Lin Xiaofan murmured to himself, determination flaring in his eyes, after returning to the Lingji Association in Shinnong City. Lin Xiaofan immediately entered seclusion that he realized that although he had obtained the legacy of the Qingmu Heavenly Immortal, exposing this opportunity would inevitably attract countless troubles. Therefore, he resolved to act discreetly, focusing on his cultivation, swiftly transforming his techniques into the Qingmu longevity scripture, while also studying the skills within the Wanling Herbal Manual to enhance his abilities. In the seclusion chamber, Lin Xiaofan sat cross-legged, holding a jade slip containing the cultivation method of the Qingmu longevity scripture. Taking a deep breath, he immersed his mind into the jade slip, beginning to study it meticulously. The Qingmu longevity scripture, rooted in the power of flora, allows cultivators to harness the strength of the world's spiritual plants to nourish themselves, prolong their lives, and even attain the state of immortality. Lin Xiaofan whispered to himself, his eyes filled with astonishment. Following the method outlined in the jade slip, he began to circulate the spiritual energy within his body. The cultivation techniques he had previously practiced were gradually supplanted by the Qingmu longevity scripture, and the spiritual energy within him became increasingly pure and robust. As the technique shifted, Lin Xiaofan's aura deepened and elongated, as if merging with the surrounding world. Simultaneously, he also began to study the Wanling Herbal Manual. This tome recorded countless techniques for cultivating and nurturing spiritual plants, including rare herbal formulas. Lin Xiaofan avidly absorbed this knowledge, committing the information to memory. I never realized there was so much to cultivating spiritual plants, Lin Xiaofan remarked quietly, his eyes brimming with excitement. He began to practice the techniques from the manual in the Lingji Association's spiritual fields. Whether it was planting spiritual herbs or nurturing spiritual plants, he was hands-on, striving for excellence. As time passed, the quality of the spiritual herbs and plants he cultivated improved significantly, with some rare herbs in his care radiating renewed vitality. The disciples of the Lingji Association marveled at Lin Xiaofan's achievements, eagerly seeking his guidance, to which he generously shared his experiences. Before long, the overall strength of the Lingji Association saw a remarkable enhancement under his influence. President Lu Qingyun, witnessing Lin Xiaofan's progress, felt a deep sense of satisfaction that he approached Lin Xiaofan and said with a smile, "Xiaofan, your improvements are truly astonishing. It seems that the trials in the Tianshu secret realm have proven to be a rare opportunity for you." Lin Xiaofan smiled modestly and replied, "President, you flatter me. I merely had good fortune." Lu Qingyun shook his head, his tone imbued with a hint of profundity. Fortune is also a part of strength. However, while you are progressing rapidly, do remember to maintain a low profile. The atmosphere outside is quite tense. Other factions have their eyes on our Lingji Association, and you must not be careless. Lin Xiaofan nodded solemnly and assured, "President, rest assured, I will exercise caution." In the days that followed, Lin Xiaofan refrained from venturing out and instead dedicated himself to cultivating and nurturing spiritual plants within the Lingji Association. His strength, bolstered by the Qingmu longevity scripture, surged rapidly, soon breaking through to the mid-stage of golden core. The high-quality spiritual herbs and plants he cultivated also brought significant benefits to the Lingji Association. During Lin Xiaofan's period of seclusion, the Shinnon continent underwent tumultuous changes as a dark tide began to rise quietly. Many mid-sized sects faced mysterious assaults, resulting in their destruction and the slaughter of disciples, with no one spared. All of the obliterated sects shared a commonality. They had disciples who had entered the third round of trials in the Tianshu secret realm. In a flash, panic spread across the Shinnon continent, prompting various factions to heighten their defenses, fearful of becoming the next target. Those who had participated in the third round of trials became the focus of suspicion, with many opting to conceal their whereabouts. Some even fled their sects, retreating into the depths of the mountains and forests, afraid to show their faces. Within the Lingji Association, although Lin Xiaofan remained in seclusion, he learned from President Lu Qingyun about the external situation. Lu Qingyun, with a grave expression, informed him, "Xiaofan, the recent circumstances outside are dire. Numerous mid-sized sects have been annihilated, allegedly because their disciples had entered the third round of trials in the Tianshu secret realm. I fear that the targets of these mysterious individuals may be the heavenly immortal legacy." Lin Xiaofan's heart sank upon hearing this. He understood that even though he had been discreet, if those mysterious individuals set their sights on him, it would be difficult to escape unscathed. He asked solemnly, "President, are there any survivors from the obliterated sects? Have they provided any clues?" Lu Qingyun shook his head, sighing, "There are no survivors. These mysterious individuals are ruthless, striking with lightning speed and leaving no one alive. Now, various factions speculate that these individuals may belong to a hidden top-tier faction or even be the handiwork of those ancient void refinement experts." Lin Xiaofan furrowed his brow, a sense of unease subtly creeping into his heart. He was acutely aware that, despite having acquired the legacy of the Qingmu Celestial, should those enigmatic figures set their sights upon him, his fate would likely be sealed. He spoke softly, "President, I shall continue my seclusion and refrain from venturing outside. The defenses of the Spirit Plant Association must also be fortified. Lu Qingyan nodded, his expression grave as he replied. Rest assured, I have already arranged for personnel to strengthen the association's defenses. However, you must remain vigilant. Should you notice anything amiss, notify me immediately. Lin Xiaofan solemnly nodded and returned to his meditation chamber. Resolutely dedicating himself to his cultivation, that he understood the urgency of enhancing his strength to safeguard himself in the impending turmoil. Yet, the atmosphere outside grew increasingly tense. The activities of those mysterious individuals became more frequent, leading to the annihilation of several mid-sized factions. Across the entire Shinnong continent, fear gripped the hearts of the populace. Various factions hastily reinforced their defenses, and some even began to unite in an effort to track down the whereabouts of these elusive figures. Concurrently, Lin Xiaofan's cultivation entered a critical stage that he had successfully advanced to the third tier of the Qingmu Longevity Sutra, rendering his internal spiritual energy purer and more robust. Additionally, the techniques recorded in the Wanling herbology scripture had been mastered to perfection. In the chaotic starry sea at the headquarters of the Sea Shark Gang, Ao Qian stood at the center of the Grand Hall, grasping the lifeless body of a trial participant, her eyes filled with disappointment and fury. She had just conducted a soul search on this individual in hopes of uncovering clues regarding the celestial legacy, yet the outcome left her utterly disheartened. The memories of this trial participant contained no information pertaining to the celestial inheritance. Waste! Ao Qian scoffed coldly, swiftly snapping the neck of the trial participant and discarding the corpse to the side. Her gaze, as sharp as a blade, swept over the two elder members of the Jiaolong clan flanking the sides of the hall. Which participants of the third trial in the Starry Sea have yet to undergo soul searching? Ao Qian inquired, her tone laced with an undeniable authority. The two elders exchanged glances. One stepped forward respectfully to respond. Reporting to the princess, within the confines of the Starry Sea, aside from those we have already searched, only the celestial maiden Qinglian from the Xinglan sect remains unexamined. The Xinglan sect? Ao Qian's brow furrowed slightly. A glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes that I asked that the sect renowned for its star sword path. The other elder nodded, adding, indeed. However, while the Xinglan sect is merely a nascent soul-level faction, they maintain a close relationship with the Alchemy Association and are under its protection. If we were to act against Celestial Maiden Qinglian directly, it might incite the ire of the Alchemy Association. Upon hearing this, Ao Qian let out a cold laugh. The Alchemy Association. Humph. Merely a group of alchemists daring to obstruct my Jiaolong clan. The two elders exchanged looks of concern. One quietly advised, Princess, although the Alchemy Association lacks combat prowess, their influence on the Shinnong continent is immense. Many top-tier factions have cooperative relationships with them if we act rashly. We could invite unnecessary trouble. Ao Qian scoffed, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. Trouble. When has my Jiaolong clan ever feared trouble? However, since you both insist on caution, I recall that Xinyuan Tian, that old fellow, is one of the honorary presidents of the Alchemy Association, that he seems quite interested in this celestial inheritance. Having him personally intervene may be feasible. You two keep a close watch on the Xinglan sect. And the moment an opportunity arises, strike. Ao Feng and Ao Hua exchanged glances, promptly nodding in agreement. Yes, Princess. Ao Qian waved her hand, signaling them to withdraw. She stood alone in the grand hall, her gaze dark as she peered into the distance. Murmuring to herself, to whom has the celestial inheritance truly fallen? Could it possibly be that young man from the Spirit Plant Association, reflecting on Lin Xiaofan's performance in the Tianshu Secret Realm? She felt a nagging sense that this seemingly ordinary cultivator might be concealing secrets unknown to others. Lin Xiaofan, should I discover you possess the celestial inheritance, even with the Spirit Plant Association shielding you, I shall not let you escape. A fierce glint flashed in Ao Qian's eyes as she turned to exit the hall. Meanwhile, within the Xinglan sect, Celestial Maiden Qinglian stood atop the sect's heights, gazing at the distant sky, her expression grave. She had long been apprised of the external circumstances, aware that many smaller factions had been annihilated, and those who had participated in the third round of trials had become targets. It seems those mysterious figures are indeed after the celestial inheritance. Celestial maiden Qinglian murmured softly, a sense of foreboding settling within her. She understood that, although she had successfully obtained the legacy of the starry celestial, should she fall under the scrutiny of those enigmatic beings, her chances of survival would be slim. I wonder how Lin Xiaofan is faring now, she whispered, a complex expression flashing across her face. In the grand hall of the Xianyuan family, Princess Ao Qian fixed her steely gaze upon Xianyuan Tian, who sat at the head of the table. The two had just concluded a private discussion, ultimately reaching an agreement to jointly compel the Xinglan sect to surrender celestial maiden Qinglian, employing soul-searching as a means to ascertain whether she had obtained the celestial inheritance, Xianyuan Daoist. Should this endeavor prove successful, how about we share the secrets of the celestial inheritance? Ao Qian spoke coolly, her tone tinged with seduction. Xianyuan Tian's eyes flickered with greed at her words but were quickly suppressed. He nodded solemnly, replying, "Rest assured, Princess Ao Qian, I shall head to the Alchemy Association immediately to pressure them into handing over celestial maiden Qinglian." However, given the close ties between the Alchemy Association and the Xinglan sect, they are unlikely to acquiesce easily. Ao Qian chuckled coldly, her voice laced with disdain. Though the Alchemy Association wields considerable influence, they are ultimately just a group of alchemists if they refuse to heed our demands. They shall not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Xianyuan Tian nodded, then rose to leave the hall, heading straight for the Alchemy Association, the headquarters of the Alchemy Association, within a magnificent alchemy hall. President Yao Buhui sat in his seat of authority, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized a report in his hands. Recent events on the Xinnon continent had been tumultuous. Many mid-sized factions had been obliterated, and even some affiliated forces of the Alchemy Association had been affected. That a sense of unease gnawed at him, as if an undercurrent were surreptitiously swelling that moment. A disciple hurriedly entered the hall. Bowing respectfully, "President, the esteemed Xianyuan Tian of the Xianyuan family seeks an audience." Upon hearing this, Yao Buhui's expression shifted, a foreboding feeling settling in his chest. He waved his hand, commanding, "Let him in." Moments later, Xianyuan Tian strode into the hall. A hint of arrogance etched upon his face. He wasted no time in getting to the point, stating, "President Yao, I come bearing a request." Yao Buhui remained cautious, though his demeanor remained composed as he inquired, "What matter does Xianyuan Daoist wish to discuss?" Xianyuan Tian sneered, his tone laced with menace. "I demand that your Alchemy Association immediately cease its protection of the Xinglan sect and surrender celestial maiden Qinglian. Otherwise, my Xianyuan family will terminate all cooperation with the Alchemy Association." Yao Buhui's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. He knew that the Xianyuan family was one of the top-tier factions on the Xinnon continent. Should they withdraw their cooperation, the Alchemy Association would suffer catastrophic losses. Xianyuan Daoist, this matter may be somewhat inappropriate, Yao Buhui replied gravely. The Xinglan sect maintains a close relationship with our Alchemy Association. If we were to abandon our protection, it could invite controversy. Xianyuan Tian's eyes glinted with coldness at this, his tone menacing. "President Yao, you must think this through. That if you insist on protecting the Xinglan sect, do not blame me for being ungracious." Yao Buhui's heart sank. Just as he was about to respond, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Wu Macho and elder Yao Chun rushed in, their faces etched with urgency. "President, do not acquiesce to Xianyuan Tian's unreasonable demands," Wu Macho declared, her voice tinged with anger. Elder Yao Chun nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, while the Xianyuan family is formidable, we of the Alchemy Association are not to be trifled with. Should they dare to act against us, they shall not escape our wrath." Yao Buhui's expression grew troubled. He recognized the validity of Wu Macho's and Elder Yao Chen's concerns, yet the threat posed by the Xianyuan family could not be ignored. He pondered momentarily before finally sighing. "This matter is of great consequence. I must consult with the elders." Xianyuan Tian chuckled coldly, his tone dripping with disdain. "President Yao, you must consider your position carefully, that if you insist on shielding the Xinglan sect, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Yao Buhui disregarded Xianyuan Tian's threats and directly summoned the elders of the Alchemy Association for an urgent discussion. However, To his astonishment, the majority of the elders were unwilling to offend the Xianyuan family for the sake of the Xinlan sect. President, the Xianyuan family wields immense power that if we persist in protecting the Xinlan sect, we may invite unnecessary troubles, one elder advised in a low voice. Indeed, although the Xinlan sect maintains a close relationship with our alchemy association, it is hardly worth offending the Xianyuan family on their behalf. Another elder concurred that Wu Macho and Yao Chun, the esteemed elder, were visibly enraged, yet they understood that they could not alter the decisions of the majority. Ultimately, Yao Buhui could only sigh helplessly and declare solemnly, "In that case, we shall comply with Xianyuan Tian's demands, cease our protection of the Xinlan sect, and instruct the sect leader Xinghe to surrender Fairy Qinglian." Upon hearing this, Wu Macho and Yao Chun were filled with disappointment, yet they recognized their inability to overturn the president's decision. Xianyuan Tian, witnessing the scene, let out a cold laugh, his tone laced with a hint of triumph. "President Yao is indeed a wise man. In that case, I shall await your favorable response." With that, he turned and departed from the grand hall, leaving Yao Buhui and the elders exchanging glances, their faces marked by resignation. Meanwhile, within the Xinlan sect, Fairy Qinglian remained oblivious to the fact that she was about to become the target of various factions vying for her. Upon learning of the Alchemy Association's decision, Wu Macho was engulfed by a mix of rage and helplessness. She knew that if Fairy Qinglian fell into the hands of the Xianyuan family and the Sea Shark gang, the consequences would be dire. Thus, she took a significant risk and secretly made her way to the Xinlan sect to inform sect leader Xinghe and Fairy Qinglian of the news. Inside the Xinlan sect, after listening to Wu Macho's account, sect leader Xinghe's expression turned grave. He remained silent for a long while before letting out a deep sigh and murmuring, "Thank you, Elder Wu, for bringing this matter to my attention. Although the Xinlan sect is merely a nascent soul-level power, we shall not sit idly by." Fairy Qinglian stood to the side, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. She understood that if she continued to stay within the Xinlan sect, not only would she endanger the sect, but she might also fall prey to those mysterious individuals seeking to extract her secrets of celestial inheritance. She spoke softly, "Sect leader, I am willing to leave the Xinlan sect and face those pursuers alone." Sect leader Xinghe shook his head firmly, stating, "No, Qinglian, you are the future of the Xinlan sect and must not fall into their hands. I have decided to send you to a secret realm I stumbled upon, one that is exceedingly concealed and difficult for outsiders to discover. You shall cultivate there in seclusion, enhance your strength. And once the storm passes, you may emerge to avenge the Xinlan sect." Upon hearing this, tears glimmered in Fairy Qinglian's eyes, yet she recognized that this was the best course of action at present. She nodded and softly replied, "Sect leader, please take care." Sect leader Xinghe smiled gently, his voice imbued with a sense of reassurance. "Do not worry. I will handle everything." That very night, sect leader Xinghe personally escorted Fairy Qinglian to the hidden secret realm. The realm was nestled deep within a desolate valley, its entrance concealed by a natural formation. Had it not been for sect leader Xinghe's fortuitous discovery, outsiders would have found it nearly impossible to detect. "Qinglian, this shall be your sanctuary for cultivation, that I will seal the entrance completely. Unless your strength increases sufficiently, do not venture out lightly," sect leader Xinghe instructed, his tone tinged with reluctance. Fairy Qinglian nodded, her eyes filled with determination. "Sect leader, I will strive to enhance my powers swiftly and avenge the Xinlan sect." Sect leader Xinghe smiled faintly before turning to leave the secret realm. Upon his return to the Xinlan sect, he immediately convened the elders and disciples, announcing the impending crisis facing the sect. "Ladies and gentlemen, the Xinlan sect is on the brink of an unprecedented calamity. I have resolved to confront their wrath alone. If any wish to leave, now is the time," sect leader Xinghe declared solemnly, his voice imbued with a sense of tragic valor. The elders and disciples, upon hearing this, exhibited expressions of shock and fury. They all expressed their willingness to share the sect's fate, yet sect leader Xinghe shook his head resolutely, stating, "No, you are the future of the Xinlan sect and must not be sacrificed in vain. I will do my utmost to buy time. You should take this opportunity to leave and rebuild the Xinlan sect in the future." Ultimately, Under sect leader Xinghe's insistence, the elders and disciples of the sect departed, leaving only sect leader Xinghe to face the approaching storm alone. Days later, Xianyuan Tian and Ao Qian arrived at the Xinglan sect with a multitude of powerful individuals. They discovered the sect was deserted, with only sect leader Xinghe standing calmly before the grand hall, gazing at them with an unperturbed expression. Sect leader Xinghe, surrender Fairy Qinglian, or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy, Xianyuan Tian declared coldly, his tone laced with menace. Sect leader Xinghe smiled slightly, his voice tinged with mockery. Fairy Qinglian has long since departed. You are too late. Ao Qian's eyes flashed with anger upon hearing this, and she coldly retorted, in that case, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. As soon as her words fell, the powerful individuals behind her launched their attacks, instantly reducing the Xinglan sect's gates to rubble. Although sect leader Xinghe fought valiantly, he was ultimately outnumbered and was killed in a joint effort by Xianyuan Tian and Ao Qian. The gates of the Xinglan sect were consumed by raging flames, and the structures within the sect were utterly obliterated. In their fury, Xianyuan Tian and Ao Qian sought out the 100,000 disciples who had fled the Xinglan sect, executing them one by one, leading to the complete annihilation. Should we yield at this juncture, it may well dishearten the other disciples. Within the grand hall of the Spiritual Plant Association, the atmosphere is so tense that it feels almost suffocating. Xianyuan Tian and Ao Qian stand at the center of the hall, their faces adorned with haughty expressions, their gazes coldly fixed upon Lu Qingyun. Lu Qingyun furrows his brow, rapidly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Just as he hesitates, a deep and authoritative voice reverberates through the hall. Xianyuan Tian, Ao Qian, how dare you come to my Spiritual Plant Association and act with such audacity? Before the words have fully settled, a figure materializes in the hall. It is an elderly man with white hair, garbed in a simple gray robe, his gaze sharp as lightning, and his presence as profound as the sea. This is Lu Mu, the Grand Elder of the Spiritual Plant Association, a formidable figure at the void refinement stage. The mere appearance of Lu Mu instantly freezes the atmosphere within the hall. Xianyuan Tian and Ao Qian's expressions shift slightly, clearly taken aback by Lu Mu's personal intervention. Lu Mu regards the two with a chilling stare, his tone dripping with undeniable authority. You wish to terminate our collaboration? Very well, let it be so. I am eager to see what you, the Xianyuan clan, the Alchemy Association, and the Sea Shark Gang can produce without the high-quality spiritual plants and herbs from my Spiritual Plant Association. Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Tian's countenance darkens immediately. He is acutely aware that, although the Spiritual Plant Association lacks combat strength, their monopoly on spiritual plants and herbs is a reality that no force can afford to ignore. Should they truly sever ties, the supply of medicinal pills to the Xianyuan clan, the Alchemy Association, and the Sea Shark Gang would suffer grave repercussions, potentially shaking their very foundations. At a flicker of anger flashes in Ao Qian's eyes as she coldly retorts, Elder Lu Mu, are you threatening us? Lu Mu lets out a disdainful chuckle, his voice laced with contempt. Threatening? I am merely stating the facts. Should you dare to lay a finger on Lin Xiaofan, my Spiritual Plant Association will immediately halt all supplies of spiritual plants and herbs to you. At that point, you may as well venture into the wilderness to dig for yourselves. Xianyuan Tian and Ao Qian's expressions grow even more grim at his words. They understand that Lu Mu's declaration is not mere bravado. The Spiritual Plant Association's monopolistic status in the realm of spiritual plants and herbs indeed grants them the audacity to speak thus. Observing this, Lu Qingyun feels a wave of relief wash over him. He recognizes that Lu Mu's arrival has already turned the tide of the situation, that he steps forward and speaks earnestly. Xianyuan Taoist, Princess Ao Qian, while the Spiritual Plant Association is reluctant to become your adversary, we will not allow you to bully us. Lin Xiaofan is a disciple of our Spiritual Plant Association, and we will never surrender him. If you insist on severing our collaboration, then so be it. Xianyuan Tian and Ao Qian exchange glances, a hint of hesitation glimmering in their eyes. They know that if they truly clash with the Spiritual Plant Association, the consequences could be dire. Ultimately, Xianyuan Tian snorts coldly, his tone begrudging. Very well. Elder Lu Mu, President Lu, I shall remember this matter on behalf of the Xinyuan clan, but we take our leave. With that, he turns to exit the Grand Hall, with A.O. Qian following closely behind. The two figures quickly vanish from sight, leaving the members of the Spiritual Plant Association exchanging glances, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. Lu Mu watches the departing backs of the two with a cold snort before turning to Lu Qingyun and remarking, Qingyun, you handled this matter commendably. Lin Xiaofan is the future of our Spiritual Plant Association and must not be easily surrendered. Lu Qingyun nods, speaking resolutely. Rest assured, Grand Elder, I will strengthen the association's defenses and ensure that Lin Xiaofan suffers no harm. Within the secret chamber of the Xinyuan clan stronghold, Xinyuan Tan and A.O. Qian return from the Spiritual Plant Association, their faces stormy with barely suppressed fury. They sit in the hall in prolonged silence until Xinyuan Tian finally breaks it, his tone tinged with resentment. I did not expect Lu Mu of the Spiritual Plant Association to be so obstinate, willing to sever ties rather than surrender Lin Xiaofan. O Qian scoffs with indignation, a glint of fury in her eyes. That old coot Lu Mu, relying on the Spiritual Plant Association's monopoly in spiritual plants and herbs, dares to threaten us. Yet they both know that without their spiritual plants, their supply of medicinal pills would indeed be severely impacted. Xinyuan Tian nods, his brow furrowed. This matter cannot simply be left unresolved. We must devise a plan to deal with the Spiritual Plant Association and force them to surrender Lin Xiaofan. A cold glint flashes in A.O. Qian's eyes as she speaks softly. I have an idea. Since the Spiritual Plant Association's spiritual plants are their greatest asset, we shall strike at that very foundation. If their spiritual plants are all destroyed, let us see how they maintain their arrogance. Upon hearing this, Xinyuan Tian's eyes light up. Are you suggesting an alliance with the Insect Valley? A.O. Qian nods, her voice chilling. Precisely. The Insect Valley excels in controlling spiritual insects. Should they intervene, the Spiritual Plant Association's fields will likely be devoured overnight. At that point, they will have no choice but to surrender Lin Xiaofan. Xinyuan Tian ponders for a moment, then a smile breaks across his face. Excellent idea. Although our previous collaboration with the Insect Valley ended in failure, resulting in the loss of one of their elders, I maintain a close relationship with their Grand Elder, Wu Yun. If I approach him and persuade, I'm certain the Insect Valley will be willing to cooperate once more. O Qian's face also brightens with a smile. Then it is settled. As long as the Insect Valley is willing to act, the Spiritual Plant Association's spiritual plants will undoubtedly face calamity. With their plan set, Xinyuan Tian swiftly departs for the Insect Valley. The Insect Valley lies deep within the mountains of the southern barbarian Immortal Kingdom on the Shinnon continent, surrounded by toxic miasma and spiritual insects, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to enter. Thanks to his rapport with the Grand Elder Wu Yun, Xinyuan Tian gains smooth access into the depths of the Insect Valley. In the Grand Hall of the Insect Valley, Wu Yun sits in the main seat, his gaze stern as he regards Xinyuan Tian. Xinyuan Taoist, what brings you here today? Xinyuan Tian offers a slight smile, his tone respectful. Elder Wu Yun, I come seeking a favor. Wu Yun raises an eyebrow, inquiring indifferently. What is it? Xinyuan Tian replies earnestly. We wish to collaborate with the Insect Valley once more to deal with the Spiritual Plant Association. With the Insect Valley's intervention, their fields will surely face devastation. At that point, they will have no choice but to surrender Lin Xiaofan. That if Lin Xiaofan possesses the legacy of those transcendent beings, we could all benefit. Wu Yun's eyes flash with coldness at these words. The last collaboration with you resulted in the loss of Elder Wu Ming from my Insect Valley. Are you truly asking us to risk further losses? Xinyuan Tian hastily clarifies. Elder Wu Yun, you misunderstand. That we only wish for the Insect Valley's spiritual insects to disrupt the Spiritual Plant Association's fields, without requiring any direct confrontation. Once the spiritual plants are destroyed, they will naturally yield. Wu Yun contemplates for a moment, then a cold smile spreads across his face. In that case, let us collaborate once more. However, should any unforeseen incidents arise again, my Insect Valley will not let this slide. Upon hearing this, Xinyuan Tian's face lights up with joy. Thank you, Elder Wu Yun. This collaboration will surely be foolproof. With their agreement reached, the Insect Valley promptly begins preparations. Meanwhile, within the Spiritual Plant Association, Lin Xiaofan remains blissfully unaware of the looming crisis approaching. He stands beside the spiritual fields, gazing at the lush spiritual plants in the distance, his eyes filled with determination. Deep within the insect valley, in a darkened gorge where the air is thick with humidity and silence reigns heavy, hundreds of large water tanks are meticulously arranged at the gorge's center, teeming with level 3 spiritual insects, known as spiritual resonance leeches. These diminutive, transparent creatures are nearly undetectable unless one observes closely. The eggs of the spiritual resonance leeches float in the water, their sheer numbers enough to send shivers down one's spine. Their reproductive capabilities are exceptionally high, and the eggs can be disseminated through rainfall. Once they infiltrate the root systems of spiritual plants, they will silently parasitize. In the initial stages, the parasitism of the spiritual resonance leeches rarely raises any alarms. However, as time progresses, they voraciously devour the spiritual energy of the plants, ultimately leading to their withering and demise. This stealth and destructive capability of the spiritual insects is precisely what the insect valley excels at, an untraceable assassin. Standing amidst the gorge, the grand elder of the insect valley, Wu Yun, observes the spiritual resonance leeches with a steely gaze. Beside him stands his core disciple. Wu Ling. Wu Ling is a standout among the younger generation of the insect valley, possessing profound cultivation and exceptional skill in manipulating spiritual insects, making him the ideal candidate for this mission. Wu Ling. This task carries immense significance. You must proceed with utmost caution, Wu Yun states, his tone imbued with authority. Wu Ling nods earnestly, responding with respect. Rest assured, Grand Elder, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Wu Yun nodded in satisfaction, then produced a black jade slip from his bosom and handed it to Wu Ling. This is the incantation for controlling the Ling Yun leech. You must commit it to memory. During this operation, the Xianyuan family will fully cooperate with you. However, you must exercise caution and avoid detection by the Spirit Plant Association. Wu Ling accepted the jade slip, nodding solemnly. I understand, Master. At that moment, Zuan Yuanshan entered from the valley outside. He glanced at the densely packed Ling Yun leeches in the water tank, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Senior Wu Yun, these Ling Yun leeches truly live up to their reputation. This operation will undoubtedly lead to the complete destruction of the Spirit Plant Association's fields. Wu Yun let out a cold laugh, his tone laced with disdain. The Spirit Plant Association is merely a group of farmers. Do they dare to stand against my insect valley? This operation will surely make them pay a heavy price. Zuan Yuanshan nodded, then turned to Wu Ling, his tone polite. Young friend Wu Ling, I entrust this operation to you. Once the Spirit Plant Association's fields are destroyed, they will undoubtedly surrender Lin Xiaofan. Wu Ling smiled slightly, confidence evident in his voice. Rest assured, Senior Xianyuan, I will complete the task. With their plans settled, Wu Ling took the water tank filled with the eggs of the Ling Yun leeches and followed Zuan Yuanshan out of Insect Valley, heading towards the Shunnong Immortal Kingdom. Days later, within the borders of the Shunnong Immortal Kingdom, Wu Ling and Zuan Yuanshan stealthily infiltrated the vicinity of the Spirit Plant Association's fields. It was the rainy season, with dark clouds looming overhead and thunder rumbling, signaling an impending downpour. The timing is perfect, Wu Ling whispered, a cold glint in his eyes. He retrieved the water tank from his storage ring and poured the Ling Yun leech eggs into the nearby river. The eggs spread rapidly with the flow, soon integrating into the Spirit Plant Association's irrigation system. The eggs would be carried into the fields by the rainwater and irrigation, parasitizing the root systems of the spirit plants. Initially, there would be no signs of abnormality, but when they erupted, the Spirit Plant Association's fields would be utterly devastated. Wu Ling explained, pride evident in his tone. Zuan Yuanshan's face broke into a satisfied smile upon hearing this. Excellent. This operation will certainly make the Spirit Plant Association pay a heavy toll. After completing their task, the two swiftly departed the Spirit Plant Association's field area, leaving behind the Ling Yun leech eggs to silently infiltrate the fields, awaiting the moment to erupt. The next day, as dawn broke, gentle light cascaded over the vast fields of the Spirit Plant Association. Lin Xiaofan, clad in a moon-white robe with an ancient jade pendant tied at his waist, strode steadily between the rows of spirit plants. His gaze swept across the plants, gradually furrowing his brow. The once vibrant and lush spirit plants now appeared somewhat wilted, lacking their former brilliance. He crouched down to inspect the root systems closely. Noticing them covered in small black spots, resembling eerie, twinkling stars in the night, exuding an inexplicable strangeness. What is happening? Lin Xiaofan gasped internally, recalling descriptions from the compendium of all spirits. These spirit plants must be infected by the larvae of a spirit insect, causing their spiritual energy to be voraciously drained, resulting in their current wilting state. Just as he pondered the nature of the spirit insect, a cold electronic voice echoed in his mind from the Farming and Cultivation System. Detection of Level 3 Spirit Insect Larvae. Ling leeches. This spirit insect feeds on the spiritual energy of spirit plants. If not dealt with promptly, the fields will be utterly destroyed. Lin Xiaofan inhaled sharply. He had heard of Ling leech larvae, known for their rapid reproduction and troublesome nature. Ordinary pest control methods were ineffective against them. He quickly inquired in his mind, "System, is there a solution?" The system promptly responded, "It is recommended that the host expend energy points to exchange for level 2 spirit beast. Sword spirit frog. This frog feeds on Ling leech larvae. 5,000 sword spirit frogs can effectively eliminate the spirit insects in the fields." Lin Xiaofan's lips twitched in dismay, inwardly cursing the system as a shrewd merchant. To acquire a mere level 2 spirit beast, sword spirit frog required 200 energy points, while 5,000 would demand a staggering total of 100,000 energy points, clearly aiming to deplete his hard-earned reserves. Without hesitation, Lin Xiaofan promptly informed Senior Wang Dashan of the Spirit Plant Association about the situation, urging him to rush to the Beast Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Wang Dashan was taken aback, quickly inspecting the fields. And cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Fortunately, the Ling leech larvae had not yet matured. Inside the Beast Pavilion, the cries of rare and exotic beasts resonated, and the air was thick with a mysterious aura. Wang Dashan, filled with urgency, approached the counter responsible for selling sword spirit frogs, his heart igniting with a glimmer of hope as he gazed at the small yet sharp-eyed frogs. Each sword spirit frog was priced at 10 medium-grade spirit stones, totaling 50,000 medium-grade spirit stones for 5,000 frogs. The shopkeeper's voice echoed in his ears. Wang Dashan gritted his teeth. He had to part with the spirit stones he had painstakingly saved, but he had no choice if he wished to save the fields. The shopkeeper watched Wang Dashan's hasty departure with a cold smirk, thankful for this naive patron.